America's 60 Families. By Ferdinand Lundberg. 2. Franklin M. Watts. Who first saw the urgent need of a book on this phase of contemporary affairs? Foreword. In this work we are not concerned with the methods, legal or illegal, by which the great American fortunes of today were created. These fortunes exist. Their potentialities for good or evil are not altered whether we accept Gustavus Meyer's account of their formation or whether we give credence to the late John D. Rockefeller's simple statement, "God gave me my money." What this book purports to do is to furnish replies, naming names and quoting book, chapter, and verse, to two blunt questions: who owns and controls these large fortunes today, and how are these fortunes used? To answer this second question it is necessary, of course, to examine the role of great wealth in politics, industry, education, science, literature, and the arts, journalism, social life and philanthropy. The reader is warned that this work is not predicated on the premise of James W. Gerard, who in August, 1930, named 59 men and women that, he said, ran America. In Mr. Gerard's list were many persons deemed by the author of slight importance, many of them merely secondary deputies of great wealth and some of them persons whom Mr. Gerard undoubtedly flattered by including in his select list. The factor determining the inclusion of persons in this narrative has at all times been pecuniary power, directly or indirectly manifested. This work will consider incidentally the various arguments brought forward by the apologists of great fortunes. These arguments are to the effect that huge fortunes are necessary so that industry may be financed, that the benefactions of great wealth permit advances in science, encourage writers and artists, etc., that the lavish expenditures of wealthy persons give employment to many people, and that in any case these big fortunes are dissipated within a few generations. More and more it is becoming plain that the major political and social problem of today and of the next decade centers about the taxation of great wealth. It is hoped that this book, the first objective study of the general social role of great fortunes, will shed at least a modicum of light upon this paramount issue. Bo. Contents. Acknowledgements. Foreword. Golden dynasties and their treasures. The inner circle of great wealth and the government of the United States. Unprecedented power of American multimillionaires exceeds that of Indian princes and European peers. Democracy and plutocracy. Control of industry and finance through dynastic interlockings. The family, the fortress of great fortunes. Contemporary economic lords born of upper-class marriages. Some European American marriages. Corporation executives related to ruling families. Nepotism. Women worth $25 million and more. Women multimillionaires have given no contribution to society. Rigidity of class lines making caste system inevitable. The 60 families. Huge fortunes most significant when viewed on family basis. Families have many branches. The biggest family fortunes in U.S. named. Basis for computing the 60 wealthiest families. Those not included, N.Y. Ford, Fisher, Dorrance, Chrysler, and Odlum fortunes relatively new. Others rooted in 19th century grab. Bing. Functions of Owen D. Young, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., Thomas W. Lamont, and others, as deputies of gold. Families mobilized in phalanxes behind massive banking institutions. The affiliated banking blocks of finance capital. Morgan, Rockefeller, Mellon, DuPont, and National City Bank coalitions. The trust companies. Rich versus poor. Concentration of productive property in few hands. Why the largest fortunes multiply, and the social consequences of their continued growth. The politics of pecuniary aggrandizement, 1896 to 1912. 50 Government historically the servant of private wealth. Wealth and the U.S. government since colonial days. Hanna, Rockefeller agent. Hanna inaugurates outright control of government by industrialists and bankers. Graft the cornerstone of plutocracy in democratic framework. Whitney, Morgan, Belmont direct the Cleveland administration. Standard Oil leads the wealthy in sponsoring McKinley. Biased legislation of McKinley administration. The richest families and the Spanish-American War. An obscure section of American history. The richest families and the trusts. Political counterpoint of trustification. McKinley's assassination frightens Morgan and Rockefeller. Theodore Roosevelt and his long Morgan affiliation. Theodore Roosevelt consults the magnates on contents of his state papers. The Northern Securities farce. Fake trust busting. The Panama Canal swindle and the wealthy families. The 1904 political slush funds. The insurance scandals and the wealthiest families. Roosevelt versus Rockefeller, origins of the feud. Lafayette, the first insurgent. The Morgan-Rockefeller role in the synthetic panic of 1907. More light on an obscure situation. The raids on F. Augustus Heinze and the Trust Company of America. George W. Perkins and the role of the New York Times. The theft of Tennessee coal and iron by Morgan. Roosevelt's clandestine function as a Morgan agent. Harriman and Roosevelt. The Roosevelt-Harriman feud. The damning Harriman letters. Standard Oil and wholesale political corruption. Rockefellers, at odds with Roosevelt, revealed as supporters of Parker. Taft installed in White House by Morgan. Taft permits first bank affiliates to be formed. Approves highest tariff on record. Why Taft got a hostile press. The Bollinger Scandal. Taft forced to sue U.S. Steel, angering Morgan and Roosevelt. Standard Oil ordered dissolved. The Pujo Committee reveals absolute power of the money trust. The warning of Brandeis. For the politics of pecuniary aggrandizement, 1912 to 1920 Taft wields patronage club and Roosevelt fails to obtain Republican nomination. Morgan agents back Roosevelt, Rockefeller Mellon agents back Taft. J.P. Morgan out to destroy Taft. Progressive Party conceived under Morgan auspices. George W. Perkins and Frank Muncie, Morgan deputies. Muncie as politician, newspaper publisher, and secret stock market operator. Perkins produces Will Hayes. Cleveland H. Dodge, copper, and munitions magnate, sponsors Wilson. Republican and Democratic slush fund contributors. The Synthetic Progressive Party. Wilson nominated amid complicated convention intrigue. The strange career of Woodrow Wilson in the shadow of Wall Street. George W. Harvey, Thomas Fortune Ryan, Cyrus McCormick, and Cleveland H. Dodge put Wilson over. The questionable origin of the Federal Reserve Act. Dodge's copper interests behind the Mexican imbroglio and shelling of Veracruz. Huerta ousted. Some overlooked Dodge-Wilson documents. Wall Street demands Elihu Root or a blank sheet of paper in 1916. Pierre S. DuPont heads Republican wartime slush fund givers, Dodge and Doheny lead Democratic list. The collapse of the New Haven Railroad and the near collapse of J.P. Morgan and Company. Plutocrats take lead in mobilizing nation for war. Fresh documentation on Morgan motivation for American war participation. An old suspicion incontrovertibly proven. Ambassador Page in the pay of Dodge. DuPont, Morgan, Mellon, Rockefeller war profits. Wall Street patriots seize strategic wartime posts. Acts as purchasing agents for the government. Costs padded. Political role of the Red Cross in Europe and Russia. J.P. Morgan and Company and the Versailles Conference. V. The Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932 post-war presidents surveyed. The Triumph of Finance Capital in 1920. Wood, first choice of ruling families, disqualified by premature revelations. Need for oil administration indicated by rise of automobile industry. Ruling class need for revision of wartime profits tax rates. All clans contribute to Mammoth Republican slush fund. Its ramifications hidden for 8 years. Harding nominated. In smoke-filled room of George W. Harvey, Rockefeller satrap. Coolidge, Morgan puppet, gets vice presidential nomination. His curious rise to eminence. Mellon installed in Treasury. Harding's Black Cabinet. The Poker Cabinet and White House debauches. Hoover, as Secretary of Commerce, fosters illegal trade practices. The rape of the Treasury under Andrew W. Mellon. Tax rebates to the richest families investigated by Couzens Committee. The tax scandals. The mysterious Barco concession. Death of Harding. Unsavory background of Charles G. Dawes. J.P. Morgan and Company again in full control of White House. Morrow, ex-Morgan partner, takes over strategic diplomatic post. Coolidge on Morgan slush list. Hoover's zigzag climb to the White House. William Boyce Thompson, Morgan's secret agent. DuPont money backs Alfred E. Smith. Ascendancy of the money bund under Hoover. His cabinet. Senator Morrow functions like a Morgan partner. Telephone wire from White House to J.P. Morgan and Company. Comment by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Economic crisis engulfs Hoover. His policies, trimmed to suit J.P. Morgan and Company, incur Rockefeller ire. Debacle. Need for ruling class to resort to methods illegal and extra-legal to retain power in a democratic political context. The war profits conspiracies. Guggenheim agent Bernard M. Barrick held personally to blame for most wartime irregularities. The grave charges of the Graham Committee and the proofs. Airplane scandals. Hughes recommends court-martial for Edward A. Deeds, of the National City Bank. Newton D. Baker quashes recommendation. Aviation industry today dominated by men who took huge government war subsidies and failed to deliver planes. Nitrate program found unnecessary. DuPont Old Hickory plant also unnecessary. DuPont's charged with defrauding government on war contracts. Charges secretly quashed. Corporations involved in scandalous failure to deliver huge quantities of ammunition and ordnance, for which payment had been made. Rockefellers implicated in fly-by-night profiteering companies. Attorney General Harry M. Doherty acts as fixer for wealthy Republicans and others under accusation. Doherty quashes all war profiteering cases and engages in miscellaneous deviltry. Fraud under alien property custodian. The American Metal Company case. The Teapot Dome scandal and the Rockefeller participation. Nearly everyone in Wall Street involved. The shipping board scandals. Government subsidy of dollar shipping interests. The gigantic airplane grab, recalling Standard Oil grabs of 19th century. Hoover's Postmaster General Walter Brown used by Mellon Vanderbilt Morgan companies to seize all airways. Airmail contracts withheld by Hoover administration to ruin independence. Airmail contracts cancelled by Franklin D. Roosevelt as fraudulent and collusively obtained. The Hoover-Morgan airplane conspiracy disclosed. Speculative boom fueled by richest families and their Wall Street agents. How the boom was secretly launched under political auspices in 1923. J.P. Morgan and Company and Benjamin Strong. The rape of the Federal Reserve System. The richest families direct the speculative boom from their banks. Directors of big banks members of richest families. Fortunes behind boom all rooted in 19th century. Antisocial role of the National City Bank in stock pools, in foreign securities deals. Destructive role of Chase National Bank in stock market, in Cuba, in Fox Film Corporation. J.P. Morgan and Company and the Guarantee Trust Company inflate the Van Sweringen bubble. Political and financial figures get share of Allegheny Corporation, Standard Brands Incorporated, and United Corporation stock gifts. The Morgan slush list. Ivor Kreuger and Samuel Insull, agents of the rich families who failed to make good. Some agents who made good. Financial juggling of David Milton, Rockefeller's son-in-law. Various miscellaneous swindles in astronomic sums. Recent history of the Van Sweringen pyramid. 7. The press of the plutocracy. Press lords of America all found among the nation's richest families. Truth versus power in journalism. American and European press discussed. The three strata of American journalism. Politically subsidized county press. The dwindling independent stratum. Vast newspaper interests of the wealthiest families. The pro-banker press. The Rockefellers and their publications. Morgan, Laffan, Muncie, Schaeffer, Bennett, Perkins, Stoddard, Lamont, the Crowell Publishing Company, Time Incorporated, etc. Ford. Harriman, Harkness, Whitney, Mellon, Astor, and their publications. DuPont newspapers. Guggenheim and coordinated propaganda campaigns. M.C. Cormack and the Chicago Tribune. Curtis Buck. Lehman. Hearst and Paul Block. Mills Reed and the New York Herald Tribune. Taft, Hanna, Metcalf, Clark, Gary. The Anaconda Copper Company. The Phelps Dodge Corporation. Various newspapers owned by the plutocratic dynasties today. Secret press interests of the wealthy. Their press deputies. Some hidden newspaper interests traced. The public utilities corrupt the press. The Procter, Ivory Soap, chain of newspapers. Some other little-known chains. Miscellaneous wealthy publishers and their connections. Some magazines owned by the wealthy clans. The independent press briefly surveyed. Ambiguities in Scripps Howard policies. The Baltimore Sun and its ostensible liberalism. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch under Joseph Pulitzer, Jr. The Nation and the New Republic models for the future. Press not primarily influenced by advertising control. Most of the press directly subsidized by big fortunes. 7. The journalism of pecuniary inhibition. Freedom of the press, when it appeared and what it consists of. Class control of U.S. press demonstrated in unified periodic campaigns. First utilized against Bryan and Free Silver. Why Hearst supported Bryan. Mobilizing words for war. Seen again in campaign to defeat Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1936. The role of the radio in current political justs. Broadcasting stations largely under newspaper ownership. The Wall Street Journal indulges in some plain speaking on the newspaper publisher and his lack of obligation to the public. Press censorship invoked to protect wealthy individuals like Andrew W. Mellon, Marshall Field family, and William Randolph Hearst. Press censorship employed for political purposes. La Follette. The 1924 income tax figures suppressed. Teapot Dome revelations. General press hostility to labor explained by press ownership. Exploitation by the press of workers, farmers, small investors, and retail buyers in the interest of huge mercantile and financial combinations. Why American newspapers are not newspapers in a real sense. Exploitation of Lundberg and his flight. Unreliability of newspapers accounts for mushroom growth of private news services and newsletters from Washington, Wall Street, European capitals, subscribed to by businessmen. Press venality widespread and authenticated on the record. Utilities, shipping interests, brewers, coal barons pay for propaganda campaigns. J. David Stern and his pro-New Deal backers, and the economic bias in favor of reform. The Saturday Evening Post betrays its class bias. Time Fortune, proud apologists for the money lords that own them and for the upper class in general. Thomas W. Lamont, Morgan partner. His singular influence behind the scenes of American journalism. How Morgan theses blanket the country. What some of the theses are. Walter Lippmann and J.P. Morgan and Company. An amusing reversal of emphasis. 9. Philanthropy, or non-commercial. Investment. Public misconceptions regarding ostensible benefactions of the wealthy are carefully fostered. Percentage given away by the wealthy never more than 2% of income. Cultural importance of monies distributed through legacies and gifts negligible. Downward trend of giving traceable to growth of corporations and trusts. The poor are not niggardly, factual study shows. 20 largest foundations. Foundation grants and their distribution. Comparison of social value of Sage, Rosenwald, Carnegie, and other funds. Reports of Rockefeller gifts represent confusion compounded. Analysis shows them to be greatly exaggerated. Some trustees of the Rockefeller, Carnegie, Guggenheim, and Foch foundations. Fields in which foundation money is spent and in what proportion. The penetrating Lindemann study. Self-interest apparent in most philanthropies. Some unphilanthropic aspects of New York's two big medical centers. Social welfare a vague field. Constructive suggestions for fund allocations. Foundations found to have support of existing institutions as basic aim. The power-serving aspect of philanthropies. A means of perpetuating industrial control through trustees. Rockefeller allocations synchronized with political attacks, incidents of war profits, and rises in tax rates. Increase in foundations parallels each fresh imposition of tax restrictions on wealth. Insidious effects of foundation money on recipients before and after it is granted. Guggenheim Fellowships. More obvious pseudo-philanthropies. James B. Duke. Richard Mellon. The Mellon Institute. George F. Baker. Fictitious accounts of his benefactions. Hershey and Hayden Foundations. The Andrew W. Mellon Educational and Charitable Trust Unmasked. The inside story of art collections given to the public. The Metropolitan Museum's unesthetic side. Basic indifference of the rich to art and the artists. Some miscellaneous pseudo-benefactions analyzed briefly. Education for profit and tax exemption. Education of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich a manifestation of class consciousness. Government the largest supporter of education in America. 20 universities and colleges having the largest endowments, and the wealthy families that control them. Function of these schools in society. Mellon, Colgate, Drexel, and other millionaire donors to education. Most heavily endowed schools the adjuncts of the big corporations. Why this is so? Occupational status of college trustees. Predominance of bankers and commercially minded trustees significant. Contrast with democratic English system at Oxford and Cambridge. Philanthropic character of privately endowed schools questionable. Cornell shows how to sieve and save taxes. Millionaires and the universities they dominate. What the trustees do with college endowments. The universities as great financial institutions. Why the rich concern themselves with higher education. What was behind the founding of technical institutes in the 1800s. The social sciences and the universities. Social thinkers penalized. Professors in politics. Nicholas Murray Butler, indefatigable defender of the status quo. The role of the university president. Professor Jerome Davis. Other professors ousted and why. What the clans of great wealth obtain from the endowed schools. The specialist versus the non-intellectual among alumni. Self-interest of donors to educational institutions. Massachusetts Institute of Technology favorite of the DuPonts. Is George F. Baker's gift of a school of business to Harvard a philanthropy? Partiality of rich for Eastern schools and its effect on other poorer regions. The Harkness Plan at Yale and Harvard. What other millionaires have given to these universities? The egocentric social task of these two schools. New emphasis on pecuniary motive in fields of study. Preparatory schools that feed the Eastern colleges. Their class inhibitions. The Eastern women's colleges, their small endowments and their benefactors. A prediction. 11 Danse Macabre, extravagance amid poverty 408 excesses of the mauve decade modest compared with present extravagances. Present-day millionaires do not flaunt their riches. Upper-class periodicals reveal much. The rich a psychopathic class. What incomes accrue to the top and bottom of the social ladder in a boom year? Widener testimonial dinner. Miss Doherty's $250,000 debut. Barbara Hutton's $100,000 party. Evelyn Walsh McLean gives a New Year's Eve party. Mrs. Joseph E. Davies brings coals to Newcastle in Moscow. Average cost of social affairs. What the patrons of symphony orchestras and opera get in return. The excessive generosity of John B. Ryan. Christmas parties at the George F. Baker Mansion. Jewels of fabulous worth and who owns them. The Romano Donahue gems. Emerald collectors. The bathrooms of the mighty and how they are glorified. The swimming pool, an irreplaceable adjunct to the millionaire's estate. Hetty Green's son collects stamps at $18,000. Country Demesnes, Hearst San Simeon, St. Donuts, Winetoun, DuPont's Winterthur, Longwood, Nemours, Henry Clay, Chevannes, Owl's Nest, Louviers, Guyancourt, Granagee, Centerville, Vanderbilt's Biltmore, The Breakers, Marble House, the Rockefellers' Kitchcoit, Picantico, Golf House, the Casements, Villa Turtcombe, Geralda Farm, the Morgans Walhall Castle. Estates incorporated to evade taxes. Vincent Astor's estates. Gardens worth a king's ransom and their millionaire owners. Islands the private property of many wealthy families. Yachts. DuPont's world's largest collective owner of yachts. Other yacht owners, their yachts and their costs. Pipe organs and for whom built. Private railway cars and railroads on many estates. Horses, polo, horse shows, and their wealthy adherents. The Jockey Club. Automobiles. Fleets of them owned by each family. Airplanes, a new thrill for millionaires. Gloria Morgan Vanderbilt and other costly children. Clothes, men's and women's. A composite Park Avenue family budget. What rich babies cost. E. F. Hutton's remedy for the Depression. Self-justification. 12. The New Deal and after. The New Deal's reception by political factions of right and left. New Deal born of crisis. Why its defenders found it to their liking. The New Deal subject to criticism despite some progressive ingredients. Not radical nor revolutionary. Are New Deal motives philanthropic? Lowest 1936 wage averages paid in industries supporting Roosevelt campaigns. New Deal represents one camp of great wealth pitted against another, light goods and merchandising versus heavy industry and banking. Why New Deal policies attract labor leaders and farmers. Republicans afraid to disclose true New Deal aims. Forced to invent false radical issue. Nothing in Roosevelt career to presage presidential passion for forgotten man. Nominated by political deal. DuPont's in recent elections. Roosevelt always backed by wealth. Revealed bias towards status quo in bank crisis. His task as he saw it. Spectacular early New Deal measures, suspension of the gold standard, the AAA, the NERA, and Section 7A. Public Works program stimulates buying power. Measures designed to hamper banks and heavy industry. Banking Act, sought by Rockefellers, hurts Morgans. Securities Exchange Act hinders stock promoters. Wheeler-Rayburn Act. The death sentence. Source of opposition the same in all measures. New Deal tax rates analyzed. Facts behind Roosevelt's tax proposals. Loopholes in gift and philanthropic provisions. Novel measures used by the rich to cut tax liability. New Deal unconventional only in experiments. Value of TVA, Resettlement Administration, Social Security Act, WPA cultural projects. Progressive policies in tariff revisions, neutrality. Policies in Latin America, Russia. Repeal of prohibition most popular accomplishment. President fails to support measures he champions, Tugwell Bill, Child Labor Amendment. Why cry of dictator is raised. Rockefeller and Astor hostility. Administration assails A.W. Mellon Charitable and Educational Trust and establishes a precedent. New Deal labor policy foisted on it. John L. Lewis, Roosevelt, and the CIO. Administration favoritism to wealthy partisans in labor disputes. Campaign contributors in 1936 show split between heavy and light industrialists and their allies. Economic royalists in Democratic ranks. Democratic convention book sales. Other money-raising devices. Avalanche of hostile Republican money offset by unprecedented labor funds thrown to Roosevelt. Defections from Roosevelt camp. Roosevelt cool toward CIO, endorses legislation favoring his backers. President's court proposal not inherently progressive. Possible course of New Deal program. The task before the country today briefly discussed. Appendix A. The public utilities background of Wilson's backers. Appendix B. War profits. Appendix C. Appendix D. Appendix E. Who controls industry? With a note on SIHE case of Richard Whitney 501. Golden dynasties and their treasures. The United States is owned and dominated today by a hierarchy of its 60 richest families, buttressed by no more than 90 families of lesser wealth. Outside this plutocratic circle there are perhaps 350 other families, less defined in development and in wealth, but accounting for most of the incomes of $100,000 or more that do not accrue to members of the inner circle. These families are the living center of the modern industrial oligarchy which dominates the United States, functioning discreetly under a de jure democratic form of government behind which a de facto government, absolutist and plutocratic in its lineaments, has gradually taken form since the Civil War. This de facto government is actually the government of the United States, informal, invisible, shadowy. It is the government of money in a dollar democracy. Our concern is mainly with the 60 families, although from time to time members of the surrounding 90-odd will enter the narrative. Under their acquisitive fingers, and in their possession, the 60 families hold the richest nation ever fashioned in the workshop of history. The whole long procession of states, nations, and empires that strained and sweated up to the threshold of the Industrial Revolution amassed much less material wealth than the United States alone possesses. The vaunted Roman Empire, for example, could be placed in the land area west of the Mississippi, with room to spare. All Europe is, indeed, only slightly larger than is the United States. Bigness alone, however, means little. China, too, is very big. But in the economically decisive requisites of accumulated capital and equipment, technical knowledge and facilities, natural resources and manpower, the United States is unique. Yet most of its people are, paradoxically, very poor. Most of them own nothing beyond a few sticks of furniture and the clothes on their backs. The outstanding American proprietors of today tower historically over the proud aristocracy that surrounded Louis XIV, Tsar Nicholas, Kaiser Wilhelm, and the Emperor Franz Joseph, and wield vastly greater power. The might of Cardinal Richelieu, Metternich, Bismarck, or Disraeli was no greater than that of private citizens, undistinguished by titles, like J.P. Morgan, Andrew W. Mellon, John D. Rockefeller, Henry Ford, and the DuPonts. It was essentially the decision of these latter and their political deputies, so far as a single decision carried weight after the initial lines were drawn, that dictated the outcome of the World War, the greatest armed conflict in all history. Napoleon could have done no more. The war, which raised wealthy Americans to the pinnacle of world power, obliterated huge sections of Europe's master class, and set other sections adrift. In Germany and Austria-Hungary the dominant elite of wealth, landowners, bankers, and industrialists were virtually pauperized overnight. In France and England, seriously weakened, increasingly timorous, they staggered under tax burdens, and even yet are bedeviled by grave problems upon whose tranquil solution depends their future well-being. In Russia they were simply annihilated. Of the world's wealthy ruling classes, those of America and England alone retain the full substance, as well as the insignia and panoply, of wealth and power. Alone do they still speak confidently and act decisively for themselves, not driven to utilize bizarre intermediaries like a Hitler, a Mussolini, or a Mikado to hypnotize the multitude. They are not challenged, as in France, by powerful domestic political coalitions of the economically disfranchised. This fortunate situation is, perhaps, purely temporary. It may be undermined by the next general war. Instead of decreasing in wealth and power during the crisis of 1929 to 1933, America's 60 richest families were actually strengthened in relation to the hordes of citizens reduced to beggary. And even though many people have since been lifted from extreme low economic levels by some restoration of employment, the grotesque, basic inequalities, issuing from no fundamental differences in skill or 5. merit, remain as great as ever. Paralleling re-employment, which has reduced the aggregate of joblessness from about 20 million in 1932 to about 10 million in 1937, fantastic dividend and interest payments have been automatically returned to the top income group, which at its maximum comprises no more than 6,000 adults. The United States, it is apparent even to the blind, is a nightmare of contradictions. It has not only nurtured the wealthiest class history has ever known, but it has also spawned an immense, possibly permanent, army of paupers, the unemployed. One naturally expects to find millions of impoverished in backward economies such as India, China, Japan, or Tsarist Russia. In the advanced economic and cultural environment of North America, with all its natural resources, the phenomenon is little short of incredible. In the light of the nation's professed ideals, it is tragically absurd. The situation, for which the people themselves are in great measure to blame, is skillfully glossed over and colored by cunning apologists in press and pulpit, school and legislative hall. These briefly triumphant marionettes are able to show, to their own and to their patrons' satisfaction, that great wealth was garnered while society was being served in oblique and mysterious fashions, that it has been so administered, by ostensibly high-minded heirs of the early economic freebooters, as to constitute a great stimulus to social progress. The outstanding example of such a social servitor is presented in John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Although editorial writers nourish such illusions with carefree abandon, the more realistic of the magnates have seldom seen themselves in other than a predatory role, even though they have admitted this only privately. The elder J.P. Morgan delighted, it is said, jestingly to trace his ancestry back to Henry Morgan, the 17th-century Caribbean pirate. In token of this he named his yacht the Corsair and painted it an anarchistic black. This gave rise to the whispered legend in Wall Street that on the high seas J.P. Morgan flew the skull and crossbones and placed the American flag in a secondary position. The present J.P. Morgan has retained the name of the Corsair for his black-painted private transatlantic steam yacht, but the Wall Street myth spinners aver, with a nice feeling for dis. 6. Tinct ions, that he flies the Union Jack followed, respectively, by the Jolly Roger and the Stars and Stripes. The name of Rockefeller has come to be associated in the public mind, thanks to the magic of sedulously controlled publicity, with the giving of money. What merit there is in this reputation we shall explore later, but at the moment we may recall that the present John D. Rockefeller, by accident of birth, is the richest man in the world. His family, too, is the richest, closely approached in wealth only by the Mitsui family of Japan and the Ford family of America. Rockefeller's federal tax for the normal year of 1924 was $6,279,669, indicating a taxable income of $15 million. This last represented 5% on capital of $300 million, or less than one-third of the fortune conceded by Wall Street authorities to be under his control. The Rockefellers, however, have vast sums concentrated in tax-exempt securities, notably in New York State and city bonds, and systematically obtain tax reductions by a policy of non-commercial investment, i.e., philanthropy. On the basis of capital of about $1 billion under his ownership, exclusive of philanthropic funds under his control, which retain for him a large measure of influence in corporate, philanthropic, and educational affairs, the personal income of Mr. Rockefeller in 1924 may have been $30 million to $50 million. The annual revenue of the late Tsar of Russia varied from only $10 million to $12 million, little of which he could utilize at his discretion owing to the convention that he support his many relatives and maintain in traditional splendor his collection of palaces. And, like Mr. Rockefeller, he was a conspicuous and publicly heralded philanthropist. The estate of Queen Victoria of England, much of it London slum real estate, was valued at £9 million, about $45 million, and some or most of this now belongs to the King, producing an income of about $2,225,000 provided the original capital has not been increased by compounding of earnings. From the Duchy of Lancaster the King annually receives £85,000, $425,000, and from the civil list, authorised by Parliament from the public revenues, about £370,000, $1,850,000. At most the income of the King is $4,500,000, and see Note 7, Chapter 2. Portion of what he receives from the civil list is earmarked in advance for royal charities. The public treasury, in brief, supplies him with the means with which to bestow alms. But his is no more peculiar than the position of Mr. Rockefeller, who is able to pose as an altruist and benefactor of mankind because the law permits him to exploit for personal profit the nation's petroleum resources and forces of production. Europe's wealthiest aristocrat until the World War was the Archduke Frederick of Austria, whose estate before 1914 was valued as high as $750 million. But no Europeans or Asiatics have ever been so wealthy as the Rockefeller, Ford, Harkness, Vanderbilt, Mellon, and DuPont families of America. Whenever a figure like the elder Rockefeller dies, newspaper writers compare his wealth with that of certain Indian princes, said to be fabulously rich. In contrast with the American millionaires, the Indian princes, however, are mere paupers. Their wealth is frozen in jewels and land, and cannot be readily liquidated or transferred into other vehicles. Moreover, their society does not utilize on a large scale the wealth-producing technology of the West. But the securities of the American millionaires can be exchanged in a flash for any currency in the world, for land, for other stocks and bonds. The wealth of the Indian princes is immobile, static; the wealth of their American counterparts is mobile, dynamic. In the money markets of the world the feudal wealth of the Indian princes is of no consequence. The uprush of the American fortunes, led by the monolithic Rockefeller accumulation, emphasizes that although the United States was once a great political democracy, it has not remained one. Citizens may still be equals at the polls, where little is decided, but they are not equals at the bank tellers' wickets, where much is decided. The United States has produced, in the Standard Oil Company, the Aluminum Company of America, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, the Ford Motor Company, and other industrial enterprises, what are essentially feudal, dictatorially ruled, dynastic fiefs that make the old crown properties of Romanovs, Hohenzollerns, Habsburgs, and Hanovers seem, by comparison, like will-o'-the-wisps, insecure and insubstantial. 8. 2. Concentration of industrial and financial control in the capacious hands of the wealthy by means of majority ownership, legal device, and diffusion of fractional and disfranchised ownership among thousands of impotent stockholders, bondholders, insurance policy holders, and bank depositors has been given close, authoritative study from various approaches. But concentration of control has also come about by more simple and obvious processes that have been largely ignored, perhaps because of the absence of technical intricacies to challenge the research specialist, perhaps because the very lack of historical novelty in the processes has allowed them to pass by virtually unnoticed. Without minimizing the significance of control by the dominant owning clique through corporate devices, it is nevertheless true that corporations are merely the instruments or tools of control behind which the living masters hide in discreet anonymity. The corporations do not represent the locus of control, nor do they, even when viewed synoptically as in the valuable Rochester and Laidler studies, reveal the full extent of control and concentration by a small group working through partnerships. The control points of private wealth in industrial capitalistic society, as in feudal society, remain the partnership, the family, and the family alliance. It is the family that, in almost all cases, guides the banks and the banking partnerships which, as Anna Rochester shows, control the corporations. The family today, in no slighter degree than 2 or 3 centuries ago or in imperial Rome, is supreme in the governance of wealth, amassing it, standing watch over it, and keeping it intact from generation to generation. Because it is, unlike that relatively new device, the corporation, a private entity which in the strictest legality may resist public scrutiny, the family lends itself admirably to alliances of a formal character and serves as an instrument for confidential financial transactions. By definition, the family is a sacrosanct institution, and no agency of government may pry into it without offending inculcated prejudice. The partnership, it is true, offers some refuge, and is certainly more of a private affair than is the 9. Corporation, but it, too, is now quite open to political inquiry. The family alone provides a safe retreat from democratic processes, not outside the law, but, for practical financial purposes, above the law. 3. For many decades American families of great wealth have been immeasurably and steadily reinforced by scores of marriages among their members. The joint fortunes have been passed on to children who themselves paired off with the progeny of other wealthy unions. There has also been much marriage between European and American ruling class families, but this has been less meaningful socially, politically, and economically than the unions of American millionaires with each other, for the Europeans, mostly impoverished noblemen, have only in a few cases brought an increase in fortune to their American partners. The chief assets of the Europeans have been hereditary titles, leisure-class manners, perhaps a shabby estate or two, and passports into the world of snobbery. American dollars have served very concretely, however, to re-establish, via marriage, hundreds of decadent European estates, an ironic contribution of American democracy to the peoples of Europe. Gustavus Myers estimated in 1909 that 500 such marriages had taken place. By now the aggregate is easily 6 or 8 times as great. Marriages between wealthy Americans have, by all odds, been the more significant. Any tendency toward dispersal of great wealth that might be expected from its supposed distribution among numerous offspring of unions between rich and poor has been more than offset by the actual marriage of wealth with wealth. The wealthiest Americans, with few exceptions, are already joined by a multiplicity of family ties, just as they are joined by interlocking directorates and mutual participations in economic and social undertakings. The community of interest of the rich to which the elder J.P. Morgan made profound public obeisance has become, to a startling degree, a joint family interest. The continuation of intermarriage among millionaire families will, other factors remaining unchanged, in a generation or two give rise to a situation wherein all the big American proprietors will be blood relatives, first, second, or third cousins. Already there are 10. Many persons with the blood of the Rockefellers, Stillmans, and Vanderbilts, and of the Harknesses, Whitneys, Paynes, and Stillmans. There are others with the blue blood of Europe blended in their veins with the blood of John D. Rockefeller, Sr., of John Jacob Astor I, of Cornelius Vanderbilt I, of Marshall Field, of E. H. Manville, and of many more of their class. The Rockefellers have contracted numerous marriages of financial import. Mrs. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., is the daughter of the late Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, wealthy Rhode Island merchant and public utilities lord. Winthrop W. Aldrich, her brother, is thus the brother-in-law of Rockefeller. That such an alliance has economic and financial signification is attested by the strategic presence of Aldrich as chairman of the Rockefeller-controlled Chase National Bank, largest banking institution in the country. The grandfathers of the junior Rockefeller's children are the deceased Senior Rockefeller and the late Senator Aldrich, who in his day was successively the legislative whip of first the Morgan and then the Rockefeller factions in the United States Senate. Isabel G. Stillman, daughter of James Stillman, became Mrs. Percy A. Rockefeller, and S. Elsie Stillman became Mrs. William G. Rockefeller. Thus was biologically cemented the financial alliance that existed between William Rockefeller, brother of John D., and the ruler of the National City Bank of New York. Geraldine Stillman Rockefeller became Mrs. Marcellus Hartley Dodge, linking the Rockefellers and Stillmans by marriage to the $50 million fortune garnered by the Remington Arms Company in the Civil War and by the Phelps Dodge Corporation in later years. J. Stillman Rockefeller, son of William G. Rockefeller and grandnephew of John D. Rockefeller, married Nancy C. S. Carnegie, grandniece of Andrew Carnegie. In 1930 a son born of this union was named Andrew Carnegie Rockefeller. Edith Rockefeller, sister of Rockefeller, Jr., married Harold F. McCormick, heir to an International Harvester Company fortune. Their son, Fowler, a grandson of Rockefeller, Sr., and Cyrus H. McCormick, inventor of the reaper, more recently married Fifi Stillman, divorced wife of James A. Stillman and mother of Mrs. Henry P. Davison, Jr., the wife of a current Morgan partner. Nelson II. A. Rockefeller, son of Rockefeller, Jr., married a daughter of G. B. Roberts, former president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Emma, daughter of William G. Rockefeller and Elsie Stillman Rockefeller, married David Hunter McAlpin. Their son, William Rockefeller McAlpin, more recently married Marian Angel, daughter of the President Emeritus of Yale University. These are only a few examples of the interlocking of the Rockefellers with families of wealth. Some Rockefeller marriages, to be sure, have taken place outside of the pecuniary circle. The rich families with which the Rockefellers have interlocked in turn have been interlocked by marriages with other wealthy families, so that one can trace an almost unbroken line of biological relationships from the Rockefellers through one half of the wealthiest 60 families of the nation. Mary E. Stillman, for example, became Mrs. Edward S. Harkness, Standard Oil. Ann Stillman is, as we have observed, Mrs. Henry P. Davison, Jr. The Stillmans also married into the Pratt, Standard Oil, family. The powerful Whitneys, partners with the Rockefellers, the Harknesses, and the Pratts in the original Standard Oil Trust, likewise fused their wealth with wealth by marriage. William C. Whitney, lieutenant of the elder Rockefeller, married Flora Payne, heiress to the fortune of another Rockefeller partner. The Harknesses and Flaglers, Standard Oil, were likewise joined by marriage, and the reigning head of the Standard Oil line is Harry Harkness Flagler. An examination of Vanderbilt marriages discloses the same drift. A Vanderbilt married Virginia Fair, daughter of Senator James Fair of California, thus bringing the Fair accumulation, based upon the fabulous Ophir silver mine, into the Vanderbilt orbit. James Watson Webb, descendant of Commodore Cornelius Vanderbilt, married Electra Habmeyer, American Sugar Refining Company, who is now Electra H. Webb and reputed one of the wealthiest women in America. A daughter of Cornelius Vanderbilt II became Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney, wife of a Standard Oil Prince Sealing, and a daughter of William Henry Vanderbilt married Hamilton McKay Twombly. Upon her husband's death she, too, became one of America's wealthiest women. These dynastic alliances are so numerous, and intertwine at so many points with one another, that to survey them all would turn this into a genealogical study. Among various of the many dynastic marriages that have consolidated the winnings of the original robber barons of America we may briefly note, however, those that brought Mary L. Duke, heiress to the tobacco fortune, into the Biddle family, as Mrs. Anthony Drexel Biddle, while her brother married Biddle's sister, Lily Harriman, into the Habmeyer family and Cornelia Harriman into the Gary family, Marjorie G. Gould into the Drexel family, a granddaughter of George F. Baker into the Schiff family, a Deering, International Harvester Company, into the McCormick family, International Harvester, Ruth Hanna, Coal, Iron, and Steel, into the McCormick family, Doris Duke into the Stotesbury Circle by marriage to James H. R. Cromwell, former husband of Delphine Dodge, Automobiles, and son of Mrs. E. T. Stotesbury, wife of the senior Morgan partner in Philadelphia, Margaret Mellon into the Laughlin, Steel, family, Marjorie Post, Postham, and Edna Woolworth, 5 and 10 cent stores, into the Hutton family, and so on. The marriage of wealth with wealth has gone a good deal farther even than these citations indicate. Selecting at random from the past 15 years, we find that Gilbert W. Kahn, son of Otto H. Kahn, married a daughter of George Whelan, head of the United Cigar Stores, Mrs. Edith Stuyvesant Vanderbilt, widow of George W. Vanderbilt, married the wealthy Peter Golet Gary, of Rhode Island, himself the inheritor of two big fortunes, Mrs. Rachel Littleton Vanderbilt, half-sister of Martin W. Littleton, corporation attorney and divorced wife of Cornelius Vanderbilt, Jr., married Jasper Morgan. Nephew of J.P. Morgan, Margaret D. Kahn, daughter of Otto Kahn, married John Barry Ryan, Jr., grandson of Thomas Fortune Ryan, Margaret Carnegie Perkins, grandniece of Andrew Carnegie, married John Spear Laughlin, of the Jones and Laughlin Steel dynasty, Esther DuPont, daughter of Lamont DuPont, married Campbell Weir, Steel, W. A. Harriman, son of E. H. Harriman, married Marie Norton Whitney, divorced wife of Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, who is the son of Harry Payne Whitney. In only a few cases do great fortunes appear to have been reared initially upon a dynastic basis. One such general accumulation is centered about the banking house of Kuhn, Loeb, and Company. 13. Founded in the middle of the 19th century as a mercantile organization by Abraham Kuhn and Solomon Loeb. Jacob H. Schiff came from Germany, married Teresa, Loeb's daughter, and induced the partners to set up in Wall Street as a private bank. Paul M. Warburg, of a Hamburg German Jewish banking house, also came to this country, became a partner, and married Nina J. Loeb. Felix M. Warburg, his brother, married Frieda Schiff, and the dissimilar strains of the original partners were mingled through the Warburgs, whose spokesman today is the politically aggressive James P. Warburg, son of Paul M. Warburg and Nina J. Loeb, and cousin of the surviving Schiffs. Otto H. Kahn, a partner, married Addie Wolf, daughter of another early partner. In later years the Warburg-Kuhn-Loeb-Schiff-Kahn dynasty has been linked in marriage, as we have noted, to the huge George F. Baker and Thomas Fortune Ryan accumulations, which are in turn linked by marriage to other notable fortunes. Except for the early Standard Oil intermarriages, there has thus far been little intermarriage among the principal heirs of the largest fortunes, and in only a few cases do marriages of convenience appear to have taken place. A sound psychological reason for the marriage of wealth with wealth is simply that the rich are suspicious, when it comes to contracting marriage, of the motives of those who are not rich. They are afraid of fortune hunters, and properly so, for there have been many cases in which outsiders have obtained legal claims to the family funds through marriage and have grossly abused their rights. Propinquity has also led to the marriage of wealthy couples, for few persons of wealth maintain social relationships with the non-wealthy. But, whatever the reason, the great fortunes are interlinked by marriage, no less than by common property holdings, so that it is quite arbitrary in many cases to speak of a person as representing a single fortune. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, stung by the diatribes of newspapers owned or controlled by men of wealth, irately referred in 1936 to these men, in a figurative sense, as economic royalists. But it is in a strictly literal sense that hundreds of the offspring of the wealthy families are members of nobility or royalty. Few are the 14 very wealthy families of America that have not at least one representative in the Almanach de Gotha or Berks peerage. Thus Anita Stewart, sister of William Rhinelander Stewart, is the Princess de Braganza, consort of the late pretender to the throne of Portugal. The daughter of Bessie Rockefeller married the Marquis George de Cuevas. The Cuevas children, great-grandchildren of the elder Rockefeller, are Spanish grandees in their own right. William Waldorf Astor voluntarily expatriated himself, although retaining his American property holdings, and was transmuted by the sorcery of money into an English lord. He was succeeded by the present William Waldorf, Viscount Astor of Hever Castle, who has 4 sons and 1 daughter who, although born British nobles, are descendants of the miserly John Jacob Astor I, flute importer, real estate speculator, and fur dealer. The Astors have climbed high socially in England, They have even entered the fringes of the royal family, for Rachel Spender Clay, granddaughter of the First Lord Astor, in 1929 married the Hon. David Bowes-Lyon, brother of Elizabeth, the present Queen of England. The sister of Vincent Astor became the Princess Serge Obolensky. Anna Gould married successively Count Boney de Castellane and the Duc de Talleyrand. Millicent Rogers, Standard Oil, was first the Countess von Somme and then became the wife of a wealthy Argentinian. The daughter of Levi Z. Leiter, Chicago partner of Marshall Field I, married Lord Curzon, later Viceroy of India. Clara Huntington, adopted daughter of Collis P. Huntington, railroad baron, became the Princess Hatzfeldt-Wildenberg. Barbara Hutton, Woolworth, after divorcing Prince Alexis Mdivani, became the Countess Haugwitz-Reventlow. Ethel Field, daughter of Marshall Field I, became Lady Beatty, consort of Admiral of the Fleet Earl Beatty and mother of the present peer. Vivian Gould married Lord Decies. Gladys Vanderbilt married Count Laszlo Zephaniah. The Zephaniah union brought forth 5 children, of Vanderbilt and noble Magyar lineage. Consuelo Vanderbilt became the Duchess of Marlborough. Although this union was dissolved, it produced 2 children, the present Duke of Marlborough and Lord Ivor Spencer Churchill. Estelle Manville, daughter of Hiram E. Manville, Asbestos, married Count Folke Bernadotte. 15. Nephew of the King of Sweden, their child is the Count of Visborg. The Honorable Dorothy Paget, whose mother was a daughter of William C. Whitney, Standard Oil, is a first cousin of Jock and Sonny Whitney. Her father, Almeric Hugh Paget, is Lord Queensborough. European nobles of American lineage probably enjoy more opulent incomes than their peers who lack American forebears and dowries. It is one of the many ironies of the situation that the United States should be pumping forth dividends and rents to support persons in stations so alien to the American concept of social status. It is no less ironical that the children of these transatlantic unions, permanently in residence abroad, draw from American enterprises immense revenues the like of which the average American of this and succeeding generations, no matter how intelligent, crafty, dishonest, or creative, may never reasonably expect to attain. Not only does American labor produce revenue for the support of the ornate estates of America, but it also supports many remote castles in Europe. The Fords, the Mellons, and the DuPonts have been less conspicuous than these others in their marriages, although Andrew Mellon, like many another American magnate, married and had his children by a wealthy English woman. Perhaps the most meaningful of transatlantic marriages, after all, have been these between wealthy British commoners and Americans, which join the purely moneyed classes of the two nations by sentimental ties, as the House of Morgan and international trade join them by financial and economic ties. The McCormicks, Astors, Fields, and others have contracted such unions with British commoners. They are too numerous to detail here. The DuPonts have married among themselves when they have not entered wedlock with obscure persons. The Ford family has not yet been sufficiently long established in the possession of wealth to contract marriages of economic coloring. Marriages of first cousins among the DuPonts became so frequent, indeed, according to a recent biographer, that the head of this essentially feudal dynasty forbade further inbreeding. The marriage in 1937 of Ethel DuPont, daughter of Eugene DuPont, to Franklin D. Roosevelt, Jr., son of 16. The President, himself heir to an old colonial land fortune now of modest size, constituted the first DuPont union with one of the foremost old-line aristocratic families of America. The designation DuPonts refers to a single family of several hundred contemporaries, about a dozen of whom receive extraordinarily large revenues from the General Motors Corporation, the United States Rubber Company, and from E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company. As a family, the DuPonts rank 7th in size of taxable income in the United States, according to the 1924 norm, although few individual DuPonts of the main line of descent appear to draw much more than $1 million taxable income annually. What they may draw from tax-exempt sources is, of course, unknown. The DuPonts have been infinitely resourceful in keeping down their tax bills by legalistic legerdemain. The Social Register, 1934, for example, lists 73 adult DuPonts, in contrast with only 53 Goulds, 31 Mellons, 29 Hannes, 28 Harrimans, 27 Rockefellers, 22 Winthrops, 21 Vanderbilts, 18 Drexels, 16 Harknesses, 7 Archbolds, and so on. In the DuPont clan are Mr. and Mrs. Eugene DuPont II, Mr. and Mrs. Eugene DuPont III, Mr. and Mrs. Lamont DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Irene DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. A. Felix DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Richard DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Victor DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Victor DuPont, Jr. There are also Mr. and Mrs. Henry Bellin DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. E. Paul DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Archibald DuPont, Mrs. William Laird, sister of Pierre, and her two daughters, Mrs. Ellison Downs and Mrs. Robert N. Downs, Mr. and Mrs. Philip Francis DuPont, Mrs. Porter Shutt, the former Phyllis DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. Lamont Copeland, Mr. and Mrs. Eugene E. DuPont, Mr. and Mrs. William DuPont, Irene DuPont, Jr., Mrs. Ellen DuPont Meads, Mrs. Henderson Weir, etc., and there are the Mrs. Lydia, Ruth Ellen, Pauline Louise, Octavia, Alexandrine, Lucille Evelina, Merton, and Nancy DuPont. This is only a very partial list. All these dynasties, to be sure, include many members that do not bear the family name. Selecting one at random, neither the largest nor the smallest, we find that it comprises 140 members in all its branches. This is the Pratt, Standard Oil, family of Brooklyn. Among the many Pratts are Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Bailey Pratt. 17. Mrs. Charles M. Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. Harold Irving Pratt, Jr., former Congresswoman Ruth Baker Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. John T. Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Croft Register I, Mr. and Mrs. Richardson Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. Theodore Pratt, Mrs. George DuPont Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. George D. Pratt, Jr., Mr. and Mrs. James Ramsey Hunt, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Stockton Emmett, Mrs. Pratt McLean, Mr. and Mrs. David R. Wilmerding, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert L. Pratt, Jr., Mr. and Mrs. Charles Pratt, Sherman Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. Elliott Pratt, Mr. and Mrs. James Jackson, Jr., Mr. and Mrs. Robert H. Thayer, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin H. B. Pratt, and about 30 children. In the J.P. Morgan family are Mrs. Paul Penhoyer, née Frances Morgan, Miss Virginia Morgan Penhoyer, Mrs. George Nichols, née Jane Morgan, Miss Jane N. Nichols, and 11 young grandchildren. The father of the present J.P. Morgan, who died in 1913, has 16 living grandchildren. 4. Marriage has in some cases, naturally, shielded family wealth behind commonplace names. Thus we find, in addition to Electra H. Webb, a woman who, under the undistinguished name of H. S. Wilkes, paid a 1924 tax on income of more than $500,000. She is Mrs. Matthew Astor Wilkes, daughter of the fabulous Hetty Green, and married into a subsidiary branch of the Astor family. Ella Wendell, who died in 1931 possessed of $75 million worth of New York real estate, was also related to the Astors, for the stepmother of the original John Jacob Astor bore 6 children by his father, and one child, Elizabeth Astor, in 1799 married John Wendell, founder of a line that made its fortune quietly sitting on real estate and allowing the tenants and community growth to enhance its value in accord with the traditional Astor policy. Ailsa Mellon married David K. E. Bruce, son of former Senator William Cabell Bruce of Maryland. The former Caroline S. Astor became Mrs. M. Orm Wilson. Jessie Woolworth became Mrs. James P. Donahue, and Helena Woolworth acquired the name McKen through marriage to a nephew of Richard Croker, Tammany boss. Certain Woolworth heirs of the youngest generation are, therefore, named Donahue and McCann, others bear the names of Betts and 18. Guest. Josephine Hartford, granddaughter of the founder of the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, was first Mrs. Oliver O'Donnell and then Mrs. Vadim Markaroff. Some women of the Rockefeller, Morgan, Vanderbilt, Harkness, and other clans have also assumed unpublicized names by marriage. To be sure, not all members of the wealthy families contract marriages within the pecuniary circle, but when any member steps outside the bounds to select a mate, the uproar the newspapers create suffices to indicate the unusualness of the event. James A. Bud Stillman, Jr., married a daughter of his mother's cook. Leonard Kip Rhinelander married the daughter of a Negro taxicab driver. Ellen McKay married Irving Berlin, the Broadway songwriter. Mathilde McCormick married a Swiss riding master. In every such case so extraordinary did newspaper editors consider it that a sentimental attachment could transcend monetary considerations, that they behaved like maniacs in exploiting the stories. Very many men of diverse names who hold leading positions in American industry are, unknown to the multitude, connected by marriage with the large fortunes. Thus Donaldson Brown, chairman of the Finance Committee of General Motors, is married to a DuPont. A daughter of the late Anthony N. Brady, public utilities magnate, married Francis P. Garvan, a Tammany assistant district attorney who soon after his marriage became President Wilson's assistant attorney general and alien property custodian. In the latter position he supervised the transfer of German chemical patents from confiscated companies to the Chemical Foundation for less than $300,000. Garvan until his recent death was head of the Chemical Foundation as well as dean of the law school at Fordham University. Walter C. Teagle, president of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, is a grandson of John D. Rockefeller's first business partner, Morris B. Clark. Most of the desirable jobs throughout the biggest corporations and banks, indeed, are filled to an astonishing extent by men who are either collateral descendants of the wealthy families, married to direct or collateral descendants, or connected by blood relationship with persons directly or indirectly related. This situation, very often resembling flagrant nepotism, notoriously in the insurance companies. 19. Appears likely to assume increasing social significance as it becomes more and more impossible for aggressive persons without family connections to achieve promotion and enlarge their functional capacities. The Rockefeller sons, nephews, and cousins, for example, are strewn throughout the Rockefeller enterprises in positions which they could never have hoped to attain so easily, whatever their abilities, without family sponsorship. The families themselves see nothing extraordinary in this trend. Henry Ford, in talking to newspaper reporters upon the elevation of his only son, Edsel, to the presidency of the Ford Motor Company, naively exclaimed that he thought the real story lay in the fact that a youngster just out of his teens should show such ability that he was placed in charge of a billion-dollar enterprise. Morgan partnerships, once open to any man of the requisite abilities, are now often reserved for the sons of partners. Two sons of J.P. Morgan are partners. One son of Thomas W. Lamont is a partner, a son of Henry P. Davison, a former partner, has been made a partner, and F. Tribby Davison, another son, has been placed in charge of the American Museum of Natural History after having been Assistant Secretary of War under President Hoover. Rarely are the families rebuffed as was Mrs. Moses Taylor, a large hereditary stockholder of the National City Bank, by Charles E. Mitchell, president of the bank, in 1929. Riding high on the crest of the boom, Mitchell grandly refused to place a Taylor nephew in the bank and thundered that the bank was carrying its full quota of Taylors and Pines. Mrs. Taylor left in a rage and dumped her bank stock on the market just before the crash. The incident is reported to have saved her millions of dollars and to have embarrassed the bank in the market manipulation of its own stock preliminary to the proposed acquisition of the Corn Exchange Bank. Scratch any big corporation executive and the chances are even that one will find an in-law of the wealthiest families. There is, of course, an immediate, practical reason for placing members of the family, and distant relatives, too, upon the payrolls of enterprises in which other people have invested. The reason is that the jobs keep these individuals from making claims upon their wealthier relatives. 20. And from engaging in activities that bring contumely or censure down upon the vested repute of the family. Although a few of the present owners of big fortunes are the architects of these fortunes, in most cases the present generation in possession of immense resources has simply inherited. This fact is emphasized and underscored, so that the most unperceptive may see it, by the number of women regnant over stupendous incomes, although they have never engaged in finance, industry, or commerce, have never invented anything, have never played any role whatever in production. They are social pensioners who by no stretch of imagination could be said to have given society any commensurate return for the preposterous incomes which they find it impossible to expend rationally. In 1936 the following 19 American women, some of tender years, were all in absolute possession of fortunes of $25 million or more that gave a return of more than $1 million annually: Mary Catherine Reynolds, tobacco; Doris Duke Cromwell, tobacco; Mary Duke Biddle, tobacco and banking; Mrs. Joseph E. Davies, Postum; Helena Woolworth McKen and Jessie Woolworth Donahue, 5 and 1/0-cent stores; Countess Barbara Hutton Divany Hogwitz Reventlow, 5 and 10-cent stores; Mrs. H. S. Wilkes. Stocks and Realty, Mrs. Payne Whitney, Petroleum; Mrs. Charles Shipman Payson, née Joan Whitney, Petroleum; Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney, Petroleum and Railroads; Mrs. Moses Taylor, National City Bank; Mrs. Andrew Carnegie, Steel; Mrs. Margaret C. Miller, née Louise Carnegie, Steel; Mrs. Alexander Hamilton Rice * née Eleanor Elkins and later married to a Widener, tobacco; Utilities, Mrs. Horace E. Dodge, Automobiles; Mrs. Matilda Wilson, Automobiles; Isabel Dodge Sloan, Automobiles; and Mrs. John T. Dorrance, Campbell Soup. Degree the gigantic fortune of Mrs. H. S. Wilkes, consisting originally of half the holdings of Hetty Green and all those of the late Matthew Astor Wilkes, was increased by $28,000,000 to nearly $75 million in 1936, when she was named the sole beneficiary in the will of her brother, E. H. R. Green, who left his wife a relatively small income. Died, 1937. 21. The income tax returns for 1924 portray scores of other women, and even infants, in receipt of gargantuan revenues. Although in some cases possession of fortunes was not absolute, family income was distributed in many instances so as to reduce the whole tax liability. But the cases where possession was absolute, numbering in all several hundred, prove beyond question, as was always known to the sophisticated, that accumulated wealth is not a reward for any tangible contribution to society made by the possessor. Many of these women inherited from husbands and fathers who also had never, even by casuistic interpretation, made any more than a dubiously ornamental contribution to society. A valuable study showing that American fortunes have arrived at a period of stability and that their owners are largely born to the purple like so many lords, dukes, and earls, was completed in 1925 by Professor Petrim Sorokin of Harvard University. Most American millionaires now living were sired by merchants, manufacturers, bankers, financiers, businessmen, or inactive capitalists, Sorokin found. These latecomers did not, in other words, buffet their way out of a fairly matched individualistic rough and tumble bearing their newly gained riches. Sorokin discovered that the percentage of living millionaires whose fathers followed money-making occupations is much higher than that of the deceased group. This fact, taken together with some further data, gives a basis to state that the wealthy class of the United States is becoming less and less open, more and more closed, and is tending to be transformed into a caste-like group. Among millionaires of the last generation, Sorokin discovered that 38.8% had started poor, whereas among living millionaires only 19.6% started life in humble circumstances. Of the older generation, 29.7% began life as millionaires, whereas of the present generation no less than 52.7% were independently wealthy upon attaining their majorities, and 31.5% sprouted from comfortably prosperous surroundings. The present marked tendency toward intrafamily transmission of occupation and status among the rich means, according to this conservative authority, that class differentiation is becoming more and *. See Note 7, Chapter 2. 22. More hereditary in the United States. American society is being transformed, at least in its upper stratum, into a society with rigid classes and well-outlined class divisions, he says. If this is true of the upper class, it can be no less true of the lower classes, who may not hope to attain, through individual effort, what others now possess and retain with a death-like grip. Modern capitalism has become, like feudalism before it, a family affair. 2. The 60 families. As families have grown and intertwined, as incomes have been apportioned among many dynastic heirs, the tremendous revenues accruing to the family entities have eluded proper notice. It has been assumed that the relative profusion of large individual incomes betokens a rather wide dispersal of great wealth, at least throughout the upper class. This is not the case, however, as is disclosed both when fortunes are analyzed from a family standpoint and when account is made of the numerous non-wealthy, relics of a more prosperous day, that clutter the social register. Although the Rockefeller and Ford fortunes exceed $1 billion each, there are several families whose accumulations closely approach these in magnitude. And the Rockefeller fortune is only one large segment of the vast Standard Oil Trust, representing no more than 1/4 of the original joint participation. Other great Standard Oil fortunes, to mention only the inner conclave, are those of the Harknesses, Whitneys, Paynes, Flaglers, Rogerses, Bedfords, and Pratts. In the outer conclave are the Pierces, Archbolds, Folgers, Kessebro-Uggs, and Cutlers. The Jenningses, the Benjamins, and some other families are also part of the Standard Oil alliance. One may deduce the taxable net incomes from the 1924 tax returns, and the entire accumulation represented by such incomes at 5%, but in so doing it must be remembered that the large fortunes have unknown reserve funds in tax-exempt securities and utilize legal loopholes, such as family corporations, to escape their full tax assessments. Estimates and appraisals from authoritative corollary sources, which will be cited, show that one can achieve a general approximation by multiplying by 3 the size of the fortunes and income indicated by the tax returns, providing for legal. 23. 24. Deductions up to 15% of income for non-commercial investments, for paper losses, for tax-exempt income, and for some of the deductions based upon miscellaneous technicalities. The table, pages 26 to 27, assembled on the above basis, working back to income from the rate of tax indicated by each individual payment, and checked against official appraisals and declarations, some of which are cited later, sets forth the number of members of each of the 60 richest families that in 1924 paid federal income taxes, under the family name, on the aggregate amount of taxable income shown. Persons not using the family name are arbitrarily omitted or classified with the family whose name they use. There are a few omissions which will be mentioned. The reader should take special note of the names in the accompanying tabulation and should observe their recurrence throughout the narrative. These are the principal subjects of our inquiry. These, with few exceptions, constitute the living core of American capitalism. The tax figures in the following were taken from the New York Times, September 1 to 15, 1925. Each individual income was first ascertained from each individual tax before it was added into the family group. As all these families have diversified holdings, the indicated source of income refers only to the primary source. Where evidence could not be found that large 1924 incomes recurred annually, the families were excluded. Non-recurring income is most frequently obtained from realized capital gains, i.e., profits from properties sold. Certain omissions stem from the fact that some fortunes are entirely concentrated in tax-exempt securities and portions of others are so invested. The late Senator James G. Couzens of Michigan, one of the original Ford investors, who died in 1936 leaving an estate officially appraised at more than $30 million, is not included in the tabulation because his holdings were almost entirely of government securities and he regularly paid only a very small income tax. Henry L. Doherty, the public utilities operator, paid no tax for 1924, nor did J. Ogden Armour, Lewis F. Swift, John R. Thompson, Jr., and some others. The composition of the investment portfolios of the families. 25. Would, of course, determine the precise amount of the fortune traceable through the tax returns. Two persons with identical incomes, one derived from a fortune concentrated 50% in tax-exempt securities and another from a fortune invested to the extent of 25% in tax-exempt securities, would pay different federal taxes. It is manifestly impossible to delve into the composition of investments, but where prominent families appear toward the end of the list, families like the Goulds, Hills, and Drexels, whose claims to great wealth are well known, it is probable that large proportions of their invisible holdings are in tax-exempt securities. They may also be held in family corporations, of which there are many reporting under neutral names. Another difficulty that interposes in attempting to spread a statistical panorama of the great fortunes is that rates of profit from investments vary. Investments bring in from 3% to several 100%, although high percentages of the latter variety are only occasional. DuPont profits during the war were several 100%, some of our Stanley Dollars shipping investments after the war, based upon fat politically invoked government subsidies, yielded a return of several 1000%. It should be remembered, of course, that in dealing with the fortunes we are concerned with entities that are in flux, that are subject to constantly changing valuations. The inability to produce precise figures on fortunes, rather than approximations, results, then, from no fault in plan or method, but rather from the extreme secrecy with which statistics on fortunes are guarded and from the very nature of fortunes. In individual instances, the multiplication by 3 of the net fortune upon whose income a tax was paid may result in some distortion, but this appears to be the only way in which to obtain a general approximation, and as the method gives generally accurate results, the picture as a whole is not overdrawn. Rather is it very conservative. The absence of detailed figures about these accumulations, in an age which literally flaunts a chaos of statistics about subjects of little general interest, is clearly the fault of a government that at most times has been peculiarly sensitive to the wishes of millionaires. Apart from the omissions of revenues from tax-exempt securities, there are other omissions from the tabulation, some purposeful, because, although the individual incomes were large, they did not compare at all with the vast family concentrations or with the biggest individual payments. In certain cases, on the other hand, it was impossible to allocate income to any single family. For example, income of the Hutton Post Woolworth McCann group, emanating from 3 distinct fortunes, could not be attributed to any single family, and the individual segments of each of these fortunes were not large enough to be included with our biggest families. The Hutton Post Woolworth McCann combination belongs, however, among our 60 leading families. 7 persons in this group, and this does not by any means include all, paid taxes on a gross indicated fortune of $165,600,000. Certain of the less wealthy family dynasties, that resemble the richest families in every respect except the size of their accumulations, have been left out of the tabulation, although they will appear now and then in our narrative. Among these are the Aldriches, the Candlers, Coca-Cola, the Cannons, textiles, the Dollars, shipping, the Huntingtons, shipping, the Swifts, packing, the Fleischmans, yeast and distilling, the Pulitzers, publishing, the Golitz, real estate and the Chemical Bank and Trust Company, the Grays, tobacco, the Bradys, public utilities, the Harrimans, railroads, the Heinzes, pickles, the Cresses, retail stores, the Louisones, copper, the Hearsts, publishing and mining, the Manvilles, asbestos, the Elkinses, the Mills Reeds, mining and publishing, the McFaddens and McLeans, both of Philadelphia, the McClintocks, the Phillipses, of Rhode Island, the Twombleys, the Weyerhaeusers, lumber and shipping, the Cudahy's, packing, and quite a few others. Some omissions have been made necessary by the studiously haphazard way in which the tax figures were issued. The legislation enabling the publication of the figures even in jumbled form was understandably very unpopular with the rich, who were able to get it repealed before the 1925 figures were issued, public opinion would be greatly embittered, to be sure, if the monotonous yearly recurrence of stupendous individual revenues could be observed. The assembling of the figures for each family was therefore not without difficulty, for they could not be presented by the newspapers in orderly fashion. Even had the newspapers so desired to present them, no attempt was made to include in the tabulation the collateral descendants of the large fortune builders, were they included, and it would be necessary to obtain the cooperation of the Bureau of Internal Revenue for this to be done. Each accumulation would be projected on a greatly enlarged scale. It is well to take note of this important fact. Both the Dorrance, Campbell Soup, and Hartford, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea, tax payments appear to have been overlooked by the journalists who combed the confused lists issued by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Purposely omitted from our tabulation are individual fortunes not placed on a family basis, and among these are the accumulations of George W. Eastman of the Eastman Kodak Company, Andrew Carnegie, evidently concentrated in tax-exempt securities, Charles M. Schwab, whom Clarence W. Barron appraised at $40 million after examining Schwab's records, H. C. Frick, Frederick H. Prince, Harvey S. Firestone, Edward L. Doheny, Harry F. Sinclair, E. L. Cord, Walter P. Chrysler, Samuel Zamuri, Leonore F. Laurie, Earl D. Bobst, and Harrison Williams. These men or their heirs, however, belong in the top circle of wealth for one reason or the other, although their individual power is decidedly limited. Whether their fortunes will eventually be placed on a permanent family basis is not yet certain. The broad picture is shown, however, in the tabulation. Only the Morgan Group represents a non-family collection of incomes. As the Morgan incomes do not derive in a primary sense from property ownership, they will be given special notice. The conservative character of the results obtained by multiplying the taxed fortunes by 3, in order to obtain the size of the whole fortune, may be illustrated. The estate of Thomas Fortune Ryan, who died in 1928, was officially appraised at approximately $135,000,000, and this may be compared with $108 million, his indicated total fortune in 1924. Allowing for the rise in securities values between 1924 and the time of the appraisal, the figure for 1924 would seem to be almost exact. The largest individual estate ever appraised in New York was that of Payne Whitney, who died in 1927 worth $186 million, which may be compared with the valuation in the foregoing table of $22 million on the joint fortune of 4 Whitneys. 30. Payne Whitney's share in the group of 4, on the basis of a tax payment of $1,676,626, is computed at approximately $220 million. The fortune of 6 members of the Field family is given at $180 million in the tabulation, which may be compared with $120 million as the appraised approximate value of the estate of Marshall Field I in 1906. J.P. Morgan's federal tax in 1924 was $574,379 on about $1,500,000 of income. This in turn was 5% on $30 million, and multiplying this by 3 we obtain $90 million. The estate he inherited in 1913 was officially valued at $77,465,975.38, but about $20 million of cash had to be disbursed for specific bequests to various members of the family and was replaced only by the sale of the Morgan art collection, which had been lent not given, as a gullible public had fondly supposed, to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. There was, of course, a futile storm of public indignation when the younger Morgan calmly repossessed himself of his father's art treasure. It is not too much to assume an appreciation of only $13,500,000 in this fortune from 1913 to 1924. The taxable Phipps fortune is set at $29,700,000 in our tabulation, and the multiplied fortune at $89,100,000. Yet Clarence W. Barron, the late editor of the Wall Street Journal, gave credence to the report that the FIPSs actually represent $600,000,000,000. If Barron's information was correct, it would indicate a tremendous non-taxable revenue accruing to the FIPSs, who were among the original participants in the Carnegie Steel Company. John T. Dorrance, head of the Campbell Soup Company, made a fine art of concealing his wealth. Until his death in 1930, it was not known that he was worth $120 million and would leave the third largest estate of record outside New York until Richard B. Mellon left $200 million. The estate consisted of $80 million of Campbell Soup Company stock and $35 million of United States government bonds. As the Campbell Soup Company was privately owned, revenues of stockholders could be concealed. They could be dispersed in part as non-taxable stock dividends or could simply be transferred into surplus, enhancing the value of the shares but involving no taxable money transfer. But even by surveying estates that have been made public, one does not gain precise knowledge of the greatest fortunes. The former 31 holdings of John D. Rockefeller, Sr., were transferred privately to his son, who will presumably pass them on with similar discreetness to his own children. And even the recorded estates often represent merely residuary fragments. Huge sums have been transferred to relatives, to privately controlled foundations, and to family corporations in very many cases before the death of the owner. This accounts for the relatively modest size of estates left by men like Otto H. Kahn, who was popularly said to be broke. One special factor that makes the fortune seem unduly small when projected from the 1924 tax figures and contrasted with official appraisals was the amazing administration of the Treasury Department by Andrew W. Mellon. Under this very wealthy man, the widest latitude in the interpretation of tax laws was allowed people of wealth, as was subsequently revealed in a Senate investigation. It may therefore be that a closer approximation to the actual fortunes would be obtained by multiplying the taxed fortunes of 1924 by 4. For contemporary purposes, moreover, it would be best to regard most of the 1924 fortunes as enhanced by 25%, for it is the opinion of conservative economists that the secular rate of increase in wealth in the United States is 2% annually, and the fortunes grow with the country. Certain of the individuals in the 1924 federal tax list are now dead, but this does not alter significantly the status of the fortunes which, in almost all cases, were passed on to children or other relatives. To discuss the details of transfer would unnecessarily complicate the exposition. 2. Very few persons of great wealth classify as newly rich. The only comparatively recent fortune of the first magnitude is that of Henry Ford, and its formidable proportions were discernible as long ago as 1917. The Dorrance fortune was created between 1910 and 1920, and the only other large, relatively recent accumulation appears to be that of the 5 Fisher brothers of Detroit, who were worth $196,500,000 on the basis of 1924 tax figures and were reported by Barron to represent $1 billion. Walter P. Chrysler, motorcar manufacturer, has survived the intense competition in the automotive in 32. Industry furnished by the Morgans, DuPonts, Fishers, and Fords, but it is not yet entirely clear whether he will emerge with his holdings intact and whether they will be large. The Hartford and Woolworth fortunes are of pre-war vintage. The only noteworthy post-war fortune belongs to Floyd B. Odlum, a Morgan Corporation executive formerly with the Electric Bond and Share Company, and it is probably not very large. Odlum formed the Atlas Corporation, an investment trust, on the basis of a $40,000 investment in 1924. This enterprise now participates in nearly every industry, having acquired its equities at extreme depression lows. The New York Times of April 23, 1933, reported that Atlas Corporation then owned assets aggregating $100 million. Atlas assets are valued now at more than double this sum. The corporation is probably the biggest investment trust in the world. Odlum has been designated, with some truth, the sole newcomer to win in the great post-war boom and collapse. It is a common popular error to suppose that men like Owen D. Young, of the General Electric Company, Walter S. Gifford, of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Thomas W. Lamont, of J.P. Morgan and Company, Albert H. Wiggin, until recently head of the Chase National Bank, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., of General Motors, and Walter C. Teagle, of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, are leaders in the entourage of great wealth. Such figures, carefully publicized, are merely executives for the main groups of banking capital that represent the golden dynasties. These men have no independent power, they do not speak for themselves any more than do actors on a stage. The importance of men like Lamont, Wiggin, and Sloan should not, however, be underestimated. Each has considerable wealth in his own right, and before the World War would, perhaps, have been considered on his way to becoming a nabob of the first degree, but the power of each has been vastly greater than his personal wealth would indicate, simply because it is concentrated power individually delegated to him by many wealthier men. Only the vastness of other accumulations has thrown their personal accumulations into second and third place. These men, however, cannot be judged on a quantitative basis, they must be approached from the qualitative. 33. Standpoint. They are the virtuosi of capitalism, who do the work while beneficiaries of trust funds gamble at Biarritz or chase elephants through Africa. An extraordinarily complex and resourceful personality like Thomas W. Lamont, who has been the brains of J.P. Morgan and Company throughout the post-war period and was a mentor of Woodrow Wilson in Wilson's second administration as well as of President Herbert Hoover throughout his fateful single term in the White House, has exercised more power for 20 years in the Western Hemisphere, has put into effect more final decisions from which there has been no appeal, than any other person. Lamont, in short, has been the first consul de facto in the invisible directory of post-war high finance and politics, a man consulted by presidents, prime ministers, governors of central banks, the directing intelligence behind the Dawes and Young plans. Lamont is protean, he is a diplomat, an editor, a writer, a publisher, a politician, a statesman, an international presence as well as a financier. He will be given more attention later. Just as few new fortunes have been brought to port in the past 20 years, so have few foundered, despite economic storms. In the Depression of 1920-21 the armor fortune shrank seriously, but $25 million was recouped through the accidental medium of a once worthless oil company stock into which the late Ogden Armour had placed a small sum on speculation. In the more recent collapse of 1929-33 the inherited fortune of Clarence W. Mackay underwent considerable downward revision. The Nash fortune appears to have been reduced also. The Lees and Higginsons of Boston, secondary figures, were seriously involved in the debacle of Ivor Kreuger, international adventurer who was himself never wealthy but was merely striving in time-sanctioned ways to achieve riches. Samuel Insull was only a corporation promoter for a Chicago group headed by the Fields, he had no independent status, as was shown when the Morgan banks foreclosed on the Insull properties. The Van Sweringens were mere bubbles inflated by J.P. Morgan and Company. These partial casualties aside, no great private accumulations have been more than passingly embarrassed for many decades. It is a far cry to the days of Daniel Drew and John W. Gates when the quota dash. 34. Shins of the stock market could pronounce doom on a multimillionaire, although they can still embarrass a mere millionaire. Conversely, few who were poor in R1G2R are not still in the same harsh circumstances. The rigid state of affairs lends point to the conclusions of Professor Sorokin that may have seemed premature in 1925. The big fortunes of America are mobilized in protective phalanxes that recall feudal dynastic alignments wherein many small but powerful families pledged allegiance to one dominant family of more than average strength, courage, daring, and intelligence, and obtained mutual benefits. The Morgans may be likened to American Bourbons who have slowly, remorselessly, broken down the power of scores that refuse to bend the knee, surrounding themselves with a host that accepts Morgan leadership. The Rockefellers may be likened to the Habsburgs, the Mellons to the Hohenzollerns, the DuPonts to the Romanois, etc. Whereas the titled dynasties of feudal Europe divided the continent territorially, their untitled American capitalist counterparts have divided their continent by industries. This division was, of course, not conscious at first. A distinct advantage enjoyed by the American millionaires, incidentally, is that their power is not recognized by titles which would serve continually to remind the average citizen of their exalted status. The private banking partnerships and the informal alliance are the ramparts behind which the dominant families deploy. In order of importance, these private banking partnerships are J.P. Morgan and Company, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Brown Brothers Harriman and Company, Lehman Brothers, Dillon, Reed and Company, Bonbright and Company, Morgan, Lazard Frères, J&W Seligman, Spire and Company, Goldman, Sachs and Company, Hallgarten and Company, and Ladenburg, Thalmann and Company. Certain families operate without benefit of partnership. The Mellons, for example, work directly through the big commercial banks of Pittsburgh, which they control. The DuPonts have a family holding company, the Christiana Corporation, which, according to John J. Raskob, gives them the largest industrial participation of any. 35. Family in the United States. J.P. Morgan and Company, however, includes the DuPonts among its supporting families. The Rockefellers function through the Chase National Bank of New York, largest commercial bank in the nation. Ford has the Ford Motor Company and enters the money market through the National City Bank. The Warburgs and Schiffs function through Kuhn, Loeb and Company, the Lehmans through the partnership of Lehman Brothers. A few families function primarily through their own law firms. Two that do this are the Clark family of the Singer sewing machine fortune and the Taft family, Cincinnati real estate. As we have observed, Morgan is not the wealthiest of our wealthy men. He derives his unique and perhaps unprecedented power from the massed resources of the many families and their corporations that stand behind him. The allegiance of these families was gradually won over a period of many decades by Morgan prestige, earned by a demonstrated ability in ruthless financial statesmanship and political intrigue exercised on behalf of the rich. The individual partners of J.P. Morgan and Company are not, by strict standards, independently wealthy, but they are men gifted in many ways and possessed of extraordinary financial acumen that is placed at the service of the Morgan clients. They are, too, adept in making oddly assorted but potent connections throughout the political and social fabric. Their rewards are fees, commissions, and opportunities to participate individually and collectively in big financial coups. Some of them, like the late Dwight W. Morrow, are not exclusively money-minded, and probably get their principal recompense in the satisfaction of participating in consequential intrigues. Contrary to the impression even in relatively well-informed quarters, the versatile Morgan partners themselves own very little stock in corporations, as was proved by recent corporation reports to the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission. It is the Morgan clients that own the stock. J.P. Morgan and Company merely sees that the big stockholders are served in accordance with expectations. J.P. Morgan and Company delights to baffle inquiring senators and the public alike by pointing out blandly, of late through the slyly debonair T.W. Lamont, how slight are the holdings of the partners in various corporations. The most salient instance in which 36. The Morgans referred to their puny participation was in rejoinder to the weighty charge that they maneuvered America into the World War, when J.P. Morgan and Company was purchasing agent for the Allies at a commission of 1%. Of the hundreds of firms dealt with, the Morgan partners stress, always with tongue-in-cheek, it is to be hoped, that they held shares in only 11, and these shares amounted to no more than 3% of all outstanding. The House of Morgan does not need to own much property, it has, instead, a technique which it merchandises, and thus escapes the very real risks of property ownership. Whereas J.P. Morgan and Company has often been sternly criticized, the record shows that in recent decades its clients, excepting the DuPonts, have scarcely been mentioned in condemnation. The banking firm, absorbing the blows of public opinion, acts as a great buffer between the public and the ultimate beneficiaries of collective acts and policies that stir up public resentment. The Morgan Firm and its affiliated commercial banks act, broadly, on behalf of such tremendous accumulations as those of the Vanderbilts, Goulds, Drexels, Wideners, Berwines, Phippses, Hills, Dukes, Ryans, McCormicks, Bakers, DuPonts, Fishers, Fields, Jameses, and others. All these families, it should now be clear, own more wealth than the individuals they deputize to watch over their interests. In general, they leave most of the supervision of fiscal affairs to J.P. Morgan and Company, or act upon Morgan advice, knowing it to be in their own interest. From time to time there are, to be sure, minor shifts of allegiance as between the Morgans and the Rockefellers, or the Morgans and the Mellons, but only some colossal blunder by J.P. Morgan and Company in serving its clients could lessen its power substantially. Had Germany won the war, for example, J.P. Morgan and Company would surely have gone on the rocks. The massed voting power of the stocks and bonds of its client families is utilized, except in unusual instances, in accord with the formal decision of the Morgan partners in meeting assembled. J.P. Morgan and Company has branches in Philadelphia, London, and Paris. The principal commercial banks in which it exercises dominance are the Guarantee Trust Company of New York, the 37 Bankers Trust Company, the First National Bank of New York, and the New York Trust Company. Guarantee Trust is the third largest bank in the nation, trailing after Chase National and National City, respectively. But the four Morgan commercial banks collectively outweigh both Chase National and National City in total assets, deposits, and resources. Neither the Morgan Firm nor its partners own much stock in any of these banks. There are Morgan partners or executives on all their boards, however, and the final decision on their operation, as all of Wall Street knows, is made by the Morgan partners. Naturally, J.P. Morgan and Company, desirous of minimizing the public conception of its power, denies this. Except for the Bakers at the First National, the Morgan Bank's executives are hired men who on their own account represent no vast accumulation. Significantly, Morgan partners preponderate on the executive committees of the banks, excepting the First National. Thomas W. Lamont is chairman of the executive committee of the Guarantee Trust Company. The total extent of Morgan power in American industry and finance defies statistical measurement. We can, however, list 35 banks, insurance companies, etc., and 60 non-financial corporations. If we include companies tied in a similar way, we find another $16.2 billion of assets, in 16 banks, insurance companies, etc., and in 26 miscellaneous corporations. These 51 banks, etc., and 86 non-banking corporations with their combined assets of $46.2 billion include foreign corporations with over $3 billion of assets. The American total, nearly $43 billion, represents nearly one-sixth the total wealth of all corporations in the United States. But like a medieval fortress, this inner stronghold is surrounded by open stretches on which maneuvers can take place only with the knowledge and goodwill of the ruling lord. Morgan control shades off into Morgan dominance, and dominance shades off into Morgan influence. We can list over 80 banks and other corporations with $16.5 billion of assets, mostly in some degree under Morgan influence. These various connections, with their varying degrees of control, dominance, and influence, bring roughly $77.6 billion of corporation assets into some relation to the Morgan groups. The total within the United States, over $72 billion as of January 1, 1932, is more than one-fourth of American corporate wealth. 38. At least 36 large non-banking corporations with assets totaling about $22 billion have some direct connection with the John D. Rockefeller interests. Aligned with the Mellons are various Pennsylvania and Ohio families, small but nevertheless collectively powerful owing to the leadership of the Mellons, with their extensive personal stake. We find the Mellon Group dominant in about 35 banks and insurance companies and in about 40 non-financial corporations having total combined assets of $4,250,000,000. The Mellon Group is directly or indirectly represented in other banks and corporations having about $13 billion of total assets. This larger group includes 11 banks and corporations clearly under Morgan influence, with assets of $6 billion, and 3 companies close to Kuhn, Loeb & Co., with assets of $4 billion, and 29 other banks and corporations with assets of $2,900,000,000. Kuhn, Loeb partners hold few directorships and exercise their influence in non-financial corporations chiefly through giving technical financial advice. But by a long-established relationship they are a definite power not only in several railroads but in a few other companies, including Western Union Telegraph Co., Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Co. With Mellon, and now with Rockefeller also, U.S. Rubber Co. Now with DuPont and Hudson and Manhattan WEC OSU. Both the Schiff and Warburg families are represented by Kuhn, Loeb and Company, which participates in the Bank of Manhattan and the Chemical Bank and Trust Company. In the former the two families are associated with the moderately wealthy Stephen Baker Group and in the latter with the Gary Golitz. Both these institutions are classed as independent, i.e., they are free of the Morgans and the Rockefellers. Lehman Brothers is fully as important as Kuhn, Loeb and Company, both because of its mercantile connections and its eminence in New York State politics. The partners of this firm, representing the governor of New York State and the numerous other members of the Lehman family, whose combined fortune at 1924 levels was at least $129 million, or 16th in the nation, own approximately 20% of the stock of the Corn Exchange Bank and Trust Company, a large commercial institution with much prestige and 39 many branches. This bank is in a position to become to the Lehmans what Chase is to the Rockefellers and the Big Our ACI to J.P. Morgan and Company. The Commercial National Bank and Trust Company of New York, a $100 million enterprise, the Lehman Corporation, a $100 million investment trust, and the Pan American Trust Company, the Old Harbor State Bank, are also dominated by the Lehmans. The second largest interest in this last, newly reorganized and expanded institution is held by the National Bank of Mexico, biggest commercial bank below the Rio Grande. The power of the Lehmans, like that of the Mellons before 1920, is hardly appreciated. Like the power of the Morgans, it undoubtedly exceeds the size of their personal holdings. By marriage the Lehmans are linked to the Lazard Freres partners. The National City Bank, second largest in the country, is in certain respects the most remarkable of all Wall Street institutions. It is not uniquely connected with any private partnership and, instead of representing one or two dominant families, since the Rockefeller Group left it, it has represented a coalition of moderately powerful families, no one of which gives full allegiance to any financial overlord, and each one of which insistently presses for its own desires, often irrespective of the wishes of the Wall Street community. This circumstance has made National City something of a buccaneer in recent Wall Street history, when other banks have evinced a disposition to settle down to the quietly lucrative practices of the experienced English banks. Until 1929 the National City Group was intent upon defending its preeminence against the Chase National Bank, but has not been able to withstand the Rockefeller influence in Chase. For many years National City was ruled as a family stronghold by the Stillman, Pine, Taylor, Dodge, and William and Percy Rockefeller families. It was long known as a Rockefeller institution, because the close partners of John D. Rockefeller, men like John D. Archbold and Henry H. Rogers, used it as a bludgeon in their wars of aggrandizement. This use of the bank was conspicuous in the Great Copper War early this century when the forces of F. Augustus Heinze were vanquished. In time the principal Rockefeller allegiance was transferred to 40. The smaller Equitable Trust Company and then in 1929, to the Chase. The William Rockefeller faction remained, however, with the Stillmans, Taylors, and Pines, in the National City Bank. The Pratts took over the Brooklyn Trust Company as their instrument of personal action, although they still listen closely to counsel from the other Rockefeller clansmen. As National City in the post-war years came to represent a diverse coalition, Henry Ford, ever suspicious of banking capital owing to its many abortive attempts to ruin him, began using it for his commercial business. He is believed in Wall Street to hold National City stock indirectly, but his spokesmen strenuously deny this. The Fords, however, are known to hold stock in large Detroit banks that are National City correspondents. National City's leading stockholder is A.P. Giannini, the Italian-American who is the outstanding factor in California banking. Although his share in National City, held through the Transamerica Corporation, is as extensive as that of the Rockefellers in Chase National, his influence in National City is not comparable to that of the Rockefellers in their bank, for Giannini lacks the backing of many wealthy families or informal alliances. The second largest stockholder in National City is J.P. Morgan and Company, which obtained its National City interest largely by a fluke. J.P. Morgan and Company, traditionally ready to make personal loans to non-Morgan commercial bank chieftains, thus bringing them under its wing, in 1929 lent money to Charles E. Mitchell, former National City chairman, on the security of his National City stock. When Mitchell could not liquidate the loan, the collateral was quietly preempted by J.P. Morgan and Company. Morgan's pre-war interest in National City had previously been relinquished. The Stillman and William Rockefeller clique is the third largest National City stockholding factor. National City is unique in that it has more than 75 foreign branches scattered over the globe. No other American bank has even 5. National City has, consequently, corralled the business of the large importing and exporting interests and has been a significant factor in inducing the State Department from time to time to adopt or to modify aggressive diplomatic attitudes, for over and above all others, most of the important copper and other non-ferrous metal interests came to look to this institution for banking guidance, largely because copper is the institution's main economic foundation. Ever since 1895 the National City has acted for the Anaconda Copper Mining Company, Amalgamated Copper Company, which in 1929 produced more than 40% of the world's copper. The bank's copper dominance has brought into its orbit, partially or entirely, such mining lords as William Randolph Hearst, the Guggenheims, the Louisones, the Phelps Dodges, the Nicholses, and others. The realty-owning Golitz, as we have observed, bulk large in the Chemical Bank and Trust Company. They are also important stockholders in the Fulton Trust Company, largest of institutions that supervise personal trusts. The big Central Hanover Bank and Trust Company is ruled by William Woodward, racetrack sportsman, who inherited it from his father. It is the only one of the pre-war personal banking institutions left unattached to an outstanding block. The Irving Trust Company operates on behalf of many relatively small groups that, however, are strong in union. Its dominant voice appears to be the Skinner textile family, and the bank is consequently a force in the textile field, but the DuPonts are said recently to have become heavy stockholders. The Equitable Trust Company was owned by Chase National, was sold to Charles Hayden, and is now owned by the Manufacturers Trust Company. The Farmers Loan and Trust Company is owned by National City. Excepting the very old and conservative Bank of New York and Trust Company, which functions largely on behalf of the scions of the pre-Civil War land fortunes, and the State Fifth Avenue Bank, favorite of dowagers, this virtually exhausts the New York banking field. Leading Philadelphia, Chicago, and Boston banks are no more than appendages of these institutions, operating independently only in strictly local affairs, a fact officially established as long ago as 1912 during the Peugeot Money Trust investigation. All the financially dominant families are held together in their banking allegiances by a share in a single major type of enterprise or economic province. Their banks specialize in some single basic 42 industry, or cluster of related industries, although fingers may stray into many other profitable economic pies. J.P. Morgan and Company and its affiliated banks have long dominated the provinces of steel, coal, and railroads. The Rockefellers control the province of petroleum through the Chase National Bank. The Corn Exchange Bank has become identified, in the main, with huge retail merchandising enterprises, but it is also the banker for the very important Allied Chemical and Dye Corporation in which Eugene Meyer is a large stockholder. The Mellon banks are based primarily on a monopoly of aluminum, with petroleum, steel, coal, and railroads of subsidiary interest. All these groups, true enough, maintain positions throughout the industrial fabric. But each belongs principally to that sphere in which it wields virtually exclusive power. It has been only in certain of the newer industries, such as electric light and power, aviation, radio, bus transportation, chemicals, and automobiles, that in recent years the separate groups have maneuvered against each other. Each knows too well the punitive forces controlled by the others to hazard a major role where another group has a virtual monopoly. Added to the families standing behind these massive financial phalanxes are the non-commercial foundations and insurance companies which intensify industrial, financial, and political strength in the controllers of their finances. The institutional foundations, which may be termed impersonal fortunes, are endowed schools, universities, religious establishments, social service organizations, hospitals, and similar undertakings. They are vital not only to financial but to social control. The management and discretionary utilization of their funds is in the hands of various of the Wall Street agencies of banking capital, mostly of the Rockefellers and the Morgans. Finally, to suggest the vast amount of power wielded by such an aggregation as J.P. Morgan and Company, let us briefly scan the Morgan-controlled American Telephone and Telegraph Company. The assets of AT&T, according to Burley and Means *, exceed in value the wealth of 21 states of the Union taken together. Its assets, say the same authorities, are greater than those of 8,000 average-sized corporations. J.P. Morgan and Company would, of course, deny that it controls E. 43. AT&T, whose advertising stresses that no individual owns so much as 1% of its stock. Working control, however, resides in a small Wall Street group, whose own stock is buttressed by shares under the control of brokers, although held for account of others. Undisputed control, a consequence of the extensive public dispersal of more than half the company's shares, is exercised by the board of directors, and it is obviously a Morgan board. As of April 4, 1928, the second largest stockholder was George F. Baker, Sr. Morgan, the seventh was Kidder, Peabody and Company, since reorganized by J.P. Morgan and Company, and the 15th and 16th were the estates of Mrs. A. M. Harkness and Edward S. Harkness. The 20 largest stockholders held 4.6% of stock, but there was no one among the myriad small stockholders strong enough to dispute their sway. The 20 largest stockholders of United States Steel, an acknowledged Morgan Corporation, acknowledged perhaps because it is not a public utility and therefore not so sensitive to criticism, held only 1.7% of stock at the same time. Briefly, the greater the fractional distribution of share ownership among small stockholders, as Burley and Means illustrate with great detail in their epical work, the more secure is the control of the managing directorship. Such control, even without ownership, is very valuable, for it is the directors that determine who shall get the orders for the vast amount of materials consumed by the corporate giant and who shall receive on deposit its huge working capital. It is control of other people's money that brings the greatest profits at the least risk. The Morgan men on the AT&T board are George F. Baker *, President of the First National Bank of New York, Samuel A. Weldon, Vice President of the First National Bank of New York, John W. Davis, Chief Counsel for J.P. Morgan and Company, and Myron C. Taylor, Chairman of the Finance Committee of the United States Steel Corporation. The Rockefellers are represented by Winthrop W. Aldrich, Chairman of the Chase National Bank. A Boston group closely identified with J.P. Morgan and Company is represented by Charles Francis Adams, Director of the Union Trust Company of Boston and numerous corporations, former Secretary of the Navy, died, 1937. 44. And father-in-law of Henry Sturgis Morgan, J.P. Morgan's son, W. Cameron Forbes, of J.M. Forbes and Company, a Boston enterprise, and former Governor-General of the Philippines, George P. Gardner, Director of the Morgan-controlled General Electric Company, Thomas Nelson Perkins, lawyer, and Philip Stockton, Director of the First National Bank of Boston. The presidents of 3 railroads dependent upon J.P. Morgan and Company for financing, 2 insurance company heads, and James F. Bell, of General Mills Incorporated, fill out the board with 3 AT&T executives who have little to say outside the technical field. But AT&T, despite its mammoth size, is only one corner of the Morgan empire that includes the United States Steel Corporation, the General Electric Company, the Consolidated Edison Company of New York, the United Gas Improvement Company of Philadelphia, the American and Foreign Power Company, the Electric Bond and Share Company, the Niagara Hudson Power Corporation, the United Corporation, Standard Brands Incorporated, Montgomery Ward and Company, International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, the American Kin Company, the Kennecott Copper Corporation, the Newmont Mining Corporation, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, the New York Central Railroad, General Motors Corporation, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, and many others. For only in comparison with the social plight of the mass of citizens do the figures on the large fortunes assume their correct relative dimensions. In 1892 there were only 4,047 fortunes of $1 million or more, in 1914 there were 7,509, and in the next year, owing to the incidence of war profits, there were 10,450. The aggregate, according to Internal Revenue Bureau figures, rose to 11,800 in 1917, there to remain for several years. But in the 1929 boom the aggregate of $1 million fortunes was pushed up to 38,889. Since then there has been a recession to about the 1917 level. Incomes on $1 million of capital or its equivalent increased by 71% from 1914 to 19,247 and by 400% from 1914 to 1929. Incomes of $1 million derived from $20 million or more of capital. THEP 60 families 45 totaled only 60 in 1G14 but increased to 75 in 1924 and to 513 in 1929, an advance of 700% over 1914. But in the 1914 to 29 period gross national income increased only 73%, so that the proportionate participation of the richest class in national revenue was very much greater in 1929 than in 1914. In the same 15-year period population increased by 24%, which meant many more individual claimants to a share in the national income. Despite the great boom in production during the war and post-war period, only 7,369,788 citizens filed income tax statements in 1924 out of a nation of 70 million adults. By 1929, with national income increasing by leaps and bounds, the number of income taxpayers was reduced by 1/2. Even if 5 adult dependents are arbitrarily allocated to each taxpayer, there remains at least 1/2 the adult population which did not figure even indirectly in 1924 income tax returns, i.e., had no taxable income. Robert R. Doan, formerly a member of the staff of the National Bureau of Economic Research, has shown how much is retained under exceptionally favorable circumstances by each income class after all expenditures. His findings, based upon 1929 data, follow. Percentage of distribution in income class. Income saved. Total income $1 million and over 74.48.3500,000 to $1 million pi 4.5300,000 to 500,000 67.24.1 150,000 to 300,000 43 to 44.8 100,000 to 150,000 Akban 2.6 50,000 to 100,000 31.45.7 25,000 to 50,000 30 77 10,000 to 25,000 21.8 10.65 thousand to 10,000 13.9 7.53 thousand to 5,000 2 14.52 thousand to 3,000 10.6 11.5 1,000 to 2,000 4.8 14.3 1,000 and less 2.6 3.9. This tabulation, based on Doan's computations, suggests that capital accumulations giving annual revenue of $300,000 or more are increased in a favorable year by more than 50% of net revenue. Accumulations of $25,000 to $300,000 are increased by 30 to 43.4% of net revenue. In short, the big fortunes tend to reproduce themselves on an enlarging scale, through the compounding of revenues which it is not possible for the few beneficiaries to expend on consumers' goods. At the same time, only a small fraction of the lower income group is able to better its economic status, and then only slightly. Expansion of fortunes does not proceed always at the above rate because capital investment is limited by the market, which in turn is restricted by the economic debility of the masses. But the tendency is well illustrated by Doan's figures, from which it is plain that the big fortunes, as a general rule, are automatically driven by swollen revenues to enlarge themselves from year to year. Although incomes above $50,000 accounted for 30% of individual savings in 1929, Bureau of Internal Revenue figures show that only 38,889 persons, or 0.05 of 1% of the adult population, received such incomes. Left out of consideration are incomes from wholly tax-exempt sources which are relatively few in number and not of public record. These savings, concentrated in few hands, obviously had greater mobility and individual weight than the diffuse savings of the lower income groups which were, moreover, placed in the keeping of banks and insurance companies managed by representatives of the higher income strata. Incomes of $25,000 and more, reported in the boom year by only 102,578 persons, or 0.15 of 1% of all adults, accounted for 37.7% of individual savings. Doan brings out very clearly that the bulk of gross revenue in the income classes below $5,000 was expended for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and medical care. In 1929, Doan shows, about 99% of all citizens had gross incomes of $5,000 or less, and 83% of all the liquid wealth was possessed by the 1% that received $5,000 or more annually registered. It is obvious that even in boom times very many Americans, much like chattel slaves, receive, in the richest. 47. Economic environment ever known to man, little more than enough to reproduce and sustain themselves. There are differences in types of income. This is illustrated in the Department of Commerce estimate of national income for 1929 at approximately $78,576 million, whereas income taxes for the same year were paid in the same year on only $25 billion of income. The figure for national income covered all types of money transfers and was not income at all from an individual standpoint. Of this national income, $51 billion went into wages and salaries. Were it not that most wages and salaries have to be expended immediately for necessities, this would seem like a fair apportionment. No less than 35% of the gross national income, or $27,500 million, consisted of unearned or property revenues, dividends, interest, rent, royalties, and entrepreneurial withdrawals. It was largely from these categories that the wealthy drew their income, although bank depositors and insurance policy holders of the poorer classes shared in interest payments. But the wealthy also dipped in their hands for other payments, drawing huge theoretically earned salaries and bonuses and commissions whose proportions they themselves determined by the voting power of their stocks. Total national savings in 1929 were about $2,400,000,000. Of this total $1,423,000,000, or more than 50%, was for the account of corporations and only $979 million was for individual account, with the bulk of individual savings concentrated, as Doan shows, in the income classes above $5,000. While almost all income in the lower groups had to be released upon receipt for necessities, less than 25% of revenues in the income group above $1 million yearly sufficed, Doan shows, for food, housing, transportation, health services, education, recreation, philanthropy, clothing, and amusement. This was so even though expenditures in the higher income group are customarily made on a scale which, to persons unused to opulence, must seem lavish. From the standpoint of the average citizen, personal expenditures of the wealthy are, indeed, lavish. From the standpoint of the need of society for these funds, the personal expenditures are, it is equally clear, criminal, but in relation to the grand revenue accruing to the possessors of great wealth, the personal expenditures are very 48. Modest, almost frugal. Persons of limited means who scrimp to save from 50 to 75% of income are properly termed misers, and are regarded with pitying scorn, but the rich of today enjoy the doubly paradoxical distinction of being spendthrifts, misers, and philanthropists simultaneously. However one approaches the problem of income distribution, one is confronted with substantially the same conclusion: fewer than 20% of the people possess nearly everything while 80% own practically nothing except chattels. Wealth itself has become monopolized. Not only does this contradiction bespeak extreme social weakness in the majority, but it also argues tremendous social strength in a minority, strength which it is virtually impossible to challenge peremptorily in our highly complex society. Authorities of conservative outlook may be consulted for information about the general condition which exists. Degree of 1,300,000 Americans who died in 1933, only 10,000, or 0.77 of 1%, left taxable estates of $50,000 or more, the average estate value being $80,000. There were 43 million persons gainfully employed in the country in 1933, but upon only 3,600,000 could income taxes be effectively levied despite a lowering of the tax base to $1,000. These conditions are not of recent origin, they are merely present in an aggravated form. With respect to the carefully nourished myth that the seigneurial holdings of the upper income groups are steadily disintegrating, that they are being given away when they are not being dissipated, Robert H. Jackson, counsel of the Internal Revenue Bureau, in testimony before the Senate Finance Committee, August, 1935, declared. It is often asserted that large wealth is dissipated in 3 generations. It was doubtless once true that all a grandfather saved from the fruits of his labor could be spent by a grandson. It is probably true today of very moderate fortunes. It is not true of large invested fortunes under present conditions. They not only perpetuate themselves, they grow. This is because they are now so large. A riotous living heir to one of our larger fortunes would exhaust himself before he could exhaust the income alone of the estate. Furthermore, such estates are largely perpetuated in trusts, and every legal and economic obstacle to their dissipation is employed. Most of the large estates as at present managed, we find, not only perpetuate themselves but are larger as they pass from generation to centennial. One very recent concrete proof of the truth of Jackson's analysis was given on August 4, 1937, when an accounting was made to the New York courts by the trustees of the estate of William Rockefeller, brother of John D. Rockefeller. William Rockefeller left $50 million in 1922, stipulating that a portion of income be divided among 4 children and 14 grandchildren, and that the principal itself be reserved for his great-grandchildren. From 1922 to 1937 the children and grandchildren drew income of $9,514,834 from the estate, which increased in value by $13,947,361 in the 15-year period. It is expected that about 50 great-grandchildren will inherit in 1950 an estate which will be valued at $75 million to $100 million after the payment of income to children and grandchildren. William Rockefeller, therefore, leaves 50 millionaires, who, if they keep the funds in trust, may expect to leave similarly magnified fortunes to their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Until Rockefeller's attorneys drew this will, it had not been generally known that one could legally transmit wealth to the fourth generation, but law to the persons in power is merely something to be manipulated. Unless extraordinary events intervene, after 1950 there will be two great Rockefeller dynasties, every member of which will be a millionaire or a multi-millionaire. Even though the provision made by William Rockefeller was commented upon as unusual by the newspapers, it is not extraordinary. The modern strategy of finance capital in tying up family trusts, says Professor Jerome Davis in Capitalism and Its Culture, makes the rise of an hereditary caste inevitable. John J. Gray, former analyst and examiner of the Interstate Commerce Commission, says, "I know of but one large fortune probate in 40 years not so tied up for about 100 years. The politics of pecuniary aggrandizement. 1896 to 1912. Government has been the indispensable handmaiden of private wealth since the origin of society. And far from having embellished history with a significant exception, the government of the United States, without the camouflage of custom or tradition, ritual or dogma, church or aristocracy, has actually done more to prove the truth of this generalization than have all the governments of Europe. So perfect, so thorough, has been the collaboration of politics and private fortune since the founding of the American colonies that it is difficult to ascertain from the data of any given period where political intrigue on behalf of specific private interest has terminated. Very early in the New World the vague idea of public welfare was seized upon to cloak the clear-cut material aims of a restricted few. The apology heard in due course was the familiar laissez-faire rationalization of European capitalism that the general good is subsumed in unfettered individual enterprise. The first fortunes on the virgin continent were out-and-out political creations. Huge tracts of land and lucrative trading privileges arbitrarily bestowed by the British and Dutch crowns upon favorite individuals and companies. What are now whole eastern cities, counties, and states were once simply private demesnes. The early royal grants, forerunners of tariffs, ship and airplane subsidies, doles to banks and railroads by the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, war contracts let on a cost-plus basis, public utility franchises, imperial grants of vast stretches of public lands to railroads, mining, and land companies, tax-exempt securities, etc. were the sole property titles of the newly created landed aristocrats. 51. The fomenters and directors of the war against England did not, by and large, give their economic allegiance to the land. They owned commodities, small factories, stocks, bonds, and bills, or were desirous of effecting such ownership and introducing nationalistic mercantile capitalism into America. The constitutional government they erected, under the leadership notably of James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, was consciously designed to fortify the newer forms of property and at the same time to retard popular political movements. The Constitution, written in the furtive atmosphere of a coup d'état during secret deliberations of a convention called merely to regulate commerce, was received with hostility by the populace, which forced the precipitate addition of the first 10 amendments. The document provided for a government of ostensible checks and balances, but really, as a wit has said, of all checks and no balances, and at the same time guaranteed the utmost freedom, unchecked and unbalanced, to propertied interests. In short, the government itself was tightly laced into a straitjacket, while private economic enterprise was given unprecedented freedom to establish and develop a strong informal government outside the bounds of formal government, a de facto government beyond and behind the government de jure. The result is a modern government that is about 5 times as inflexible, and much less democratic, than the government of Great Britain. Through the decades leading to the Civil War, the fuel of political strife was provided by the propertied classes, who not only bickered incessantly among themselves about the priority of the landed province over the commercial province, and vice versa, but also provoked in the economically disfranchised farmers and mechanics resentment mirrored most broadly in the Jacksonian democracy. When a series of political defeats at the hands of the northern industrialists and merchants eventually became ominously foreboding, the southern planter faction did not hesitate to draw the sword. The Civil War began as a counter-revolution, but ended as a revolution. The triumph of the North in the war, forever dislodging the landed gentry from political power, brought sweeping authority to the tariff-minded industrialists' authority that has since been seriously disputed, and then in purely parliamentary fashion, only by the 52 Western agrarians under William Jennings Bryan, who had mistaken their true class interests when they helped crush the South. From 1865 to 1896 the essentially revolutionary rule of the industrialists was unbroken. The evolutionary phase in which the dominion of the industrialists regularized itself and shaded off into the rule of finance capitalists began to assume shape in 1896. Marcus Alonzo Hanna, Commissar Extraordinary of John D. Rockefeller, became the political architect of the new era, whose unique characteristics have been a tremendous drive into foreign markets, unprecedented industrial consolidation, expansion of the mass production industries to a staggering degree, the unexampled application of technology to production, and the fateful gravitation of the nation's producing resources as well as its political apparatus into the hands of bank capitalists. But although nascent finance capital made its first bid for dominance with the national emergence of Hanna, not until 1920, with the election of Warren G. Harding to the presidency, did it seize upon undivided suzerainty. In the 3 decades preceding the advent of Hanna in Washington, the grip of the new special interests upon government had been extemporaneous, unorganized, individualistic. Under Hanna the hold was made conscious, formal, and systematic, to be exercised with careful premeditation on behalf of the whole clique of big industrial proprietors. Before Hanna the fledgling industrialists had prompted the 2 dominant political parties in hoarsely contradictory and discordant voices from the outside, although they did have obliging friends in office. Under Hanna the industrialists and bankers moved in, a consolidated body, and constituted themselves the 2 political parties. Before Hanna the unconstitutional control by the industrialists had been furtive, half-ashamed, and vehemently denied even in the face of the most damning evidence. Under Hanna the control was for the first time brazenly admitted and, cynically or sincerely, justified on the pretense that it was in the national interest. Control, it became obvious to the magnates, had to be wielded openly, as a prescriptive right of big capital, rather than covertly, otherwise, the rising chorus of protest might develop into an overwhelming mass movement. 53. After Hanna, crude bribery by men of wealth was no longer a prime essential to the control of government, first, because the men placed in the highest public offices from McKinley through Hoover were all the political creations of the wealthy, and, second, because the community of wealth had finally obtained the rich treasure trove it had been ceaselessly seeking in the maze of frauds and trickeries that extended from the Civil War to the end of the century. This treasure was simply the public domain, consisting of vast lands owned by the citizenry. In 1860 more than half the land area of the nation was held in trust for the people by the government, but by 1900 fully 9/10 of it had been given away, under the stimulus of corrupt payments, to railroads, mining syndicates, speculative land enterprises, and homesteaders. Whatever of more than average value fell into the hands of the latter innocents was soon taken away by mortgage or by fraud, by force or by wit, by hook or by crook. It is a challenging fact that most of the natural resources owned today by the United States Steel Corporation, the Aluminum Corporation, the Standard Oil Company, the railroads, and, in fact, nearly all private corporations, were in 1860 communally owned under political auspices. Every great fortune that rolled out of the 19th century was rooted in fraud, and the literature and documentation in proof of this broad statement is voluminous. In their absorbing passion for the accumulation of wealth, Says David Subble Muzzy, a cool historian, men were plundering the resources of the country like burglars looting a palace. Fraud and trickery were the revolutionary devices resorted to by the northern industrialists to complete the job begun by Grant's cannon and bayonets, by fraud a realm oozing riches, and far surpassing in value the Russian Empire seized by the Bolsheviks, was wrested from the American people in the years 1860-1900. Whereas in the Civil War it was the Southern planters who were mowed down and summarily divorced from their property, in the post-war decades it was the farmers, laborers, professionals, and small merchants who were indirectly expropriated by unscrupulous, revolutionary improvisation upon the constitutional machinery. That there was universal popular approval for the dismemberment of the public domain does not alter the fact that it was the common people. 54. Ever slow to comprehend their true economic interest, who were despoiled. It cannot be contended that the opening of the public domain to private exploitation, the erection of a protective tariff that grew higher with the years, and the enactment of many other special measures of value to fortune seekers were without material benefit for the nation. The stimulus given cupidity and avarice by loose governmental policies did bring about a rapid construction of a crude but serviceable society. But the price exacted by the industrialists for their entrepreneurial activity savors of the price wrung by Mephistopheles from Faust. The industrialists simply claimed, in exchange for material improvements, the nation's soul in perpetuity. The Standard Oil Company was conniving with the chieftains of both parties before 1880. John D. Rockefeller habitually contributed large funds to the Republicans in return for lucrative concessions. Colonel Oliver H. Payne, his partner, gave liberally to the Democrats, and did not hesitate to call upon them peremptorily for delivery of the political quid pro quo degree. James A. Garfield, the successful candidate for the presidency in 1880, anxiously asked an associate if Mr. Rockefeller would be willing to assist. Degree Rockefeller gave heavily for the Garfield campaign, and Mark Hanna, the statesman of Standard Oil, sent 4 checks for $1,000 each to the Ohio State Republican Committee. It was the settled policy of the company to use its money everywhere and anywhere, in state and national councils, to produce results. Degree some years later Henry Havemeyer, sugar magnate and son of a former Tammany mayor of New York, told the United States Industrial Commission that he habitually contributed to both parties. "We get a good deal of protection for our contributions," he said laconically. Havemeyer was head of the American Sugar Refining Company, which in 1909 became notorious when it was convicted and fined $2 million for having systematically cheated the customs office over a long period. That the ingenious Hanna, with his Rockefeller tutelage, brought into American politics a new technique rather than a new philosophy may be seen from the size of the funds that have snared American votes since 1860. After Hanna started sculpturing political contours. 55. With pecuniary tools the election funds merely became larger, but the stakes, too, were larger, and subject to more careful bookkeeping. From 1860 onward the National Party funds in presidential years alone have been as follows, figures down through 1908 from the New York World, October 28, 1924. Republicans Democrats. TOOO. Ayers $100,000 $50,000. T. Soa Tracy $150,000 $50,000. Trex KCIIE Intentine EA $150,000 $75,000. Goes ASD Sika Perso ES $250,000 $50,000. TIGI 7 Olin in case Kate No $950,000 $900,000. Sich Soyo in OEES 1,100,000 $355,000. To OAMI Seer Care 1,300,000 1,400,000. DOGO Wheatmosh, 1,350,000 855,000. To Tuye Ene Eat Cash 1,850,000 2,350,000. Chso Aber Tesco EE, 16,425,000. Loku Erat INH 9,500,000 425,000. TQOAPET ear CRT sorry 3,500,000 1,250,000. 2 Geeters teen seers 1,700,000 750,000. CP Ray EEAEEE asterisk 1,071,548 asterisk 1,134,848. To Amani plus 2,500,000 plus 2 million. T Kopigal Papan earn T 9,700,738 $2,537,750. Mod ATC at IES 4,370,409 $903,908. To 2 Sin EEEOEXX 9,433,604XX 7,152,511. TQ32 Aries ES plus T2, 900,052 plus 12,245,975. TOS Omer ERCs $18,892,971 TT 5,671. 118. The two administrations of Democratic Grover Cleveland, 1884 1888, 1892 to 1896, were more tightly interlocked with the community of industrial wealth, both in personnel and in general policy, than any which preceded. They foreshadowed, tentatively, what was to come under succeeding Republican administrations. Significantly, the slush funds of the Democrats in the years of the two Cleveland triumphs exceeded those of the Republicans. Asterisk Sen. Priv. And Elec. Commander, 1913, p. 1504 plus NY Times, September 7, 1924 plus Kenyan Committee Report, 1920 Bora Committee Report, 1924 XXNY Herald Tribune, March 1, 1929 plus TN. Ya LZMES, Dex 13, 1933 TTNY Times, March 5, 1937. 56. Cleveland's Secretary of the Navy was William C. Whitney of New York. The husband of Oliver H. Payne's daughter, he was the father of Harry Payne Whitney, Lady Almeric Paget, and Mrs. Willard D. Strait, now Mrs. Leonard K. Elmhurst. He began his ascent to riches in 1872 as an inspector of New York schools. In 1875 he became City Corporation Counsel. Originally an anti-Tammany man, he was metamorphosed into the confidential Rockefeller linked to boss Richard Croker of Tammany Hall, and for years was Croker's chief mentor and political guide. He was the Rockefeller pipeline into the Cleveland cabinet. Grover Cleveland said more than once to friends that he owed his nomination to Whitney. Degree Whitney spent a small fortune on Cleveland's 3 presidential campaigns, and was a prime example of those magnates who rose to pecuniary eminence not through any economic contribution of their own but through their political positions and their willingness to use these positions for private gain. Of such politicians there have been not a few, and among them were Thomas Fortune Ryan, Oliver H. Payne, Anthony N. Brady, William Elkins, and Peter A. B. Widener. Whitney achieved wealth, in partnership with Ryan, by pyramiding securities of the Metropolitan Street Railway, which owned the Broadway and other franchises in New York. The World, under the able Pulitzer, had revealed the corrupt circumstances under which the so-called Bootle alderman in 1884 voted this franchise to one Jake Sharp. The revelation upset the deal, but the franchise remained, and was quietly appropriated by Whitney, Ryan, and Brady, who added to it, in collaboration with Tammany, many other franchises. The eventual, inevitable collapse of the Metropolitan Street Railway, into which a wide circle of Democratic insiders had been invited, including William Randolph Hearst, brought severe losses after the turn of the century to thousands of small investors. By that time the Ryan-Whitney-Brady gang had joined the Rockefellers in the exploitation of the Third Avenue Railway Company, allied with the Metropolitan Street Railway through the Metropolitan Securities Company. During his second term Cleveland accepted fiscal advice from J.P. Morgan and August Belmont, both frequent callers at the White 57 House and in correspondence with its occupant. These two bankers induced Cleveland to issue to them government bonds in exchange for gold, which was immediately bought back from the Treasury by the jocund Wall Street banks, thereby necessitating more bond issues. Cleveland sold the bonds privately to the bankers, who promptly resold them at heavily advanced prices. Negotiations with the government for the bond issues were conducted on behalf of J.P. Morgan and Company by its attorney, F.L. Stetson, who had been Cleveland's law partner. Pulitzer's hard-hitting world ended the lucrative deviltry by demanding public bids and offering to buy $1 million of government securities at top prices. This forced the introduction of public bidding, but not before Cleveland had sold $162 million of securities to the bankers, who netted profits of more than 15%. Cleveland's most revelatory action on behalf of Wall Street came, however, in 1894 when he trampled upon the Constitution by sending federal troops into Chicago, unsolicited by the governor of Illinois, under the pretense of protecting the mails but really to break the Pullman strike. The troops caused the first violence. After Cleveland left the presidency, he was, at the suggestion of J.P. Morgan, made a trustee of the Harriman Ryan Equitable Life Assurance Society, when the company needed an eminent sponsor during the insurance scandals of 1905. In 1900, recent testimony indicates, Cleveland was a participant in a stock market pool with Oliver H. Payne, William C. Whitney, and Calvin Bryce, senator from Ohio, 1890 to 1897, and promoter of the Nickel Plate Railroad. 2. McKinley, like Taft and Harding, came from Ohio, the seat of the Standard Oil Empire. From the time his affable personality first attracted Hanna in 1876, he enjoyed Rockefeller support. In 1891 Hanna procured for Congressman McKinley, whose name graced the highest tariff yet enacted, the governorship of Ohio. Hanna's Rockefeller affiliation, in 1891, was intimate and of long standing. Rockefeller, who received his early schooling in Owego County, New York, became a schoolmate of Hanna's at Central High School, Cleveland. Hanna's coal and iron business for 58 many years was closely allied with the Pennsylvania Railroad, from which Standard Oil got some of its juiciest secret freight rebates and in which the Rockefellers came to own stock. At Rockefeller's personal request, Hanna at an early date relinquished to Standard Oil a petroleum enterprise in which he held an interest. Friends and relatives of Hanna's were direct investors in the closely held Standard Oil Trust, and, emphasizing the Hanna-Rockefeller political juxtaposition even more positively, on November 21, 1890, Hanna, at Rockefeller's solicitation, wrote to David K. Watson, Attorney General of Ohio, and ordered him, upon pain of political destruction, to proceed circumspectly about pushing a dissolution suit against Standard Oil. 4 Watson stubbornly went ahead with the litigation, was offered a $100,000 bribe by Standard Oil, spurned it, and was ushered into political oblivion. His successor, Francis S. Monett, was offered $400,000 to quash the same action. He, too, refused and was removed. The litigation was stopped in 1900 by a subservient attorney general placed in office by Hanna to handle this particular job. The Rockefellers, incidentally, habitually smashed unpurchasable public officials, just as the Morgan-Widener-Yerkes traction ring in Illinois smashed Governor John P. Altgeld for declining to approve perpetual traction franchises in Chicago. Many of Hanna's political favorites, notably Joseph B. Foraker, as it later came to light, were simply Standard Oil stipendiaries. Hanna himself had ample personal means. McKinley became as thoroughly implicated as his preceptor in the destinies of Standard Oil. In 1893, while governor of Ohio, he went bankrupt, but was secretly salvaged by a syndicate comprising Mark Hanna, Myron T. Herrick, Samuel Mather, Charles Taft, Henry C. Frick, Andrew Carnegie, and others. Hanna frequently lent money to Governors Foraker and McKinley while they were in office. T. registered after his elevation to the White House, McKinley, to make room for Hanna in the Senate, designated as his Secretary of State the octogenarian Senator John Sherman, of Ohio. Sherman did not remain long in office, because it soon became sadly evident that he was not in full possession of his mental powers. But Sherman had well served the Rockefellers and other Wall Street denizens in his long political career. It was Senator Sherman, 59, who in 1875 put through the Specie Resumption Act, and Henry L. Stoddard, New York Republican newspaper publisher for many decades, notes in his memoirs that Sherman's relations with the First National Bank of New York Baker were so close during the resumption crisis that that institution was popularly called Fort Sherman. At Hanna's elevation to the Senate in 1897 by the Rockefeller-controlled Ohio legislature, there was the usual raucous accusation of fraud which followed nearly every election, but the Senate, firm in the grip of Boss Aldrich of Rhode Island and Hale of Maine, refused to investigate, even though one Ohio legislator swore that he had been given $1,750 for his vote, and even displayed bank notes he said he had been given. The installation of men in high offices by corrupt means was no novelty. Especially was it no novelty in Ohio. Oliver H. Payne, the senator's son, had seated himself at a desk in the Ohio legislature, and, like a gambling house croupier, gravely apportioned $65,000 for the votes that sent his father to the United States Senate to act for the glory of Standard Oil *, registered Wall Street, despite the gold-embossed bona fides of McKinley, favored the nomination in 1896 of Levi P. Morton, Vice President of the United States from 1889 to 1893, President of the Morton Trust Company, Governor of New York, and long entangled in many shady deals. Morton was touted by the Morgan clique, but McKinley captured the Republican nomination through Hanna's shrewd planning. It was not, however, until Hanna on August 15, 1896, met James J. Hill, railroad factotum of the Morgan camp, that the entire financial community rallied behind McKinley. Hill offered to introduce Hanna in Wall Street, and in 5 days the two henchmen collected all that was necessary to buy decisive blocks of votes and to regiment the opinion of an ignorant electorate. Registered the meeting between Hanna and one of Morgan's many scouts was hardly accidental, for Rockefeller shortly before had transformed himself into a bank capitalist. Starting as a mercantile capitalist, then becoming an industrial capitalist, John D. Rockefeller early in the 90s veered with the trend and bought stock in the National City Bank of New York, then the largest financial house in the 60 country. For more than 2 decades the name of James Stillman, president of the National City Bank, was to be a pay with the name of Rockefeller. The precise proportions of the Republican slush fund of 1,896 never became known, although the Evening World set the figure at $16,000,000. The magnates, frightened by the threat of the grim-faced Bryanites, threw money about like sailors in a brothel. Herbert Croly, Hanna's biographer, estimates the election fund at $3,500,000, but his surmise related only to the National Committee collections. Funds were independently dispatched by the magnates to the state and county committees, and were personally conveyed to senatorial and congressional candidates. It is an established fact that vast sums about which the general public seldom hears are used to prostitute virtually all elections. The Standard Oil Company flung $250,000 into the political cauldron. Asterisk. In 1896 every bank and trust company in New York but one, and most of the insurance companies, made contributions to the Republican National Committee. The late Cornelius Bliss, Sr., Republican Treasurer and Secretary of the Interior under McKinley, told Judge Charles H. Duell of New York, Assistant Republican Treasurer in 1904.7 each of the 3 leading insurance companies, the New York Life, Morgan, the Mutual Life, Rockefeller, and the Equitable Life, Ryan Harriman, generously coughed up their policyholders' funds. Life insurance at that time was much more of a racket than it is now under comparatively stringent laws. The insurance companies, as it was revealed later in the Hughes investigation, forced by the trumpetings of Pulitzer's World, made a fine art of political and miscellaneous venality. The Mutual in 1904 disbursed $364,254 for corruption, the Equitable $172,698, and the New York $204,109. The Equitable had been giving $30,000 annually to the New York State Republican Committee for several years. Asterisk: the men whose hands went deepest into their pockets understood in general that if the Republicans won, the politics of the country would be managed in the interest of business, a consequence that was acknowledged by all the Republican speakers and by none so frankly as by Mark Hanna. Copyright 61. Under the triumphant McKinley, the antitrust law, of course, remained a dead letter, for no one was more endangered by it than the Standard Oil Company. Monetary policy under McKinley was also precisely what the magnates had ordered, gaining formal expression in the Gold Standard Act. Tariffs in the Dingley Tariff Act were jacked up to 494 to 52%, in accord with the desires of big business. Vital legislation in the McKinley administration passed through the hands of Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, chairman of the powerful Senate Finance Committee, who placed his blessing upon the Dingley Act. 7 presidents served under Aldrich, Republican Senate Whip. Destined to become young Rockefeller's father-in-law, Aldrich had as unsavory a record as one could conceive. McClure's magazine, February, 1905, revealed that the whole Rhode Island political machine, dominated by Aldrich and General Charles R. Brayton, was corrupt in every detail, that the majority of state senators were bought, that Brayton, Aldrich, and Marsden J. Perry manipulated the legislature, gave themselves perpetual public utility franchises, and passed unrepealable laws worth millions to themselves. When Aldrich gave up his wholesale grocery business in 1881 to enter the Senate, he was worth $50,000. When he died, after 30 years in politics, he was worth $12,000,000,000. Degree: the war with Spain, precipitated by journalistic stimuli, distracted the country from its multiplying social grievances in the first years of the McKinley administration, but McKinley was scarcely hustled into the war against his will. In 1896 he exchanged letters with Whitelaw Reid, owner of the New York Tribune, and both agreed that the United States would have Cuba, but both favored the postponement of an armed struggle with Spain. Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt and Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, both of whom enjoyed political life only by virtue of J.P. Morgan's pleasure, were the nucleus of a jingoistic Washington cabal that boldly espoused the war and, indeed, worked indefatigably to provoke it. Secretary Roosevelt from his first day in office feverishly prepared the Navy for this particular conflict, and it was Roosevelt who secretly, and on his own responsibility, ordered Dewey's descent on 62. Manila, although the status of the Philippines was not an avowed issue. All the magnates deplored the war in public. But although Morgan and Carnegie professed themselves against the war, Lodge and Roosevelt did as much as Hearst and Pulitzer to bring it on. And Senator Joseph B. Foraker and Representative Joseph Bailey, both in time disclosed as outright hirelings of the Standard Oil Company, daily, while the decision hung in the balance, demanded a declaration of war. The inner motivation with respect to this war has not yet been brought to light in documentary form. But these facts are certain: Rockefeller's paid henchmen on the floor of Congress wanted the war, Hearst and Pulitzer demanded it, Roosevelt and Lodge forced it, McKinley and Hanna acquiesced in it, and the Rockefeller-Stillman National City Bank benefited most directly from it, for Cuba, the Philippines, and, indeed, all of Latin America soon afterward became dotted with national city branches, and the Cuban sugar industry gravitated into national cities' hands. The most evil role was played by McKinley himself, for he withheld from Congress knowledge that Spain at the last hour before war was declared had capitulated to every single American demand. The National City Bank during McKinley's incumbency was, significantly, more closely involved in administration affairs than any other bank, and Lyman J. Gage, the Secretary of the Treasury, was widely looked upon as a national city man. Gage took Frank A. Vanderlip, financial editor of the Chicago Tribune, to Washington as his assistant. From this post Vanderlip stepped into the National City Bank, eventually assuming the presidency of the institution. Gage, upon leaving the Treasury, was made president of the United States Trust Company by James Stillman. After the brief hostilities, the process of trust building to which Hanna was wholeheartedly committed began in deadly earnest. In 1899 alone there were launched no fewer than 92 corporate trusts, including the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey. Nothing like it had ever been seen before. The new combinations, however, were not trusts in the old sense of the term. They were really holding companies which, thanks 63 to purposely contrived state laws, were enabled to do anything under the sun. The old Standard Oil Company and about a dozen others, including the American Sugar Refining Company, were the trusts from which the name derived. Rockefeller's enterprise was actually named the Standard Oil Trust. It was a device whereby the Rockefeller partners, holding the shares of 40 affiliated concerns under trust agreements, voted the stock without consulting the actual owners. The practice in the new holding company era was for a banking group, usually led by J.P. Morgan and Company, to induce the dominant families of competing enterprises to exchange their holdings for cash or for stocks and bonds in a consolidated enterprise. Securities of the new companies were then peddled like fish to a gullible public properly primed by glowing newspaper and magazine articles. The proceeds went to original owners of the constituent companies and, in the form of fat commissions and fees, to the bankers. The Morgan Syndicate that floated the United States Steel Corporation in 1901 exacted a fee of $62,500,000 according to the United States Bureau of Corporations, whereas the tangible value of the entire property was only $682 million. The new securities had a face value, however, of $1,400,000,000. Similar fees were charged for merging companies into the General Electric Company, the International Harvester Company, and the American Telephone and Telegraph Company. Most of the new securities, as in the case of United States Steel, represented at least half water, which made it impossible for many corporations, United States Steel included, to show even conservative earnings on the overcapitalization. Many of the new contrivances simply exploded in the bankruptcy courts during the ensuing 3 decades. Even where the combinations endured, the securities frequently sank in market value toward the zero mark. Small investors, again prompted by florid newspaper accounts, sheet out like frightened geese, with heavy losses, while the manipulators and original owners retrieved the depreciated holdings at far less than their true potential value. The business operated with the planned precision of a great melee. 64. Terry campaign, and the gains of the promoters in the period 1899–1909 exceeded in value the plunder of many great wars. The census of 1900, with McKinley's first term ending, showed that 185 of the new combinations, with $3 billion of capital, controlled 1/3 the manufacturing resources of the nation. The securities of 100 of these companies in October, 1903, on the other hand, showed a shrinkage of 47% in market value from the high prices of 1,899 and 1,900. United States Steel sank from $40 to $334 a share, with a corresponding loss to thousands of investors. McKinley triumphed again in 1900 because the tinsel of a victorious war and a new tropical colonial empire draped his administration, and there were impressionable spirits who imagined that they, too, would one day partake of the feast of the magnates. Again the president was backed by Hanna and the 1896 synthesis of rival financial forces, although the harmonious coalition was soon to disintegrate. The composition of McKinley's cabinet reflected the coalition that twice elected him. John Sherman was a Rockefeller-Hanna man from his boots up. John Hay, who succeeded as Secretary of State, was a Republican stalwart, former Secretary of Abraham Lincoln. Cornelius N. Bliss, Secretary of the Interior, was a Morgan Ryan slush fund supervisor and a director of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Elihu Root, who took the portfolio of war in 1899, was Ryan's attorney and became Morgan's. He had been Tammany Boss Tweed's lawyer and as such had been reprimanded by the trial court in the Tweed scandal for improper activities. Philander C. Knox was a Frick Mellon man, a director in several Mellon banks that had long financed Frick's coke business, and the reorganizer of the Carnegie Steel Corporation as a holding company. Mr. Frick's closest political associate was Philander C. Knox, and far-reaching consequences were attributable to their mutual fidelity. Frick personally solicited of McKinley the cabinet post for Knox. Gage, as we have seen, was a Rockefeller-Stillman man. Knox and Root sat in the cabinets of 3 presidents, faithful. 65. Janissaries of the economic royalists. They later invaded the Senate to continue their boring from within. E. H. Harriman it was who gave away the secret of Root's popularity in high circles when he said, "Other attorneys tell us what we can't do, Mr. Root tells us what we can do." Joseph H. Choate, Rockefeller's ablest attorney, who for years contested state and federal dissolution suits against Standard Oil, was made ambassador to Great Britain by McKinley. The aging Hay eventually succeeded him. As the rise of international finance capitalism made certain ambassadorial posts of vital importance, we find after the 1890s that nearly all the ambassadors to London, Paris, Tokyo, Berlin, Rome, and lesser foreign capitals are the trusted deputies of the Morgan, Rockefeller, Mellon, and other banking camps. In 1900 the Standard Oil Company again gave the Republicans $250,000 over its name. The insurance companies, as usual, freely disposed of policyholders' funds, of which they had more than the capital goods industries could immediately absorb. All the magnates again deluged the Republican Party with money, underwriting its success at the polls. The Democrats, to be sure, notwithstanding Bryan and his populistic cohorts, were not without the backing of private wealth in the campaigns of 1896 and 1900. William Randolph Hearst, heir to gold, silver, and copper mines, discovered that he could create a profitable sensation by supporting Bryan, whom most metropolitan newspapers vilified hysterically. Hearst in 1896 offered to match, dollar for dollar, the contributions of his readers, who sent in $40,000. Marcus Daly, head of the Anaconda Silver Enterprise and, with William A. Clark and F. Augustus Heinze, one of a group that corrupted Montana to the core, in 1896 raised $289,000 for the Democrats, whose prattle boomed speculation in silver shares. 4 years later Bryan was borne aloft again by the same dubious elements. The assassination of the re-elected McKinley by an anarchist in September, 1901, befogged, temporarily, what had been a serene prospect for the votaries of Mammon. J.P. Morgan was thoroughly unnerved by the news. The Rockefellers, too, were stricken, for they took the best medical advice after McKinley was shot and *C Appendix C, page 566. Determined that his chances for getting well were not good, according to James R. Phillips, Jr., president of the Butte and Consolidated Mining Company and an associate of Archbold, Rogers, and William Rockefeller in Amalgamated Copper. They therefore sold out all their speculative holdings. Degree only as recently as Inauguration Day, a fitting occasion, J.P. Morgan and Company had announced itself the syndicate manager for the Brobdingnagian United States Steel Corporation, so there was cause for Morgan's worry. Not only was there consternation at McKinley's untimely death, but there were misgivings about Vice President Theodore Roosevelt, who automatically became president. Roosevelt had done a good deal of bold talking about reform, but there need have been no questioning of his essential conservatism. In many ways it was a blessing for the magnates that Roosevelt replaced McKinley, for the new president's purely verbal radicalism was to hold in check the rising tide of social discontent as the reckless pyramiding of fortunes continued. McKinley had never been resilient enough to pretend hostility to the magnates while privately capitulating to their demands, but Roosevelt, a virtuoso at deception, is even today looked back upon as a great liberal and reformer. Roosevelt had been boosted from the bottom to the top of his political career by the Morgan clique, but it was some time before the bull-headed Morgan learned to discount his gestures. He was in the vice presidency, as a matter of solemn fact, because he was scheduled for political oblivion. His antics as governor of New York had displeased many powerful personages, among them J.P. Morgan. As the latter's henchmen alone had advanced the Roosevelt political fortunes, Morgan had justification for being dissatisfied. Roosevelt, after having served in the New York legislature, had been nominated for the mayoralty of New York in 1886 by Chauncey Depew, president of the Vanderbilt's New York Central Railroad. The nomination was approved by Elihu Root and Levi P. Morton in 1897. Roosevelt became Assistant Secretary of the Navy upon recommendation from the same quarters, but not before he had served as a Civil Service Commissioner under Presidents Harrison and Cleveland, and as Police Commissioner of New York City. 67. Roosevelt's emergence as a press-created hero of the Spanish-American War was the only role not written for him in advance. His war reputation was joyfully capitalized, for in 1898 Thomas C. Platt, boss of New York State, was instructed by Depew to support him for the governorship of New York. The word of the New York Central Railroad was law. Roosevelt was placed in nomination at Saratoga by Depew, and was seconded by Elihu Root, not the least of whose accomplishments had been the writing, with Joseph H. Choate, of the New York State Constitution of 1893 that disfranchised a large area of New York City. The Roosevelt campaign was forwarded by State Republican Chairman Benjamin B. Odell, who succeeded as governor and whom E. H. Harriman was brutally to stigmatize during the insurance investigations as his personal creature. Roosevelt won the election on the issue of patriotism. The campaign for governor marked the first occasion on which the financial interests of the East contributed funds toward the election of Roosevelt. They did so again in 1900 and 1904. Donations were received from the Mutual, Equitable, and New York insurance companies as well as from the Metropolitan and Third Avenue Railways. Tom Platt boasted that he had collected $10,000 from J.P. Morgan. The respectables were behind Roosevelt. Degree as governor of New York, Roosevelt proved he was no maverick. After he had prepared his second message to the legislature in December 1899, he responded to the promptings of Harriman's agent, Odell, and greatly modified it. An even more revelatory course was flashed into view by the redoubtable New York World, which on March 13, 1900, flatly accused the governor of having abused his power by shielding Thomas Fortune Ryan and the devious Elihu Root, then sitting in McKinley's cabinet, from the consequences of an unlawful act. The facts were these: Root was counsel to the State Trust Company when the bank made illegal loans in the amount of $5 million. One loan of $435,000 went to L. F. Payne, State Superintendent of Banks and Insurance, Wall Street's major link to the Albany lobby, and Jay Gould's former chief lobbyist and bribe dispenser. Another loan of $2 million went to Daniel H. Shea, an office boy employed by Thomas Fortune Ryan, a director of the bank. Root, said the World, had passed upon the 68th legality of the loans, but Roosevelt did nothing to bring Root, Payne, or Ryan to answer before the law. Indeed, Roosevelt later was glad to welcome Root into his presidential cabinet. Governor Roosevelt also winked at the notorious Erie Canal frauds. Roosevelt, however, annoyed J.P. Morgan very decidedly by sponsoring the tax on franchises, which intruded theoretically upon the public utilities swindle. He also came to be feared as a formidable rival by Platt, who proposed to get rid of him by making him vice president. Roosevelt threatened to become a stumbling block to Platt in the Green Valley of New York State politics. At the Republican Convention of 1900, convinced that he was stranded politically, Roosevelt allowed himself to be sponsored for the vice presidency by the wily Platt and the sinister Key of Pennsylvania. His nomination was formally seconded by Depew, an accredited delegate. Key, suspicious of the powers that had fallen to the Hanna-Rockefeller Group and himself synchronized with the Mellon-Frick element, wished to encumber the administration by saddling it with a supposedly headstrong person. Key's machine might, perhaps, also guide this person. As it worked out, Frick himself became one of Roosevelt's private advisors and was subsequently offered a place on the Isthmian Canal Commission. McKinley and Hanna both objected to having the orally fiery Rough Rider on the 1900 ticket, but to no avail. They succeeded only in making Roosevelt believe Standard Oil was inimical to his career. By the time Roosevelt took the presidential oath, the Morgan coterie was reasonably reassured about his intentions, for as vice president-elect the new chief executive had given a private dinner in December, 1900, in honor of no lesser personage than J.P. Morgan. This function dispelled lingering doubts induced by Roosevelt's fight for the franchise tax as governor. It enabled Mr. Morgan to proceed with entire confidence with his plans for the organization of the United States Steel Corporation. No sooner was he inducted into the presidency than Roosevelt entered into an agreement with Senators Aldrich and Hale, and their followers of the industrialist Republican Senate bloc, to continue without change the McKinley policies. In return he was promised their cooperation. 69. When Roosevelt's 2 terms are weighed, it becomes patent that during this period, and with Roosevelt's collaboration, J.P. Morgan and Company and its clients made the greatest progress in their history. The evidence in support of this conclusion is crushing. Roosevelt summoned the masters of the nation for advice on his initial message to Congress. The men who closely scrutinized his first state paper included A.J. Cassatt, president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Nelson W. Aldrich, Morgan's floor broker in the Senate, Mark Hanna, Elihu Root, and Philander C. Knox. With all the big clans represented, omissions and emendations desired by their spokesmen were promptly accepted. The presidential message as delivered was so ambiguous that there was speculation about its meaning throughout the country for many weeks. Its positive aspects were all in line with Wall Street predilections except for the recommendation that a new Department of Commerce and Labor be established. The Rockefellers did not like this, but Roosevelt, after RG-00, did not like the Rockefellers. The trusts were mentioned, but that was all. The digging of an Isthmian canal was recommended, and the reduction of sugar duties. Lower sugar tariffs were ardently sought only by the American Sugar Refining Company. Roosevelt, throughout his term of high office, like a dutiful schoolboy, submitted all official proclamations to the magnates and accepted their rescripts. He submitted a draft of his 3rd annual message to James Stillman, president of the National City Bank, and promised to make changes in the passages referring to the currency question. He even invited Morgan himself to the White House. "I should like very much to see you to talk over certain financial matters," he wrote him on October 8, 1903. Degree from 1902 to 1905 Roosevelt, as was disclosed by the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee slush fund investigation of 1912, secretly corresponded with Harriman about appointments, public pronouncements, campaign contributions, and like matters. Harriman, a power in New York State, had a large voice in the legislature and the office of Governor Odell. He was, moreover, allied with Kuhn, Loeb, and Company, and was a factor, along with Thomas Fortune Ryan, in the Equitable Life Assurance Society. The sense of security that reigned in the breasts of the money. 70. Masters as the new president meekly took advice, and retained the corporation lawyers that were the pivots of the McKinley cabinet, was apparently dispelled in February, 1902, when Roosevelt peremptorily ordered Attorney General Knox to file suit against the Northern Securities Company as a violator of the antitrust law. Knox, upon Roosevelt's solicitation, rendered the opinion that this great railroad combination violated the law. Coming from a Frick Mellon man about a Morgan company, his opinion suggests a maneuver behind the scenes. Knox had no principled objection to combinations. The Northern Securities Company, incorporated some months before by J.P. Morgan and Company, represented an ambitious plan to consolidate the Northern Pacific, Great Northern, and Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy railroads. On the day of incorporation there was a conference in the Morgan offices attended by the weighty parties to the transaction, who were George F. Baker, E. H. Harriman, James J. Hill, James Stillman, William Rockefeller, and C. S. Mellon, Morgan deputy in charge of the New Haven Railroad. J.P. Morgan was said to have been thunderstruck by Roosevelt's fiat. He sought an audience with the president, and when he asked if the similar United States Steel Organization was also to be assailed, Roosevelt is said to have replied, "Not unless we find out. They have done something that we regard as wrong." Asterisk registered. Roosevelt never did find anything wrong with United States Steel. Elihu Root stepped out of the cabinet to act as the Morgan Hill Defense Counsel for Northern Securities, and succeeded in obtaining a purely technical dissolution decree from the Supreme Court on March 14, 1904. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, in a dissenting minority opinion, with delicate irony insinuated that, as the Sherman Act was a criminal statute and as the law had been admittedly violated, Morgan, Harriman, Hill, Stillman, and their colleagues could be prosecuted as common felons rather than merely spanked with a dissolution order. No one, Roosevelt least of all, had any desire to start such prosecution. The 1904 campaign was approaching. 47. The true nature of this celebrated government victory over J.P. Morgan and Company was disclosed by the late Senator Robert M. LaFollette, who wrote, "The government's attorneys in preparing the decree omitted to provide for the dissolution of the combination and 7i. Conspiracy between the competing and parallel lines, and likewise omitted from the decree the provision that these competing lines be required thereafter to operate independently each through its own board of directors." The effect of the abortive decree was to leave the combination in full force and operation through a holding company or trust agreement. This defeated the very purpose for which the action was brought and left the government nothing. Furthermore, the decision entered in that case operated to increase the capital stock of the monopoly $100 million as a burden upon transportation. What Roosevelt's motives were in ordering the prosecution one cannot say. Perhaps Morgan secretly wanted the suit, for by the terms of the decree the Morgan Hill ownership in the railroads was increased at the expense of Harriman. Certain it is that Roosevelt's dramatic act, notwithstanding its trivial outcome, established him in the popular fancy as a foe of entrenched wealth. Certain it is that this popular misconception, strengthened by an immediate speaking tour, proved to be a decided political asset, and it is no less certain that this was the last time, as well as the first, that Roosevelt crossed swords in more than rhetorical fashion with J.P. Morgan and Co. Roosevelt's conduct thereafter was as though, having shown his independence for all to see, he could now let J.P. Morgan do as he pleased. Roosevelt went out of his way, in a theatrical fashion, to strengthen the popular impression that he was hostile to Morgan. After the Northern Securities litigation, at a dinner of the Gridiron Club, an organization of Washington journalists, he pugnaciously shook his fist under Morgan's nose and said harshly, "And if you don't let us do this, those who come after us will rise and bring you to ruin." Reports of the affair could not, under the rules of the club, be written, but intimations were permitted to leak out, and editors thereupon spun out the great myth of Morgan's enmity toward Roosevelt, who was supposed to reciprocate it with interest. While Roosevelt and Morgan shadowboxed for public delectation, the Rockefellers were becoming increasingly suspicious of the new White House occupant, and quite justifiably. They tried to block establishment of the new Department of Commerce and Labor with GE, its Bureau of Corporations, but Roosevelt tripped them up with a seal righty that displayed the power of the presidency if put to use. He ended the clamor inspired by the Rockefellers by calling in newspapermen and telling them that John D. Rockefeller had sent to 9 senators, including Hale, Spooner, Elkins, and Keene, telegrams which read, "We are opposed to the antitrust legislation. Our counsel will see you. It must be stopped." The Roosevelt-Rockefeller feud lent color to the popular misapprehension that the president was hostile to great wealth. But the mere composition of Roosevelt's cabinets showed that he bore no ill will toward the plunderbund. After the Northern Securities Committee, Root returned as Secretary of State. George Von L. Meyer, a director of the Old Colony Trust Company of Boston and an undercover agent of Morgan's, was Postmaster General from 1907 to 1909, when he took the portfolio of Navy under Taft. Paul Morton, President of the Santa Fe Railroad and, later, President of the Equitable Life, was Secretary of the Navy for a few months in 1904 when Roosevelt and Harriman, a major stockholder in Equitable Life and the dominant influence in Santa Fe, carried on a profound intrigue over Western territorial judicial and executive appointments. In 1909 Robert Bacon, Morgan partner with whom Roosevelt in his first term corresponded about affairs of state, moved up from Assistant Secretary to Secretary of State as Root stepped into the Senate. William Howard Taft, who had distinguished himself by his anti-labor decisions on the Ohio bench, took over the War Department in 1904. Leslie M. Shaw, a wealthy Iowa banker, was Secretary of the Treasury from 1902 to 1907. For a brief interval Herbert L. Satterlee, Morgan's son-in-law, was Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Harriman, Morgan, Ryan, Mellon, and Frick all had their errand boys at the president's elbow, but there was never a Rockefeller man in Roosevelt's cabinet, and this alone was enough to nettle Standard Oil. 4. The Panama Canal Project, conceived under McKinley but born under Roosevelt's ministrations, involved powerful financial factions. It had always been understood in Washington that if an Isthmian 73 canal ever was built, it would cross Nicaragua, where the United States had acquired canal rights. A French company began digging early in the 1880s across what is now Panama, but had long since abandoned work. In time, the chief creditor of this company became Philippe Bonavarilla, publisher of Le Matin, of Paris, and a speculator with a police record. Elihu Root privately referred to him as a member of the penitentiary gang. Bonavarilla, who knew a thing or two, in 1896 retained as his lawyer William Nelson Cromwell, of New York. The Republican Convention of 1900 had been on the verge of formally endorsing the Nicaraguan route, but Cromwell, by giving $60,000 directly to Mark Hanna for the Republican campaign of 1900 and charging the sum to the French company, blocked the endorsement. Registered Hanna declaimed convincingly in the Senate on behalf of the hitherto unacceptable Panama Project, and Congress on June 28, 1902, passed the Spooner Bill favoring Panama, but Senator Morgan of Alabama charged corruption, and recalled that Congress in 1899 had authorized the Nicaraguan Canal as traversing the most practicable route. Theodore Roosevelt, incidentally, had earlier gone on record as favoring the Nicaraguan route. The abrupt abandonment of the Nicaraguan route by the Republican Convention of 1900 constituted the first public recognition in North America that a canal along any other route was feasible. But there was a juicy plum for private sharpers embedded in the Panama Project. There was nothing extraneous in the Nicaraguan plan. In May, 1901, the Isthmian Canal Commission, appointed by President McKinley to forward Cromwell's scheme, appraised the unexercised rights of the moribund French company at $40 million. By a strange coincidence, this was just what the French company claimed. Originally it had asked $109,141,500, but had scaled its price down because the engineering cost of a Panama Canal was estimated at $144,233,000 as against $189,864,052 for a Nicaraguan canal. The reduced price of the Panama rights enabled the Republicans to bellow that the costs of both projects were the same. The sum of $40 million was eventually transferred by the government, through J.P. Morgan and Company, to the unidentified stockholders of the French company. These rights, such as they were, 74, could doubtless have been bought for a much smaller sum, had there been a counter-offer. Degree the money was paid, however, only after the government, with Roosevelt directing the conspiracy from behind the scenes, as he boasted many years later, had called upon the Navy to protect the synthetic revolution which terminated the sovereignty of Colombia over Panama. Credit for the revolution was publicly taken by Bonavarilla, who, with Cromwell, actually plotted the whole affair. Indeed, the New York World of July 5, 1903, foretold and gave the date of the revolt, which took place as scheduled on November 3, 1903. Bonavarilla, who emerged as an official of the new republic, was apprised in advance via Washington of the movements of American warships toward Panama, and informed his co-conspirators. *2 Congressional investigations failed to disclose the identity of the stockholders of the French company who got the $40 million windfall, although Roosevelt, to appease critics, averred that Cromwell had privately given him the names. The suspicion was voiced that, if there were indeed stockholders, they were not the original investors for whom partial repayment had been solicited as an act of simple justice, but speculative chiselers who had bought up the depreciated canal shares in Paris for a song. This theory was based upon more than conjecture, for the Panama Canal Company of America, successor to the original company, was formed in 1899 by August Belmont, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Levi P. Morton, and clerks in Cromwell's law office. This new company got $15 million of the $40 million collected by J.P. Morgan and Company, who behind the facade of the company shared with Cromwell and Buonavarilla, was never established on the record, but from all appearances the whole Panama affair was a gamble on a shoestring for big stakes in which all the leading politicians of finance shared. Cromwell repeatedly refused to name the stockholders when called upon to do so by Congress. In ensuing decades he continued to make substantial cash contributions to the Republican Party, and became an attorney for some of the largest corporations. The final cost of the Panama Canal was much greater than the estimated cost of the projected Nicaraguan Canal. The United States agreed to give the bastard Republic of Panama $10 million and, after 1913, $250,000 annually. Under the Treaty of 1922, Colombia had to be paid $25 million. When this payment was proposed during the Wilson administration, Roosevelt himself fumed that it could be justified only upon the ground that this nation had played the part of a thief, or a receiver of stolen goods. The somber coloring of the Panama Canal imbroglio did not become thoroughly apparent until Pulitzer's World toward the end of Roosevelt's second administration flatly charged that the Cromwell deal was corrupt. Roosevelt had Pulitzer and his newspaper twice indicted for criminal libel, and flooded the World building with Secret Service agents who tapped telephones, opened mail, and carried on intimidating espionage. The first indictment, brought in Washington, named the Indianapolis News as well as the World. But in Indianapolis Judge Albert Barnes Anderson upheld the defendants' contention that they should not be dragged to Washington, and significantly observed, "There are many very peculiar circumstances about the history of this Panama Canal or Panama Canal business." The second indictment, procured in New York by District Attorney Henry L. Stimson, alleged that President Roosevelt, Charles P. Taft, Elihu Root, Douglas Robinson, the President's brother-in-law, William Nelson Cromwell, and J.P. Morgan had been libeled by the World. This action was quashed by federal Judge Charles M. Hoff, who declared that the President had prostituted his power in suing the World. The United States Supreme Court on January 3, 3, unanimously upheld Judge Hoff, and sitting on the court were Holmes, appointed by Roosevelt, and Hughes, appointed by Taft. The Wurlaw's allegations, coming just as Taft was about to assume the presidency, prevented William Nelson Cromwell from being appointed Attorney General. Cromwell was seriously mentioned for this high post, which had already been ornamented by Philander Knox and was later to boast the incumbency of A. Mitchell Palmer and Harry M. Doherty. Roosevelt's first term ended without having produced any constructive social legislation, but with the country convinced that the president was an enemy of Wall Street. Late in 1903, Senator Lodge, 76, Morgan's spokesman in Boston's political purlieus, informed the president that J.P. Morgan and other financiers had agreed to support him for re-election in the 1904 campaign. John Cudahy and J. Ogden Armour, the meat packers, tactfully declared in favor of Roosevelt, who had just brought suit against them for price fixing. The political collaboration of the magnates with their apparent foe in the White House would seem strange were it not that Roosevelt had a technique in these matters. He would lodge charges against a few conspicuous trusts, those of his political enemies by preference, and allow the others to go their way. As to Morgan, who Roosevelt had publicly implied was one of the criminal rich, the banker usually got what he wanted. Degree V. The Republican slush fund of 1904 was of the customary elephantine proportions, but it has more clinical value for the historian than its earlier counterparts because details of its composition are preserved in the records of the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee investigation of 1912. The identities of its contributors bespoke the crafty pecuniary influences behind Roosevelt and his predecessor in the White House, although Roosevelt in 1912 tried to disavow knowledge of the situation when called upon to explain. But the damning Harriman letters, unfortunately for him, proved he was aware of what was going on. E. H. Harriman regarded himself as Roosevelt's confidential campaign manager in 1904. The president and Harriman for several years had been on exceedingly intimate terms. On June 2, 1904, Harriman wrote to the chief executive, "I have not yet been able to get at Messrs. Dodge, Hodgett, and Frick, but hope to be able to accomplish it in the first part of the next week." On September 23, 1904, Roosevelt wrote to the railroad manipulator, "There were 1 or 2 points in my letter of acceptance which I should have liked to discuss with you before putting it out." Again on October 14, the president wrote, "A suggestion has come to me in a roundabout way that you do not think it wise to come on to see me in these closing weeks of the campaign, but that you are reluctant to refuse, inasmuch as I have asked you. Now, my dear sir, you and I are practical men, and you are on the ground and know conditions better than I do. If you think there is any danger of your visit causing me trouble, or if you think there is nothing special I should be informed about, or no matter in which I could give aid, why, of course, give up the visit for the time being, and then a few weeks hence, before I write my message, I shall get you to come down to discuss certain governmental matters not connected with the campaign." Harriman on October 20, 1904, wrote, "Would like to speak with you personally on long-distance telephone." After the election, Roosevelt and Harriman continued a lively correspondence about the appointment of an Arizona territorial governor and chief justice who would be friendly to the railroad interests. Even more remote appointments were of interest to Harriman, for on December 28, 1903, he wrote to Roosevelt, "I have been requested to endorse M.W.C. Ralston as candidate for naval officer at San Francisco, which I cheerfully do." In 1905, government suits against Harriman's Central Pacific Railroad and Southern Pacific Railroad, which had consolidated competing lines, were abruptly dismissed by the Attorney General. The complaints, based upon Interstate Commerce Commission Report No. 943, showed flagrant violation of the Sherman Act. The termination of this and subsequent litigation amply rewarded Harriman for his political outlays in 1904. The government lost a later suit against the same companies, because it had drawn a faulty bill of complaint. Roosevelt's critics charged that the complaint had been incorrectly drawn by design. The happy relations between Roosevelt and Harriman ended in 1906, as a reflex to the inner struggle for control of the Equitable Life Assurance Society and to the ensuing insurance scandals. The insurance companies bore an intimate relation both to the Republican and to the Democratic parties. They were the central switchboards of finance capital because they held vast resources and controlled some of the major commercial banks of New York. James Hazen Hyde, a young wastrel, had inherited from his father 78,502 shares, or 51%, of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. By a special trust agreement, the dividends on these shares were limited to $3,514 a year in all so that the company might misrepresent itself as mutualized. The shares, however, gave ironclad control of resources of several hundred millions as well as of many big banks and trust companies, and, as the subsequent public inquiry showed, this control could be used to dispose almost at will of huge funds. In February 1905, James W. Alexander, president, and 35 other officers of the company, requested the board of directors to give stockholders the right to vote, implying that Hyde was not reliable so far as their interests were concerned. After months of recrimination and intrigue, the board in April 1905, appointed a committee consisting of Henry C. Frick, E. H. Harriman, Cornelius N. Bliss, James J. Hill and Darius O. Mills, all of them directors, to investigate. The committee's report arraigned the Hyde regime and cited certain abuses. Young Hyde, intimidated by the proceedings, sold his shares to Thomas Fortune Ryan for $2,500,000, although he had once been offered as much as $7 million. Hill had offered him $5 million. These shares, and not the abuses, were the real occasion for all the excitement. Ryan's quiet coup enraged Harriman, who peremptorily served notice that unless Ryan sold him half the shares at cost, the Harriman political apparatus in Albany would rip open the entire insurance situation. Ryan capitulated, but strange rumors had seeped into the office of the New York World, which demanded a general legislative investigation of all the insurance companies. The fat was in the fire. The state legislature had to call an inquiry. Despite maneuvering to make it a whitewash, the steady publicity given by the World kept it straight. When at the outset it was discovered that no competent lawyer would dare conduct the hearings, the World itself put the issue up to Charles Evans Hughes, then in his early 40s. Hughes, a corporation attorney who had himself acted as counsel for Alexander of Equitable Life, apparently was able to recognize opportunity, for he at once accepted the position of counsel to the committee. 79. Moving through Root * and Roosevelt, Ryan ruined Harriman politically, but not before the public had its nostrils assailed for months by the Hughes disclosures. The insurance company funds were used by officers and directors for their pet speculative enterprises. The margin for private speculative accounts of officers and directors was supplied by the companies. J.P. Morgan and Company kept the New York Life Insurance Company from purchasing superior securities so that it might instead be stocked up with nearly $150 million of less desirable issues emitted through the banking firm's syndicates. Officers and directors acquired securities from syndicates and resold them to the companies at advanced prices. Friends and relatives of officers and directors were fastened like barnacles in superfluous jobs throughout the companies. Salaries and commissions to insiders were exorbitant. Vast funds were misdirected over a period of decades to lobbying for laws that would permit a continuation or an extension of malpractices in all states. Legislators were bought and paid for in wholesale fashion, and policy holders received only a fraction of value for their money. The poorest earnings ratios were shown by the biggest companies: the Mutual Life, Rockefeller, New York Life, Morgan, and Equitable Life Assurance Society, Ryan Harriman. Among the statesmen on the secret insurance company payroll were Senator Chauncey M. Depew, Republican, and Senator David B. Hill. Depew received $20,000 annually, although he was not even an attorney for the companies. The personalities behind the scandal consisted of the richest men. In the country. Among the trustees of the Equitable Life Assurance Society in 1905 were James J. Hill, Henry Clay Frick, Alfred G. Vanderbilt, John Jacob Astor, Marcellus Hartley Dodge, Chauncey M. Depew, Cornelius N. Bliss, Levi P. Morton, George J. Gould, T. Jefferson Coolidge, John A. Stewart, Jacob H. Schiff, August Belmont, and E. H. Harriman. Trustees of the Mutual Life Insurance Company included Cornelius Vanderbilt, George F. Baker, Henry H. Rogers, Augustus D. Juilliard, George S. Bowdoin, Morgan Partner, Adrian Iselin, Jr., William Rockefeller, Elbridge T. Gary, H. M.C.K. Twombly, Stuyvesant Fish, and James Spire. Trustees of the New York Life Insurance Company included George W. Perkins, Norman B. Ream, Oscar S. Strauss, Clarence H. McKay, Darwin P. Kingsley, John A. McCall, and James Stillman. The investigation brought out that the central pivot of political corruption was George W. Perkins, partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, vice president of the New York Life Insurance Company, and keeper of the so-called Yellow Dog Fund maintained in common by the companies and administered from the shady House of Mirth in Albany. Perkins won a decision, 4-3, before the New York Court of Appeals on his plea that a charge of grand larceny relating to his transfer of $48,500 of New York Life Insurance Company funds to the Republican Party be dismissed. This accusation had been irregularly lodged by District Attorney William Traverse Jerome in police court proceedings rather than by grand jury indictment. The world stormed, and Perkins was indicted for forgery on the company's books, but this charge also came to nothing as Jerome refused to prosecute. Since 1902 Perkins, incidentally, had been in very friendly correspondence with Roosevelt. One product of the investigation was a more stringent statute that apparently made certain malpractices impossible, but all the companies continued under the same auspices and in most cases with the same officers. The present directors of the four largest insurance companies are all either primary or secondary figures in the Morgan, Rockefeller, Mellon, DuPont, National City, and Kuhn, Loeb and Company camps, for the fundamental law of the land has not changed since 1905. 81. The companies were required by a new law to mutualize, and formally complied. But as the Pujo Committee of the House of Representatives found in 1912, the so-called control of life insurance companies by policyholders through mutualization is a farce. Its only result is to keep in office a self-constituted, self-perpetuating management. The companies were also ordered to divest themselves of control of banks and trust companies. They fulfilled the order by turning over bank control to the leading financial lords. J.P. Morgan and Company acquired from the Equitable and the Mutual Life Insurance Company several banks which were combined with the Bankers Trust Company and the Guarantee Trust Company, then already under Morgan control. J.P. Morgan and Company also acquired from the insurance companies shares in the First National Bank and the National City Bank, assuming a direct interest in these institutions for the first time. Viewed from this aspect, the insurance scandal was a blessing to Morgan, for without it he could never have hoped to pry loose these bank stocks. In 1910 Morgan paid $3 million for the Harriman Ryan shares in the Equitable Life Assurance Society, whose par value was only $51,000 and whose dividends amounted to 1/8% of the cost. But, as Louis D. Brandeis has observed, this stock gave control of $504 million of assets. That the insurance situation still presents suspicious aspects despite reforms is shown by a long dispatch to the New York Times from Albany, March 17, 1937, which began as follows. A proposal for a sweeping legislative investigation of life insurance companies produced a series of lively exchanges here today at a public hearing conducted by the Senate Insurance Committee. Several of the senators sitting on the committee assailed practices of insurance companies and declared the investigation was essential. Words like petty larceny, racket and fleecing the policy holders were heard as one of the chief complaints still made against the insurance companies is that they pay their top officials annual salaries ranging from $200,000 to $300,000 for duties so standardized they could be poor. 82. Formed by intelligent clerks. The entire system of life insurance is also the object of severe criticism. The sequel to the Harriman-Ryan feud was dramatic, and Harriman held the losing cards. In 1907 there drifted into the office of the World a copy of a long letter written by Harriman early in 1906 to Sidney Webster, a Republican factotum. Harriman set forth in this communication that he had been unwillingly sucked into the insurance imbroglio and that he had unsuccessfully backed Depew for an ambassadorship. He had, he said, thrown 50,000 votes to Roosevelt, making a difference of 100,000 votes in the outcome. Harriman's letter closed as follows: Ryan's success in all his manipulations of traction deals, tobacco companies, manipulations of the State Trust Company into the Morton Trust Company, and the Shoe and Leather Bank into the Western National Bank and then again into the Bank of Commerce, thus covering up his tracks, has been done by the adroit mind of Elihu Root, and this present situation has been brought about by the conditions and circumstances which have brought together the Ryan Root Roosevelt element. Where do I stand? Publication of this missive pointed the finger of suspicion at Roosevelt, who hastily revealed correspondence tending to show Harriman had first approached the president. As Harriman's posthumously published correspondence proved, however, Roosevelt withheld his own letter wherein he had first called upon Harriman to advance his political fortunes. The president, moreover, had before this set forces into motion against Harriman by having the Interstate Commerce Commission investigate the Harriman railroads, disclosing many abuses and allowing himself to appear again before the public as a foe of entrenched wealth. In due course the ICC investigation disclosed that Harriman's Union Pacific Railroad had irregularly issued $375,158,183 of securities, only $46,500,000 of which were refunded or redeemed up to 1912 and about $362 million of whose proceeds were used to purchase securities of other railroads, giving Harriman 27*C life insurance a legalized racket, by Mort and A. Gilbert, Farrar and Reinhardt, 1936. 83. Railroad directorships and extraordinary powers. Harriman, it was shown, deliberately ruined the Chicago and Alton Railroad. At his death in 1909, Harriman left $100 million to his wife, who passed it on to two sons, but a formidable Morgan antagonist, a client of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, was effectively broken in a political sense by the president. Although Harriman bestirred himself in 1904, the lead in mobilizing funds for the electoral struggle was taken by the Morgan Group, with Standard Oil chipping in generously but playing a double game by giving the Democrats reinforced secret assistance. John D. Archbold, vice president of Standard Oil, talked over the Republican tariff attitude with Cornelius N. Bliss, and during the conversation insisted that Roosevelt be informed of the Standard Oil contribution because, said Archbold, he wanted it gratefully received. Archbold also wanted assurances conveyed that Standard Oil was not hostile to the president. On behalf of the Morgan Group, E.T. Stotesbury, Morgan partner, collected $146,759 in Philadelphia. St. Wainwright, of the Wainwright Coal Company, collected $101,700 in Pittsburgh. Senator John F. Dryden, of New Jersey, founder and president of the Prudential Insurance Company, originally named the Widows and Orphans Friendly Society, collected $70,000, a special committee under Perkins collected $100,000, mostly from the insurance companies. George Von L. Meyer, of the Old Colony Trust Company of Boston, and destined for a chair in the second Roosevelt cabinet and the Taft cabinet, collected $105,727 in New England. The Meyer Committee, C.S. Mellon confided to C.W. Barron in 1913, was organized in the interest of J.P. Morgan and Company and has been in that firm's control from the beginning and is so now. Mellon, Senator Lodge and T. Jefferson Coolidge, Sr., President of the Burlington Railroad and former ambassador to France, were members of this committee. Harriman took $250,000 from the coffers of his various railroads for the Roosevelt campaign. But the largest individual contribution did not come to light until 1922, when litigation over the estate of George J. Gould, a Harriman-Stillman collaborator, disclosed that the Gould family in 1904 had given the Republicans $500,000. Gould at the time was directing many railroad manipulations, and had reason to fear railroad legislation and White House initiative. His Senate committee in 1912 found that he contributed only $100,000, and the discrepancy between this figure and the sum he actually did contribute suggests that other similar discrepancies may exist. Aside from Gould's long secret donation, the biggest individual contributions, as revealed, were as follows: $150,000 J.P. Morgan and Company, the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, the Mutual Life Insurance Company, and the New York Life Insurance Company. $100,000 John D. Rockefeller and Henry H. Rogers, jointly, E. H. Harriman and Chauncey M. Depew. $50,000 C. S. Mellon, Jacob H. Schiff, Percy Rockefeller, Henry Clay Frick * James Hazen Hyde. $25,000 to $50,000 James Spire, private banker, Robert Mather, Whitelaw Reid, son-in-law of D.O. Mills, mining magnate and publisher of the New York Tribune, R.C. Lake of Missouri. $5,000 to $25,000 James Stillman, N. W. Kendall, Clarence H. McKay, M.A. Hanna, Simon, and Murray Guggenheim, Adolph Louis Sohn, Andrew Carnegie, A. D. Juilliard, Isaac N. Seligman, Frank Munsey, D. O. Mills, H. M. C. K. Twombly, Robert Bacon, John Jacob Astor, John Hay, T. Coleman DuPont, William Nelson Cromwell, Nicholas Murray Butler, the American Kin Company, the International Harvester Company, the Cuba Mail Steamship Company, the Hawaiian Sugar Planters Association, Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railway, the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, the United States Steel Corporation, etc. $1,000 to $5,000 Joseph H. Choate, C. W. Post, O. C. Barber, Cornelius Vanderbilt, International Nickel Company, Remington Typewriter Company, * George Harvey, in his biography of Henry Clay Frick, p. 298, says that Frick gave more than $100,000 to the Republicans in 1904. 85. St. Joseph Lead Company, General Electric Company, the American Locomotive Company, and hundreds of additional similar individuals and corporations. The detailed figures on Democratic contributions for 1904, when Judge Alton B. Parker was the Democratic candidate, were destroyed. But significant shreds of data were salvaged by the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee. August Belmont, private banker, gave $250,000 and was a member of the party's executive committee. Thomas Fortune Ryan, whose agents infested the successive Roosevelt cabinets, gave $450,000 Ryan, incidentally, was one formidable figure whom the fire-breathing Roosevelt never tackled. Henry Havemeyer gave $10,000, but his company contributed to the Republicans. Belmont and Ryan persuaded Parker to declare in favor of the gold standard, thereby creating a sensation because the Democratic platform contained no declaration for gold. Parker's statement amounted to an official repudiation of Bryanism and an endorsement by the Democrats of the Gold Standard Act of the McKinley administration. Wall Street generally understood that Parker had been selected at the behest of Rockefeller, with whom Ryan was closely associated in the Metropolitan Securities Company. Oliver H. Payne tried, on the other hand, to induce Hanna to oppose Roosevelt for the Republican nomination, thereby scaring the president and making him more embittered than ever against Standard Oil, but Hanna was unresponsive, broken in health and spirit by McKinley's violent end. Parker's nomination was boisterously contested by William Randolph Hearst, himself seeking the presidency by means fair and foul, and the support given to his rival so angered Hearst that his resentment led to many later journalistic revelations of Rockefeller transgressions. It was Hearst's agents who stole the Archbold correspondence whose eventual publication justified public suspicion of the Rockefellers' professed uprightness. Thoroughly informed testimony about the role of the Rockefeller junta in blessing the obscure Parker with the nomination came from Thomas W. Lawson, Boston financier and stock market manipuler. 86. Torr, who told the Senate under oath in 1912 that H. H. Rogers of Standard Oil practically gave their agents at the convention carte blanche to nominate Mr. Parker. Registered Lawson had been unhappily associated with Rogers and Archbold in speculations with Amalgamated Copper Company. Additional testimony is obtained from James R. Phillips, Jr., who, with no axe of vengeance to grind, on April 7, 1904, confided to C. W. Barron, proprietor of the Wall Street Journal, that Standard Oil will support Parker as the Democratic nominee *, but the disappearance of the Democratic records makes it impossible to ascertain the sum of money contributed by Standard Oil. Possibly a part of the huge Belmont-Ryan contribution came from Rockefeller. After his re-election, Roosevelt began to speak more freely about social questions, but the tide of revolt, too, was swelling, especially in the West, where Governor Robert M. La Follette of Wisconsin was ending the first stage of his long uphill fight against privilege. Too much significance cannot be attached to the advent of La Follette in the Senate in 1905, for thereafter the machinations of antisocial vested wealth were at least to be subjected to adverse criticism in the highest parliamentary forum. The president, so often torn by anxiety for the future, was led to radicalism by his desire to perpetuate the existing order. He was radical in utterance at any rate, and his most penetrating biographer * makes it clear that he was dissembling. Roosevelt, it was noted, would progress to a certain point in his program to ward off socialism and unrest, and then make energetic efforts to appease the right wing. He was in unholy communion with the criminal rich even as he oratorically flogged them. There was every reason for the president to take up the catchwords of Bryanism and populism, for the country since the Civil War had exhibited with increasing starkness the paradoxical contradiction of profound and apparently intensifying poverty within the lower mass while increasingly heavy tribute flowed to the upper stratum. By the second Roosevelt term, most of the public domain having been emptied, the social safety valve of an open frontier was * Walter F. McCaleb, sometime Fellow in History, the University of Chicago. 87. Definitely closed. This safety valve for decades had relieved the slowly growing pressure of social restlessness and discontent that was reflected late in the 19th century in the appearance of Henry George's Progress and Poverty and Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, in the Knights of Labor struggle and the populist movement, in the Homestead and Pullman strikes, and in numerous other dynamic symptoms of profound economic maladjustment. Furthermore, the mailed fist of government upon a people accustomed to a certain degree of freedom had, paradoxically, grown heavier as chattel slavery was abolished and popular suffrage was broadened. Under the post-Civil War industrial regime, which spread the wages system, the power of the president was progressively enhanced by usage, as expressed in the greatly increased invocation of the veto, and the functions of the Supreme Court, its members all presidential appointees, were gradually broadened to give it supremacy over a corrupted Congress that did not fight back as did free British parliaments once opposed by the throne. Before the Civil War the Supreme Court nullified only one act of Congress. But from 1860 to 1930 it voided no fewer than 58, and did not really attain its full stride as a legislative saboteur until the decade 1930 to 1940. Theodore Roosevelt, who used the veto 40 times, was properly disturbed by what he saw as he gazed about the land. In 1906 he wrote in alarm to Senator Lodge, "The labor men are very ugly and no one can tell how far such discontent will spread." The sharpest intellectual portent of underlying discontent was the school of magazines that attained great circulation by exposing variegated social evils, tidings of which the newspapers for the most part, excepting Pulitzer's World, religiously suppressed. The president irately dubbed the contributors to these irreverent publications muckrakers. This designation in time became a badge of honor, for the offenders were, without exception, the ablest, most honest, most fearless journalists of the day. Despite the commotion raised by the muckrakers, there was only a languid legislative reflex to it in Roosevelt's second term. Although he had a Republican Congress and controlled patronage, the president, who could talk so glibly, seemed unable to get any but wall. 38. Street measures over the hurdles. The Hepburn Bill was passed, giving the ICC authority to establish railroad rates, but the fight against it was led by Senator Lodge, the president's closest friend, and Senator Aldrich. La Follette believed the Hepburn Bill too weak, but he fought Lodge. When Senators Aldrich, Spooner, Lodge, and Knox, who replaced the deceased Key, were unable to kill the measure, they amended it to provide for judicial review and revision of rates. This left everything as it had been. Incidentally, Senator Knox's new seat in the Senate had cost $500,000*** after the passage of the Hepburn Bill. Roosevelt once more belabored trusts with his big stick, but, with his free hand he was signaling the boys back of him, saying under his breath, "Don't get excited, this is for public consumption." Referring to the Hepburn Bill and other similar measures, McCaleb says, "The result of Roosevelt-sponsored legislation is today become the very bulwark of the worst combinations with which the country is afflicted." Roosevelt retained his popularity, however, by filing suit against the Tobacco Trust and the Standard Oil Company. The American Tobacco Company, like Standard Oil, was under Rockefeller domination, although Thomas Fortune Ryan and James B. Duke were also important factors in it. The litigation against these companies amounted to political reprisal by Roosevelt for real and imagined Rockefeller opposition, and it strengthened the Morgan-Mellon-Frick element to the extent that the Rockefellers were weakened. The Standard Oil litigation led to the dissolution of the company in 1911 by the Supreme Court, but the constituent parts prospered, and in 1929 the Rockefellers began the job of gradually putting them together again. In a separate court action, Judge K. M. Landis gave the public abnormal satisfaction in 1907 by fining Standard Oil $29 million, but his ruling was set aside. Roosevelt privately said of his antitrust tactics during his second term, "As a matter of fact, I have let up in every case where I have had any possible excuse for so doing." Trademark he confined himself to bringing suits against a few outstanding combinations, but even when verdicts were rendered in favor of the government, no real results ever flowed from the decisions. Government counsel, as La Follette observed, usually sabotaged the federal cases. In his message of December, 1906, the president asked for income and inheritance taxes, for which Pulitzer had agitated in 1884, for federal licensing of corporations, for the prohibition of corporation political funds, for maximum working hours for railway employees, and for the curtailment of judicial injunction powers in labor disputes. Congress dutifully proscribed corporation political contributions, but the corporation men were still permitted to contribute, and set 17 hours as the maximum safe period of labor for railroad workers. The rest of the president's message was sardonically ignored. La Follette was joined in his insurgency by Senator Albert J. Beveridge, of Indiana, a quondam imperialist who gradually came to understand the ominous drift of political affairs. It was Beveridge and La Follette who, aided by public opinion which had been outraged by stockyard conditions as portrayed in Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, forced through the Pure Food and Drug Act. Whittling by the reactionaries under Aldrich, however, made the measure woefully ineffective. Beveridge again, without any assistance from the White House, vainly attempted to obtain a general prohibition of child labor. Lodge stood out in the opposition, although Beveridge in the course of a 3-day speech said, "The evidence is before the Senate of the slow murder of these children, not by tens or hundreds, but by the thousands." Spooner warned that it was unconstitutional to interfere with the exploitation of children. A second child labor bill written by Beveridge was throttled in committee. The Aldrich-Vreeland currency bill, first proposed by Roosevelt, allowed national banks to form associations and borrow from the government up to 90% of their pooled assets. It was passed even though La Follette filibustered 18 hours in a vain attempt to prevent what was really the underwriting of finance capital by the central government. Attempts to outlaw anti-labor injunctions and an effort by Beveridge and La Follette to form a Go-Tariff Commission of experts were brought to naught by Aldrich and his hatchet men, with the White House doing nothing. Throughout his tenure, Roosevelt continued to demand and receive funds for the building of a huge navy intended merely to underwrite foreign economic conquests of Wall Street. In 1907 he theatrically sent the fleet around the world. In defiance of the expressed injunction of the Constitution, he expanded the powers of the presidency in the field of diplomacy. In his first term, for example, he ordered the seizure of the Dominican customs for the benefit of European creditors who applied pressure through J.P. Morgan and Company. At the beginning of his second term he arranged with Japan and England, unknown to the Senate or to the nation, a secret informal agreement respecting the Pacific Ocean. In doing this, as Dr. Beard believes, he laid the groundwork for American participation on the side of England and Japan in the World War. The president arbitrarily intruded in the European parceling out of Chinese commercial privileges by insisting upon American rights, and shortly afterward, in 1909, J.P. Morgan and Company assumed the leadership of an American syndicate for Chinese railway financing. This step led to the Chinese financial consortiums of 1910 and 1920, in both of which Morgan's represented the American participation. Losses of not quite 50% were sustained by Americans who lapped up Chinese securities ladled out by the syndicate. The large measure of Morgan influence in the White House under Roosevelt was most convincingly illustrated during the Panic of 1907. It was freely charged later, and President Roosevelt himself hinted it, that the panic was aggravated, if not started, solely to permit the United States Steel Corporation to gobble up the Tennessee Coal and Iron Corporation in contravention of the Sherman Act. Tennessee coal was not then very important, but it was known to possess ore deposits among the richest in the world. If there was a conspiracy, and the preponderance of evidence suggests that there unquestionably was, it was a joint venture of the Morgan and Rockefeller groups to apportion special economic domains. The Rockefeller and Morgan groups in this period were twined in a number of ventures, and busily traded and bartered positions one with the other. The recorded story of the Tennessee coal and iron seizure, and the ruin of F. Augustus Heinze, begins at the General Convention of the Protestant Episcopal Church, at Richmond, in the fall of 1907. Toward the close of the convention the stock market sickened and dropped, and certain brokerage houses were known to be in danger. Wall Street and its troubadours in the press blamed President Roosevelt because he had recently alluded bellicosely to the malefactors of great wealth. Morgan, an Episcopal elder, sang lustily on the train to New York from the convention, according to Bishop Lawrence of Massachusetts, surely bizarre conduct at a moment of financial crisis. But an odd reason for Morgan's musical elation was not long in fitting itself into a peculiar series of events. This reason was, apparently, the crash a few days earlier, on October 16, of the stock of United Copper, a company owned by Heinze, president of the Mercantile National Bank. Heinze promptly resigned from the bank. On the same day Otto Heinze and Company, brokers, went under the gong, and in distant Butte a Heinze bank gave up the ghost. These disturbing events, presumably, had been described in telegrams received by Morgan at Richmond. Yet Morgan sang lustily. The academic historians, in analyzing the bankers' panic of 1907, have ignored the significance of Heinze's downfall, as well as other incidents, although all the facts in the case point unmistakably to the conclusion that the doom of Heinze and United Copper was a quid pro quo exacted by the Rockefellers for permitting Morgan to swallow Tennessee coal and iron. Heinze for years had been a hornet in the hide of Rockefeller-controlled Amalgamated Copper, formed in 1899 as the Copper Trust to control the Anaconda Copper Mining Company, and various other metallurgical enterprises. Directors of Amalgamated Copper were William Rockefeller, William G. Rockefeller, James Stillman, Henry H. Rogers, and Robert Bacon, Morgan partner and close friend of President Roosevelt, who in the second Roosevelt administration became a cabinet member. Amalgamated Copper was a high-cost producer. United Copper was a low-cost producer which could, and did, freely undersell Amal. 92. Gammated in all markets. Between 1 Gore and 1904, Amalgamated Copper common of a par value of $150 million, declined sharply, and the enterprise was severely and repeatedly criticized adversely by Clarence W. Barron in the bulletins of the Boston News Bureau. On April 4, 1903, Barron revealed that Amalgamated Copper people had told him with respect to Heinze, "We are going to settle this, but we are going to settle it in our own way." Settlement day came on October 16, 1907, when the raid conducted by a widespread group of brokers forced the price of United Copper stock down so far that its value as collateral was severely reduced and Heinze bank loans were immediately liquidated. Heinze was ruined. Further reasons for Morgan jubilation developed on October 23, 1907, for on that day the Knickerbocker Trust Company failed. As soon as the Knickerbocker closed its doors, Secretary of the Treasury George B. Cortelyou, who in 1909 was to enter upon a 25-year tenure as head of the Morgan Rockefeller Consolidated Gas Company of New York, hurried into private conference with Morgan. The next day call money was melodramatically marked up to 100%, and was then cut down to 10% when President Roosevelt placed $25 million of Treasury funds in the hands of J.P. Morgan and Company, giving Morgan tight control of the money market. The stage was set, the government was collaborating. On the day Knickerbocker Trust failed, a story appeared in the New York Evening Sun, according to testimony before the Stanley Congressional Committee in 1911, to the effect that there was also a run on the Trust Company of America. It was a fabricated yarn, but the morning SWN had carried a suggestive story that Oakley Thorne, president of the Trust Company of America, might resign. The first Sun story directed suspicion toward the Trust Company of America, the second Sun story strengthened the earlier suspicion. There was logic behind this, for the Sun at the time was published by William Laffan, who was personally subsidized by J.P. Morgan. Laffan founded the Evening Sun in 1887 and in 1897 took over the morning SWN from C.A. Dana, purchasing full ownership in RCO 2 * John Moody, The Truth About the Trusts, 1904, p. 36. This standard manual gives in full detail the background of the Heinz-Rockefeller feud. 93. With Morgan money. An art connoisseur and Morgan's advisor on aesthetic matters, Laffan died in 1909. Morgan's will in 1913 established in Laffan's honor the Laffan Professorship of Assyriology and Babylonian Literature at Yale University. The morning after the Evening Sun sounded the false alarm, October 24, 1907, a front-page story appeared in the New York Times, published by Adolph Oakes, relating that there had been a terrific run on the Trust Company of America and that worried bankers had met in all-night conference. The information was false, there had been no run. As brought out before the Stanley Committee, this article was planted in the unsuspecting Times by none other than George W. Perkins, who wrote a statement purporting to give the gist of banking sentiment, stipulating to the Times representative, like his editors impressed by the Morgan power, that neither the name of Perkins nor of J.P. Morgan and Company be mentioned. Perkins' inflammatory statement began, "The chief sore point is the Trust Company of America." Perkins' essay was considered so injudicious by Melville E. Stone, head of the Associated Press, that, despite Morgan prestige and Morgan friendliness toward the Associated Press, he could not bring himself to release it to the country trademark * at the time. However, there was every reason for the Times to regard Perkins as a friendly collaborator. Mortgages on the Times building were held by various of the insurance companies. The day the Times Blas 1/4 the fictitious story frenzied depositors withdrew $13,500,000 from the Trust Company of America, in contrast with normal withdrawals of $1,586,000 the day before. The bankers' nocturnal meeting between the appearance of the two false newspaper stories had, indeed, been called by J.P. Morgan and Company on the pretense that the Trust Company of America was in danger. Thorne, upon being told that the meeting concerned his bank, was dumbfounded, knowing the institution was perfectly sound, but the canard in the Times forced the issue inexorably. Thorne soon learned what the banker's game was. Among the securities possessed by his bank was a big block of Tennessee coal and iron stock, held against a small loan of $482,700 to a Rockefeller group including Oliver H. Payne, L.C. Hanna, a brother of Mark Hanna, J.B. Duke, E.J. Burwind, and Anthony N. Brady. Jab. Morgan and Company, controlling the money market with government money, stipulated that aid to the beleaguered bank was contingent upon the release of the stock in exchange for bonds of the United States Steel Corporation. Indeed, all banks holding loans on Tennessee stock were ordered by J.P. Morgan to give up the stock. Thorne himself owned 12,500 Tennessee coal shares which were unpledged, and he had to agree to release these along with the other shares before he could obtain a required $30 million on the excellent collateral which his bank offered. Henry Clay Frick, Albert Gary, and J.P. Morgan personally rounded up $30,375,875 of shares of Tennessee coal and iron from all sources, mostly banks and brokerage houses, giving full ownership to United States Steel. But before the Steel Corporation could with impunity swallow Tennessee coal and iron and its rich ore deposits, it was necessary to obtain the formal assent of the White House, which had the authority to institute antitrust proceedings. It was also necessary to make the deal palatable to public opinion. Therefore, on Sunday, October 28, 1907, it was agreed by Morgan, Frick, and Gary that Roosevelt must be consulted before the spurious emergency consolidation took place. Frick and Gary went to Washington, and the next morning they told Roosevelt that a big house, which they pointedly offered to name, was in danger of failing. Roosevelt, curiously enough, asked them not to name this house, although the newspapers had been screaming about the apparently imperiled Trust Company of America. This odd request relieved the two Morgan emissaries of identifying the alleged endangered enterprise and protected Roosevelt from any accusation that he had permitted the steel merger for insufficient reasons. Had the president insisted on knowing the name of the house Gary and Frick had in mind, they could only have mentioned the insignificant brokerage firm of Moore and Sly. The prospect of the failure of such an enterprise would not have justified the president's suspension of the antitrust law in order to save the country. The difficulties of this brokerage house simply enabled Gary and Frick falsely to imply to Roosevelt that an institution of much greater moment was in danger, and also to imply to the public that this 95 conference with the president concerned the thoroughly solvent Trust Company of America about which there was so much manufactured alarm. Roosevelt, officially knowing nothing, but possibly thoroughly informed about the inner nature of the entire transaction which he alone had made possible by giving J.P. Morgan and Company control of the money market, assured his callers he would not institute antitrust proceedings. The panic in Wall Street subsided. United States Steel got the coveted Tennessee Coal and Iron shares. Rockefeller and Stillman got rid of Heinz. The pressure on the Trust Company of America abated. And everybody was happy, including the public, which read about Mr. Morgan's heroic rescue and the felicitations sent by the president to the financiers. Gary admitted to the Stanley Committee that the Trust Company of America had never been in danger. Its supposed insolvency merely provided an excuse for shifting desirable stock into Morgan's hands. A subcommittee of the Senate Judiciary Committee, steered by Aldrich, decided in 1908, however, that there had been no conspiracy. But Roosevelt, when later confronted with all the evidence, admitted that the Senate committee had been deceived. If this is true, then Roosevelt himself deceived the committee, for he himself took and significantly spirited away the records of the Bureau of Corporations relating to the case when they were demanded by the Senate committee. Registered a fair measured conclusion drawn from all the evidence would seem to be that Roosevelt was informed about the plans of his closest political associates to ruin Heinz and grab Tennessee Coal and Iron, that he lent all the power of his high office to the conspiracy in the full knowledge of what he was doing, and that he destroyed the direct evidence of his complicity. Not without reason has the United States Steel Tennessee Coal transaction been called theft. 77 But, despite the findings of the Stanley Committee, the United States Steel Corporation kept the valuable Tennessee Coal and Iron property. When dissolution proceedings against United States Steel, instituted by President Taft on the basis of the evidence uncovered by the Stanley Committee, reached the Supreme Court, that august body, in one of its most 96 tortuous decisions, decided that reasonable combination was not precluded by the antitrust law. Before he relinquished his office to Taft, there were other incidents in which the malefactors of great wealth found Roosevelt equally obliging. The President on August 22, 1907, directed Attorney General Bonaparte to cancel preparations for a dissolution suit against the International Harvester Company. Just before the order was issued, Perkins, the Morgan partner who organized this company in 1902, visited Roosevelt and remonstrated against the litigation. In 1912 it was freely charged by the Taft forces that the President had capitulated to the threats of Perkins, a director of International Harvester who had also been a director of Northern Securities Company. Notwithstanding his notorious implication in the insurance scandals, Perkins became, in collaboration with Frank Munsey, the newspaper and magazine publisher, Roosevelt's chief political mentor and financier. On March 11, 1907, Roosevelt personally assured J.P. Morgan, visiting at the White House, that the suits filed against the Harriman lines did not presage a general assault upon railroad combinations. Morgan apparently had uppermost in mind the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad. In the same year the President assured C.S. Mellon of the New Haven Railroad that the company might acquire an interest in the Boston and Maine, thereby providing the basis for an antitrust suit that President Taft properly dismissed because Roosevelt himself had invalidated the government's contentions by giving the New Haven, through Mellon, permission to retain the Long Island Steamboat Line. Asterisk. The absorption of the Boston and Maine was contrary to the wishes of this road's individual stockholders, who fought for more than 20 years against a union that meant only losses for themselves and profits for the New Haven and J.P. Morgan and Company. The Rockefeller faction, for some undisclosed reason, obtained a valuable favor through William J. Matheson, vice president of the Rockefeller-controlled Corn Products Refining Company, who dropped in at the White House one day in 1907 and induced Roosevelt to stop Harvey W. Wiley, chief chemist of the Department of Agri. 97. Culture, from requiring the company to cease advertising Caro as a syrup. Wiley had wanted it called a glucose. Although the Rockefellers were out in the cold during Roosevelt's incumbency as far as White House favors were concerned, they were playing a large political role, as revealed by the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee investigation of 1912. This inquiry was forced upon the Senate, for since 1908 the Hearst newspapers had been publishing fragments of letters stolen from the files of John D. Archbold in the Standard Oil Company offices. Archbold himself admitted to the Senate committee that he gave $25,000 in 1904 to Senator Boyce Penrose and $100,000 to Cornelius Bliss, as well as monies to Senators Nathan B. Scott and Stephen B. Elkins of West Virginia. Penrose, as a member of the United States Industrial Committee appointed by McKinley to conduct a survey of corporations, secretly brought to Archbold a copy of the committee's report, which recommended the disclosure of the names of all corporation stockholders. At Archbold's suggestion, Penrose had this revolutionary recommendation deleted. Archbold's correspondence, which, like Harriman's, is too extensive to quote in full, showed that in 1898 Standard Oil had given $2,000 to W. C. Stone, former lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania and later congressman, that it had given sums of $5,000 to Representative John P. Elkins, of Pennsylvania, that Representative Joseph C. Sibley, of Pennsylvania, president of the Rockefeller-controlled Galena Signal Oil Company, regularly took Standard Oil advice about pending legislation and committee appointments, and also frequently accepted money, that Senator Joseph B. Foraker habitually accepted large sums of money for specified and unspecified purposes, that Senators Bailey of Texas, McLaurin of South Carolina, and Key of Pennsylvania were on the Standard Oil payroll, and that in general Standard Oil was pumping money out with a muscular hand. The evidence suggests that Sibley in the House and Foraker in the Senate were the Rockefeller paymasters in Washington. Sibley, indeed, from time to time mentioned in his letters various friendly representatives that were in dire need of loans. Foraker, the letters made clear, used money not only to defeat and to pass bills in the Senate, but also to influence decisions in the Ohio. 98. Courts and actions by Ohio's legislative and administrative officers. Until Hearst made the first Foraker letters public in 1908, it should be remembered that Foraker was a serious contender for the Republican presidential nomination. He made the nominating speech for McKinley in 1896. Under date of January 25, 1902, Foraker asked Archbold for $50,000 with which to acquire a secret share in the influential 040 State Journal of Columbus, but the attempt on the Columbus newspaper failed. Foraker returned Archbold's bank draft. An example of Foraker's legislative functions is disclosed by an Archbold letter of February 25, 1902, again, "My dear Senator, I venture to write you a word regarding the bill introduced by Senator Jones, of Arkansas, known as S-649, intended to amend the Act to protect trade and commerce against unlawful restraint and monopolies, etc., introduced by him December 4. It really seems as though this bill is very unnecessarily severe and even vicious. Is it not much better to test the application of the Sherman Law instead of resorting to a measure of this kind? I hope you will feel so about it, and I will be greatly pleased to have a word from you on the subject. The Jones Bill came to naught. 6. President William Howard Taft, as it turned out, was entirely satisfactory to no one. That is probably why he was sidetracked in 1912. He was placed in the presidency by Roosevelt, who was evidently under the impression that he himself would be able to exercise presidential power through a docile creation, much as Hanna had worked through McKinley. Taft, a conservative of conservatives, was ruggedly honest, however, according to his own lights, as McKinley had unquestionably been. Neither Taft nor McKinley posed as a liberal. They sincerely admired the Wall Street crowd, which Roosevelt personally found distasteful. The essential difference between the Taft and Roosevelt administrations, as far as the overlords of money were concerned, was that whereas Roosevelt favored J.P. Morgan and Company and bore down on John D. Rockefeller, Taft redressed the balance by hindering J.P. Morgan and Company and helping the sorely beset Rock. 99. Feller clique. The DuPonts, who had run aground politically under Roosevelt, also found a friend in Taft. No sooner was Taft's candidacy announced than John D. Rockefeller publicly declared for him as against Bryan, who was running for the third hopeless time on the Democratic ticket. Registered degree everybody who had rallied around Roosevelt in 1904, and some who had supported Parker, got behind Taft. The 1908 slush fund was not, however, as large as its three predecessors. Indeed, it was the smallest Republican slush fund since 1888. The Taft family itself made the biggest contribution to the fight, $110,000, but Charles P. Taft, the candidate's half-brother, a successful corporation lawyer, could well afford to part with the money. According to data unearthed by the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee in 1912, Andrew Carnegie and J.P. Morgan and Company gave $20,000 each. Alexander Smith Cochran, textile manufacturer and Morgan client, and E.T. Stotesbury, Morgan partner, put up $15,000 each. Frank Munsey, Jacob H. Schiff, J.P. Morgan, and Whitelaw Reid each gave $10,000, and Simon Guggenheim, J. and W. Seligman & Co., George F. Baker, Adolph Bush, James Spire, and George W. Perkins gave $5,000 each. Perkins also sent $15,000 into West Virginia for the state campaign, and other sums elsewhere. Henry Clay Frick gave more than $50,000, according to George Harvey, but the Senate committee missed this contribution as it probably missed many others. T. Coleman DuPont, who was rumored to have given $70,000 in 1904, which never appeared on the record, in 1908 tendered the Republicans a check for $20,000, but it was delicately refused because there was a suit pending against his company for allegedly defrauding the War Department on gunpowder contracts. Taft eased up on this litigation, begun when a DuPont employee, for personal revenge, told what the company had been doing. The Democrats, too, had grown finicky, perhaps because of the letters Hearst was publishing, and returned a check for $10,000 to the American Sugar Refining Company, involved in litigation with the government over manipulated weighing machines. The Democratic National Campaign cost $750,000, and the biggest contributor was Herman Ritter, newspaper publisher, who gave $127,000. Tammany Hall gave $10,000. William A. Clark, the mining magnate, gave $4,000. Small businessmen and lawyers gave amounts below $5,000. After the election, the Standard Oil Company gave $5,000 to defray accumulated debts. Taft's victory placed him at the head of a country very different from the one Roosevelt had inherited. In 1900, for example, there were 149 trusts of $4 billion capitalization. When the trust-busting Roosevelt breezed out of the White House, there were 10,020, With $31 billion of capitalization. Trademark Roosevelt's outstanding contribution was that he made the government infinitely more efficient than it had ever been before. The civil service was extended, forest lands and water power sites were reclaimed, irrigation projects were launched, and the Navy was made into an effective bill collector at foreign ports. The money spent to elect Roosevelt had brought not only special favors to the major contributors but had also given them the best government, from the standpoint of business-like operation, they had ever had. President Taft could never see why he was not permitted to hobnob openly with the magnates, whose company he enjoyed. His advisers had a daily job trying to keep him away from the members of the Plunderbund and of keeping their White House visits secret. Taft liked to play golf with Henry Clay Frick, but Mrs. Taft had to use all her influence to keep him from golfing with John D. Rockefeller, of whom Taft was frankly very fond. J.P. Morgan, however, often called at Beverly, Taft's summer home, without being detected. On one occasion Morgan offended Taft's sense of propriety by requesting the president to come to his New York home for a conference at which Senator Aldrich was to be present. Taft suggested that Morgan come to Washington if he wanted to see him. Taft, quite clearly, did not have the conspiratorial attitude of Roosevelt, of whom Representative Sibley wrote to Archbold under date of January 9, 1904, that he had acquiesced when Aldrich told him also that he did not know as it would do for Mr. Archbold to come over, as it might cause comment. In April, 1911, Senator Aldrich, his daughter Abby, and John D. Rockefeller, Jr., Abby's husband, paid a clandestine visit to the White House for lunch and were cautiously brought in by a back entrance. Taft requested that no entry be made of the arrivals in the White House Register for prying journalists to see *. Legislatively, the Taft administration's accomplishments merely bolstered up the positions of the magnates. Taft's first message, in which he promised tariff reform in consonance with the Republican platform pledge, was perfunctory. It took 2 minutes to read. Instead of tariff reform, Congress produced the Payne-Aldrich Act, which boosted the tariffs on more than 600 items and made it possible for American manufacturers, ensconced behind a protective wall, to raise prices to extortionate levels, although wages had not moved up correspondingly since the passage of the Dingley Act. The House bill was quickly revised by Aldrich, Hale, Lodge, and Reed Smoot of Utah, sitting on the Senate Finance Committee. Aldrich spent 48 hours writing up the rates, the while the lobby outside his office swarmed with the agents of the corporations, all clamoring for higher tariffs. Duties on trivial items were reduced. Beveridge and La Follette fought without success against the bill. The Senate, like the Supreme Court, was packed with corporation men. La Follette showed that the tariff reductions amounted to only $45,000 and the increases to $10 million. Protected by the old tariff, he proved, the Rockefeller-Ryan American Tobacco Company was making a steady 50% annual profit on its capital and in 10 years had abnormally profited to the extent of $180 million at the expense of the public. 102. Taft nevertheless signed the bill, first describing it as bad but then reversing himself and saying it was the best tariff bill ever written. The cabinet under Taft held only corporation lawyers. Knox had resigned his Senate seat to become Secretary of State. George W. Wickersham, Taft's Attorney General, prepared a new railroad bill designed to wipe out the Interstate Commerce Commission. La Follette and Albert Cummins, however, whittled away at this measure, behind which the administration stood, until it was no longer recognizable. The Commerce Commission was saved. Taft bestirred himself in bringing antitrust suits, but directed them against the Morgan camp. Late in 1911, after the hearings of the Stanley Committee, the axe fell on United States Steel. All in all, Taft brought 45 suits, against only 25 by Roosevelt, and yet Roosevelt is remembered as the trust buster. It was the instigation of the suit against United States Steel that finally swung Roosevelt against Taft. Roosevelt complained that Taft, as a cabinet member, had approved the union of Tennessee Coal and Iron with United States Steel. It was also the bringing of the suit, and another against the International Harvester Company, that set Morgan, standing in back of Roosevelt, against the re-election of Taft. But, with the Stanley Committee's report before the public, Taft had no alternative but to proceed as he did. The Rockefellers could, of course, do nothing about the pending suit against Standard Oil, which was ordered dissolved by the Supreme Court in 1911. Chief Justice Edward White in his decision said the company had been operating in defiance of law for the 19 years since an Ohio court had ordered it dissolved in 1892. The unhappy Taft experienced an increasingly hostile press as his administration matured, and in June, 1910, he ascribed this to the tariff, which, he declared, did not cut low enough the rate on print paper. Grace the general imperialistic foreign policy of McKinley and Roosevelt was continued under Taft, who himself was responsible for giving it the name of dollar diplomacy. Intervention abroad in favor of Wall Street interests gained momentum under the guiding hand of Secretary of State Philander C. Knox. Taft threw a very special favor in the way of the Rockefellers N.A. 103. National City Bank and became personally responsible for the sinister flowering of bank securities affiliates when, after a secret White House conference in 1911 with Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank, and Henry P. Davison, Morgan partner, he ordered suppressed an important opinion of Solicitor General Frederick W. Lehman, who held that securities affiliates were illegal. Lehman's opinion was not made known until February 24, 1933, when it was discovered during the inquiry into Wall Street irregularities by the Senate Banking and Currency Committee. Irreparable injury to the public interest was done for 2 decades by these securities affiliates, which sprang up like locusts around nearly all large commercial banks. As the Senate showed in 1933, they traded in the stock of the parent banks, rigged the securities markets, and sold dubious securities to an unsuspecting public. When the National City Company was formed as the first securities affiliate, the directors of the parent bank were J. Ogden Armour, Cleveland H. Dodge, Henry C. Frick, Joseph P. Grace, Latin American Shipping, Robert S. Lovett, chairman of the Union Pacific Railroad, Cyrus H. McCormick, J. P. Morgan the Younger, William Rockefeller, Jacob H. Schiff, Moses Taylor, Frank Trumbull, chairman of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, Edwin S. Marston, president of the Farmers Loan and Trust Company. William D. Sloan, son-in-law of William H. Vanderbilt, James A. Stillman, and Frank A. Vanderlip. The Taft administration would hardly have been well-rounded had there not been at least one resounding scandal involving the overlords of wealth, although the long-deferred revelation of the suppressed Lehman opinion suggests that there were indeed more than a few Wall Street skeletons in Taft's political closets. The affair, which came to light during Taft's incumbency as the Bollinger Scandal, involved an attempt of the Guggenheims and J.P. Morgan and Company to alienate valuable Alaskan mineral lands from the public domain. Secretary of the Interior Richard A. Bollinger had been an attorney for some of the Guggenheim interests before he took office. A controversy broke out between Bollinger and Chief Forester Gifford Pinchot over the disposition of the lands, to which fraudulent claims had been filed by the Guggenheims in concert with J.P. Moore. 104. Gann and Company. Bollinger had reopened some of these lands to private exploitation in deference to the spurious claims. Taft promptly ousted Pinchot, but stood by Bollinger until public clamor became too great, and then permitted him to resign. The claims, valued at from $75 million to $100 million, were later voided by the courts. Other than this, there never was a definite conclusion to the issue. Taft also stepped forward on behalf of Charles Hyka, Secretary and Treasurer of the American Sugar Refining Company, who with lesser employees had been convicted in the resounding weighing machine scandal. Henry O. Habmeyer, President, fortunately died before the prosecution began. Hyka, about to serve a term in the penitentiary, was freed by Taft. The poorer men went to jail. The administration had nothing to do with the Pujo Committee investigation launched by the House of Representatives in 1912. This committee revealed that J.P. Morgan, George F. Baker, and James Stillman, by means of virtual shoestrings, controlled in an absolute sense the money market of the nation. Under Morgan domination were companies with an aggregate capitalization of $17,273,000,000, including the United States Steel Corporation, the International Harvester Company, the International Mercantile Marine, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, the New Haven Railroad, the New York Life and Equitable Life Insurance Companies, and many others. The partners of J.P. Morgan and Company and the directors of Stillman's National City Bank, Rockefeller, and Baker's First National Bank together held, according to the final report of the Peugeot Committee, 118 directorships in 34 banks and trust companies having total resources of $2,679,000,000 and total deposits of $1,983,000,000. 30 directorships in 10 insurance companies, having total assets of $2,293,000,000. 105 directorships in 32 transportation systems having a total capitalization of $11,784,000,000 and a total mileage, excluding express companies and steamship lines, of 150,200. 63 directorships in 24 producing and trading corporations having a total capitalization of $3,339,000,000. 25 directorships in 12 public utility corporations having a total capitalization of $2,150,000,000. In all, 341 directorships. 105. In 112 corporations having aggregate resources or capitalization of $22,245,000,000. Louis D. Brandeis, reviewing this report, proved that it actually understated the magnitude of resources controlled by this triumvirate of finance capitalists. He found that the great danger was not that these men owned all these resources but that they controlled them by means of other people's money, the essence of finance capitalism. Such control made for recklessness of operation, since the very great losses that were sustained from time to time bore most heavily on moderately circumstanced citizens. Such control also made possible the reaping of enormous profits by manipulation, profits in which the actual owners of property usually did not share. The consequences against which Brandeis specifically warned did not descend on the nation until 1929-33. 4. The Politics of Pecuniary Aggrandizement, 1912-1920. J.P. Morgan and Company played the leading role in the national election of 1912. Stellar supporting roles were taken by the National City Bank of New York, Thomas Fortune Ryan, George Harvey, Jacob H. Schiff, Cleveland H. Dodge, and Cyrus McCormick. Taft and Roosevelt were the only contenders for the nomination at the Republican convention, with Roosevelt's personal popularity pitted against Taft's control of patronage. Patronage won, but not before Roosevelt had dramatized himself skillfully by waging fierce primary and convention fights. Roosevelt's pre-convention backers were George W. Perkins and Frank Munsey. These two, indeed, encouraged Roosevelt to contest Taft's nomination. They also induced him not to compromise at the convention. Since 1895 Perkins and Munsey had been inseparable, and Munsey, although still widely remembered as a newspaper publisher, was actually one of the biggest stock market operators ever to set foot in Wall Street. He made most of his $40 million fortune in Wall Street speculations conducted through Perkins. In reciprocation for the latter's services, Munsey functioned in the newspaper field for J.P. Morgan and Company, buying, selling, creating, and suppressing newspapers in consonance with J.P. Morgan's shifting needs. Munsey's first big market killing took place in the International Harvester merger of 1902 after Perkins put him in on the ground floor. A novice at the game, Munsey made a fortune overnight. Until he met Perkins in 1895, Munsey, significantly indeed, was often near bankruptcy. But after falling in with the Morgan henchmen, he 106. 107. Branched right out into newspaper publishing, which required much capital. Munsey was brought into the original United States Steel Syndicate, was ushered out before Steel Common collapsed, and resumed by Ing, Unquestionably at Perkins' suggestion, after J.P. Morgan and Company had pegged the market at slightly more than $8 a share using Treasury funds during the panic of 1907. Munsey, in short, was an insider. From 1907 to 1911, it was brought out by the Stanley Committee, Munsey was the biggest stockholder in United States Steel, and utilized Munsey's magazine, which then enjoyed a large national circulation, to praise both the company and its stock in a series of idolatrous articles written by himself on the basis of facts and figures supplied by the Steel Corporation. The facts and figures, as the committee proved, were incorrect and misleading. At times Munsey owned 500,000 to 1,100,000 shares of United States Steel, valued at $30 million to $50 million. But when Perkins resigned from J.P. Morgan and Company on January 1, 1911, to assume a larger political role than he had ever played as director of the Yellow Dog Fund of the insurance companies, Munsey's market operations significantly came to an end. As they grew older, Munsey and Perkins saw each other more often, journeyed to Europe together, and found a close association of brothers in the Roosevelt presidential campaign of 1912. And when Perkins died in June, 1920, Munsey said in a personal eulogy published in the New York Sun, which he had acquired from the Morgan Laffan interests, "I have known Mr. Perkins for more than a quarter century. He had been much in my life, I much in his." Before his death, however, Perkins brought out of obscurity Will H. Hayes, a small-town Indiana lawyer. Perkins was the principal factor in selecting Hayes as Republican National Chairman *. In 1908 Munsey backed Taft, along with J.P. Morgan and Company, Roosevelt, and Perkins, but as Morgan, Roosevelt, and Perkins turned against Taft, Munsey also turned. The Munsey-Morgan newspapers became exceedingly hostile when suit was brought against the Steel Corporation in October, 1911. Taft merely rubbed salt into the wounds of Munsey as well as of Perkins when he also sued the 108th International Harvester Company, through whose formation both had made their first big money. In 1910 Munsey was prompted by Perkins to give $25,000 to the ill-starred New York gubernatorial campaign of Henry L. Stimson, who came from a wealthy family. After his defeat for the governorship, Stimson was made Secretary of War by Taft upon the recommendation of Elihu Root. Under Coolidge he was first the special envoy of the United States to Nicaragua, and then was appointed Governor-General of the Philippines. In the Morgan-controlled Hoover administration Stimson became Secretary of State. Munsey gave $67,166 to Roosevelt's 1912 pre-convention campaign and Perkins gave $123,000, according to the findings of the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee, CLAP Committee. William Flynn, Pittsburgh Republican boss who took orders from Mellon and Frick, gave $144,000, although Mellon and Frick were even then backing Taft. Dan R. Hanna, Mark Hanna's son, gave $77,000, Alexander Smith Cochran, textile manufacturer and Morgan client, gave $25,000, George Emlyn Roosevelt, investment banker related to the former president, gave $10,000, and Herbert L. Satterley, Morgan's son-in-law, gave $600. The chief contributors to Taft's pre-convention fund were Andrew W. Mellon and Richard B. Mellon, $2,500 each, James Laughlin, Jr., and Henry A. Laughlin, of Jones and Laughlin Steel Company, $5,000 each, Julius Rosenwald, $5,000, George T. Oliver, Pittsburgh newspaper publisher financed by Mellon and Frick, $7,000, George Westinghouse, of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, $1,000, H. C. McEldowney, Mellon Bank official, $500, Henry Chalfont, steel manufacturer, $1,000, Andrew Carnegie, $1,000, H. M. Bilsby, investment banker, $1,000, Isaac N. Seligman, New York investment banker, $500, Clarence H. McKay, owner of the Postal Telegraph Cable Company, $1,000, and Jacob H. Schiff, of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, $500. Gifford and Amos Pinchot each gave $10,000 to Lafayette's pre-convention fund before the announcement of Roosevelt's candidacy, after which they switched to the Rough Rider. William Flynn gave the Lafayette Fund $1,000 before Roosevelt entered the field. Charles R. Crane of Chicago, head of the so-called Bathtub Trust, gave law, politics of aggrandizement, IQ 12-1920 109. Follett $23,500, and Rudolph Spreckels, California sugar magnate and civic reformer, gave him $3,000. Dark forces bored busily from within the Democratic Party. Of a pre-convention fund of $50,000 for Senator Oscar W. Underwood of Alabama, $35,000 was supplied in a lump by the sinister, self-effacing Thomas Fortune Ryan of the Rockefeller camp, who also gave $77,000 to the $146,000 pre-convention fund of Governor Judson Harmon, of Ohio, another presidential aspirant. James J. Hill of the Morgan forces gave Harmon $15,000. Ryan's control of the Underwood, Harmon, and Tammany delegations in the Democratic Convention was to be wielded to nominate Woodrow Wilson, whom Ryan supported as well from other directions, although on the convention floor he gave nominal support to Champ Clark. The luckless Clark, Speaker of the House and favorite of the subsidized Democratic press, had a relatively small-known pre-convention fund derived mostly from regional political bosses, with whom he was popular, and from William Randolph Hearst, who gave him $8,500. The financial genius behind Woodrow Wilson was Cleveland H. Dodge, of the National City Bank, who surreptitiously exercised the most pervasive influence of any unofficial person in the two Wilson administrations. Dodge gathered $85,000 for Wilson's pre-convention campaign, and of this sum he contributed $51,000. Cyrus H. McCormick and Jacob H. Schiff supplied the balance. Schiff was the senior partner of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, and McCormick was head of the International Harvester Company. Charles R. Crane gave $10,000, William F. McCombs, Wilson's campaign manager and by his own admission a confidential agent for Thomas Fortune Ryan and Charles F. Murphy, $11,000, Henry Morgenthau, New York realty operator who became Wilson's minister to Turkey, $20,000, and Samuel Untermeyer, ambitious New York lawyer, $7,000. Roosevelt was defeated for the Republican nomination at the Chicago Convention when the legitimate credentials of most of his delegates, won at primaries, were blandly ruled out by the Credentials Committee under Root and Aldrich. Root bore a fresh personal grievance against Roosevelt, who, he believed, should have thrown the presidency to him in 1908. Aldrich had definitely aligned himself with the Rockefellers. The Mellon-Frick influence was also now exerted against Roosevelt through Secretary of State Knox. George Perkins and Frank Munsey influenced the politics of this country in 1912 more than any men with whose activities at the time I am familiar, says Henry L. Stoddard, former publisher of the New York Evening Mail, secretly financed by Perkins. There certainly would have been no National Progressive Party but for those two men. There probably would not have been a Roosevelt candidacy for nomination in the convention against Taft but for them. Stoddard was present in the Auditorium Annex Hotel, Chicago, after Roosevelt's convention defeat, when Munsey and Perkins both urged the former president, now grown reluctant to jeopardize his reputation further, to seek election on a third-party ticket. In that hotel room was born the Progressive Party, which rallied to its standard thousands of sincere liberals. Roosevelt, ever irresolute, would not, as Stoddard makes clear, have contested Taft's nomination and candidacy had it not been for the insistence of Munsey and Perkins. William L. Ward, George Perkins, and Frank Munsey were the directing heads of Roosevelt's fight for anti-Taft delegates. Perkins, indeed, was the floor manager of the struggle, in the course of which Munsey was offered for $200,000 a block of accredited delegates' votes sufficient to assure Roosevelt's nomination. Munsey refused the offer, and in view of the vast sums subsequently spent by him and Perkins to forward the Progressive campaign and ensure Taft's defeat, the suspicion seems justified that the two were not over-anxious to have Roosevelt win. The notion that Perkins and Muncy may have wanted Wilson to win, or any Democratic candidate other than Bryan, is partly substantiated by the fact that Perkins put a good deal of cash behind the Wilson campaign through Cleveland H. Dodge. Dodge and Perkins financed, to the extent of $35,500, the Trenton True American, a newspaper that circulated nationally with Wilson propaganda as soon as Roosevelt signified that he would again challenge Taft. The president's defeat was inevitable. Throughout the three-cornered fight, Roosevelt had Muncy and Perkins constantly at his heels, supplying money, going over his speeches, bringing people from Wall Street in to help, and, in general, carrying the entire burden of the campaign against Taft. There was nothing distinctive about the platforms of the three parties once their common planks were eliminated, as is aptly observed by David Saville Muzzy, the historian. An attempt was made, however, to make the progressive platform unique by including a strong antitrust plank, but this was ruled out by George W. Perkins, chairman of the party's executive committee. Amos Pinchot thereupon precipitated a fierce struggle behind the scenes, calling upon Roosevelt to repudiate Perkins. This Roosevelt refused to do. Pinchot, perhaps, was a little naive, for Perkins and J.P. Morgan and Company were the substance of the Progressive Party, everything else was trimming. Senator Beveridge was induced to join the Progressive insurgents, some, at least, were insurgents, upon the promise of Perkins and Muncy that the new party would be placed upon a permanent basis and would continue the good fight after the election. Yet 3 months after the campaign, Muncy was publicly suggesting that the Progressive Party, which had polled more votes than the Republican Party, be merged with it, and Perkins was turning aside with evasive jests. Beveridge's perturbed inquiries degree, and when the moment came to bury the synthetic Progressive Party, Muncy and Perkins left the task to Roosevelt, thus escaping the appearance of breaking faith with Beveridge. Roosevelt tried to sneak back into the Republican fold right after the election, and his antics led Beveridge to make this bitter statement. "I think that history has not one single example of a party or a movement which was used so cold-bloodedly and wrecked so cynically and selfishly as the Progressive Party has been used and wrecked." Beveridge in 1912 suddenly attained great public stature when the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee, ignoring palpably venal senators and maliciously singling him out because of his liberalism, asked him to explain the receipt of $30,000 from George W. Perkins in 1904. Beveridge, by affidavits and witnesses, proved he had returned the $30,000 at once. The committee members, intent upon besmirching a foe, pressed Beveridge to produce a telegram he had then 112 received from Perkins. This Beveridge was loath to do. When the committee insisted, Beveridge handed over the message, which read: Beveridge was made the chairman and keynote speaker of the Progressive Convention which nominated the hand-picked Roosevelt. Roosevelt's most celebrated 1912 campaign speech was delivered at Columbus, where he endorsed the judicial recall and lost the support of middle-of-the-road voters. But immediately thereafter he indicated that he favored judicial reform merely as a long-range possibility. This qualification made Western liberals and agrarians suspicious and threw them, pell-mell, behind Wilson. The speech, incidentally, like all those Roosevelt ever made on public questions, was revised in advance by the magnates. The hidden editor, in this case, was E. C. Converse, president of the Bankers Trust Company of New York, Morgan. Muncy's cash contribution to the Progressive Party brought his total political outlay for 1912 to $229,255.72. Perkins made their joint contribution more than $500,000, and Muncy expended $1,000,000 in cash additionally to acquire from Henry Einstein the New York Press so that Roosevelt would have a New York City morning newspaper. Perkins and Muncy, as the Clapp Committee learned from Roosevelt himself, also underwrote the heavy expense of Roosevelt's campaign train. In short, most of Roosevelt's campaign fund was supplied by the two Morgan hatchet men who were seeking Taft's scalp. Muncy and Perkins, as it afterward came out, however, had not used only their own money for Roosevelt. They received funds in secret from James Stillman, Albert H. Gary, head of United States Steel, Daniel G. Reed, founder of the American King Company and a director in many Morgan railroads and banks, Charles F. Brooker, vice president of the New Haven Railroad, and Robert L. Bacon, former Morgan partner. Champ Clark was maneuvered out of the Democratic nomination at Baltimore after a tediously prolonged casting of ballots under the two-thirds rule. Clark led from the beginning, but the tide was in. 113. Advertently turned to Wilson by Bryan, who was seeking the nomination a fourth time. Bryan denounced Clark ostensibly because the latter was openly supported by Hearst, Thomas Fortune Ryan, August Belmont, and Tammany Hall. But Bryan, in his 3 attempts at the presidency, had been only too willing to accept Tammany and Hearst's support, as well as the support of W. A. Clark Montana Copper King. Bryan did not realize, apparently, that the vote would quickly swing to Wilson, once Clark was eliminated. Ryan had carefully lubricated the convention mechanism for just this eventuality. Soon after Bryan's denunciation, Senator Underwood arose for Alabama and cast its Ryan-financed votes for Wilson. This started the drift to Wilson, which swept into its current the Ryan-financed Ohio delegation as well. When the turn of Nebraska came, Bryan, not sensing the direction of the wind, cast its votes for Wilson, although the delegation had been pledged to Clark at the primaries. The votes of the New York delegation, under Rockefeller-Ryan Tammany control, and cast earlier for Harmon, were now swung to Clark, thus putting the curse on him in the eyes of the Bryanites and prolonging the balloting. Charles F. Murphy, the Tammany leader, as we shall see when we scrutinize the work of George W. Harvey, was induced by a ruse to vote for Clark. Had he thrown Tammany's vote to Wilson, he would have opened wide the door for Bryan. Wilson's nomination represented a personal triumph for Cleveland H. Dodge, director of the National City Bank, scion of the Dodge copper and munitions fortune, and inheritor of the invisible mantle that passed from Mark Hanna to George W. Perkins. The nomination represented no less a triumph for Ryan, Harvey, and J.P. Morgan and Company. Sitting with Dodge as co-directors of the National City Bank at the time were the younger J.P. Morgan, now the head of the firm, Jacob Schiff, William Rockefeller, J. Ogden Armour, and James Stillman. In short, except for George F. Baker, everyone whom the Pujo Committee had termed rulers of the money trust was in this bank. But before the complicated machinery which gave Wilson the Democratic nomination was set into motion, Dodge arranged a 114. Significant meeting between the presidential aspirant and James Stillman and William Rockefeller at Beechwood, the estate of Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank. 17 What was said has not, of course, been placed upon the record yet, and perhaps never will be, but the connection of Wilson with the National City Bank, we know, was very close and has an important bearing upon crucial decisions during Wilson's White House occupancy. During the campaign, Vanderlip supplied the fiscal and monetary views for Wilson's speeches through William Gibbs Mikado, who acted as go-between. Wilson annoyed Vanderlip by refusing to receive him in person. The candidate was obviously afraid to be seen with financiers. Registered. After his nomination, Wilson was prompted by Perry Belmont, banker, corporation director, brother of August Belmont, and contributor to Champ Clark's fund, to declare in favor of the free passage of American coastwise vessels through the Panama Canal, despite the British contention that this would contravene the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty of 1901. Belmont's recommendation was incorporated verbatim in a Wilson speech, although the source was not mentioned. For nearly 20 years before his nomination, Woodrow Wilson had moved in the shadow of Wall Street. The magnates knew as much about him in 1912 as they had known about McKinley or Taft when they were nominated. They knew a great deal more about him than they had known about Roosevelt in 1901. Dodge and McCormick had been Wilson's classmates at Princeton University, class of 1879. When Wilson returned to Princeton as a professor in 1890, Dodge and McCormick were, by reason of their wealth, university trustees. Discerning Wilson's unquestioned abilities, They set about doing all they could to advance his career. In 1898 Wilson, his salary unsatisfactory, besieged with offers of many university presidencies, threatened to resign. Dodge and M.C. Cormack thereupon constituted themselves his financial guardians, and agreed to raise the additional informal stipendium that kept him at Princeton. The contributors to this private fund were Dodge, McCormick, and Moses Taylor Pyne and Percy R. Pyne, of the family that founded the National City Bank in 1902. This same politics of aggrandizement, 1912 to 1920 TI5 group arranged Wilson's election as president of the university. The induction of the new president was witnessed by Morgan, Harvey, Walter Hines Page, Grover Cleveland, then a Princeton trustee, Thomas B. Reed, Speaker of the House, Dodge, the Pynes, and McCormick. Dodge and Wilson corresponded constantly through the years on intimate terms, the latter habitually addressing the banker as Dear Cleve. Dodge at all times acted as Wilson's agent in approaching wealthy persons like Mrs. Russell Sage and Andrew Carnegie for university gifts. By 1910 Dodge stood as close to Wilson as Hanna in 1896 had stood to McKinley. In 1902 a potent figure burst into Wilson's life in the person of George W. Harvey, who as president of Harper & Brothers, then undergoing reorganization by J.P. Morgan & Company, was impressed by Wilson's History of the American People, published by Harper's. Harvey was a Morgan Ryan henchman from his boots up, and ran the North American Review from 1899 to 1926 as his personal organ for the propagation of Wall Street points of view. Acutely sensitive politically owing to his long training under Thomas Fortune Ryan and William C. Whitney, Harvey almost immediately visualized Wilson as a man of presidential caliber, and began extolling him in the Wall Street counting rooms. So successful was he that early in 1904 Wilson was summoned to meet a powerful clique in a private dining room at Delmonico's, an event related in the memoirs of Edward P. Mitchell, for many decades the editor of the New York Sun. The hosts were Thomas Fortune Ryan, William Laffan, Morgan's deputy in charge of the rigidly Republican Sun, Dr. John A. Wyeth, president of the Southern Society of New York, and Francis L. Stetson. In the course of the evening the ubiquitous Elihu Root, Republican cabinet member, casually strolled in to inspect the Democratic prospect. Neither Laffan nor Ryan was favorably impressed. But Harvey, undeterred, felt sure he had discovered a future chief executive. Again in 1906, at a Lotos Club dinner, with all the magnates present, including Morgan, Harvey boldly proposed the Princetonian for the presidency. He also began beating the tom-tom for him in Harper's 116 Weekly, which on March 10, 1906, saluted Wilson as a Democratic presidential prospect for 1908. Harvey went in person to the Democratic convention of that year to procure the nomination for his protege. Registered during the deliberations, Wilson waited nervously at Princeton for news, as his biographer relates, but Bryan snared the nomination for the third time, and was to prove for the third time that it was impossible to get into the White House without the consent of the reigning families. On May 15, 1909, Harper's Weekly predicted that Wilson would be elected governor of New Jersey in 1910 and president of the United States in 1912. Harvey is worthy of brief attention if the factors that made Wilson a president of the United States are to be understood. Harvey owed his eminence to Thomas Fortune Ryan and William C. Whitney, with whom he worked in close harmony while he was managing editor of the New York World, during the second Cleveland presidential campaign. In 1891 he resigned from the World to become advertising manager and publicity agent for the Whitney Ryan Metropolitan Street Railway, then engaged in giving the public a forced diet of bogus securities. So successful was Harvey in getting puffs about the Metropolitan inserted into the newspapers that he was made an insider in many Whitney Ryan stock market pools. His sole function was, indeed, simply to see that the newspapers printed matter that made their readers accept arguments in favor of the wholesale traction mergers then going on, and come into the stock market for a thorough trimming. For more than a decade Harvey worked this greasy game, and eventually came to the favorable attention of J.P. Morgan and Company. Another detail of Harvey's background, which dovetailed with his profitable Whitney-Ryan association, made it possible for him to function decisively in forwarding the political fortunes of Wilson. Back in the 1880s, while employed by the World, Harvey had been a resident of New Jersey. In 1887 he resigned from the World and accepted the managing editorship of the Newark Journal, owned by James Smith, Jr. Harvey remained in Newark about a year before returning to the wider opportunities offered by the World, and in 1888 became aide-de-camp of the Governor of New Jersey, gaining Politics of Aggrandizement, I-9 Chi 2-1920 Lee. The appellation of Colonel. With this sunburst insignia clinging to him and while still editing the World, he became in 1890 the State Commissioner of Banking and Insurance of New Jersey. Harvey's New Jersey connections made him invaluable to Whitney and Ryan, then insinuating themselves into New Jersey traction, electric, and gas companies. It was, indeed, the year after he met Whitney and Ryan that he went to Newark. In 1892 he introduced his former Newark employer, James Smith, Jr., to William C. Whitney, the invisible power behind the Cleveland administration. And Whitney, by a judicious use of money, induced the New Jersey state legislature to send Smith to the United States Senate, where he sat, a Whitney-Ryan agent, until 1899. Smith was not ungrateful to Harvey for having gained him this political preferment, which enabled him to become the Democratic boss of New Jersey. After listening to Harvey's representations, he procured for Wilson the gubernatorial nomination on the first ballot of the Trenton Democratic State Convention in October, 1910. It was common talk in political circles that Dodge had been forced to give Smith $75,000 to get Wilson nominated. Wilson also had to promise, through Harvey, to make Smith a senator again in 1912, but Wilson was to repudiate this agreement when the time came for its fulfillment, giving the Dodge-Harvey propaganda agents the opportunity to boast that the great Princeton Democrat had repudiated the bosses. Wilson carried New Jersey in the general movement of popular revulsion against the Taft administration marked by the Democratic congressional victories of 1910. His campaign was financed by Dodge, although the general public knew nothing of it. Wilson, truth to tell, was a natural candidate. The Harvey propaganda, for example, transmuted what had been a feud among the Princeton faculty members into a glorious, but unsuccessful, struggle by Wilson to democratize the university by doing away with campus eating clubs. Throughout Wilson's gubernatorial term, Harper's Weekly sedulously boomed him for the presidency. But eventually the open support of this periodical, known far and wide as a Morgan publication, became embarrassing, and Wilson asked Harvey to be less fervid in his support. "Then I will sing low," said Harvey. Reports 118. That there had been a quarrel with Harvey, helpful to Wilson among the Western Democrats, were then circulated. So realistic did Harvey make his sudden hostility appear that Wilson became alarmed and dispatched 2 abject letters of apology *degree despite the supposed antagonism between the two men, which gave inordinate satisfaction to liberal Wilsonians. Harper's continued to push the Wilson cause, albeit quietly. At the convention of 1912 Harvey ostentatiously supported Clark, but Harvey's authorized biographer makes it clear that he did so merely to confuse Bryan. It was Harvey who got Alabama to vote for Wilson immediately after Bryan's denunciation of Clark, and it was Harvey who induced Murphy, the Tammany chieftain, to stand firm against Wilson. Harvey, indeed, duped Murphy by telling him flatly that Wilson as president would do nothing for Tammany, with Wilson's cynical treatment of James Smith, Jr., fresh in mind. Murphy could well believe this. Murphy, moreover, assumed that Harvey, who had done so much to create Wilson politically, knew his man. Much to the satisfaction of the Wilson forces, he stuck grimly by Clark throughout the subsequent balloting. That Murphy at this time was under the control of Thomas Fortune Ryan has been very positively established on the record. In 1912 Ryan gave Murphy at least $10,000 and at the same time Anthony N. Brady gave the Tammany chief at least $25,000. Such contributions to Tammany were regularly made by Ryan and Brady. William G. Mikado, traction promoter and, later, Wilson's Secretary of the Treasury, was brought into the fight for Wilson by William F. McCombs, a Ryan agent. A former pupil under Wilson at Princeton and a graduate of the Harvard Law School, McCombs hopped on the bandwagon after Wilson had been elected governor of New Jersey. He was chairman of the Democratic National Committee by 1912, at the age of 35, firmly re-established with Wilson on the basis of their former academic relationship. Mikado was already celebrated for his promotion of the Hudson and Manhattan Railroad, which connected New York and New Jersey by tunnel under the Hudson. Long before 1912 Mikado had become an integral part of the New York Public Utilities Network. Shown by John Moody's Standard Truth About the Trusts, 1904, to have been dominated by Ryan and the Rockefellers through National City Bank since the beginning of the century. Brady in 1901 gave Mikado's Hudson and Manhattan Railroad project financial backing. The Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, also put up money. The Bradys were so impressed by Mikado's abilities that in 1919 Nicholas and James Brady, sons of the quondam Albany grocery clerk, offered Mikado, then resigning as Secretary of the Treasury, the lucrative receivership of the Brooklyn Rapid Transit Company. Mikado had to reject this offer. He was about to move to California, there to become counsel to E. L. Doheny, owner of the Mexican Petroleum Company. But it was Ryan's man, McCombs, who obtained political preferment for Mikado. First McCombs got Mikado elected president, over the heads of more eligible persons, of the Southern Society of New York, a semi-political body. Then he contrived to have Mikado twice re-elected. McCombs introduced Mikado to Wilson when the latter was governor of New Jersey after Mikado had signified a desire to talk to the New Jersey governor about certain public utilities regulations that affected the Hudson and Manhattan Railroad in New Jersey. So successful was Wilson's campaign on behalf of the New Freedom that the general public contributed large sums in small individual amounts to his campaign finances. When Wilson testified before the Clapp Committee, he was able to say righteously that McCormick and Dodge had recalled their contributions to his campaign. These tidings created a favorable impression, even though McCormick and Dodge had been impelled to recall their contributions by the uproar that followed the Clapp Committee's pre-convention fund revelations. Although the nature and extent of the Roosevelt campaign contributions were spread on the record, details of the Taft and Wilson post-convention campaign funds have been lost. Charles P. Taft, however, gave $150,000 to his brother's campaign. Information about other contributions, placed in the hands of the Clerk of the House of Representatives in accordance with an act of Congress, was soon afterward thoughtfully destroyed because Congress had not yet stipulated that it should be made a permanent matter of record. After the 1912 disclosures, extraordinarily large individual contributions to the political parties, while not unknown, became less numerous. Yet the money continued to gush forth from essentially the same inexhaustible sources. A factor in the new technique of making political contributions was the income tax law enacted in the first Wilson administration. To reduce taxes, corporations in general increased the salaries of their officials to outrageous levels, with the understanding that they show public spirit by donating a portion of their income to political parties and controlled charities. And after 1912 the magnates also pressed their families into service in making political contributions, so that now wives, sons, daughters, sisters, cousins, aunts, and uncles, as well as major and minor employees, patriotically help swell political slush funds. Since 1916 thousands of contributions ranging from $500 to $5,000 have come from persons easily traceable to the inner circle of the dominant families. 2. Woodrow Wilson took office ominously, one might say, as a reformer and a liberal. Wall Street was not disturbed. As George Harvey later wrote, vested wealth accepted Wilson's election without serious misgivings. The capitalists, he said, felt no animosity toward Mr. Wilson for such of his utterances as they regarded as radical and menacing to their interests. He had simply played the political game. The first Wilson administration brought various superficial reforms. The Underwood Tariff Act scaled down the rates of the Payne-Aldrich tariff by 10%. An income tax law was attached as an amendment to the new tariff bill in accordance with the terms of a new constitutional amendment. The schedule provided for a levy of 1% on incomes of more than $3,000 and a graduated surtax on incomes of more than $20,000. The surtax amounted to only 6% on incomes of more than $500,000. Liberals hailed the new tax law as a brake on the fortunes, but the fortunes were all too firmly established. The Adamson Law set an 8-hour day for railroad workers, but it was passed in the face of a threatened general railroad strike. In his first message to Congress, the president gave liberals a thrill by intoning, "We must abolish everything that bears even the semblance of privilege or any kind of artificial advantage." The Clayton Antitrust Act was passed in deference to the pretense of newspapers and politicians that the Sherman Act was unworkable. Such a conclusion was hardly warranted, for there never was waged a sincere prosecution under the Sherman Act. The Clayton Act was, not without design, even less of a bar to monopoly than its predecessor. The Wilson administration also established the Federal Trade Commission, successor to the old Bureau of Corporations. The Federal Reserve Act was passed in the first Wilson term, and, although the class paternity of this measure impugns it before history, it is technically one of the most constructive laws ever enacted. As with all laws, however, its operation depended upon the social bias of its administrators, and the administration of the reserve system has reposed from the beginning in Wall Street hands. The Federal Reserve Act was the offshoot of a bill originally presented in the Senate by the dubious Aldrich, whose measure incorporated the collective wisdom of a monetary commission under his chairmanship. The ideas of the commission in turn emanated from the fertile brains of the Wall Street clique, whose deputies worked out the details in 1908 at the remote Jekyll Island Club, Jekyll Island, off the Georgia coast. During an ostensible duck hunting expedition. Among those present were Paul M. Warburg, partner of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Henry P. Davison, partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank, Dr. Piatt Andrew, special assistant to the Senate Monetary Commission, and Benjamin Strong, vice president of the Bankers Trust Company, Morgan. The protracted Jekyll Island Conference took place in the atmosphere of an elaborate conspiracy. The trip to Georgia was made in a private car chartered by Aldrich, and the travelers all used assumed names so that the train crew would not establish their identities. *degree For a long time there was no public knowledge that such a conclave had been held. 122. The financiers wanted a central bank on the European model, to facilitate the large-scale manipulation of the national economy. An instrument was desired that would function as had the United States Bank, smashed by President Andrew Jackson because it concentrated immense monetary power in private hands. But when Aldrich introduced the scenario produced by the Jekyll Island duck hunters, it was immediately hooted down as a nefarious Wall Street enterprise and, for the time being, came to naught. The task of the liberal Wilson administration was to place essentially the Jekyll Island measure on the statute books, but in an eccentric guise. The job of drawing up such a bill was given to Paul M. Warburg, one of the Jekyll Island plotters. Warburg collaborated with all the big financiers, as his own memoirs reveal, and when administration views were needed he conferred with Colonel Edward M. House, Wilson's roving commissioner. House attained world eminence by the masterly feat of keeping the Texas delegation solidly for Wilson at the 1912 convention. The Warburg Wall Street draft, superficially revised by Wilson and Senator Carter Glass of Virginia, was simply the Jekyll Island duck hunters' scheme for a central bank, dressed up in fancy toggery. There was some opposition to it from uninformed Wall Street quarters, but it was, significantly, endorsed by the American Bankers Association. In practice, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York became the fountainhead of the system of 12 regional banks, for New York was the money market of the nation. The other 11 banks were so many expensive mausoleums erected to salve the local pride and quell the Jacksonian fears of the hinterland. Benjamin Strong, one of the original duck hunters, son-in-law of E.C. Converse, and Converse's successor as president of the Bankers Trust Company, was selected as the first governor of the New York Reserve Bank. An adept in high finance, Strong for many years manipulated the country's monetary system at the discretion of directors representing the leading New York banks. Under Strong, the reserve system, unsuspected by the nation, was brought into interlocking relations with the Bank of England and the Bank of France, greatly strengthening the financial fabric of the political status quo in the Western Hemisphere. While Wall Street, during and after the World War, moved on to ever-enlarging profits, the farmers, whom the reserve system was ostensibly created to assist, went from bad to worse. After the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, Thomas Fortune Ryan commended Wilson in one of his rare public statements: "He is a great man and a great president." *degree 5 days after Wilson's inauguration, Henry P. Davison, of J.P. Morgan and Company, and Willard Straight, son-in-law of William C. Whitney, visited the White House to ask presidential approval for American participation in the six-power Chinese loan. Wilson refused, perhaps because at this particular point he was still closely attuned to the more insular views of the banker-industrialists as personified by Dodge and McCormick. Cyrus McCormick, after Dodge, was Wilson's closest advisor throughout. In May 1913, James Spire, of the banking house of Spire and Company, called at the State Department and confided his anxiety that the Huerta regime in Mexico would default on a $10 million loan maturing in June. Henry Clay Frick dropped in at the White House to ask that the dissolution suit against United States Steel be quashed, but Wilson decided this heavily publicized litigation would have to take its course. Lesser government officials were also importuned to bestir themselves for Wall Street. J.P. Morgan appeared personally at the Treasury Department to tell Mikado that he opposed the shipping bill which provided for government purchase or construction of ships. On July 31, 1914, Morgan telephoned Mikado to discuss the outbreak of war in Europe. The biggest problem confronting Wilson when he took office was the situation in Mexico. And it was in this connection that Cleveland H. Dodge, who owned big Mexican copper properties, first functioned significantly behind the scenes. In 1911, Porfirio Diaz, dictator of Mexico, was driven from an office in which for many years he had collaborated, along mutually profitable lines, with American mining and oil millionaires like Hearst, Doheny, Dodge, and Rockefeller. But it was Standard Oil that dislodged Diaz. 124. Percy N. Ferber, president of Oil Fields of Mexico, Lids in my 19th told C.W. Barron that the Mexican Revolution was really caused by H. Clay Pierce, who owned 35% of the stock of the Pierce Waters Oil Company, which Standard Oil controlled through a 65% stock interest, and was a confidential Rockefeller henchman. "He wanted to get my property," said Ferber, who continued. H. Clay Pierce demanded of Diaz that he should take off the taxes on oil imports to enable Standard Oil to bring in products from the United States. Diaz refused. Pierce put up the money behind Francisco Madero and started the revolution. Neither Clay Pierce or anybody else ever dreamed of what would follow. *degree Standard Oil's Francisco Madero was ousted on February 18, 1913, and was executed by Victoriano Huerta, pawn of British oil interests. The revolutionary movement deepened. To the north, Carranza and his lieutenant, Pancho Villa, took the field against Huerta. The Carranzistas soon obtained backing from Cleveland H. Dodge and his companion magnates. Wilson from the outset refused to recognize Huerta's government. But Dodge and others with large stakes in Mexico, alarmed by the threat of events, proposed that Huerta be given American recognition if he promised to hold elections, which would give them a chance to install friendly officials. A memorandum to this effect was relayed to Colonel House by Julius Cruchnet, chairman of the Southern Pacific Company. House sent it to Wilson. This memorandum, drawn by D.J. Haff, a Kansas City lawyer, was approved, before being sent to Washington, by Phelps, Dodge and Company, of which Cleveland H. Dodge was vice president, the Green Canania Copper Company of Mexico, and E. L. Doheny of the Mexican Oil Company have then called to confer with Wilson, and was introduced by Dodge, whose approval always went far with the president. There was one compelling reason why Huerta should be denied recognition if he refused to take orders from Washington, and he did refuse. The reason was simply that Huerta had been violently installed in place of Standard Oil's Madero by Lord Cowdray, head of the British oil interests in Mexico. Registered Wilson, indeed, in a communication to Sir Edward Grey, the British Foreign Secretary, vowed that he would oust Huerta, whom the British government and various of its international satellites had hastily recognized. Not until the early part of 1914 did Wilson give up hope of bringing Huerta under the thumb of Dodge, Rockefeller, and the National City Bank. A number of provocative acts by American armed forces disclosed the new temper in Washington. On April 9, RG-14, American sailors landed at Tampico, ostensibly to replenish water and gasoline supplies. They were arrested by Huerta's troops, but upon protest from Washington were released. There was some astonishment in the United States when Wilson insisted that Huerta salute the United States flag and apologize. Huerta refused. Under international law, the circumstances gave Washington no occasion to demand a formal salute. On April 21, 1914, American warships, upon instructions from Washington, shelled Veracruz to prevent a German ship from landing munitions consigned to Huerta. There was loss of life and great property damage. On July 15, 1914, Huerta, the odds against him obviously too great, was forced out, and Venustiano Carranza took office on behalf of the National City Bank of New York. When it became clear to Carranza's revolutionary adherents that he, too, had betrayed them, they took the field under Pancho Villa, portrayed in the American press as a common bandit but actually a social revolutionary. In 1915 and 1916 the Wilson administration tried by armed intervention to pluck this thorn in Carranza's side. Villa's border attacks on American towns were calculated, indeed, to provoke American intervention and thereby to undermine Carranza in the political esteem of the Mexican people. The story of Dodge's collaboration with Carranza, fortunately, has been left on the record by Frank H. Blyton, a newspaperman whose personal integrity was formally vouched for by former Governor George W. P. Hunt and Senator Henry F. Ashurst, both of Arizona. Blyton recalled that Dodge had a dubious record. In 1907 Dodge and Louis D. Ricketts were indicted in the territory of New Mexico for attempting to alienate government mineral lands under fraudulent circumstances. W. H. Llewellyn, United States Territorial Attorney, refused to prosecute them, and was for this reason removed by 126. Attorney General Charles J. Bonaparte. Peyton Gordon, Llewellyn's successor, was just getting ready to draw the legal net around Dodge and Ricketts when Wilson took office. He was precipitately removed by Attorney General James C. McReynolds, a railroad lawyer who entered the Wilson cabinet on the recommendation of Colonel House and was soon afterward appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States, where he became the most outspoken reactionary of the American bench. Counsel for Dodge and Ricketts in this action were Albert B. Fall and Thomas B. Catron, both later made United States senators by the oil and mining interests. Fall, an old school chum of Doheny, is known to history as one cabinet member caught in venal intrigue with the millionaires and, mirabile dictu, convicted. While this New Mexican case was pending, Dodge, Ricketts, Arthur Curtis James, copper and railroad magnate by inheritance and allied by marriage with the Dodge family, and James McLean, vice president of Phelps, Dodge and Company, were indicted in Globe, Arizona, by a grand jury sitting under J.R.B. Alexander, Assistant United States Attorney General. Grounds of action were similar to those in the New Mexican case. Soon after Wilson was inaugurated, the two federal indictments were dismissed upon formal order of McReynolds. Dodge then proceeded to plunge into further illegal adventures, but his operations now concerned Mexico, where he had big properties, and involved gun running to the Carranzistas. Dodge was a director and big stockholder of the Winchester Arms Company, the Union Metallic Cartridge Company, and the Remington Arms Company, as well as of Phelps, Dodge and Company, the El Paso and Southwestern Railroad, and the National City Bank. In May 1913, the manager of Phelps, Dodge and Company at Bisbee, Arizona, supplied J. L. Perez, a Carranza lieutenant, with 90,000 rounds of cartridges, this in violation of a munitions embargo proclaimed by Taft on March 14, 1912. As the ammunition was being transported to Mexico, it was intercepted by an American border patrol. Perez and his co-workers confessed and pleaded guilty. United States Attorney Joseph E. Morrison promptly lodged complaints against Dodge, certain of his employees, and Winchester Arms officials, and prepared to ask for their indictment. The Department of Justice thereupon requested Morrison's resignation, which he refused to submit. On October 22, 1913, McReynolds peremptorily ordered Morrison not to indict the Winchester Arms Company. A copy of this interesting message is preserved. Morrison complied with McReynolds' order. But he brought indictments against 2 local officers of Phelps, Dodge and Company and others, and not long after this he was removed from office by McReynolds. Morrison thereupon dispatched a long telegram to Washington in which he accused the Attorney General and the Department of Justice of obstructing the course of justice. This message, a copy of which is preserved, gave many details of the case. On August 7, 1913, President Wilson had appointed W. H. Sawtell, of Tucson, to the Federal District Court of Arizona. The case against the Dodge employees was tried before him, and, despite a mass of evidence and a host of witnesses, Sawtell brusquely dismissed the action. President Wilson, having found it impossible to wean Huerta from Cowdray and the British Foreign Office, on February 12, 1914, lifted the Mexican arms embargo with the pious explanation that conditions had changed since Taft imposed it. Thereupon a stream of cartridges, rifles, and miscellaneous war materials moved steadily to Carranza from Remington Arms and Winchester Arms. And on July 15, 1914, Huerta, his European arms supply cut off by the United States Navy, fled his office before the advancing Carranzistas. Wilson had made good his threat to the British Foreign Secretary. Representative William A. Rodenberg, of Illinois, on September 6, 1916, formally charged that Dodge was personally responsible for the shipment of 1 million rounds of cartridges to Carranza. Rodenberg said Dodge had visited the State Department the day before Wilson lifted the arms embargo. The Dodge ammunition enterprises were to figure significantly but not prominently in the Wilson administration. After the merchant liner and British naval auxiliary Lusitania had been sunk in 1915, and after Wilson had dispatched the indignant note to Germany which did much to crystallize American public sentiment against Germany, Dodge became chairman of the survivors of the 128 victims of the Lusitania Fund. Dudley Field Malone, collector of the Port of New York, testified that the vessel was loaded with ammunition and was therefore a legitimate prey of war, although Wilson failed to give due weight to this important fact. The shipping manifests showed, moreover, that the ammunition came in part from Dodge's own Winchester, Remington, and Union Metallic Cartridge Companies. In many ways Dodge, the only one of his close advisers from whom Wilson never was estranged, throws a queer retrospective light upon Wilsonian liberalism. In 1915 Dodge's Arizona miners struck for higher wages and were violently beset by gunmen brought in from city underworlds. Governor Hunt opposed Dodge, the strikers won. Up for re-election, Hunt, Arizona's first governor, was opposed by Dodge's political machine. He was counted out by 31 votes. Before inquiring into phases of the World War that primarily concerned the American millionaires and multimillionaires, orderly procedure requires brief examination of the 1916 elections wherein Wilson narrowly triumphed over Charles Evans Hughes. Hughes had long functioned as a Wall Street attorney, although he was widely considered liberal in his leanings, Color was lent to this myth by the fact that he had accepted the job of investigating the life insurance companies when other attorneys were afraid to touch it. Hughes began his career in the firm of Chamberlain, Carter, and Hornblower. The latter was chief counsel to the New York Life Insurance Company in the palmiest days of its financial rapine, general counsel to the New York Central Railroad, and deep in the confidence of Depew and the Vanderbilts. In 1894 Hornblower, appointed by Cleveland to the Supreme Court, was rejected by the Senate. Hughes married the daughter of Walter S. Carter and in 1888 formed the law firm of Carter, Hughes, and Cravath. Paul D. Cravath, as we have remarked, succeeded Elihu Root as attorney to Thomas Fortune Ryan, whom he served for more than a quarter century. Hughes' law firm from its inception represented various New York public utilities companies. After one Gore it acted for the New York, Westchester, and Boston Railroad Company, controlled by J.P. Morgan and Company. In every detail of his life Hughes was joined with the Wall Street freebooters. Even a Baptist Bible class which he led in 1894 numbered among its many wealthy members John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who succeeded Hughes as its leader. At the beginning of the fight within the insurance companies Hughes was one of counsel to James W. Alexander of the Equitable Life Assurance Society as well as to the Mercantile Trust Company. Yet the magnates felt some trepidation when Hughes in 1906 was proposed for governor of New York to oppose Hearst and the Democratic ticket, but Cravath is reported to have assured Ryan that Hughes would be safe. This, indeed, he was. Hughes went so far as to dismiss the weighty charges against District Attorney William Traverse Jerome of improper collaboration with Ryan, Brady, and other public utilities racketeers. Cravath defended Ryan. The Hughes gubernatorial election fund of 1906 totaled $313,923, and the biggest contributors were J.P. Morgan and Levi P. Morton, $20,000 each, John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie, $5,000 each, Chauncey M. Depew, John W. Bettamillion, Gates, J. and W. Seligman and Company, and Kuhn, Loeb and Company, $2,500 each, Charles M. Schwab, Edwin Gould, Jacob H. Schiff, and Adolph Louis Sohn, $1,000 to $2,000 each. After his defeat in 1916 Hughes became chief counsel for the Standard Oil Company, succeeding Joseph H. Choate. He joined Harding's Black Cabinet as Secretary of State, later resumed his Standard Oil practice, and in 1930 was named Chief Justice of the Supreme Court by Herbert Hoover. He narrowly escaped being rejected by the Senate, whose insurgent bloc led the fight against his confirmation. As Chief Justice he succeeded Taft, Standard Oil, who had been appointed by President Harding, Standard Oil. Theodore Roosevelt was in close touch with J.P. Morgan and Company during the pre-convention period of the 1916 campaign. To Charles Willis Thompson, of the New York Times, Roosevelt said, "As for the financial people, they believe everything is coming their way," and Henry P. Davison thinks that if it is necessary to 130. Spend 20 millions it can be done with satisfactory results. I knew, wrote Thompson, that his information was accurate. George W. Perkins was even then in communication with the Wall Street people to find out, on Roosevelt's behalf, what their attitude would be and what they thought. The financiers, said Roosevelt, have an idea just now that they can put Root over. Such men as Davison, for instance. They want Root because he agrees with them and they know where they stand. If they can't have him, then, as Davison says, we want a blank sheet of paper on which we can write. And if they can't have either, they will be fairly well satisfied with Wilson. Thompson tells of being present when Roosevelt had a telephone conversation with Perkins about the candidates. The Progressive Party, although quite dead, was still on view. The putrefying corpse merely required the services of Roosevelt as gravedigger. At Chicago a spurious convention was held at which Bainbridge Colby, also a former lawyer for the Equitable Life Assurance Society, nominated Roosevelt for the presidency. Hiram Johnson made the seconding speech. Roosevelt declined the nomination by telegram, and the party was formally disbanded. George W. Perkins was, of course, in full control of the convention machinery to determine what should be done about the Progressive Party. There had been a political council late in 1915 at the home of Elbert H. Gerry, chairman of the United States Steel Corporation. Present in the gathering were August Belmont, A. Barton Hepburn, chairman of the Chase National Bank, Jacob H. Schiff, George F. Baker, Frank A. Vanderlip, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Daniel Guggenheim, Clarence H. Mackay, George B. Cortelyou, and George W. Perkins registered soon after the nomination of Hughes, and after the withdrawal of Roosevelt from the Progressive ticket. Perkins had dinner with the Republican nominee and received from him permission to bring Beveridge back into the fold. This was the least Perkins could do for the sorely misled Indiana Progressive. Late in 1916, Republican Governor Charles Whitman, of New York, to indicate that the quarrel with the Progressives was ended, proposed Perkins as mayor of New York City. According to the New York Times of November 28 and 29, 1916. The largest contributors from the nation's ruling families to the Republican Fund of 1916 were as follows: $92,500 Pierre S. DuPont, $25,000 John D. Rockefeller, Sr., John D. Rockefeller, Jr., Daniel G. Reed, W. H. Moore, Oliver H. Payne, and Frank A. Vanderlip. $20,000 E. T. Stotesbury and Mrs. E. H. Harriman. $15,000 J. P. Morgan, J. B. Duke, Galen Stone, Public Utilities, and Joseph E. Widener. $11,000 George F. Baker, $10,000 Clarence H. Mackay, Harry Payne Whitney, A. S. Scheuer, Charles O. Pratt, Standard Oil, William H. Childs, Henry P. Davison, Morgan Partner, Mrs. Daniel Guggenheim, Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney, Mrs. H. E. Huntington, Edward B. Aldrich, Harry F. Sinclair, Frederick A. Juilliard, Cornelius Vanderbilt, James McLean, Frank E. Peabody, E. V. R. Thayer, Charles Hayden, John N. Willis, William Barber, H. F. Brown, Bayard Dominic, Hornblower and Weeks, brokers, Thomas W. Lamont, Morgan Partner, W. H. Porter, Morgan Partner, George D. Pratt, Standard Oil, William A. Reed and Company, J. and W. Seligman and Company, Edward Shearson, United States Steel Broker, William Boyce Thompson, and G. E. Tripp. $7,500 George F. Baker, Jr. and Mrs. Willard Strait. $4,500 Seward Prosser, Bankers Trust Company. $2,500 Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt, Mrs. W. F. Crocker, Mrs. Felix Warburg, Mrs. Alexander Smith Cochran, Richard B. Mellon, and Andrew W. Mellon. $2,000 Mrs. I. Coleman DuPont, Arthur Curtis James, and Edward Hines. $1,000 Mrs. E. T. Stotesbury, Mrs. Felix Warburg, Mrs. Simon Guggenheim, Mrs. John D. Archbold, Helen Frick, daughter of Henry C. Frick, James N. Hill, son of James J. Hill, Mortimer L. Schiff and Joseph and W. R. Grace, shipping. To the fund for the election of Governor Whitman, $45,542 came from Perkins and $10,000 from Arthur Curtis James. Perkins also gave $48,654 additionally to mail Whitman literature to Progressive and Republican Party voters. G. A. Pratt gave the Whitman Fund $5,000, Mrs. E. H. Harriman, $1,000, Herbert Seligman and Cornelius Vanderbilt, $500 each, and L. W. Stosberg, M. J. Dodger, E. S. Whitney, Oscar S. Strauss, and H. H. Rogers, $250 each. To the New York County Republican Fund, Ogden L. Mills gave $2,000, John D. Rockefeller $2,000, and Felix Warburg, Louis C. Tiffany, Mrs. Whitelaw Reed, daughter of Darius O. Mills, William K. Vanderbilt, J. P. Morgan, and Henry P. Davison, $1,000 each. The current committee of the Republican and Independent parties got $5,000 from Willard Strait, $2,000 from George W. Perkins, and $1,000 each from Samuel A. and Adolphe Louis Sohn. The Democratic Party was hardly less well provided for. The Wilson Businessmen's League collected $2,500 each from S. R. Bertrand, broker, and Charles R. Crane, $1,500 from Edward A. Filene, Boston department store owner, and $1,000 each from Jacob H. Schiff, banker, and Jesse I. Strauss, New York department store owner. The biggest contributors to the Democratic National Fund were Cleveland H. Dodge, $25,000, E. L. Doheny, $25,000, Roger Sullivan, Chicago Democratic boss, and Thomas D. and David B. Jones, directors of the International Harvester Company, $12,500 each, Alvin Untermeyer, son of Samuel Untermeyer, Frederick Penfield, Nelson Morris, Chicago Packer, Charles J. Peabody, Charles R. Crane, F. X. Peabody, and Bernard Baruch, $10,000 each, Francis P. Garvan, son-in-law of Anthony N. Brady, Martin Vogel, Edwin O. Wood, James Taylor Lewis, Fred Johnson, George S. Meade, F. B. Lynch and Marcus A. Coolidge, $5,000 each. Frederick Penfield was a wealthy Philadelphia real estate owner. His contribution was understood to include money from Josiah Quincy, a Boston mining company attorney under federal indictment for using the mails to defraud. Quincy was subsequently acquitted. Wilson appointed Thomas D. Jones a member of the Federal Reserve Board, but he was not confirmed by the Senate. Many big Democratic contributions were concealed from the voters by a new technique of delaying campaign gifts until after the election, when there remained a deficit to be liquidated. The first report on the Democratic Fund in the Times for November 27, 1916, set it at $1,584,548. Notwithstanding that 170,000 persons contributed, under the illusion that Wilson was a great Democrat, the campaign, which actually cost $2,500,000, left in its wake a deficit of $600,000, according to the Times of February 28, 1917. In 1916, as afterward, the political parties did not lay all their cards on the table with respect to sources of funds. William Boyce Thompson, partner in the brokerage house of Hayden, Stone and Company, large stockholder in the Chase National Bank and the Sinclair Oil Company, and one of the first directors of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, lent Will Hayes, Republican campaign manager and chief counsel of the Sinclair Oil Company, $1 million in the course of the campaign, which was later repaid. In 1918, Thompson gave $300,000 to Hayes for the expressed purpose of buying control of Congress, in which the Republicans that year gained a majority. In 1918, Thompson became chairman of the Ways and Means Committee of the Republican Party. For the World War was the overshadowing event of both Wilson administrations, and marked another stage in the upward march of the American multimillionaires. The economic royalists offered leadership in bringing the nation into the war, the country farmers, organized and unorganized. 134. Labor, the middle classes, professionals, and intellectuals accepted that leadership. The alternative confronting the millionaires as the world market was torn asunder by the warring nations was domestic economic stagnation, which would have brought down upon them the concentrated wrath of all classes. The search which historians have made for individuals who caused the war, and who caused America's entry into the war, is probably futile. As some historians have pointed out, the causes of the war were multiple, and operative many decades before 1914. The question which strikes at the heart of the war situation like a dagger is not, who caused the war? It is not even, who brought America into the war? The revealing question is, who profited by the war, pocketed the profit, and defends the profit? The major portion of the war profits, the fact is, went into the hands of the wealthiest families. The victorious European powers achieved conquests at the expense of wartime enemies, although the gains did not come anywhere near balancing the cost. But the United States magnanimously refused to participate in the parceling out of economic spoils under the Treaty of Versailles. The Wall Street denizens could afford to underwrite this decision on the part of their politicians, because their conquest took the form of gain at the expense of the American people itself. The American soldiers fighting in the trenches, the people working at home, the entire nation under arms, were fighting, not only to subdue Germany, but to subdue themselves. That there is nothing metaphysical about this interpretation becomes clear when we observe that the total wartime expenditure of the United States government from April 6, 1917, to October 31, 1919, when the last contingent of troops returned from Europe, was $35,413 million. Net corporation profits for the period January 1, 1916, to July, 1921, when wartime industrial activity was finally liquidated, were $38 billion, or approximately the amount of the war expenditures. More than two-thirds of these corporation profits were taken by precisely those enterprises which the Peugeot Committee had found to be under the control of the money trust. Most of the war's cost was financed by pledging the governments. Politics of Aggrandizement, IG 12-1920-135. Credit, i.e., the people's credit, and this pledge at the end of the war amounted to nearly $30 billion, or more than 30 times the pre-war national debt. The only way the people could recover some of this money was by taxing the corporations, and the Republican administrations which held power after 1920 saw that taxes on the rich were sharply reduced rather than increased. What the government did not permit the rich to keep legally they kept by practicing wholesale tax evasion, as revealed by various Senate investigations. The beginning of war was fortunate for J.P. Morgan and Company, sadly involved in the $400 million collapse of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad's financial structure. In 1914, despite the increase in traffic in the 2 decades during which Morgan had controlled the enterprise, the finances of the New Haven were in ruin. As Charles A. Beard says of this railroad, it was so loaded with stocks and bonds that it collapsed with an awful crash, spreading ruin far and wide among widows, orphans, and other security holders in New England and giving an awful shock to those who had bought common shares at a high figure in the old days of prudence. The shambles within the New Haven Railroad would impugn every pretense of J.P. Morgan and Company to social rectitude, if nothing else did. The report of the Interstate Commerce Commission showed that $12 million had been secretly abstracted from the railroad's treasury by J.P. Morgan and Company. C.S. Mellon, president of the New Haven, testified he had warned the New Haven directors that stock of the New York, Westchester, and Boston Railroad was not worth 10 cents a pound, yet the New Haven graciously relieved J.P. Morgan and his associates of this white elephant for a handsome price. From June 30, 1903, to June 30, 1913, the Interstate Commerce Commission showed, J.P. Morgan and Company, which took control in 1893, had caused the New Haven's capitalization to be increased from $93 million to $417 million, of which increase only $120 million was spent on the railroad and the balance on outside speculations through 336 subsidiary companies. The railroad, among other things, bought at fancy prices undesirable traction properties from Senator Aldrich. The New York World of February 1, 1914, observed that the new 136 Haven stockholders had been swindled, robbed, and ruined by cold, calculated villainy which had left the railroad bled white. Thousands of men, said this newspaper, are in jail for offenses against society which are picayunish in comparison with this stupendous achievement in respectable robbery. By midsummer of 1914 the outlook was decidedly black for the House of Morgan, and there were those who predicted it would soon go the way of J. Cook and Company. The beginning of the European hostilities, however, found J.P. Morgan and Company fortuitously appointed fiscal agent in the United States for the British and French governments. As such it took charge of the vast war purchases of the Allies in this country. The crisis for the banking house was averted. As revealed in 1936 by the Nye Senate Committee, Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan on August 10, 1914, less than 2 weeks after war began, informed President Wilson that J.P. Morgan and Company had inquired whether there would be any official objection to making a loan to the French government through the Rothschilds. Bryan warned the president that money is the worst of all contrabands, and that if the loan were permitted, the interests of the powerful persons making it would be enlisted on the side of the borrower, making neutrality difficult, if not impossible. On August 15, Bryan wrote to J.P. Morgan and Company, "Loans made by American bankers to any foreign nation which is at war are inconsistent with the true spirit of neutrality." This statement formally committed the United States against loans to warring Europe. Soon afterward Bryan was constrained to reverse himself, which he did privately. The ever-facile New York bankers, however, now set about approaching their Washington officials in another way. On October 23, 1914, Samuel McRoberts, vice president of the National City Bank, informed Robert Lansing, counselor of the State Department, that the bank desired to stimulate trade by assisting foreign governments to buy in the American market but was unable to do so with the available supply of credit. That evening, with Bryan out of town, Lansing called on Wilson. Between them they drew a Jesuitical distinction between credits and EAS loans. Credits were held to be permissible. Then Wilson authorized Lansing to convey his impressions to such persons as were entitled to hear them, upon the express understanding that they would be regarded as Lansing's impressions and that Lansing had no authority to speak for the President or the government. On the evening of October 24, RG 14, Lansing transmitted his impressions to a mysterious, unnamed emissary from J.P. Morgan and Company, apparently Willard Straight, at the Metropolitan Club of New York, which had been founded by the elder J.P. Morgan. 2 days later, at the State Department, Lansing gave his impressions to an agent of the National City Bank. But when Vanderlip, former president of the bank, was asked by the Nye Committee to supply details, he suffered a convenient lapse of memory. Knowing the relations between Dodge and Wilson, we may assume that during all these pourparlers Dodge was in constant touch with the president. The Nye Committee, unfortunately, did not inquire into the Dodge-Wilson friendship. Through J.P. Morgan and Company, the Allied governments, after the Lansing-Wilson impressions had been transmitted, began buying supplies in large quantities on bank credits. All the banks participated in the business, with National City in the forefront of the commercial institutions. It was some time, however, before the new influx of orders was felt. The financial risk daily became greater, of course, as German military successes piled up in one theater of the war after another. Meanwhile, in December 1914, Henry P. Davison, Morgan partner in charge of making financial arrangements with the Allies, assured David Lloyd George, Chancellor of the Exchequer, that the United States within 6 months would lift the restrictions against formal loans to the Allies. Davison, as a high-ranking member of the de facto government, knew whereof he spoke. It was only a little more than 6 months before Wilson secretly gave permission for the flotation of the huge Anglo-French loan. To break the ground for this loan in government circles, Benjamin Strong, governor of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, former official of the Bankers Trust Company, Morgan, wrote on August 138, 1915, to Colonel House, warning that the exchange rate of the pound against the dollar was slipping. This meant, presumably, that England's power to purchase and to pay was diminishing. The Nye Committee tried to establish whether the slump of sterling was not the outcome of a maneuver by the American bankers in collaboration with the Bank of England to frighten the Washington administration into permitting a loan for the ostensible purpose of rehabilitating the pound. Then Secretary Mikado was given a copy of a letter from J.B. Forgan, president of the First National Bank of Chicago, Morgan influence, to F.A. Delano, vice governor of the Federal Reserve Board. Forgan asked what the government's attitude would now be toward an Allied loan, as funds were needed which the banks professed could no longer be supplied by means of open credits. On August 21, 1915, Mikado wrote to Wilson, "Our prosperity is dependent upon our continued and enlarged foreign trade. To preserve that we must do everything we can to assist our customers to buy To maintain our prosperity we must finance it. Otherwise we must stop, and that would be disastrous. On August 25, 1915, Secretary Lansing, who supplanted Bryan, sent Wilson a copy of Forgan's letter, with his own covering opinion that changed conditions must be recognized and that the large debts which result from purchases by the belligerent governments require some method of funding these debts in this country. On August 26 Wilson wrote to Lansing, "My opinion in this matter, compendiously stated, is that we should say that parties would take no action either for or against such a transaction, but that this should be orally conveyed, so far as we are concerned, and not put in writing." Wilson, in short, was fearful that evidence of his endorsement of lending to the Allies would leak out. Lansing informed the bankers of this new turn of Wilson's mind. Now, before coming to flotation of the Allied loans by J.P. Morgan and Company and the National City Bank, let us retrace our steps to April, 1915, when Thomas W. Lamont, partner in J.P. Morgan and Company, made a speech before the American Academy of Political and Social Science at Philadelphia. This speech was neither re. 139. Ported in the newspapers nor was it brought to light by the Nye Committee. The value of this long-hidden extraordinary speech resides in the fact that it tends to prove the bankers were interested in seeing the European war continue so that they might extract from it maximum profits. After reviewing details of the financial situation since the beginning of the war and after pointing to the great increase in American exports, Lamont dangled before his listeners the prospect of the United States becoming the financial center of the world. Factors pro and con relating to this development were enumerated by Lamont, who continued. Another factor, depending upon the duration of the war, is the extent to which we shall buy back American securities still held by foreign investors. If we should continue to buy such securities back on a large scale, and the chances are that if the war continues long enough we shall do that, then we should no longer be in the position of remitting abroad vast sums every year in the way of interest. We should be paying the interest upon our debts to our own people banks, not to foreigners. Such a development would be of the utmost importance for this country financially. A third factor, and that, too, is dependent upon the duration of the war is as to whether we shall become lenders to the foreign nations upon a really large scale. I have pointed out that since the war began we have loaned direct to foreign governments something over $200 million. Yet this is a comparatively small sum. Shall we become lenders upon a really stupendous scale to these foreign governments? Shall we become lenders for the development of private or semi-public enterprises in South America and other parts of the world, which up to date have been commercially financed by Great Britain, France, and Germany? If the war continues long enough to encourage us to take such a position, and if we have the resources to grapple with it, then inevitably we shall become a creditor instead of a debtor nation, and such a development, sooner or later, would certainly tend to bring about the See Annals of the Academy of Political Science, Volume 60, July, 1915, pages 106. 22. $140 instead of the pound sterling, as the international basis of exchange. After this delineation of the glittering pecuniary possibilities in the war, Lamont said, with characteristic histrionic casualness, "These thoughts I have thrown out simply in the way of inquiry and suggestion." The Lamont document is of first-class historical significance when read in conjunction with the evidence taken by the Nye Committee. It establishes for the first time on the record the conscious economic motivation in J.P. Morgan and Company and the Wall Street bankers in general for inducing the United States government to take the course it did subsequently take, although such motivation has always been publicly denied by the partners of J.P. Morgan and Company. And it was Lamont who, when the Federal Reserve refused to rediscount English war notes on purchases, advised the Bank of England to discontinue buying, temporarily, thereby frightening the entire business community. Very soon afterward Wilson gave his roundabout permission to the bankers to float ally loans. In late 1914, and throughout 1915 and 1916, leading figures of wealth, and their agents in press, pulpit, and rostrum, carried on a vigorous propaganda in favor of the Allies, against Germany. The newspapers particularly did all in their power to ensure the success of this campaign. After President Wilson was maneuvered into permitting loans to the Allies, J.P. Morgan and Company in October 1915, headed a syndicate of the leading banks which floated the $500 million Anglo-French loan. The biggest individual subscribers were the Guggenheim brothers, Copper, James Stillman, J.P. Morgan, George F. Baker, Andrew Carnegie, Vincent Astor, Otto H. Kahn, Hetty Green, William A. Clark, Copper, Charles M. Schwab of Bethlehem Steel, and Samuel Untermeyer, New York lawyer. In the first year $620 million and in the next year, up to the fall of 1917, $600,000,000 was advanced. The leading insurance companies, banks, and corporations as well were induced by their Wall Street masters to stock up with this paper, knitting the nation's finances into the war fabric on the Allied side. Early in 1917 the Allied governments, which now owed the American bankers and their clients nearly $1,500,000,000, had been brought virtually to their knees by the German armies, and it was believed that the limit of Allied credit had been reached. In March 1917, the Tsar's government, which had also been fighting to make the world safe for democracy, collapsed, threatening to release the German Army of the East for duty in France. On March 5, 1917, Walter Hines Page, American ambassador to England, sent to President Wilson a long dispatch which Page summarized as follows: "I think that the pressure of this approaching crisis has gone beyond the ability of the Morgan Financial Agency for the British and French governments. The need is becoming too great and urgent for any private agency to meet, for every such agency has to encounter jealousies of rivals and of sections." Page said that the outlook was alarming to America's industrial and financial prospects, but pointed out frankly, if we should go to war with Germany, the greatest help we could give the Allies would be such a credit. In that case our government could, if it would, make a large investment in a Franco-British loan or might guarantee such a loan. Unless we go to war with Germany our government, of course, cannot make such a direct grant of credit. The alternative to war, Page warned, was domestic collapse. Within 4 weeks President Wilson asked Congress for a declaration of war, ostensibly because submarine warfare against shipping had been renewed. Congress, with the exception of a small but gallant band led by Senators LaFollette and Norris, promptly acceded. Out of the proceeds of the very first Liberty loan more than $400,000,000 was paid to J.P. Morgan and Company in satisfaction of debts owed it by the British government. During its participation in the war the United States lent to Europe $9,386,311,178, of which Great Britain got $4,136,000,000 and France $2,293,000,000. American participation in the war made it possible for the government to place the credit of the whole American people behind the Allies, whose fortunes were, early in 1917, at such a low ebb that the American holders of nearly $1,500,000,000 of English and French paper stood to suffer a disastrous loss. The declaration of war by the United States, in Ad. 142. Addition to extricating the wealthiest American families from a dangerous situation, also opened new vistas of profits. Europe got none of the money lent by the Treasury, it received only materials of war. The owners of American industries got the money. They employed most of it to expand the industrial equipment of the nation and to increase the size of their fortunes and the extent of their power. In short, the war debt created by the American government amounted simply to money transferred from the people of the country to the richest families, who owned the banks and industries. Wartime profits as the Nye Committee showed, were enormous. And although Europe has since defaulted on its war and post-war debts to the United States, it has, except for Russia, Germany, and Austria, scrupulously paid off every cent owed to the American banks and bankers. Europe could have liquidated its obligation long ago, but only in goods. Any settlement of that nature, however, has been blocked by American bankers and industrialists, working through their tools in Congress and the White House. Walter Hines Page, trustee of the Rockefeller General Education Board and editor of various Wall Street publications, deserves brief attention at this point. From the moment war broke out in 1914, Page was wholeheartedly committed to the Allied point of view. He did everything he could to have the United States rake England's chestnuts out of the fire. So indefatigable was he that he often appeared to be a British agent, and he has been flatly accused by many, notably by H. L. Mencken, editor and critic, of figuring in a treasonable role. Such a view of Page is shallow, and scarcely does him justice. Page was merely playing Wall Street's game, and Wall Street's game happened to be England's. When Wilson in 1913 broached the idea of the London ambassadorship to Page, the latter held back on the ground that he could not support himself in proper ambassadorial style. Wilson thereupon called on Dodge to make up the needed funds out of his private purse. Dodge agreed to give Page $25,000 a year during his tenure of the London Post registered degree. Page was, therefore, as wartime ambassador to Great Britain, financed by a big stockholder. See Appendix B, War Profits. 143. Of the National City Bank, who also happened to be one of America's munitions magnates. V. The wartime emergency found members of the government de facto swarming into strategic posts in the government de jure. Many of them had long been active, however, in preparing the country for war. Henry P. Davison, who, as a Morgan partner, negotiated the Anglo-French bank loans, in 1915 financed Aerial Coast Patrol No. 1, a civilian flying unit under the temporary auspices of Yale University. In 1915 General Leonard Wood opened the Businessmen's Training Camp at Plattsburgh, New York, financed by Bernard M. Barrack, whose initial contribution was $10,000. Barrack spent much time gathering camp funds in Wall Street. The newspapers, of course, gave this project extended attention. With a flourish, Willard Straight, of J.P. Morgan and Company, and Robert Bacon, former Morgan partner, immediately enlisted. Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt gave an ambulance train to the New York National Guard. Theodore Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, Elihu Root, and other faithful servitors of J.P. Morgan and Company were all demanding a declaration of war long before Wilson felt he had the country with him. There was every reason, of course, for Wall Street to regard the war as beneficent. By the close of 1916 stock exchange prices had risen 60% over the 1914 average. For stockholders and bankers, 1916 was until then the most prosperous year in American history. In 1915 E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, for example, through J.P. Morgan and Company, received $100 million of English money to expand the plant capacity of its explosives division. Overnight the DuPonts were lifted from tertiary to primary industrial rank. Crude iron prices, which in 1914 stood at $13 a ton, by 1917 had risen to $42, whereas unfilled orders of the Bethlehem Steel Corporation at the end of 1913 were only $24,865,000. At the end of 1914 they stood at $46,513,000 and at the end of 1915 at $175,432,000. Munitions exports in 1914 totaled $40 million, in 1915 they were $330 million, in 1916, $1,290 million. Before America entered. 144. The war. Wall Street had sold nearly $5 billion of material to the Allies. No sooner had the banks shifted the financial risk of their war business to the American people by having the government declare war upon Germany than the rich families felt it their patriotic duty to take the operation of the government into their own hands, nor did President Wilson oppose them. The government, incidentally, had been secretly preparing for war for 6 months prior to the actual declaration. According to Franklin D. Roosevelt, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, the Navy Department began extensive purchasing of war supplies in the fall of 1916. By no accident, all the strategic government posts, notably those concerned with buying, were reserved for the Wall Street patriots. On the most vital appointments, Wilson consulted with Dodge, who proposed Davison for the head of the American Red Cross. He also recommended the hitherto unknown Barrack, speculator in copper stocks, as chairman of the all-powerful War Industries Board. Barrack was given his start in the brokerage business by James Keene, a confidential broker for J.P. Morgan and Company. He made his first big money in the amalgamated copper manipulation of the National City Bank. Kuhn, Loeb, and Company crowd registered in 1904. He became a confidential broker for the Guggenheims, and Thomas Fortune Ryan and Henry H. Rogers later became his business bedfellows. As head of the War Industries Board, Barrack spent government funds at the rate of $10 billion annually. Aspects of the operations of his department were harshly criticized after the war, and Barrack himself was rebuked by the Graham Committee of the House of Representatives. Some of the unsavory details of this inquiry's findings are reserved for later exposition. Barrack packed the War Industries Board and its committees with past and future Wall Street manipulators, industrialists, financiers, and their agents. Some of these were Julius Rosenwald, head of Sears, Roebuck and Company, Daniel Willard, president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, Walter S. Gifford, then vice president of American Telephone and Telegraph, Howard E. Coffin, an officer of the Hudson Motor Car Company, Alexander Legg, of the Interna. 145. Chanel Harvester Company, J. Leonard Replogle, steel magnate, Herbert Bayard Swope, brother of General Electric's Gerard Swope, Clarence Dillon, of Dillon, Reed and Company, Albert H. Gary, chairman of United States Steel, James A. Farrell, president of the United States Steel Corporation, and John D. Ryan, president of the Anaconda Copper Corporation, Amalgamated Copper, assistant secretary of war, and head of the Copper Buying Committee. The buying committees in all the war industries were composed of the heads of those industries, who fixed prices on a cost-plus basis and, as subsequent investigations revealed, saw to it that costs were grossly padded so as to yield hidden profits. With Ryan as an assistant secretary of war sat Edward R. Stettintinius, partner of J.P. Morgan, who until the United States declared war supervised American war purchases for the Allies. Russell Leffingwell, Morgan partner-to-be, was Assistant Secretary of the Treasury under Mikado, who appointed Dwight W. Morrow, Morgan partner, as Director of the National War Savings Committee for New Jersey. Although without shipping experience, Morrow was also made a member of the Allied Maritime Transport Council, which allocated tonnage among the powers. Charles M. Schwab, of Bethlehem Steel, took charge of the Emergency Fleet Corporation. Herbert Hoover, promotion agent for various London mining concerns, was made National Food Controller. Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank, was given charge of the War Savings Stamp Campaign. Samuel McRoberts, vice president of the National City Bank, became chief of the procurement section of the Ordnance Division. Paul D. Cravath, Thomas Fortune Ryan's attorney, was made legal advisor to the American War Mission to Europe. The laxity of the Washington officials is exemplified nowhere better than in the collected letters of Franklin K. Lane, Secretary of the Interior under Wilson. Lane, when war was declared, wrote, "The President ought to send for Charles M. Schwab and hand him a Treasury warrant for $1 billion and set him to work building ships, with no government inspectors or supervisors or accountants or auditors or other red tape to bother him. Let the 146. President just put it up to Schwab's patriotism and put Schwab on his honor. Nothing more is needed. Schwab will do the job." This is practically what the president did do in every department of industry. Lane, it is interesting to see, understood that it was auditors and accountants that worried the magnates. Davison packed the Red Cross with Morgan people. George F. Baker, Jr., of the First National Bank, headed the Preliminary Emergency Commission to Italy. Grayson MP. Murphy, Vice President of the Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, headed the first Red Cross mission to France, later succeeding Baker in Italy. Murphy is, perhaps, the most vital minor character in this narrative. Today he is a dominant figure in the Chicago-New York motor bus systems and a director in several Morgan banks as well as the head of his own investment banking house. As an Army lieutenant early in the century, Murphy, according to Henry Pringle in his biography of Roosevelt, was secretly dispatched by the president to look over the ground in Panama with a view to staging the Panama Revolution. So favorably was Murphy impressed with the possibilities that he and a fellow officer considered trying to interest J.P. Morgan and Company in financing the revolution. Late in 1934, Murphy was denounced by Major General Smedley D. Butler as one of the backers of a grandiose scheme, to be financed initially at $50 million, in which Butler would lead a militant political movement of World War veterans. After a brief flurry in the press, during which Murphy's scheme was denounced by liberals as fascistic, Butler's grave charge was pushed safely out of public consciousness behind a wall of silence. With Davison on the Red Cross War Council were Cornelius N. Bliss, Jr., Republican politician, Seward Prosser, now chairman of the executive committee of the Bankers Trust Company, Morgan, John W. Davis, then Solicitor General and now Morgan's chief counsel, John D. Ryan, Harvey D. Gibson, now president of the Manufacturers Trust Company, and Jesse H. Jones, Texas banker and land promoter and now head of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. The Russian mission of the Red Cross was headed by Colonel William Boyce Thompson and Colonel Raymond Robbins. Alaska * died, 1938. Gold prospector. Thompson and Robbins in Russia, and Murphy in Italy, used the Red Cross to forward the war aims of Wall Street in a way unsuspected by the American people. The purely political function of the Red Cross is not generally appreciated even today. Murphy's job in Italy was to bolster shattered morale after the Caporetto disaster. He put the Red Cross to work caring for the homeless and destitute whose mental state was considered dangerously revolutionary. Thompson and Robbins, according to their own statements, functioned in Russia as a political arm of the War Department. Their crowning achievement was the purchase of enough delegates to the All-Russian Democratic Congress so that instead of unseating Kerensky, it would support him and his program of continuing the war. The cost of seducing this Congress was $1,000,000, which Thompson cheerfully paid over. Throughout his stay in Russia, Thompson was at all times in cable communication with Lamont and Morrow at Morgan's, and in intervals paved the way for the grant, by the pre-Bolshevik government, of a mining concession to himself and his friends. The aim of Thompson and the Red Cross was to prevent the Russian people from making a separate peace with Germany. When the Russians nevertheless made peace, Thompson's revised aim was to prevent them from supplying Germany with materials. The Red Cross gave aid in the form of food and money to anti-German elements and withheld it from pro-German and extreme radical elements. Thompson and Robbins, under cover of the Red Cross, carried on espionage to locate supplies suspected of being routed to the German border. Hoover's post-war European Relief Commission functioned similarly. Food and supplies were withheld from liberal and radical governments and were given to reactionary regimes. The end of the war found the political financiers still dogging Wilson's unhappy footsteps. At the peace conference, Barrack was at Wilson's elbow. Lamont, as a Treasury Department representative, was also present and wrote the financial part for Wilson's League of Nations, according to William Boyce Thompson, and was more relied upon abroad in financial matters than was Barney Rarick. 7 Lamont, says another authority, was one of the few. 148. Among that admirable body of experts to whom President Wilson lent a willing ear. Trademark confidential copies of the Treaty of Versailles were, incidentally, in the hands of J.P. Morgan and Company long before the United States Senate saw the documents. All the post-war international financial conferences were dominated by J.P. Morgan and Company, which floated most of the choice post-war international loans, including the 2 reparations loans. The World War easily doubled the power of the clans mobilized around this banking house, as well as of those around the Rockefeller and Mellon banks. From the personal standpoint of America's richest families, the World War was the single most constructive event since the Civil War. V. The Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932. Tuesday, political ruffians of the Grant era functioned under semi-revolutionary sanctions. They were the unconscious midwives of a new industrial society which represented definite material progress. No similar sanctions supported the carpetbaggers of the period following the World War, who had no higher historical mission than common burglars. The robber barons of 1860 to 1900 accomplished, whatever the means they employed, whatever the waste and losses they inflicted, a vast job of construction. Their heirs and assigns of 1920 to 1932 were reduced to the practice of empty legerdemain, creating holding companies without end and issuing a complicated tangle of worthless hierarchically graded stocks and bonds. To such an extent was corruption interwoven with high governmental policies during the post-war years of Republican rapine years, which were, it should not be forgotten, logical continuations of the second Wilson administration, that this pathological phase must be treated in a following chapter. The White House became, quite simply, a political dive. Even in their superficial aspects, the successive Republican administrations were suspect. They differed from each other only in the name of the White House occupant. Warren G. Harding was an amiable drunkard who left a legacy of scandal, mere allusion to which constitutes a breach of good taste. Calvin Coolidge simply did what he was told by Andrew W. Mellon and by Dwight W. Morrow, his political godfather. Herbert Hoover was an erstwhile vendor and promoter of shady mining stocks who before the war had been reprehended by an English court for his role in a promotional swindle. Harding, said Alice Longworth, daughter of Theodore Roos 149. 150. Velt, in a summary that must be considered scientifically exact, was not a bad man. He was just a slob. Coolidge, according to Senator Medill McCormick, part owner of the rabidly Republican Chicago Tribune, was a plain boob. He was so shunned, as vice president, that when he became chief executive he made Senator Frank B. Kellogg, the only man in Washington who had spoken a kind word to him, his Secretary of State. The third of the Republican post-war presidents, in H. L. Mencken's judiciously insulting phrase, was a fat Coolidge, sweatingly tremulous under the domination of Thomas W. Lamont of J.P. Morgan and Company, whom he invariably consulted over the long-distance telephone before ever announcing any decision of moment. Of Coolidge's ignorance of common affairs, which was transcended only by Harding's, the late Clinton W. Gilbert, long the Washington correspondent for the New York Evening Post, related that upon ascending to the presidency Coolidge confounded his advisers when he confided that he believed goods sold in international trade were paid for in actual gold bullion, so much gold for so much merchandise. The exceptionally low caliber of the Coolidge mentality was never better illustrated than in 1921 when, as vice president, he wrote for a woman's magazine a series of articles under the title, "Enemies of the Republic, Are the Red Stocking Our College Women?" The childish intellect displayed in these writings is sufficient commentary upon the scheming minds that carefully nurtured Coolidge's political fortunes. Under the presidents of 1896 to 1920 the government did little for the people, much for the special interests. But under the three post-war Republican presidents the government became an actively hostile power, baleful, audacious, and irresponsible, functioning directly against the common interest. The party discipline imposed by Hanna was shattered. The truly significant thing about the post-war Republican presidents is that they were installed by banking capital, which in 1920 was just settling itself firmly in the saddle. They were the blank sheets of paper that Henry P. Davison craved in 1916. And if they did not participate personally in the looting, they had guilty knowledge of what took place, and for their cooperation were permitted. Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932. 51 to occupy the highest office within the gift of the American people. During the early phases of the contest for the Republican nomination in 1920 the main support of the wealthy families was thrown, through their banks, to General Leonard Wood, who in Cuba and the Philippines had functioned as the nation's first imperial proconsul. Premature revelations about the sinister nature of his financial backing squelched Wood's boom at the 11th hour. He would, in the face of the revelations, have been unable to snare votes. The Wood supporters thereupon flocked to Harding. Not only had it been recognized after the Republican congressional victories of 1918 that the Democrats had slight prospect of retaining popular support, but it was also evident that Wilson's Copper administration, dominated by the National City Bank, was to be succeeded, no matter what figurehead adorned the White House, by an oil administration. The priority of oil was unmistakably foreshadowed by the brisk wartime development of the automobile industry. Henry Ford's phenomenal success with the popular-priced car indicated that a big market awaited automobile manufacturers, and publications like the Wall Street Journal predicted an automobile boom. During the Wilson administration, the automobile interests had made themselves sufficiently heard to obtain passage of the Federal Aid Road Act, under which, ostensibly to help the farmers, $240,000,000 of public funds were made available for road building. The United States was soon to be crisscrossed by the most elaborate system of roads in the world, constructed at public expense, and worth billions to the infant automobile industry. Major policy was at stake, as well as oil reserves and casual plunder. Finance capital, to retain the dominance won in the war, required certain special governmental policies. These, as they came into view, provided for the non-prosecution of the war profiteers, reduction of wartime income taxes which threatened to recapture a portion of public funds siphoned into private hands, administration of the credit machinery through the Federal Reserve System to facilitate speculation and the flow of surplus capital into an expanding capital goods industry, a moratorium upon governmental regulation of finance and industry, and the making of empty, but convincing 152 gestures where the interests of farmers, labor, and consumers were concerned. The first two policies were readily shaped, but subsidiary objectives remained. As the reduction and remission of taxes on large incomes left national finances in a precarious position, and as the soundness of national finances was integral to the well-being of private wealth, the finances had to be strengthened by some device that would not inconvenience the large fortunes. The method finally approved involved the flotation of billions of dollars of foreign securities in the domestic market, tapping the savings of thousands of small investors. With the proceeds of these flotations, Europe and Latin America continued to buy American goods and, what was important, to make payments upon the adjusted intergovernmental debts. The financial strain which the magnates had imposed upon the government in 1917 to save their own fiscal skins was, therefore, partially eased. From the beginning, all regulation of private wealth was discarded. The government, instead of regulating, collaborated, notably in the use of the Federal Reserve System, by keeping speculative activity at fever pitch and facilitating the proliferation of holding companies, investment trusts, mortgage companies, and stock market pools. So gloomy were Democratic prospects in 1920 that there was no genuine contest for the presidential nomination, which was given to James Cox, Ohio politician, newspaper proprietor, and partner, with the Republican Dawes clique of Chicago, in the Pure Oil Company. Franklin D. Roosevelt was the vice presidential nominee, although E. L. Doheny of the Mexican Petroleum Company sought that honor for himself. Cox was given distinguished backing because he espoused Wilson's League of Nations. Chief among those who spoke for him was J. P. Morgan and Company's Thomas W. Lamont, whose recently acquired New York Evening Post led the pro-League newspaper campaign. But even the Morgan camp was split wide open on the League issue, and Cox was opposed by some of Lamont's partners. Cox, like Alton B. Parker in 1904, made sensational charges about a huge Republican slush fund. He could not prove his case, but he precipitated a Senate investigation distinctive chiefly in that it failed to uncover the true situation. One of the allegations was that Henry Clay Frick had given a private dinner in 1919 in honor of General Wood, with the guests present including George Harvey, George W. Perkins, John T. King, Connecticut Republican boss and Wood campaign manager subsequently indicted in alien property custodian frauds. he died before coming to trial with a co-conspirator who was sentenced to Atlanta Penitentiary, Dan R. Hanna, son of Mark Hanna, E. L. Doheny, Harry F. Sinclair, Ambrose Monell of the International Nickel Company, George Wellen, head of the United Cigar Stores Company of America, H. M. Bilsby, Public Utilities Holding Company operator, A. A. Sprague, wholesale grocer of Chicago, and William Boyce Thompson. Thompson and Harvey took the initiative in bringing about the nomination of Harding after the wood boom had collapsed under the weight of gold. Harvey, indeed, astutely picked Harding early in 1919 when, a year before the Republican convention, he wrote the name of the candidate he thought would capture the nomination and placed it, before many witnesses, in a sealed envelope. After the convention the envelope was opened. The name inscribed was Warren Gamaliel Harding * Wall Street, with Will Hayes of the Sinclair Oil Company deputized to handle details, began the collection of the Republican slush fund early in 1919. All leading corporation executives were dragooned into giving from $100 to $1,000. As Hayes, a Presbyterian elder, had piously spread the tidings that no contribution exceeding $1,000 would be accepted, the leading figures of wealth cautiously made their early offerings only in installments of $1,000 each. Members of the wealthy families who gave $1,000 from 2 to 12 times, with 2 to 8 members of some families contributing, were S. R. Guggenheim, Murray Guggenheim, William Boyce Thompson, R. Livingston Beekman, Edward H. Clark, C. A. Coffin, Daniel Guggenheim, Percy A. Rockefeller, Thomas Cochrane, Morgan Partner, George F. Baker, Charles Hayden, John N. Willis, Elisha Walker, Harry F. Sinclair, E. H. Gary, J. Leonard Replogle, James McLean, William H. Wooden, Clarence H. McKay, Eugene G. Grace, E. C. Converse, W. C. Durant, Charles M. Schwab, Earl W. Sinclair, Theodore N. Vail, Dwight Morrow, Morgan Partner. 154. George D. Pratt, James B. Duke, David A. Schult, Edwin Gould, Frank J. Gould, Vincent Astor, Mrs. Vincent Astor, Helen Astor, James A. Farrell, H. E. Huntington, George Washington Hill, George J. Wellen, Ludwig Vogelstein, properties seized by alien property custodian and later returned under fraudulent circumstances, Albert H. Wicken, Dunleavy Milbank, Horace Habmeyer, Ogden Reed, W. K. Vanderbilt, Jr., Henry P. Davison, Morgan Partner, August Heckscher, John T. Pratt, Ruth Baker Pratt, T. F. Manville, H. H. Westinghouse, James Spire, Helen Frick, Walter P. Chrysler, Childs Frick, John D. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, Jr., Mrs. Edwin Harkness, Julius Fleischman, W. L. Mellon, Andrew W. Mellon, T. Coleman DuPont, Mrs. Otto Kahn, W. K. Vanderbilt, Mrs. T. Coleman DuPont, Eugene Meyer, Felix Warburg, Adolph Louis Sohn, Mrs. John D. Rockefeller, Mrs. Henry Seligman, M.R.S. Felix Warburg, Mrs. Ogden Mills, Alexis I. DuPont, W. A. Harriman, F. A. Juilliard, Chauncey Depew, Mrs. F. W. Vanderbilt, Miss Flora Whitney, Miss Barbara Whitney, Mrs. Harry Sinclair, Ogden L. Mills, Howard Phipps, Frederick B. Pratt, George W. Perkins, Marshall Field, J. Ogden Armour, F. Edson White, Daniel G. Reed, Mrs. Marshall Field, Mrs. Stanley Field, Mrs. Samuel Insull, Charles E. Mitchell, Harold I. Pratt, Mrs. Harry Payne Whitney, Otto Kahn, and John W. Weeks. From January 1, 1919, to August 26, 1920, the Republican National Committee collected $2,359,676 for general party purposes, irrespective of contributions on behalf of individual candidates. This was all the Kenyon Committee could find, although in subsequent years vast additional sums were brought to light. According to the final report of the Kenyon Senatorial Investigating Committee, Harry F. Sinclair on May 15, 1919, made 2 contributions of $1,000 each. Yet, testifying under oath on June 2, 1920, Sinclair made the following answers to questions: Q. You have had nothing to do with political campaigns at all? A. Non sir, Q. Directly or indirectly. Amino, since the Kenyan committee got no further with its inquiry into the $10 million Republican slush fund of 1920, but it brought about the elimination of Wood by discovering that his pre-convention fund totaled at least $1,773,033. William Boyce Thompson in 1922, however, confided to C.W. Barron, there was no limit on the state contributions or the senatorial committee. Every congressional district and every state had all the money it could use. In all $6 million must have been spent. Asterisk as chairman of the Republican Ways and Means Committee which directed Hayes, Sinclair attorney and national campaign manager, Thompson presumably knew whereof he spoke. Other committee members were John W. Weeks, of the brokerage house of Hornblower and Weeks, and the United States Senate, William Cooper Proctor, head of the Procter & Gamble Soap Company, of Cincinnati, T. Coleman DuPont, William Crocker and Mrs. John T. Pratt, Standard Oil. Concealment of campaign contributions is customary. Frank R. Kent, of the Baltimore Sun, writes in his authoritative Political Behavior. Indictments for violations of the Corrupt Practices Acts are almost unknown and convictions practically non-existent. From President down, all elective officers are chosen as a result of campaigns in which both state and federal laws are evaded and violated. In every campaign for the presidency there is in each party always some man other than the treasurer and chairman, close to the candidate and who knows the game, to whom personal contributions that are never advertised and for which there is no need to account can be made. Detailed contributions to the Wood Fund uncovered by the Kenyan Committee included $731,000 from Proctor, $100,000 each from George J. Wellen, United Cigar Stores, Rufus Patterson, Tobacco, and Ambrose Monell, International Nickel, $50,000 from Henry H. Rogers, Standard Oil, $25,000 from John D. Rockefeller, Jr., $15,000 from H. M. Bilsby, $10,000 each from George W. Perkins, William Wrigley, and John C. Schaefer, Chicago newspaper publisher and oil man, $6,000 from G. H. Payne, and $5,000 from Philip Durand, sugar importer. John T. King collected $91,000, but could not remember the donors. His successor as Wood's campaign manager was William Loeb, President Theodore Roosevelt's White House secretary but long before 1920 promoted to vice. 156. President of the Guggenheim's American Smelting and Refining Company and President of the Yukon Gold Company. The second largest pre-convention fund belonged to Frank O'Loden, son-in-law of the late George M. Pullman, financier of Charles G. Dawes Central Trust Company of Chicago, a leading spirit in the formation of the American Radiator Company, and wartime governor of Illinois. Loden's fund amounted to $414,984, most of which he contributed himself. It was of special interest because the Senate committee obtained a glimpse of how some of it was used to finance 2 Missouri convention delegates. Hiram Johnson came third with a fund of $194,393, Herbert Hoover fourth with $173,542, and Warren G. Harding fifth with $113,109. The Coolidge Pre-Convention Fund was only $68,375, so far as the record shows, but the Kenyan Committee failed to turn up the names of Dwight W. Morrow and Thomas Cochrane, although other sources show that these men contributed and were, indeed, the moving spirits behind the Coolidge boom. The largest contributor to the Coolidge Fund found by the Kenyan Committee was Frank W. Stearns, Boston department store owner, who gave $12,500. Harry M. Doherty was the principal Harding pre-convention contributor. For 8 years after 1920 new disclosures were forthcoming about vast contributions to the Republican slush fund. Further inquiry would perhaps disclose additional sums. In 1924 it was brought out that Harry F. Sinclair gave $75,000 in the course of the campaign. In 1928 it was found that he had given $185,000 additionally in Liberty bonds to defray the campaign deficit. James Patton, wheat speculator, the 1928 disclosures showed, gave $50,000. Andrew W. Mellon gave at least $25,000 more than had previously been admitted. John T. Pratt, brother of Herbert Pratt of the Standard Oil Company, gave $50,000 more than was uncovered by the Kenyon Committee. Edward L. Doheny, contributing $34,900 to the Republicans, also gave $75,000 to the Democrats. T. Coleman DuPont gave the Republicans $25,000 over and above the Kenyon Committee's figures. In 1928 Hayes reluctantly admitted that Daniel G. Reed, member of the board of the United States Steel Corporation, chairman of the American Kin Company, president of the Tobacco Products Com. Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932 157 Paney, and director of the Bankers Trust Company, Guarantee Trust Company, and numerous other Morgan banks and trust companies, had given $100,000 in 1920. William Boyce Thompson lent the Republicans $150,000 and gave $60,000. Perjury was rife in all the hearings. The New York Herald Tribune, organ of the Republican Mills Reed family, gently said of Hayes that his evasion of the law and the truth has been deplorable. Whereas the known Republican contributions finally came close to $10 million, with the usual fat donations under names like Morgan, Rockefeller, and Vanderbilt suspiciously absent, the Democratic slush fund amounted to only $2,327,750. The day before Harding's nomination, the room of George W. Harvey at the Blackstone Hotel was the scene of the notorious midnight conference that was saturated in oil, whiskey, and tobacco smoke. In the light of his earlier prediction that Harding would capture the nomination, it is impossible not to see him as the bearer of the highest Wall Street sanction, for as an original deputy of Ryan, who collaborated on equal terms with Morgan, Rockefeller, and Frick, Harvey had handled confidential political missions for all the big financial clans. Dougherty, who was a purely minor figure in the conspiracy but slated to be Harding's attorney general, knew enough only to tell newspaper men before the convention that the nomination would be decided on by 12 or 13 men at 2 o'clock in the morning, in a smoke-filled room. The political deputies of wealth in Harvey's room were Senators Henry Cabot Lodge, Morgan, Medill McCormick, Chicago Tribune International Harvester Company, James E. Watson of Indiana, Ku Klux Klan, Reed Smoot, Utah Sugar Interests, James W. Wadsworth of New York, Morgan, and Frank Brandegee of Connecticut, Morgan. The only person in the room who was not a senator, other than Harvey, was Joseph R. Grundy, chief lobbyist of the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association and personal representative of Senator Boyce Penrose, who was lying in Philadelphia at the point of death but was nevertheless in constant telephonic communication with Harvey's hotel suite. Although not a delegate to the convention, Harvey was second. 158. To nobody there in influence upon its proceedings. 2 degrees others on the ground, and in intimate association with the convention managers, were Elbert H. Gary, Henry P. Davison, Thomas W. Lamont, W. W. Atterbury, President of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Richard Mellon, George F. Baker, Frank A. Vanderlip, and F. H. Allen, partner in Lee, Higginson and Company of Boston and New York. Asterisk. These latter, according to Senator R. F. Pettigrew of South Dakota, actually dictated what went into the hodgepodge collection of evasions that constituted the Republican platform, and they were willing to take Loudoun or Wood. They were holding Knox and Hoover, Harding, and Senator Watson of Indiana in reserve. The proceedings of the convention were determined each day in advance by the clique around Harvey. Harding, somewhat incoherent and slightly wilted by heat and beverages, was summoned to Harvey's room at midnight on the eve of his nomination. solemnly asked if there was anything that would make him unfit for the presidency, a guarded reference to a whisper that Negro blood flowed in his veins, he as solemnly replied in the negative. He was thereupon assured that the finger of destiny had settled upon his shoulder, designating him a successor of Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, and Lincoln. Harding left in a daze to plead unsuccessfully with Senator Hiram Johnson to accept the vice presidency. Johnson, in bed, haughtily declined the honor and turned his face to the wall. After Harding's nomination, the unseen movers of the convention selected Coolidge as his running mate, a decision disappointing to Stearns but acquiesced in by Morrow and Cochran behind the scenes. Lodge, as convention chairman, adroitly moved the Morgan candidate ahead of Senator Lenroot of Wisconsin. Like Cox, Taft, and McKinley, Harding was a product of Standard Oil's Ohio. He was, indeed, a product of Mark Hanna's old Standard Oil machine, of which he became a rank-and-file member in his youth while starting out as a small-town newspaper publisher. Ohio State Senator from 1900 to 1904, Lieutenant Governor from 1904 to 1906, Harding formally nominated William Howard Taft in 1912, and in 1914 was sent to the United States Senate. In 1908 Harding had boomed Standard Oil's Joseph B. Foraker for the Politics of Binange Capital 1920 to 1932 Colones 159. Presidency. Although it was not written upon his brow, Harding was, truth to tell, a Standard Oil man. His regime was, moreover, to be soaked, hardly by accident, in petroleum. J.P. Morgan's Coolidge was himself no more than a puppet. After astounding his fellow townsmen by capturing the mayoralty of Northampton, Massachusetts, from two abler candidates, he was elected to the Massachusetts Senate as the protege of the wealthy Senator W. Murray Crane, director of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company and other J.P. Morgan enterprises. In 1913 Coolidge was elevated to the Massachusetts Senate presidency, to the astonishment of outsiders, as a climax to the four-hand intrigue of J. Otis Wardwell, attorney for Kidder, Peabody and Company, close banking associate of J.P. Morgan and Company. A collaborator in this intrigue was Arthur P. Russell, attorney for the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad and various other Morgan Public Utilities companies. As Senate President, Coolidge exercised power second only to that of the governor. In 1915 he was elected lieutenant governor, this time with the help of funds from Dwight W. Morrow, whose classmate he had been at Amherst College. Registered 2 years later, Morrow assisted Coolidge into the governorship, where he was hibernating when the Boston police strike of 1919 goaded conservatives to fury and insensate fear. Before the inept governor dared to move, the strike fell to pieces, whereupon he issued a resolute proclamation of defiance against the strikers. Coolidge's ostensible forthright action in breaking down the forces of lawlessness, it was argued at Chicago, made him a logical presidential aspirant, but the hard-bitten, booze-soaked delegates were not convinced. Although keeping himself in the background, the soft-spoken Morrow was present at Chicago, an aspiring president-maker. Morrow's room at the hotel became the center of intensive lobbying. He expounded, he argued, he cajoled. *degree When Harding was nominated, Morrow wrote to Lamont that he did not relish the man, but nevertheless I feel that there is nothing against him and that there is very much in his favor. The decisive election victory of Harding and Coolidge at once placed Harvey in a preeminent political position. Harvey was, in 160. fact, the real president while Harding occupied the White House. He was offered the post of Secretary of State, but declined and took the London ambassadorship. Harding and Will Hayes together telephoned to Harvey in New York from the South to solicit his approval of the cabinet members. As the names of the men who were to sit in the Black Cabinet were read, Harvey exclaimed, "Admirable! Perfect! You could not possibly do better." Until his death, President Harding corresponded frequently with Harvey and sought his advice. When Harvey was named to the London post, John D. Rockefeller thought it fitting to congratulate him *. And even after Harding died, Harvey's influence at the White House was scarcely diminished, although it was subordinate to that of Dwight W. Morrow. Harvey and Coolidge corresponded often, and Harvey, resigning his London post to be nearer the scene of action after his political creation had passed into the afterworld, was often at the White House. Harvey, indeed, constantly shuttled in and out to confer with Coolidge. Registered at one time the president wrote to Harvey, "If you get an idea any time, let me have it." Harvey and Coolidge, as a matter of fact, had an exceptionally intimate and confidential friendship. On the occasion of one of Coolidge's opaque speeches, Harvey and the senior John D. Rockefeller jointly signed a message of felicitation to the president. Registered, the dual signature was, perhaps, a delicate way of reminding Coolidge for whom Harvey was the spokesman. So great a political force was Harvey known to be that the pathetically ambitious Herbert Hoover sought and was given his potent aid in the 1928 presidential campaign. Registered at the instance of Henry Clay Frick, who conveyed his wishes through Senator Philander C. Knox of Pennsylvania, Harding named Andrew W. Mellon Secretary of the Treasury. Until his appointment, Mellon had been virtually unknown to the general public, although he was one of the 5 richest individuals in the country and since 1871 had been Frick's banker. The appointment of Charles Evans Hughes, Standard Oil attorney, as Secretary of *, some writers say Dougherty suggested Mellon, but this is highly improbable. Frick was not only the logical man to propose Mellon, but George Harvey, an insider, says he did propose him. Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932, 161. State, was probably dictated by Harvey. According to the talkative William Boyce Thompson, Hughes was the connection with John D. Rockefeller. 7 degrees when Philander C. Knox died. Incidentally, he was replaced in the Senate by his law partner, David A. Reed, of Pittsburgh, counsel to the Mellon banks, as Knox had been. The Mellon-Frick senatorial succession was not permitted to lapse. It was kept alive, however, only by wholesale pecuniary debasement of the electoral processes, as disclosed by a Senate committee. Hughes and Mellon were the most significant appointees in the Harding cabinet, the one ruling over the delicate field of foreign affairs, which involved the settlement of war debts and apportionment of post-war markets, and the other over the equally delicate field of domestic finances. It is no wonder that Lodge confided to Barron in 1923 that Harding is very satisfactory to the financial interests. As to Hughes and the debt settlement, Barron quotes Harding's Secretary of State as saying in June, 1921, "I know Mr. Rockefeller quite well and we are getting the benefit of Mr. Morgan's opinion." Senator Weeks, Boston broker and Morgan connection, was named Secretary of War. Hayes, Sinclair oil attorney, became Postmaster General for a brief term, resigning to become moral arbiter for the motion picture industry. Dougherty, a ward politician, was Harding's personal selection as Attorney General. Hoover, about whose connections more will be said later, was named Secretary of Commerce at the bidding of William Boyce Thompson, who probably spoke with the approval of his close friend, Thomas W. Lamont. The pliant Senator Albert B. Fall, protege of E. L. Doheny, Harry F. Sinclair, and Cleveland H. Dodge, was given the portfolio of the Interior Department, which carried with it custody of the public lands. Edwin B. Denby of Michigan was named Secretary of the Navy. Henry A. Wallace of Iowa became Secretary of Agriculture. Harding surrounded himself with a motley crew of personal advisors. His poker cabinet included Mellon, Harvey, Will Hayes, William Wrigley, Chicago chewing gum manufacturer, Charles M. Schwab, Harry F. Sinclair, and Walter C. Teagle, president of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey. The president's private parties soon caused whispering in Washington, so much so that many 162 prominent persons were curious to see the White House room where they took place, although it was not until the Teapot Dome investigation that the mysterious little greenhouse on K Street also became widely known as a haunt of the president and his poker-playing friends. "I had heard rumors and was curious to see for myself what truth was in them," says Alice Longworth of a White House visit. No rumor could have exceeded the reality. The study was filled with cronies, Dougherty, Jess Smith, Alex Moore, and others, the air heavy with tobacco smoke, trays with bottles, containing every imaginable brand of whiskey stood about. Prohibition was a federal law. Cards and poker chips ready at hand, a general atmosphere of waistcoats unbuttoned, feet on the desk, and the spittoon alongside. Immediately after the inaugural, the piratical poker-playing crew in charge of the ship of state scrambled for the strongbox with the unerring instinct of cracksmen seeking the family heirlooms. Hughes negotiated agreements for the payment of the inter-allied debts and a general reduction in naval armaments. These were, relatively, clean jobs, although of tax benefit to the millionaires. Mellon cheerfully took over the job of manipulating the public exchequer. Fall and Denby, with the president's explicit consent, permitted the ravishment of the naval oil reserves by the Sinclair-Doheny Standard Oil Syndicate. Dougherty quashed prosecutions of war profiteers and other spoilsmen of Wall Street and waged vigorous warfare against labor organizations. Hoover expanded the Department of Commerce at great public expense and used it as a marketing agency for the big industries, which were given its valuable services free of charge. But, most significantly of all, Hoover used the Department of Commerce to foster monopoly on the most complete scale ever seen outside a fascist state. The antitrust movement had collapsed completely during the war. Even the pretense of enforcing the Sherman and Clayton Acts was discarded. Under Hoover, the trust movement took a new form. Approximately 400 trade associations had come into being during the war, sponsored by the various industries and encouraged by the government. In 1921, the Supreme Court had held that the pooling of commercial information was in restraint of trade. Dougherty, as Attorney General, contended that the distribution of information and statistics among members of trade associations violated the law. In 1923, the Supreme Court held that the Association of Linseed Oil Producers restrained trade. Secretary Hoover then took the final step in using the machinery of his department to circumvent the restraints of the Supreme Court and the Department of Justice. Voluntary committees within the industrial and trade groups sent statistical data to the department. This was combined with data furnished by the Bureau of Census and the Bureau of Foreign Commerce, analyzed, and returned to the associations to be distributed among members. The Federal Trade Commission protested against this as errant price fixing, but the Supreme Court approved. Monopoly and trustification had now reached its highest form. It was carried on through the agency of the government. Up to 1927, no fewer than 243 trade agreements had been arranged through Hoover's Department of Commerce, all having the effect of jacking up prices to the ultimate consumer. It was in recognition of this notable work in improving the mechanism for extracting money from the consumer that Hoover was given general banking support for the presidency in 1928 when Andrew W. Mellon's boom collapsed. Hoover was not above engaging in even more devious practices to channel money into the hands of the financial lords. Early in his administration of the Commerce Department, for example, he put out a false prediction of a sugar crop shortage which made possible an increase in prices that netted the Sugar Trust a profit of $55 million in 3 months. Hoover's trade associations functioned behind the screen of the highest tariff yet devised, the Fordney-McCumber Tariff Act of 1922, passed by the Republican majority and approved by Harding. Illustrative of the fact that the tariff rates were not arrived at on the basis of abstract principle were the increases on aluminum houseware fixed for the benefit of Mellon's Aluminum Corporation, which in RG 21 paid a dividend of 1,000% on its original capital and which immediately after passage of the Ford 164 McCumber Act declared an additional dividend of 500%. Other big companies benefited similarly. The Aluminum Company, to digress momentarily, had been recognized as a monopoly in 1912 by the federal courts. In 1924 the Federal Trade Commission reported it as an absolute monopoly, and although the Trade Commission filed complaints against it again in 1928 and 1930, nothing was done about it until 1937 when the government again filed suit to break it up. Mellon, in short, enjoyed the immunity reserved for those in possession of money. But the hub of government, immediately after Harding was installed, became the Treasury Department. Mellon went to work upon the public vaults with a seal righty that showed what the election had been about. Under Mellon, reductions and remissions of income taxes for wealthy individuals exceeded $6 billion, until he appeared in Washington wholesale tax rebates had been unheard of. The details of Mellon's tax reduction program were worked out by Assistant Secretary of the Treasury S. Parker Gilbert, who later became a partner of J.P. Morgan and Company. Gilbert was a protege of Owen D. Young and Russell C. Leffingwell, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury under Wilson and subsequently a Morgan partner. Mellon also launched a movement to impose a federal sales tax upon all articles in retail trade, a barefaced attempt to increase the tax burden of the lower classes. Although repeated efforts to pass the sales tax were made under Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover, with Mellon the individual driving force, it was repeatedly defeated by the Senate insurgents of both parties. The proposed sales tax was applauded by most of the big newspapers, notably by the Hearst chain. At the time Mellon threw around himself the mantle of Alexander Hamilton, the moguls of vested wealth were in danger of losing some portion of their war profits to the public treasury, whence, indeed, they had come. Upon the declaration of war, Congress had devised an excess profits tax based on corporation earnings of the 1-Gr-1-1914 period. The tax amounted to 20% on profits, 15% in excess of the basing figure, to 35% on the excess up to 15 to 25%, to 45% on the excess up to 25 to 33%, and to 60% on the excess above 33%. Despite these relatively punitive rates, the profits taken after payment of taxes were enormous. A wartime surtax of 2 to 3% was imposed on individual incomes of $8,000 to $50,000, of 12 to 24% on incomes of $50,000 to $100,000, of 27 to 52% on incomes of $100,000 to $2 million, and of 63 to 65% on incomes from $2 million upward. Various ways were discovered by the rich for evading these taxes. One method was to invest in tax-exempt government securities. There were not enough of these to supply the demand from wealthy families, but they were supplemented by tax-exempt securities issued by state and local governments, which the investment bankers stimulated to tap the vast surplus capital resources of Wall Street. Other ways of evading taxes were to invest money abroad, to declare stock dividends and transfer cash earnings to surplus to be held against a day of low taxes for distribution, to build unnecessary plants, hotels, and office buildings, to pay inordinately high salaries to corporation officials, and to resort to technically legal subterfuges such as personal holding companies. Although the income of the wealthy class had risen sharply, in 1922 incomes of more than $300,000 paid income taxes on only $366 million, compared with nearly $1 billion in 1916 before the imposition of the emergency taxes. Mellon failed to block any of the tax loopholes. But on the plea of stopping tax evasion, the Revenue Act of 1921, drawn by Mellon's department, eliminated the excess profits tax entirely, saving corporation stockholders $1.5 billion a year at one stroke. The maximum surtax on individual incomes was reduced by Congress from 65 to 50%, with Mellon calling for a 25% surtax. The concession by Congress was not sufficient for the avid Mellon and his supporters, however, for late in 1923 additional measures were enacted that further eased the tax load on the rich. The proposed tax bill of 1924 reduced the maximum surtax from 50 to 25%. This was considered so flagrant that the bill could not be stomached even by a subservient Congress. In the substitute bill, a surtax of 37.5% was established and estate taxes were raised from 25 to 40% on fortunes of $10 million or more. Mellon thereupon advised Coolidge to use the veto, but the president, heeding advice from other quarters, allowed the measure to become law. Mellon argued that the tax would so operate as to confiscate estates in 2 or 3 generations, ending, as he vowed, the existence of private property. Senate liberals, however, pointed to the fact that the Guggenheim, DuPont, Harkness, and Pratt fortunes had doubled or trebled in the hands of many heirs. Alexis I. DuPont, who died in 1921 as a member of the fourth generation of a dynasty whose founder left $40 million, alone had an estate of $30 million. A dozen other members of the fourth generation had fortunes of equal or greater size. Stephen V. Harkness left an estate of less than $50 million, yet his two sons left $100 million and $170 million respectively. In 1926 Coolidge signed Mellon's bill that provided for a 20% maximum surtax on individual income taxes, a basic tax rate of 5%, reduction of the inheritance tax, repeal of the gift tax and of the tax on automobile trucks and accessories. Up to this point the Mellon tax reductions had saved wealthy individuals and corporations an officially estimated $4 billion annually, exclusive of remissions. Had a halt been called there, something might have been saved from the wreckage. But Mellon was coldly savage in his determination to obtain virtually complete tax exemption for the clans of great wealth. The Treasury Department quietly indicated, the moment Mellon took office, particularly to generous Republican Party contributors, that the Internal Revenue Bureau had adopted a policy of liberal interpretation of tax laws to allow remissions of taxes paid from 1917 onward. At one time more than 27,000 lawyers, accountants, and tax experts were handling tax rebate cases in Washington. The situation soon caused the launching of a special Senate investigation under the chairmanship of Senator James Couzens of Michigan. One of the cases cited by Couzens concerned a zinc property bought by William Boyce Thompson in 1913 for $10,000 and sold in 1918 for $600,000, upon the 5,900 per cent profit of which transaction no taxes were collected because, it was said with absurd illogicality, the property had been really worth $600,000 from the first. The Couzens investigation disclosed other rank favoritism if not criminal intent in the bestowal of public funds disguised as tax rebates. Mellon vindictively retaliated by filing suit against Couzens for the collection of $10 million in taxes allegedly due on the sale in 1918 of Couzens stock in the Ford Motor Company. Couzens won the case, but at great expense. Before his recent death, Couzens enjoyed the distinction of being the only wealthy man ever to sit in the Senate with a keen sense of responsibility to the common welfare. A similar senator, not so wealthy, was the late Bronson Cutting of New Mexico. During his first 4 years in office, Mellon gave himself a tax refund of $404,000, second only to one of $457,000 for John D. Rockefeller, Jr. The United States Steel Corporation received a refund of $27 million, typical of those to large corporations. It is manifestly impossible to cite all the refunds, for up to December 1924, the list of tax refunds filled 8 folio volumes of 10,000 pages. When Mellon left office, the list was more than twice as large. Mellon on one occasion overstepped the bounds of legality, when a refund of $91,472 to the Mellon banks in Pittsburgh was assailed as improper. It was promptly defended on the Senate floor by Senator David A. Reed, Mellon's lawyer. But the Treasury Department was constrained to admit, in the face of a general outcry from the Senate liberals, that the refund was illegal. It was recalled. Mellon, of course, fought the disclosure of 1923 and 1924 tax payments brought about by Couzens and the Senate liberals, and he and Coolidge were successful in having this salutary practice discontinued. The Couzens inquiry, unfortunately, did not stop Mellon from ladling out public funds. Indeed, Couzens' committee was not equipped to unravel the tortuous details of all the tax transactions. But the committee made it glaringly evident that virtually every tax transaction of the Treasury Department under the Pittsburgh banker and aluminum monopolist is suspect. During Mellon's tenure, a total of $1,271 million of tax refunds were made, of which $7 million were for Mellon's personal account, $14 million for the 168th account of his corporation. In remissions, rebates, and reductions of rates more than $6 billion was siphoned from the Treasury into private pockets. The Mellon regime therefore had the effect of leaving the national debt larger by this amount than it would have been and of increasing the aggregate of war profits by at least half this amount, since it was capital gains from wartime operations that figured largely in the tax juggling. Not satisfied with the havoc already wrought in the public finances, Mellon and President Hoover in November 1929, announced a reduction of 1% on individual and corporation taxes for 1930, of which $100 million accrued to corporations and $60 million to individuals. This reduction was temporary only, since then there has been no fundamental reform in the income tax schedules, which should never, in the interests of sound public finance, have been changed from the 1919 basis. The Franklin D. Roosevelt administration, however, closed some tax loopholes, but while it has raised estate and income taxes, it has kept a loosely drawn gift tax law that virtually nullifies estate tax provisions. Mellon played politics in many ways with the Treasury Department. During his incumbency he predicted, from time to time, heavy deficits. These predictions had the effect of deterring war veterans and farmers from demanding federal assistance. In 1921, 1922, and 1924 Mellon predicted deficits in the face of the bonus agitation, and each year there was a substantial surplus. But after 1929, when deficits became the rule, Mellon took to predicting surpluses so that income and inheritance taxes would not be increased by Congress. As the nation writhed after 1929 in the grip of the crisis, economists criticized the Secretary of the Treasury for having reduced taxes in prosperous years when they might have liquidated the national debt and so left the Treasury in a position to shoulder its proper responsibility to the people as a whole. The conservative drive Era Seligman, McVicker Professor Emeritus of Political Economy at Columbia University, lashed out at Mellon for the absurdly inadequate revenues received from the meager inheritance taxes. The Treasury Department under Mellon was shot through with scandals, of which the Barco concession deal was outstanding. The Mellon tax policies were scandal enough, however, they played a big part in fueling the speculative boom of 1924 to 1929, for the funds released for private use could in many cases find no constructive economic outlet. They were therefore directed into the stock market, into the proliferation of holding companies and investment trusts, and into wild personal extravagances that stimulated luxury trades which later collapsed. 2. The untimely death of Harding on August 2, 1923, brought no change in government policies. The merry game of plundering continued under Coolidge. The first Teapot Dome revelations in 1924 acted as a slight deterrent upon the process, but, on the whole, no change was visible to the naked eye. Coolidge's running mate in 1924 was Charles G. Dawes, Chicago banker and controller of the currency under McKinley. The nomination of Dawes preserved the general low tone and artistic consistency of the Republican ticket. Dawes was a protege of Mark Hanna, and this was not unknown, but in view of the fact that Davis, in the parlance of the prize-fighting ring, was to lay down, it made no difference what weakling accompanied the incredible Coolidge. Dawes' chief claim to fame, other than his ostensible authorship of the Dawes Plan of reparation settlements, arose from his participation in the William E. Lorimer bank scandal in Chicago before the war. Lorimer had been elected United States Senator from Illinois in 1910 with the help of a slush fund supplied by Edward Hines, wealthy lumberman. Because Hines was at odds with the Republican faction dominated by the McCormicks, the deal was exposed in the Chicago Tribune and Lorimer was refused his seat by the Senate, most of whose members had arrived at their eminence over the very road traveled by Lorimer. Although a Republican political boss, Lorimer controlled a national bank in Chicago which became involved in difficulties soon after the rejection of its proprietor by the Senate. To avoid a federal bank examination, Lorimer decided to have his national bank charter changed to a state charter. But to get a state charter he had to prove to the state auditor of public accounts that the bank actually possessed $1,250,000 cash as claimed. Unfortunately, Lorimer was even then insolvent. Dawes, head of the Central Trust Company, which he had started after the turn of the century with money obtained from his friend, Frank O'Loden, without informing his fellow officers or directors, made out to Lorimer's bank a check for $1,250,000 with which Lorimer was to deceive the state auditor. As soon as a state charter had been issued, the check was returned, uncashed. For his part in the deal, Dawes was soundly rebuked by the Supreme Court of Illinois. This court held Dawes Central Trust Company liable for $110,457.51 in the failure of Lorimer's institution, paring down a liability set at $1,400,000 by the lower courts. Although thousands of depositors lost money in the Lorimer crash, action against Dawes went no further than the litigation cited, for Dawes was a power in Illinois politics. Moreover, Dawes' Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932 171 Bank did not satisfy the judgment against it until after Dawes' nomination for the vice presidency in 1924. The Democratic contender was John W. Davis, former congressman and Solicitor General, Harvey's predecessor in the London ambassadorship, and, above all, attorney for J.P. Morgan and Company. Davis was chosen by the Democrats as a compromise after a convention deadlock between the Ku Klux Klan, which backed William G. Mikado, and the Roman Catholic Church, which backed Alfred E. Smith. Davis' running mate was Charles Bryan, brother of William Jennings Bryan. With Davis and Coolidge in the field, J.P. Morgan and Company had the unprecedented distinction of controlling both candidates. A third ticket was headed by Senator Robert M. La Follette, with Burton K. Wheeler of Montana, one of the active figures in exposing the Teapot Dome swindle, as his running mate. La Follette polled 5 million votes, the most ever garnered by an independent candidate, but Coolidge, supported by a mountain of money, won handily. Behind the financial arrangements of the Coolidge campaign stood Dwight W. Morrow. Thomas Fortune Ryan, as usual, took the lead for the Democrats. Frank P. Walsh, attorney for the La Follette Committee, estimated total Republican collections at $15 million and, considering various special senatorial contests wherein private stakes were great, the aggregate may easily have been around this figure. But the Republican National Committee collected only $4,370,409 as far as a special Senate committee under William E. Borah could determine. The Democratic National Committee spent only $903,908 for its shadow boxer. The La Follette campaign cost $221,937. As in 1904, J.P. Morgan and Company in 1924 took the lead in scaring up Republican contributions. E.T. Stotesbury collected $50,000 in Philadelphia. Guy Emerson, now vice president of the Bankers Trust Company, did most of the collecting in New York, although George Murnane, vice president of the New York Trust Company, Morgan, collected $77,000. William Wrigley, James A. Patton, William H. Woodin, and Frederick H. Prince each gave $25,000. Eldridge R. Johnson, president of the Victor Talking Machine Company, Mortimer L. Schiff, Arthur Curtis James, and Payne Whitney each gave $15,000, J.B. Duke and William Nelson Cromwell each gave $12,500, Julius Fleischmann, Charles Hayden, J. Horace Harding, Andrew W. Mellon, Vincent Astor, Julius Forstmann, John D. Rockefeller, Iron E. DuPont, Ogden Mills, Frank A. Munsey, Frank W. Stearns, Arthur W. Cutton, and Charles G. Dawes each gave $10,000, Dwight W. Morrow, Thomas Cochran, Marshall Field, Richard B. Mellon, Helen Clay Frick, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., Harvey S. Firestone, William H. Todd, Henry G. Huntington, Archer M. Huntington, and Charles M. Schwab each gave $5,000. Smaller sums in varying amounts were given by other figures of wealth who wanted a word to say in government. Thomas Fortune Ryan gave the Democrats $55,000, the largest single contribution brought to light. Contributions of $25,000 each were made by Bernard M. Barrick and Jesse H. Jones, Texas banker and land promoter. Henry Morgenthau put up $23,500. Thomas L. Chadbourne, Cuban sugar investor, gave $20,000. Contributions of $10,000 each were made by Norman H. Davis, banker and diplomat, Francis P. Garvan and S. D. Camden. Contributions of $5,000 each were made by Mrs. Jesse H. Jones, John D. Ryan, Percy S. Strauss, John W. Davis, Cleveland H. Dodge, Frank L. Polk, Alan Wardwell, Cyrus H. McCormick, Charles R. Crane, and Jesse I. Strauss. Smaller contributions came from Ralph Pulitzer, F. B. Keach, Gerard Swope, Edward A. Filene, Richard Crane, and various corporation executives. A tangle of special interests, analysis shows, was concerned with financing the campaign. Stotesbury, a leading spirit in the United Gas Improvement Company of Philadelphia, was under indictment along with his company. The United States Attorney General dismissed the indictment. More than a score of officials of sugar companies that were under investigation by the United States Tariff Commission contributed. Textile men interested in a higher tariff made heavy donations. Charles Hayden, old partner of William Boyce Thompson and special backer of Herbert Hoover, contributed $5,000 and was currently resisting a government claim for a wartime overpayment of $5,267,476 to the Wright-Martin Aircraft Company, of which he was a director. The government soon afterward renounced this claim. Harry M. Blackmer, chairman of the Midwest Refining Company, deeply involved in the Teapot Dome scandal, made a sizable contribution, as did other Teapot Dome defendants. Julius Fleischmann, Yeast King, and many others, had pending huge tax claims against the government. Beeman G. Dawes, brother of the vice presidential candidate and president of the Pure Oil Company, gave $5,000, his wife gave the same amount. The Pure Oil Company had a tax refund claim pending and was a defendant in a suit brought by the government, which charged a conspiracy to control oil and gasoline prices in Ohio. The tax refund was granted, the suit was quashed. In other words, the old game of purchasing immunity was played. The chairman of the Republican Ways and Means Committee, successor to Thompson, was Joseph R. Grundy, president of the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association and one of the Harding conspirators of 1920. Grundy on his own hook collected $300,000 in Pennsylvania. Harding's black cabinet had to be reconstituted before the election, but Coolidge was afraid to make a move that would disturb the Republican machine. Against great pressure he held off for some time, asking Dougherty for his resignation, and actually commended this errant spoilsman and expressed regret when he did resign. Coolidge also obtained the resignation of Secretary Denby, who had acquiesced in the alienation of the naval oil reserves. Hughes, his work done, resigned in 1925 to resume his Standard Oil practice. He was replaced by Senator Frank B. Kellogg of Minnesota. There were other new appointments, all dictated by local politicos, but Mellon remained in the Treasury, the central figure of the Republican regime. Hoover remained in the Department of Commerce. Reaction gripped the nation. As the result of extensive post-war plotting, both houses of Congress were under Wall Street control. William Boyce Thompson in 1922 had said, "The Senate must be controlled and there are senators from different states who must be looked after." Thompson and Harvey had, events in the Senate showed, wrought well. No bill of any tangible value to persons without wealth was to be passed and signed by a president for many years. The outstanding new development of the Coolidge administration was the rise of Dwight W. Morrow to national prominence, giving J.P. Morgan and Company virtually unchallenged jurisdiction over the White House for the first time since 1908. During Harding's incumbency, Morrow had been occupied with problems of international finance. In 1921 he made an intensive study of French finances with a view to floating a loan through J.P. Morgan and Company. In the same year he reorganized the Cuban finances on a basis that led to the establishment of the bloody Machado dictatorship and the equally bloody revolt against it. In 1922 he was occupied with floating the Austrian reconstruction loan. Through a misunderstanding, Morrow failed to obtain a desired post on the Reparations Commission, but he succeeded in placing Owen D. Young, head of the General Electric Company, and a nominal Democrat, in his stead. S. Parker Gilbert was appointed Agent General of Reparations upon the recommendation of J.P. Morgan and Company, which recognized his able services in working out the details of the tax reduction program. In 1925 Coolidge appointed Morrow to the Aviation Board, but in 1927 came the most crucial appointment of all. Morrow was named ambassador to Mexico. This post, at the moment, was of vital interest to Wall Street and Washington. It was, indeed, the most important ambassadorship in the entire diplomatic service at the time, for relations with Mexico, where wealthy Americans owned mineral property worth more than $1 billion, had gone from bad to worse since the first Wilson regime. Despite close liaison with the overlords of wealth, the State Department, its embassy in Mexico City, the personal gift of E. L. Doheny, had been unable to obtain substantial concessions for the American millionaires. In 1919 the Rockefellers, the Guggenheims, the Anaconda Copper Mining Company, and E. L. Doheny took matters into their own hands by forming the Association for the Protection of American Rights in Mexico. This organization unloosed wild propaganda for intervention. Prodded by Senator Fall, a Senate committee sat from August 1918 to May 1920, hearing about alleged mistreatment of Americans in Mexico and thereby providing an 175 official background for the interventionist propaganda. Wilson, upon listening to representations from Fall, agent in the Senate for the interventionists, reversed Lansing's relatively conciliatory policy and in the closing phases of his term adopted a strong tone toward Mexico. But he refused to accede to the open demands for war. Harding and Coolidge experimented with Wilson's earlier policy of bullying, and in 1923 Coolidge recognized Obregon, who had ousted Carranza 2 years before, and agreed to sell him munitions. But after apparent improvement, relations again became very strained with the promulgation of the Mexican land law by the Calles government in 1925. This law replaced perpetual tenure of Mexican mineral and petroleum lands with 50-year concessions, and so intensified the conflict that in 1927 the Hearst newspapers, their proprietor and owner of Mexican mineral lands, published a series of forgeries involving liberal United States senators in alleged Mexican radical intrigue and corruption. Morrow's appointment took effect at this crucial point. The former Morgan partner went to Mexico with conciliatory intentions and succeeded in obtaining a modification, satisfactory to the American interests, of the petroleum law. Morrow remained in Mexico until informed during the Hoover regime that he was to be a member of the United States delegation to the London Naval Conference of 1930, which ended in a stalemate. At the same time a movement got underway to make him United States Senator from New Jersey. Coolidge, like Harding and unlike Theodore Roosevelt, exercised little discretion in catering to organized wealth. He had appointed Harlan F. Stone, Dean of the Columbia Law School and a student at Amherst, with Morrow and himself, Attorney General, to succeed Dougherty, but when Stone prepared to file an antitrust suit against Mellon's Aluminum Company, he was abruptly elevated to the Supreme Court. The suit was, of course, not brought. Charles Beecher Warren, for many years an expert in the formation of trusts, was named to succeed Stone as Attorney General, but the Senate could not digest this appointment. Coolidge then appointed John G. Sargent, of Vermont, whose imagination did not encompass suits against great companies. An official of the pencil. 176. Vonnier Railroad was appointed by Coolidge to the Interstate Commerce Commission to sit in judgment upon the railroads. A prominent sugar lobbyist, Edgar Broussard, who was primarily interested in sugar tariffs, was made a member of the Tariff Commission, which had been transformed into an agency for increasing tariffs instead of reducing them. The Tariff Commission had been empowered by the Fordney-McCumber Act to bring about tariff reforms. On its recommendation the President could raise or lower rates by as much as 50%. In 6 years Coolidge reduced rates on paintbrush handles, phenol and crucilic acid, mill feed, and bobwhite quail, and increased rates to the maximum on 18 items, including iron ore, Morgan. In 1928, Edward P. Costigan, later senator from Colorado, resigned from the Tariff Commission, charging that Coolidge had packed the body and thwarted it in its work. All effective veterans legislation was vetoed by Coolidge as by Harding, whatever passed overrode the presidential veto. Both Coolidge and Harding temporized with the pressing farm problem by killing effective bills and approving only joker legislation. Coolidge sabotaged all efforts of liberal senators to regulate the rampant electric power industry. In short, whatever brought benefit to the non-wealthy was scotched, whatever benefited the wealthy was passed. And the full meaning of it all becomes clear only in the light of the roles Morrow and Harvey, invisible behind the scenes, played as Coolidge's closest advisors. It was no wonder that William Boyce Thompson could say in 1927 that he would be content to have Coolidge for king and Mellon for queen to the end of his days. Coolidge, a faithful servant, received his pay. Upon his retirement he was elected a director of the New York Life Insurance Company, Morgan, and was made a contributor at the rate of $1 a word to the New York Herald Tribune, Mills Reed, even though what he wrote usually failed to make sense. In 1933 the Senate Banking and Currency Committee brought out that J.P. Morgan and Company in 1929 had Coolidge on its favor list. Coolidge was one of those permitted to buy stock far below the market price, the $30,000 difference between the market price and the purchase price representing a flat gift from J.P. Morgan and Company. The administration of Herbert Hoover was, in all fundamental aspects, a regime of scandal, like its two predecessors. Hoover's strategy was to do nothing, hoping that the country would remain on an even keel. The economic debacle which overtook the nation under his rule cannot, it is true, be laid to him alone. He did nothing to the situation, rather did the situation catch up with the policy of drift and expediency which had marked all the administrations since 1896. The culmination was poetically logical. Hoover reaped what McKinley and Hanna, Roosevelt and Perkins, Wilson and Dodge, Coolidge and Mellon had sown. The most serious obstacle to the nomination of Hoover was Andrew W. Mellon who, when Coolidge renounced another term, craftily reached out for the presidency. Mellon was outmaneuvered at the Kansas City Republican Convention by the Philadelphia machine of William S. Veyer, under control of E.T. Stotesbury and Morgan, Drexel and Company. Hoover had long been a Morgan puppet, and the Republican convention contest was strictly one between Morgan Finance Capital and Mellon Finance Capital. Thomas Cochran, partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, was on the ground at Kansas City as Hoover's invisible field marshal. Long before he became wartime food administrator, the ambitious Hoover had moved in the Morgan orbit. For more than 20 years he had promoted British mining enterprises in Africa, Australia, and Asia, working in association with British banks that were attuned with Morgan, Grenfell, and Company of London. Hoover, according to contracts on the record, drew $95,000 a year salary for his promotional work and $5,000 a year for his engineering advice. In 1909 Hoover reached the turning point in his career when he met in London William Boyce Thompson, then a partner of Hayden, Stone and Company, New York investment bankers. Thompson, a stock market crony of Thomas W. Lamont of J.P. Morgan and Company, was also primarily interested in mining promotions. He brought Hoover into a number of Hayden, Stone and Company enterprises. There has been some mystery made of the way in which Hoover 178 came to the fore as food administrator in the Wilson administration, but there is really no mystery. It was the influential Thompson who introduced Hoover, long absent in foreign lands, to the leading figures of American finance and politics. The Wilson administration, as we have seen, was in the grip of the copper crowd, and with the members of this group Thompson was on intimate terms. Hoover, unknown to the world at large, became food administrator after having served as head of the Belgian Relief Group. In 1920 it was Thompson, when the presidential bee was buzzing seductively around Hoover's head, who turned him into the Republican Party and helped him make valuable political connections in New York, Colorado, and California. Thompson, through his work for the Guggenheims, enjoyed a wide acquaintanceship among politicians, newspaper publishers, and businessmen in the western states. As chairman of the Republican Ways and Means Committee, he brought Hoover into close touch with such figures as Charles Hayden, Albert H. Wiggin, Harry F. Sinclair, E. L. Doheny, and Thomas W. Lamont. In 1928, Hayden, Thompson's old partner, was placed in charge of Hoover's campaign finances. The contest between Republicans and Democrats in 1928 was embittered by the attempts of a young ambitious group gathered around the DuPonts and Anaconda Copper, to capture the presidency with Alfred E. Smith, Tammany governor of New York. This group, largely Catholic in composition, introduced a new note in American politics, for it marked the beginning of the functioning of the Roman Catholic Church on a national scale through the political apparatus of financial capital. In the United States, the Catholic Church had hitherto concerned itself only with local politics in the large cities. No fundamental policies were at issue between the two parties. Indeed, the Democratic Party under the leadership of Smith came to resemble more nearly than ever before the Republican Party. It threw overboard, for example, its historic tariff policy. The ostensible issue was prohibition, with Hoover supporting the Dries and thereby gaining the support of the Methodist Anti-Saloon League of America. But not until 1932, under the leadership of the willful DuPonts. 179. Was prohibition to become a full-fledged economic issue in national politics. Smith talked about Teapot Dome and other Republican scandals, but was careful neither to indict the Mellon tax infamies nor the speculative boom nourished by Washington. Yet he attracted the support of certain liberals who were undismayed by his uncouth East Side accent or his Tammany connections. Smith's ostensible liberalism, however, merely reflected the shrewd advice of Mrs. Henry Moskowitz, a social worker who labored in close collaboration with him while he, as governor of New York, introduced a number of reforms of limited character. When Mrs. Moskowitz later died, Smith's political brain died. William F. Kenny, Smith's personal friend and president of the W. F. Kenny Contracting Company, who operated, in collaboration with the wealthy Bradys, as a contractor for the New York Edison Company, Brooklyn Edison Company, and Consolidated Gas Company of New York, made the largest individual contribution to the 1928 Democratic Slush Fund $125,000. Thomas Fortune Ryan, John J. Raskob, DuPont deputy and chairman of the Finance Committee of General Motors Company as well as of the Democratic National Committee, and Herbert H. Lehman of the banking firm of Lehman Brothers, each put $110,000 on the table for the Oliver Street Lincoln. Lehman, who, incidentally, has spent more than $1 million on the various Smith candidacies, in 1932 became governor of New York. Jesse H. Jones, Texas banker, gave Smith's fund $75,000, and was the moving spirit in bringing the 1928 Democratic Convention to Houston. Smith contributions of $50,000 each were made by Harry Payne Whitney, Standard Oil, M. J. Meehan, Wall Street stock market manipulator, W. A. Clark, president of the United Verde Copper Company, and Pierre S. DuPont. Bernard M. Barrick put up $37,590. Robert Sterling Clark put up $35,000, William H. Todd, shipbuilder, made an equal contribution. John D. Ryan, chairman of the Anaconda Copper Mining Company, and a director of the National City Bank, put up $27,000. Contributions of $25,000 each were made by Nicholas Brady, Francis P. Garvan, Peter O'Gary of Rhode Island, Oliver Cabana, president of the Liquid Veneer Cor. 180. Foration and a director in mining companies, Arthur Curtis James of the National City Bank and Phelps Dodge Corporation, Edith A. Lehman, wife of Herbert H. Lehman, George W. Loft, candy manufacturer and stock market operator, George McDonald, corporation attorney, Nicholas M. Schenck, theater and film magnate, B. E. Smith, President of the Duesenberg Motor Sales Company, Samuel Untermeyer, and William H. Woodin, Director of General Motors and President of the American Car and Foundry Company. These individuals contributed $1,164,590 of the total Smith Fund. Julius Rosenwald, chairman of Sears, Roebuck and Company, made the largest known individual Republican contribution $50,000. The estate of P.A.B. Widener gave $30,000. George F. Baker, Jr., and Richard B. Mellon each gave $27,000. J.R. Nutt, president of the Union Trust Company of Cleveland and deeply involved in the Morgan Van Swearingen promotion, gave $26,000. Contributions of $25,000 each were made by Walter H. Aldrich of the United Smelting and Refining Company, W. O. Briggs of the Briggs Body Company, Edward F. Carey, president of the Pullman Car Company, Walter P. Chrysler, William H. Crocker, William Nelson Cromwell, George W. Crawford, Mellon, Clarence Dillon, Alfred I. DuPont, W. C. Durant, George Eastman, Cyrus S. Eaton, William A. Clark, Jr., Harvey S. Firestone, D. M. Goodrich, Daniel Guggenheim, Harry F. Guggenheim, S. R. Guggenheim, Charles Hayden, E. F. Hutton, Otto Kahn, S. S. Kresge, A. W. Mellon, Eugene Meyer, Jeremiah Milbank, John D. Rockefeller, Jr., Mortimer Schiff, Charles M. Schwab, Herbert N. Strauss, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., Arthur Whitney, Harrison Williams, John N. Willis and George Woodruff, banker. The Fisher brothers of General Motors Corporation and the Fisher Body Corporation put up $100,000 jointly. Aggregate contributions of this group amounted to $1,210,000. These figures by no means exhaust the political contributions of the wealthy families since 1924. Vast funds were spent during the 1920s in senatorial and gubernatorial contests, because the struggle for special privileges was intense. Nor do these figures exhaust the contributions to the national committees. The campaign between the two parties to determine who was to enjoy the lucrative privilege of determining governmental policies began as early as 1926. The Democratic National Committee had a deficit of $400,000 from 1924 which had to be paid before 1928. The payments to defray the 1924 deficit consisted of $75,000 from Thomas Fortune Ryan, $60,000 from Jesse H. Jones, $30,000 from Thomas L. Chadbourne, $25,000 each from Norman H. Davis and William F. Kenny, $20,000 from John Henry Kirby, $15,000 each from Francis P. Garvan and John W. Davis, $10,000 each from Percy S. Strauss and Ralph Pulitzer, $7,500 from Cyrus H. McCormick, $5,000 from Jesse I. Strauss, $2,000 each from John D. Ryan and Owen D. Young, $1,000 each from Melvin A. Traylor. Chicago banker, Silas Strawn, Chicago Corporation lawyer, and Gerard Swope. Although Strawn was a contributor to the Democratic Deficit Fund, he was chairman of the Illinois Republican Finance Committee, with Julius Rosenwald and James A. Patton, the wheat speculator, as his colleagues. Most of the 1928 Republican and Democratic contributions of $1,000 to $25,000 came from the wealthy families, as usual, but the special flavor of the contest brought out more money than in 1924. Marshall Field gave the Republicans $15,000. Ogden L. Mills and Ogden Mills, the former's father, gave $12,500 each. F. Edson White, head of Armour and Company, gave $20,000. Republican contributors of at least $10,000 were Edward W. Bach, Philadelphia publisher, Eugene G. Grace, Percy A. Rockefeller, H. B. Rust, Mellon executive, James Simpson, chairman of Marshall Field and Company, Lamont DuPont, T. Coleman DuPont, William H. Crocker, Harold I. Pratt, Standard Oil, J. P. Graham, Automobiles, George M. Moffett, Rufus L. Patterson, Tobacco, Cornelius Vanderbilt, Murray Guggenheim, Orlando F. Weber, Allied Chemical and Dye, E.T. Bedford, Standard Oil, Dunleavy, Milbank, and IRA Nelson Morris. There were, it is clear, Republicans as well as Democrats among the DuPonts in this as in other years. Contributors of $5,000 each included Frederick A. Juilliard, Insurance, Jules S. Back, Stockbroker, Archer M. Huntington, Railroads, Mrs. Whitelaw Reed, née Mills, H. L. Stewart, Investment Banker and backer of Samuel Insull, Sidney Z. Mitchell, Electric Bond and Share Company, Jerome Hanauer, Kuhn, Loeb & Co., Samuel and Adolph Louis Sohn, Copper, Mrs. Daniel Guggenheim, Thomas W. Lamont, Thomas Cochran, Mrs. Mary H. Harkness, J. P. Morgan, Clarence H. McKay, Dwight W. Morrow, Louis E. Pearson, Irving Trust Company, Matthew C. Brush, Stock Market Operator, Charles G. Dawes, Harold S. Vanderbilt, Edward J. Burwind, Helen Clay Frick, Mrs. Herbert L. Pratt, Standard Oil, Seward Prosser, Bankers Trust Company, Ogden Reed, Mills Reed, E. P. Swenson, National City Bank and Texas Gulf Sulphur Company, Mrs. John D. Rockefeller, Jr. and Philip D. Wagoner. G. M. Laughlin, Jr., Irwin B. Laughlin, and J. P. Laughlin, all of the Jones and Laughlin Steel dynasty, each gave $4,000, Alexander Laughlin gave $2,000 and his wife gave $5,000. George Whitney, Morgan partner and looked upon in Wall Street as Lamont's understudy as the brains of the firm, gave $2,750. Edith Rockefeller McCormick gave $2,000. Contributions of $1,000 to $5,000 came from Robert R. McCormick, A. Felix DuPont, F. D. Bartow, Morgan partner, Joseph M. Cudahy, Paul D. Cravath, Walter E. Frew, Corn Exchange Bank, Mrs. Marshall Field, Anthony Drexel Biddle, Jr., Albert G. Milbank, Herbert L. Satterley, Edwin Gould, Walter C. Teagle, Standard Oil, and Alfred H. Swain of General Motors. Contributions of less than $25,000 from the wealthy families to the Democrats included $15,000 each from Henry Morgenthau and Rudolph Spreckels, Sugar, $10,000 each from Edward S. Harkness and Vincent Astor, $5,000 from John W. Davis, $4,000 from Norman H. Davis, $3,000 each from W. N. Reynolds, Tobacco, and Ralph Pulitzer, and smaller amounts from scores of corporation executives. Harry Harkness Flagler gave $5,000. Not including primary or local expenditures, the Republicans spent $9,433,604 and the Democrats $7,152,511 that was admitted to a special Senate investigating committee. Both parties together spent $16,500 and $86,115 nationally. The Democrats were left with a large deficit, and to erase it Raskob, Lehman, Kenney, and August Heckscher, New York Realty millionaire, each gave $150,000. William H. Todd, Baruch, T. J. Mara, a partner of M. J. Meehan, James J. Riordan of the County Trust Company of New York, and John F. Gilchrist, each gave $50,000. Pierre DuPont and Daniel L. Riordan each gave $25,000. D. J. Mooney gave $10,000. In the early days of Hoover's administration, preparations were made to continue the swift, silent plundering as of old. The public was still bemused by his campaign references to a chicken in every pot and 2 cars in every garage, which were soon proved to be as fraudulent as his pretensions to being an engineer. He held no engineering degree, or to being a humanitarian merely because he had administered the disposition of materials to civilian refugees in the World War. Hoover, by his indifference to human misery while in the White House, forever belied his claim to humanitarianism. Hoover's cabinet reflected his backing. His choice for Secretary of State was Henry L. Stimson, a relic of the Roosevelt-Taft regime and first cousin of 2 partners of Bonbright and Company, the public utility arm of J.P. Morgan and Company. Additional public utility flavoring was given by the admission of Ray Lyman Wilbur, president of Leland Stanford University, as Secretary of the Interior. Leland Stanford University was distinguished for its big endowment of public utility securities. Hoover's Secretary of the Navy was Charles Francis Adams, a director of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company and 32 other Morgan corporations, for many years in charge of Harvard University's huge endowment fund, and father-in-law of Henry Sturgis Morgan, son of the present J.P. Morgan. When Andrew W. Mellon reluctantly relinquished the Treasury portfolio after having his impeachment demanded on the floor of Congress, his place was taken by Assistant Secretary of the Treasury Ogden L. Mills, grandson of Darius O. Mills, gold and silver magnate of the Old West, and part owner of the New York Herald Tribune. Hoover's Secretary of Commerce was Robert P. Lamont, president of the American Steel Foundries and director of several Morgan corporations. In 1932 he was succeeded by Roy D. Chapin, president of the Hudson Motor Car Company. Upon his resignation, Lamont, no relation to the Morgan partner, became president of the American Iron and Steel Institute, protective association of the steel masters. Walter F. Brown, of the Ohio Machine, became postmaster general, and was to figure prominently in the airplane mail subsidy scandals of the Hoover regime. Dawes, supplanted in the vice presidency by Charles Curtis, former senator from Kansas and racehorse enthusiast, was sent by Hoover. 184. To London as American ambassador, where he remained until Mellon relieved him. The English ambassadorship had since the 18G0s never been out of the grasp of the banking fraternity. John Hay succeeded Joseph Choate, Standard Oil. Whitelaw Reid, Mills, succeeded Hay. Walter Hines Page, National City Bank, succeeded Reid. John W. Davis, Morgan, succeeded Page, and was himself succeeded by George Harvey, Morgan Rockefeller Ryan. Hoover's ambassador to France was Senator Walter E. Edge of New Jersey, brother-in-law of Walter C. Teagle of Standard Oil. Serving as ambassador to Turkey was Joseph Clark Grew, J.P. Morgan's cousin, who was transferred to the important Tokyo post. John N. Willis, the automobile manufacturer, became minister to Poland. W. Cameron Forbes, a director of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, gave up the Tokyo post to Grew. Irwin B. Laughlin, of the Pittsburgh Steel family, had been ambassador to Spain since 1928 and was replaced in 1931 by Alexander P. Moore, a Mellon-controlled Pittsburgh newspaper publisher. Hoover's ambassador to Berlin was Frederick M. Sackett, public utilities operator. Harry F. Guggenheim was sent to Cuba, to cooperate on behalf of finance capital with the repressive Machado regime. Morrow and Lamont were Hoover's two principal advisors, and shaped the policies of his administration. The essence of Hoover's policy after the stock market tumbled and economic famine stalked the land was to let the Depression take its course. This was also, by a curious coincidence, the policy of J.P. Morgan and Company and its newspapers, for the Morgan banks, alone of the nation's banking institutions, were almost 100% liquid, i.e., had all their resources in cash or government securities. Every downswing in commodity prices, real estate values, and securities quotations, enhanced the value of the liquid funds at the disposal of J.P. Morgan and Company, which grew more powerful every day that the nation as a whole became poorer. It was unquestionably the Morgan objective to begin investing at cheap price levels, but the situation passed completely out of Hoover's control in 1932. In the meantime, Morrow and Lamont shuttled in and out of the White House with the regularity of confirmed tipplers visiting their favorite tavern. When Lamont was not in Washington, the telephone. Politics of Finance Capital, 1920 to 1932. 185. Wire between the White House and 23 Wall Street was in almost constant use. President Franklin D. Roosevelt was later to refer critically to this arrangement. Morrow was appointed to the Senate in 1930 by the governor of New Jersey, to replace Walter E. Edge, who resigned to escape a deserved drubbing at the polls. Morrow was subsequently re-elected by the efficient New Jersey Republican machine of J.P. Morgan and Company, which already had Hamilton Fishkin, investment banker worth nearly $50 million, in the other Senate seat from the state. Keene succeeded his brother, James Hamilton Keene, in the hereditary office. Morrow, as United States Senator from New Jersey, upheld the best traditions of the Keynes and of J.P. Morgan and Company. His conciliatory manners, he would agree to anything verbally, won him the reputation of being a liberal. He voted against the Norris Bill providing for public operation of Muscle Shoals, and on every other measure dealing with the power question he invariably favored the Public Utility Trust. He sought to block confirmation of 3 federal power commissioners who had replaced commissioners friendly to the Power Trust. He voted to confirm the appointment of a reactionary to the Tariff Commission. He voted against all federal relief bills for the unemployed. He voted against the veterans' bonus. He voted for all big naval appropriations, and he voted in favor of appropriating War Department funds to foster military training in the schools and colleges. Morrow, in fine, was a typical Morgan partner. Morrow and Lamont, it is known in Wall Street, put the fearful Hoover up to declaring the moratorium on war debts. Lamont also conferred with Hoover just before Hoover announced the extension of time limits on New York bank credits to Germany. As economic conditions grew steadily worse, Hoover resisted all pressure that he do something. Instead, he adopted the Mellon method of issuing false statements to the effect that conditions were improving. There was more than a breakdown of the capitalistic economy in the Hoover regime, there was a breakdown of common sense. Hoover inherited a situation that not only went back to the war, but to the days of Mark Hanna. The nation's industry was now largely trustified, monopoly ruled through the big commercial and private banks. International trade had gradually been strangled by tariffs set up all over Europe in retaliation against the new American tariff. In 1930 Hoover signed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Bill, which set duties at the highest level ever seen. It was denounced by hundreds of economists, but was allowed to stand as international trade virtually disappeared and economic crisis, following hard upon the general boosting of tariffs, gripped one nation after the other. In 1930, just after Hoover had convened a conference of bankers and industrialists for the duly advertised purpose of keeping wages and salaries unchanged, wholesale slashings of pay rates became the rule. They were supplemented by wholesale firings of workers throughout industry in a centrally planned attempt to bring down wages. Formal expression was given to the desire of the rich for the liquidation of wages in the annual report of the Chase National Bank for 1930, signed by Albert H. Wiggin, chairman of the board. The biggest corporations led the way, the distinction of instituting nearly 200,000 dismissals from 1929 to 1936 going, according to its own annual reports, to the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Morgan. Hoover, throughout his term, fought against any governmental action which would benefit the non-wealthy groups, labor in particular. In this he resembled Coolidge and Harding. Like his two predecessors, he sought to put over a general sales tax and to increase excise taxes. Like his predecessors, he reduced income tax rates. Like them, he fought war veterans' benefits and saw measures passed over his head by a Congress afraid of the veterans' vote. He temporized with the farm problem, as his predecessors had, and like them he scotched all legislation that would regulate the electric light and power companies. But the crisis forced Hoover into a position where he seemed much harsher than had either Harding or Coolidge, although Harding and Coolidge would unquestionably have acted as he did. Coolidge, from his retirement, indeed, would from time to time step forward to approve some particularly callous action by Hoover. He endorsed Hoover's opposition to federal unemployment relief. Two typical Hoover performances served to dramatize for the country the real outlook of the Republican Party. The first was his brutal handling of the Veterans Bonus Army, which was driven out of Washington with fire and sword. The second was his evasion of the problem of unemployment relief. Hoover consistently refused to accede to congressional demands for public funds to aid the millions thrown out on the streets by the industrialists and bankers when it became evident that to retain them on the payrolls would necessitate tapping swollen corporate surpluses. It was whispered at Washington tea tables after Hoover began ladling out funds to banks and railroads while he continued denying them to the unemployed that his private motto was, "No one who is in actual distress shall be helped by the federal government." J.P. Morgan and Company cooperated by having the American Red Cross, still very much under its domination, make ineffective gestures, and by sponsoring the ridiculous blockade program whereby the rich would help the rich and the poor would help the poor. To seem to be doing something positive, Hoover advocated local unemployment relief by states, cloaking his real designs with the invocation of the states' rights shibboleth. Most of the nation's funds had been drawn by absentee owners into a few eastern cities like New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, while in great industrial states like Michigan, Ohio, and Illinois, as well as in lesser states, there were actually no liquid resources available. Local aid therefore meant no aid. But in pursuing his Morgan-designed policy, Hoover unwittingly incurred the ire of the Rockefellers. Although they remained Republican, the Rockefellers in 1932 gave only nominal support to the Republican Party. But other Standard Oil clans conspicuously backed the Democrats. The policy of allowing matters to take their course was turning out to be disastrous to the Rockefellers, for every decline in the price of oil compromised their position. The Rockefellers had 188. Also plunged heavily on their real estate development at Rockefeller Center, New York, and were seriously embarrassed by the decline in real estate values. In addition to this, the great Chase National Bank was seriously implicated in various speculative ventures, among which were the Fox Film Corporation, the General Theaters Equipment Corporation, and German Credits. In 1930, Hoover, seeking to placate the Rockefellers, appointed Colonel Arthur Woods to tackle the unemployment problem. Woods, a trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation, had been police commissioner of New York City under John Perroy Mitchell, and later became president of the Rockefeller Center Corporation. After conferring with economists, Woods reported that $1 billion public works program was required, and urged Hoover to recommend such a program. Hoover refused, although Woods reported that at least 5 million men were unemployed. When Hoover vetoed the Wagner bill providing for a federal employment agency, Woods resigned in anger, and the Rockefellers turned definitely hostile to the president. Hoover then appointed Walter S. Gifford, president of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, Morgan, to devise a program of community unemployment relief, and until the closing months of Hoover's term, Gifford valiantly strove to give the impression that something was being done for the starving millions. In 1932, the Democratic and Progressive congressional blocs laid out a relief program calling for twice the amount of money that Woods had recommended, and passed it over Hoover's head. 6. Intrigue and scandal. The very nature of a ruling class requires the existence of special rights and privileges accessible only to its members. This has been historically true of all ruling classes. In earlier societies, and very familiarly in feudal European society, the special rights of various classes were formally recognized. Law for one class was not law for another. The clergy was served by ecclesiastical courts, the nobility by courts of nobles, and the yeomanry and the artisans, where they had won rights, by their own special courts. The specific rights of each of the lower classes, to be sure, had less substantial content than those of the upper classes. The American ruling class, to protect and strengthen its favored position, must take serious account of the vestigial democratic apparatus left by the 18th century, and must, very often, gain its class objectives by stealth, intrigue, and indirection when it cannot do so by legislative or judicial obscurantism. Senator George W. Norris went to the core of the issue when, after the acquittal of E. L. Doheny on grave charges in the Teapot Dome case, he said, "We ought to pass a law that no man worth $100 million should be tried for a crime." Such legislation would serve to formalize de jure an existing condition, and would at least make for consistency between theory and practice. The war profits scandals were covered in an investigation by a special House committee and subcommittee that heard evidence for more than 3 years under the chairmanship of Representative William J. Graham of Illinois. The evidence and the reports fill 21 massive volumes that contain an unparalleled panorama. 189. 190. Of graft, corruption, extortion, knavery, and incompetence, if not of treason. The general apology made for the characters involved is that, considering the sudden war emergency, the job done was the best possible. The Graham Committee found, however, that competent persons in certain fields were deliberately removed in favor of incompetence, disinterested persons were shunted aside in favor of persons with a private pecuniary interest in decisions, experts were dismissed in favor of non-experts, military officers of probity who protested against the plundering and looting were demoted, transferred, and sometimes discredited, and were replaced by officers of dubious inclination. Higher bids were accepted. In favor of lower, known inferior materials were accepted rather than good, tested materials, and many expenditures, involving huge sums, were made on the plea of a military necessity that did not exist solely for the benefit of private entrepreneurs of political influence. Business was not apportioned fairly, discrimination was practiced in favor of the politically dominant element of Wall Street finance capital. The presiding genius over war purchases was Bernard M. Baruch, stock promoter of the Guggenheim camp, and the Graham Committee held him largely responsible, in an individual sense, for much that took place. Supporting Baruch were the National City Bank and the copper elements which had access to President Wilson through Cleveland H. Dodge. With reference to the copper industry, House Report No. 1400, 66th Congress, 3rd Session, said. The plan originally was, and which plan has been fully consummated in the subsequent proceedings, that the copper industry, as well as other producing industries, should be so centralized that it could be dominated and controlled by one man or a very small number of men, and that this control, once established over the industries, continued throughout the war, was the paramount influence toward price fixing and price control, and is one of the causes of high-priced commodities at this time. The plan of the government was to centralize all industries irrespective of the results that might ultimately follow. To this end the government ignored the antitrust laws. The Graham Committee found the various agencies of the Council of National Defense and the War Department not only permitted this violation of the statutes, but encouraged it, and in some cases ordered combinations to be made that were in violation of the law. Every trade and business was consolidated under the directions of the Council of National Defense and its auxiliary bodies. In fact, in most instances the government agencies refused to transact business with the particular trade or interest until such a combination had been made. It is probably exact to say that never in the history of the country was a greater impetus given to illegal trusts and combinations in restraint of trade than was given by the practices above referred to. The Graham Committee discovered that 2 weeks before Wilson sent his war message to Congress on April 2, 1917, Baruch and John D. Ryan, president of Anaconda Copper Mining Company, Amalgamated Copper, arranged a combination of copper producers to sell to the government 45 million pounds of copper at 16% cents a pound. The agency of combination was the United Metals Selling Company, of which Ryan was president, and William C. Potter, long an executive of many Guggenheim companies and later the chairman of the Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, a leading executive officer. Stock of United Metals was owned by Anaconda, still directed by the Stillman Rockefeller clique at the National City Bank. 26 other companies, mostly under Morgan or Guggenheim dominance, participated with Anaconda in United Metals, from which the government during the war bought 523,338,735 pounds of copper of a total of 592,258,674 pounds purchased in all. 66,846,000 pounds were purchased from the American Smelting and Refining Company, Guggenheim. Baruch appointed a special government copper purchasing committee consisting of Ryan, W. A. Clark, of the United Verde Mining Company and the Magma Copper Company, Murray Guggenheim, James McLean, Vice President of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, Charles McNeil, of the Utah Copper Company, Morgan Guggenheim, the Nevada Consolidated Copper Company, the Chino Copper Company, and the Ray Consolidated Copper Company, and Stephen Birch, of the Kennecott Copper Corporation, Guggenheim. When protest broke out against the buying of copper for the government by individuals that owned or controlled the selling companies, this committee was disbanded. It was replaced by another that functioned formally as the representative of the copper companies but actually as the first committee had functioned. This new committee was assembled by Eugene G. Meyer, Jr., stock market operator and barracks assistant. Meyer, later head of the War Finance Corporation and Hoover's governor of the Federal Reserve Board, was investigated in 1925 by a select House committee, which found that as treasurer of the War Finance Corporation he had bought and sold government bonds through his Wall Street office, charging a commission. Meyer told the committee he had turned over the commissions to other brokers, but while the investigation was going on it was discovered by your committee that alterations and changes were being made in the books of record covering these transactions, and when the same was called to the attention of the treasurer of the War Finance Corporation he admitted to the committee that changes were being made. To what extent these books have been altered during this process the committee has not been able to determine. The dates of purchase of bonds as given by the Secretary of the Treasury, which would have shown that about $24 million had been paid by the government for bonds in excess of the highest market rate for the various days on which it was alleged that the purchases were made, were found to be incorrect. It was also found that the dates given by the War Finance Corporation and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York City, New York, did not agree and that the records of the former also vary as to dates of purchase. Only a complete audit will disclose how nearly correct is the loss of $24 million, which the dates given by the Secretary of the Treasury show. The second government copper purchase called for 11,595,346 pounds at 237% cents a pound, as of October 15, 1917. On June 15, 1918, the price was advanced to 26 cents a pound. The average cost of producing copper, the Graham Committee found, was 8 to 12 cents, so that profits ranged from 33 to more than 200%. The Calumet and Hecla Mining Company made 193. 800% profit in 1917 and 300% in 1918. But, as the Graham Committee reported, not all the copper producers shared equally in these profits, it is true. Mr. John D. Ryan, in the first purchase of copper by the government from the United Metals Selling Co., dictated the proportion which each company in that combination should furnish of the copper and the schedule or percentage obtained through the war. At the time the first sale of copper was arranged at 167% cents per pound. Many statements were circulated through the press of the country relative to the very excellent and patriotic work that had been done in this negotiation. The effort was then made to show that because this price was greatly below the average market price, that thereby the government had made an immense saving and that the copper producers had patriotically turned over the production of their mines to the public for war purposes. Owing to the great volume of business involved, prices to the government should have been much lower, as was indicated by the exorbitant profits of the copper companies, notably of the Anaconda Group. Because of the necessity and demands of the government during the war, said the Graham Committee, those who operated these copper-producing properties were enabled to make and did make extravagant and extraordinary profits. The facts reported and recorded in the evidence speak for themselves, and, in the main, have not been denied or disputed, except by the gloss of rhetoric and a profusion of words intended to cover up the administration of the business affairs of the War Department. It is difficult to determine in what division of war purchases the Commonwealth was most completely betrayed. House Report No. 637, 66th Congress, 2nd Session, related that although more than $1 billion had been spent for combat airplanes, none was ever delivered. The airplane scandal became so notorious in 1918, indeed, that President Wilson appointed Charles Evans Hughes to investigate. After finding gross inefficiency, incompetence, ignorance, waste, extravagance, and evidence of gross self-interest and improper practices, Hughes recommended that Edward A. Deeds be court-martialed, under Sections 95 and 96 of the Articles of War. The recommendation was concurred in by the Attorney General and Secretary of War Baker, but Baker then ordered the case reopened for the hearing of new evidence from two of Deeds' business associates. A special military board thereupon exonerated Deeds. Within the sphere of Colonel Deeds' important, if not commanding, influence, said the Hughes report, his former business associates were placed at once through government contracts in a position where they had the assurance of very large profits upon a relatively small investment of their own money, and in addition were able to secure generous salaries, which they charged against the government as part of the cost of manufacture. Deeds, a vice president of the National Cash Register Company before the war and one of the National City Bank crowd, came from Dayton, Ohio. He was appointed head of the Equipment Division of Aviation in August, 1917, by Secretary of War Baker, another Ohioan, upon recommendation of Howard E. Coffin, Vice President of the Hudson Motor Car Company and Chairman of the Aircraft Production Board. The Graham Committee said, "Nothing appears in any of the hearings of any investigation to show why Deeds was appointed." Justice Hughes' report found that Deeds began his activities by centering aircraft operations at Dayton, Ohio, that he gave large contracts to his business associates. Although they had no previous experience in such matters, that Deeds was largely interested in corporations controlling the Delco ignition system used in the projected Liberty motor, whereas prior to its use on the Liberty, the magneto system had been used on all airplane engines. The Graham Committee pointed out that Deeds had a doubtful record. In 1912 he was prosecuted in federal court for alleged bribery and criminal methods in driving competitors out of the cash register business. He was convicted and sentenced to a year in jail. On appeal. 195. The decision was reversed, but the case was never tried again. The charge, conviction, and court record, said the Graham Committee, were enough to put any responsible official on inquiry before giving Deeds a place of transcendent importance in charge of matters about which he knew nothing. Deeds was ostensibly superseded in January, 1918, by Robert L. Montgomery, a bond dealer, but, the Hughes report said, Deeds remained in practical charge. William C. Potter headed the Equipment Division from February to May, 1918, when John D. Ryan became Director of Aircraft Production with Potter as his assistant. None of these men, it was found, knew anything about aviation. The Graham Committee cited a special report to the Intelligence Department, dated November 23, 1918, to the effect that Ryan, a director of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad, in which the Stillman-Rockefeller National City Group had a preponderant interest, was instrumental in giving cost-plus contracts to lumber companies that used this railroad and tapped Northwest Forest land holdings of the railroad and its affiliates for aircraft timber, that he lent $6 million of government money to such companies, and that he lent them $12 million to construct a railroad spur into forest holdings of the railroad company. The cost of constructing the railroad spur, the Graham Committee found, was double what it should have been. Special officers of the War Department reporting on the same situation had said, have unearthed evidence indicating enormous graft, but do not consider the case as yet ready for submission to legal prosecution. The officers were transferred and reprimanded. The advice of lumber experts was rejected in favor of advice from persons who knew nothing about lumber but were interested in fat contracts. Inferior high-priced timber was purchased rather than superior low-priced wood. Of the $1,051 million disbursed for aircraft which were never delivered, the Graham Committee found that $48,762,826 was spent for spruce supplied by companies with which the Milwaukee Road or other National City Bank interests were affiliated. Ryan favored American spruce, though Canada had better spruce at lower prices and had been supplying it for the efficient British Bristol planes. Although the aviation pioneers had no share in the apportionment. 196. Of the government aviation melon of $1 billion, the name of Wright was purchased by many companies. Deeds bought it, and so did Charles Hayden, for Wright, first to fly, bore a magical name. In 1916 Deeds, in association with C.F. Kettering, who since 1918 has been vice president of the General Motors Corporation, formed a paper company known as the Dayton Metal Products Company. This company formed the Dayton Wright Airplane Company, also a paper enterprise, which held 1,000 shares of the Lincoln Motor Company, organized expressly to build Liberty engines for American airplanes and later incorporated into the Ford Motor Company. The Dayton Wright Airplane Company, the Graham Committee found, had no paid-in capital whatever when it obtained through deeds government contracts for 3,940 airplanes to cost $30 million. This government money was the first big capital ever put into the aviation industry. Deeds was also a vice president of the United Motors Company, a participant in the airplane deals, and transferred his stock to his wife when he became head of the Air Service. He and Kettering in 1908 had formed the Dayton Engineering Laboratories to market the Delco ignition system that was specified for the Liberty motors. This company was sold in 1918 to General Motors, of which it is now a division. As to the present interlocking of the men concerned in the government aviation contracts, Deeds is a director of the National City Bank, of which Gordon S. Rentschler, a fellow Ohioan, is president. Rentschler is a director of the National Cash Register Company, of which Deeds is now chairman. Kettering is a director of the United Aircraft and Transport Company, formed by the National City Bank to consolidate numerous airplane companies on the basis of government airmail contracts, and F. B. Rentschler, brother of the bank's president, is chairman of United Airlines Incorporated, director of Pan American Airways, and director of the Pratt & Whitney Company. These men, in short, are all kingpins of contemporary aviation. While the copper and automotive dynasties were exacting their pound of flesh, the steel industry was far from inactive. The Senate Committee on Naval Affairs determined in 1916 that the cost of producing armor plate by the steel companies was $262 a ton, against $197. Prices of $411 to $604 charged the government. Eugene R. Grace, president of Bethlehem Steel and Charles M. Schwab's right-hand man, admitted that the cost did not exceed $315 a ton. While quoting their own country top prices, the United States Steel Corporation and Bethlehem Steel Corporation charged Russia $349 a ton, Italy $395 a ton, and Japan $406.35 a ton for identical plate. The steel companies, consequently, profited enormously. A Senate committee found, as related in Senate Document No. 259, Corporate Earnings and Governmental Revenues, that profits of the United States Steel Corporation during the war were $888,931,000, or more than the par value of its stock. War profits throughout industry, said the same report, ranged from 25% to 7,856%. House Report No. 998, 66th Congress, 2nd Session, says. The committee finds that there has been expended for construction upon the government's nitrate program to the present time the sum of $116,194,974.37, and that this expenditure produced no nitrates prior to the armistice, and contributed nothing toward the winning of the war. The nitrates program originated with the War Industries Board of the Council of National Defense, and is directly traceable to Mr. Bernard M. Barrack, chairman of the board, who admits that he was the moving spirit in the plans of the government. There was no national necessity at any time which required the War Department to embark upon the vast building program for the manufacture of nitrates for war purposes. The various contracts made for the construction of the nitrate plants of the United States were the ordinary types of contracts made by the Ordnance Department during the war, namely, every interest of the contractor was carefully guarded, and all doubts were to be ultimately resolved against the United States. Although the nitrate plants were not necessary, as there was an abundant supply of Chilean nitrate, their construction entailed the placing of huge orders for steel, lumber, copper, cement, dynamos, etc. The DuPonts were given $90 million to build a nitrate plant at Old Hickory, Tennessee, on a cost-plus basis, After the war, this plant was sold to the Nashville Industrial Corporation for $3,500,000. Theretofore the plants built by the DuPonts, said the Graham Committee, had been paid for out of the profits of contracts made with the Allied nations before we entered the war. Powder furnished 198 to the United States by private manufacturers was priced at 49 cents a pound, and cost about 36 cents to produce, thus yielding a profit of approximately 13 cents, or more than 33%. Barrick said the grandiose nitrate program was launched in fear that submarines would cut off Chilean nitrate, but the Graham Committee held this fear unjustified. Neither the Old Hickory nor the nitro plant was necessary, the committee found, and both entailed enormous waste and extravagant expenditure of public funds which was not in any way justified, and that the ones primarily responsible for these things very properly merit the disapproval and condemnation of the people of the country in this and the coming days of the Republic. The Graham Committee discovered a welter of private interests pushing for the nitrate program. The American Cyanamid Company was interested in seeing the government build these chemical plants. The Alabama Power Company and a host of Southern industrialists wanted Muscle Shoals harnessed with the intent, as it became evident after the war, of having the property turned over to private interests for a song. Directly supervising the explosives and nitrate program under Barrick was D. C. Jackling, head of the Utah Copper Company, Morgan Guggenheim, and the Nevada Consolidated Copper Company. The Graham Committee found Jackling had no experience whatever with explosives or chemicals. Leather goods and miscellaneous supplies were purchased by Julius Rosenwald, president of Sears, Roebuck and Company. Although most of these supplies were available in Europe at lower prices for better quality, as the Graham Committee found, purchases were made from American dealers and manufacturers with whom Rosenwald had business relations as head of the big mail-order house. Both Sears, Roebuck and Company and Montgomery Ward and Company, Morgan, had risen, incidentally, on the shoulders of the government, which about 2 decades earlier, in response to pressure, had instituted the rural free mail delivery without which the mail-order business could not exist. This service has been continued by the government at a loss. House Report No. 1400, 66th Congress, 3rd Session, tells 199 of huge sums wasted on artillery shells, for whose manufacture by Bethlehem Steel Corporation and its affiliate, Midvale Company, an immense amount of material was purchased from leading corporations. The shell orders were placed by the Advisory Commission of the Council of National Defense, of which Barrick was chairman. Here is the Graham Committee's summary of the shell situation, with the author's italics. We had 53 contracts for 37 mm shells, on which we expended $9,134,592, said the Graham Committee. None of these shells ever reached our firing line. We had 689 contracts for 75 mm shells, on which we expended $301,941,459. Of these shells, we fired 6,000. We had 142 contracts for 3-inch shells, on which we expended $44,841,844. None of these shells reached the firing line. We had 439 contracts for 4.7-inch shells, on which we expended $41,716,051. Of these shells 14,000 were fired by our forces. We had 305 contracts for 6-inch shells, on which we expended $24,189,075. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 617 contracts for 155 mm shells, on which we expended $264,955,387. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 301 contracts for 8-inch shells, on which we expended $51,371,207. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 152 contracts for 240 mm shells, on which we expended $24,136,867. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 239 contracts for G.2-inch shells, on which we expended $54,389,377. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 71 contracts for 12-inch shells, on which we expended $9,507,878. None of these ever reached the firing line. We had 6 contracts for 14-inch shells, on which we spent $1,266,477. None of these reached the firing line. We let 111 contracts, to the amount of $478,828,345, for the construction of artillery of all calibers, guns, howitzers, gun carriages, limbers and recuperators. Of this immense program of expenditures there reached our troops and were actually used in combat 39 75 mm anti-aircraft mount trucks, 48 4.7-inch guns of the 1906 model, 48 4.7-inch gun carriages of the same model, 24 8-inch howitzers, and 24 8-inch gun carriages. Supplies, although paid for in advance, were never delivered. The government graciously permitted uncompleted contracts to be finished after the war, some by French and British companies which did not want to shut down their factories. There were 17,689,406 shells delivered before the armistice and 10,211,389, or 37% of the total, after the war ended. The contracts drawn by 200 barracks board, the Graham Committee found, were extraordinary in that few carried ordinary provisions for cancellation. The Rockefellers also participated in the grabbing, the Graham Committee found. The operations of some of the fly-by-night war corporations that sprang up during the war are well illustrated by the Domestic Coke Company. The capital stock was $2 million, none of which, as far as the subcommittee could find, was paid in. Some local stockholders and persons interested in the Standard Oil Company, residing in Cleveland, seem to have been interested early in this corporation, and it is probable from what afterwards occurred that it was a Standard Oil plan from the beginning. The company proposed to the War Department to build and operate at Cleveland a battery of 60 byproduct coke ovens, which were to cost about $50,000 each. On presenting this to the ordnance officers, doubts were expressed as to their financial ability. Thereupon the Standard Oil Company guaranteed the contract on behalf of the Domestic Coke Corporation, and from that time forward the Standard Oil Company paid all the bills, as work progressed, and the War Department then repaid the advancements of the Standard Oil Company. The Domestic Coke Corporation was a mere dummy and did not invest a cent in this project. As we have already seen, the various Standard Oil enterprises profited enormously from the war through the stupendous volume of business and the sharp advance in oil prices. Leading companies used war orders as a lever to expand plant capacity and to institute costly improvements at government expense, and this necessitated, of course, the placing of many orders that were in no way requisite to war victory. Coke plants costing $250,000 each on a cost-plus basis to the number of 150 units, were built by Jones and Laughlin Steel, Laughlin Family, Domestic Coke Corporation, Rockefellers, Pittsburgh Crucible Steel Company, Mellon Frick, Birmingham Byproducts Company, Morgan, Donner Union Coke Corporation, Raineywood Coke Company, Citizens Gas Company, United States Steel Corporation, Morgan, Sloss Sheffield Steel Company, Seaboard Byproducts Company, and International Harvester Company. McCormick. The new coke ovens, *C Appendix B. 201. Which captured byproduct oils and chemicals, replaced obsolete beehive ovens. Said the Graham Committee. Large advances were made to some of these companies for construction purposes. From what has appeared in the hearings, there has been expended by the War Department in claims, construction, and loans in its byproduct coke oven program, $28,641,923.18, of which $16,737,932.18 is expended and will not be repaid. It has received no byproducts from any of these plants, either for war or salvage purposes. It may be questioned whether the byproduct coke oven program of construction was compelled by the necessities of war. The war, in brief, provided an unparalleled opportunity for the richest families to grab, at the expense of the public, and, without exception, they made the most of this opportunity. Some of the families took profits in the stock market, and hence did not figure directly in the industrial looting. Up to September 1, 1919, the War Department spent $18,501,117,999, and, judging by the Graham Committee's findings, at least one-third of this was dissipated in channels that had no relation to a successful prosecution of the war. The rich families, to be sure, wanted the war to be won, but they took care that the victory was as expensive as possible to the common taxpayers. They uttered no cries for government economy, as since they have done, so long as the public treasury was at their disposal. Economy became desirable only when government funds were to be expended on war veterans and on the unemployed. While this plundering was taking place under the direction of sharpers hypocritically posing as patriotic $a-year officials, the young manhood of the nation was risking its life in the army at $30 a month. The basis for many prosecutions was laid by the Graham Committee, and there were indictments of various minor figures. But there were no convictions. By November, 1925, the last of the indictments was quashed. After the war there remained, however, a tangle of claims and counterclaims as between the government and the big corporations. These claims were almost invariably decided in favor of the wealthy. Arrangements were even made to dispose of surplus supplies so as 202 America's 60 families. Not to embarrass private entrepreneurs. The government, for example, still had £100 million of copper on hand, and agreed with the copper producers to market it gradually. As prices sank, the government liquidated at a loss, while the copper companies disposed of their surplus £750 million well above cost of production. Senator John W. Weeks of Massachusetts, Republican, in 1919 virtuously decried the aircraft frauds. He became Harding's Secretary of War, and soon after taking office received a letter from his old stock exchange colleague and friend, Charles Hayden, Morgan Connection, requesting special consideration for the Wright-Martin Aircraft Company, of which Hayden was a director. This company, it was charged, received $5,267,467 more than its due during the war, and the government claimed the company had extorted profits of $270. At Weeks' request, the Department of Justice, as the Senate investigation of Doherty showed, shunted the case about and finally quashed it. According to his income tax returns, Doherty owned 2,000 shares of Wright-Martin stock. There were numerous other pending war fraud cases which were never brought to trial in the administration of the Department of Justice by Harry M. Doherty or in subsequent administrations. Considering the volume of accusations and alleged documentary evidence brought to light by government investigators from 1918 to 1924, it is amazing that there were no prosecutions. One is forced to the conclusion that either grave charges were maliciously or stupidly fabricated in wholesale fashion by irresponsible legislators and permanent officials of the government, or that there took place under the post-war Republican regimes the greatest sabotage of law and justice ever witnessed in the United States. According to testimony heard by a special Senate committee, the Attorney General's office was the clearinghouse for large-scale prohibition violators, and involved itself as well, through third parties intimate with Doherty, in all manner of devious schemes and shady projects ranging from the illegal sale of alcohol withdrawal permits to questionable participation in stock market pools. Although the Senate committee heard evidence for many months, there is much in the record to indicate that it had only scratched the surface with respect to various aspects of the Department of Justice in the years 1921 to 24. 203. As the Senate investigation of Doherty proved, his office was a procurement division for persons of wealth. Not only the war fraud cases, but others as well were squelched. A criminal action pending against the United Gas Improvement Company of Philadelphia, Morgan, was NOL prost. Recommendations of the Federal Trade Commission that the tobacco companies, lumber companies, and the International Harvester Company be prosecuted as illegal monopolies were ignored by Doherty. The Federal Trade Commission showed that the lumber monopoly had financed a nationwide Own Your Own Home campaign, hiring teachers, clergymen, and writers to spread propaganda, and had raised prices when the propaganda became effective. Doherty succeeded in setting aside the court order, granted before the war, separating the Boston and Maine Railroad and the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad, Morgan. Boston and Maine stockholders were opposed to allowing New Haven directors on the board, but Doherty arbitrarily reopened the entire case, in defiance of the Public Service Commission of Massachusetts, and after a private conference with federal Judge Julius Meyer of New York, obtained a decree permitting the New Haven again to penetrate the Boston and Maine. In September 1922, Doherty personally pleaded before federal Judge James H. Wilkerson of Chicago for an injunction prohibiting railroad shopmen from striking. The court, after hearing Doherty's arguments, acceded to this denial of the legal rights of labor. Because Doherty would not prosecute the war fraud cases, Representative Woodruff on April 11, 1922, said he would demand Doherty's impeachment unless he began action against the Lincoln Motor Car Company, Ford. But even this threat could not force Doherty to act. Doherty's Washington house was the headquarters for the distribution of special favors in all divisions of the Harding administration. William J. Burns, private detective long active in anti-labor espionage, paid a visit there just before his appointment as head of the Bureau of Investigation. J. Ogden Armour, who once employed Doherty as an attorney, was a frequent caller, and the Washington branch of Armour and Company was reported to have supplied 204 America's 60 families Doherty's house with hams, bacon, eggs, butter, and other products. John Ringling, the circus magnate, came to this house to obtain permission to locate his circus on a piece of Pittsburgh land owned by Andrew W. Mellon. Other frequent visitors were President Harding, Will H. Hayes, Secretary Fall, Harry F. Sinclair, and Alexander P. Moore, Pittsburgh newspaper publisher who subsequently became ambassador to Spain and to Peru. T. Coleman DuPont, a regular caller, was on the best of terms with the Doherty clique. He was especially close to alien property custodian Thomas B. Miller, who wound up in Atlanta Penitentiary. The biggest of the post-war scandals in which Doherty was involved concerned the American Metal Company, a German copper concern taken over by alien property custodian Francis P. Garvan and placed in the hands of an American directorate that included Andrew W. Mellon and Henry Morgenthau. The directors auctioned the company off for $7 million to a syndicate comprising Henry Clay Frick, J. Cook, William Randolph Hearst, and some of the original German officials of the company. The money was turned over by the government in 1921 to Richard Merton, of the German family which originally owned the company, after Merton, as he admitted in court, had given John T. King, of Connecticut, a sum which the government contended was dispersed as follows: $224,000 to Attorney General Harry M. Doherty and Jess Smith, $112,000 to King, and $50,000 to alien property custodian Miller, Harding appointee. All were indicted, but King and Smith died before standing trial, Smith under strange circumstances. King's estate was valued at $1,200,000, and included $50,000 of American Metal Company stock. In Doherty's case a jury twice disagreed. Miller was sentenced to Atlanta Penitentiary. The main outlines of the Teapot Dome case are well known. But the extent to which some of the ruling families of wealth and politics participated in it is not generally appreciated. Briefly, The case involved the alienation for relatively slight consideration of a huge reserve of naval oil lands of incalculably great value. The conspiracy, initiated by the Sinclair and Doheny oil companies, was carried out through the medium of corrupt government officials. 205. Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., an original director of the Sinclair Refining Company, became Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Harding. Archibald Roosevelt, his brother, was a vice president of the Sinclair Company, a position obtained for him by Theodore in 1919 in a personal appeal to Harry F. Sinclair. Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., took Admiral Griffin's qualifying suggestion of a clause providing for Navy Department approval of leases to Secretary of Interior Fall, who subtly modified the clause so as to give the Secretary of Interior full authority to dispose of naval oil lands. Secretary Denby and Assistant Secretary Roosevelt acquiesced in this unusual arrangement. Roosevelt then took Fall's draft executive order to the White House, where Harding signed it and made it law as of May 31, 1921, 3 months after the Black Cabinet took office. The swindle became general public knowledge only when the Denver Post, owned by the unsavory Bonfils and Taman, gamblers and promoters, assailed the lease. The Post's attack subsided when Harry F. Sinclair gave Bonfils and his partner $250,000. But this St. Louis Post-Dispatch, scenting something extraordinary, began to comment editorially, and a Senate investigation was pushed by Burton K. Wheeler and Thomas J. Walsh. An amazingly large number of influential people played minor or major, direct or indirect, roles in the Teapot Dome case. The first step in this imbroglio had been the appointment in 1918 of William Boyce Thompson, Sinclair Oil and Chase Bank Director, as chairman of the Republican Ways and Means Committee in charge of campaign collections. The next step was the appointment of Will H. Hayes, attorney for Harry F. Sinclair and protege of Morgan Partner Perkins, as Republican National Committee chairman. Thompson, late in 1919 and early in 1920, directed a big stock market pool in Sinclair Common, apparently in anticipation of the forthcoming gains of Sinclair Oil under a Republican administration. Albert H. Wiggins Chase National Bank financed this pool. Late in 1922 Jesse Livermore, stock market plunger, ran a pool in Sinclair stock for the account of Harry Sinclair, Blair and Company, of which Elisha Walker, now of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, was then the head, and the Chase Securities Corporation, affiliate of the Chase N.A. 206. Chanel Bank. The various pools in Sinclair, Doheny's Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company, and the Mammoth Oil Company, which took possession of the Teapot Dome leases, gave opportunity for a wide Wall Street participation in the gains, but the investigation never uncovered the identity of the persons who traded in the stocks. E. L. Doheny gave Secretary of the Interior Fall $100,000 for his services. Sinclair gave Fall $230,000 in Liberty bonds, $71,000 in cash, and $35,000 for a trip to Russia to negotiate oil leases after Fall resigned his office. In all, Fall received nearly $500,000 that appears on the record, and for taking it he was convicted and sentenced to jail in 1931, the first cabinet officer ever found guilty of criminal malfeasance. When Fall resigned under fire, Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover sent him a note dated March 12, 1923, saying, "This note is just by way of expressing appreciation for the many kindnesses I had at your hands during the last 2 years in the cabinet. I know that the vast majority of our people feel a deep regret at your leaving the Department of the Interior. In my recollection, that department has never had so constructive and legal a headship as you gave it. I trust the time will come when your private affairs will enable you to return to public life, as there are few men who are able to stand its stings and ire, and they have got to stay with it." President Harding said he had offered to place Fall on the Supreme Court, but that Fall, a former justice of the Supreme Court of New Mexico, had declined the post. Sinclair and Doheny, with Fall, were singled out to bear the blame for the conspiracy, but a large number of finance capitalists were also implicated, if not so deeply surely as significantly. The Standard Oil enterprises notably were involved to a considerable degree. The Midwest Oil Company, subsidiary of the Standard Oil Company of Indiana, had presented questionable claims to the Teapot Dome oil lands before Sinclair and Doheny obtained the government leases. J. Leo Stack, a Denver attorney, was retained on contract to get leases on Teapot Dome for this company. But when Sinclair and Doheny got them, Midwest Oil stepped aside, and gladly accepted $1 million from Sinclair for its claim. 207. This infuriated Stack, who had stood to make $1,500,000 instead of the $50,000 he was now offered by Midwest Oil. Stack testified that Standard of Indiana was willing to relinquish its claim to Teapot Dome because it expected to profit by the pipeline which Sinclair planned to run into Teapot Dome. Senator Walsh opined that Sinclair had bought off Standard Oil in this fashion in order to dispose of powerful potential political competition for Teapot Dome. Standard Oil and Sinclair Oil had joint interests in pipelines and other properties elsewhere in the West. Wider participation in the conspiracy was arranged by means of the Continental Trading Company, a secret dummy company set up under Canadian law by Harry F. Sinclair, James O'Neill, president of the Prairie Oil and Gas Company, Rockefeller, and Colonel Robert W. Stewart, chairman of the Standard Oil Company of Indiana. Continental Trading Company was formed in 1921 to purchase 33,333,333 1/3 barrels of oil from Colonel A. E. Humphreys' Mexia, Texas, field. This was at the rate of $1.50 a barrel. Continental Trading Company resold at $1.75 a barrel to the companies headed by the Continental promoters, although the profits were not turned into their respective companies until later, when the disclosures came out. The Continental trading organizers, it was presumed, meant to keep this money. Sinclair made his big mistake in passing around traceable Liberty bonds registered in the name of the Continental Trading Company. The $230,000 of bonds he gave Fall came from this company. And when rumors about Teapot Dome began to circulate, he gave $185,000 of bonds to Will H. Hayes to help defray the Republican deficit. Incidentally, Hinkle Hayes, a brother of the Republican Postmaster General, was still an attorney for Sinclair. Will Hayes, his conduct suggests, was afraid to use these bonds openly, so he cashed them surreptitiously with leading Republicans. John T. Pratt, brother of Herbert Pratt, leading Standard Oil official, cashed $50,000 worth. James Patton took $50,000 worth, and testified that he subsequently came to the conclusion that the transaction was indecent. His conscience bothering him, he donated $50,000 to a Chicago hospital, but made no public disclosure of the indecent transaction. Hayes offered Mellon $50,000 of the bonds, but Mellon, after keeping them 208 in his safe, returned them, and gave Hayes a check for $50,000 instead. Secretary Weeks took $50,000 of bonds and tried to pass them to William M. Butler, chairman of the Republican National Committee in 1924, but Butler was too astute to touch them. Facts about the sinister Continental Trading Company did not become public until 1928, when Senate investigators independently unearthed the truth. But as early as 1925, Mellon's Treasury Department had known of the Liberty bonds purchased by Continental Trading Company, a special investigation having been made for the government prosecutors of Fall and Sinclair. The wily Mellon, however, said nothing and made no attempt to collect taxes from Continental Trading Company on its enormous profits. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., testifying at the first Teapot Dome investigation, said he had the utmost confidence in Colonel Stewart, who had stormily refused to give the Senate committee information. It was not until 1928, when it became known that Stewart had withheld from the Standard Oil Company stockholders, including Rockefeller, his Continental Trading Company profits and was selling to Standard Oil at a profit petroleum from a company which he personally owned, that Rockefeller turned and ousted him. Stewart had received a salary of $125,000 a year, he was pensioned at $75,000 a year. His son, Robert G. Stewart, was president of Doheny's Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company, subsequently acquired by Standard Oil of Indiana. James Stewart, another son, was a Pan American vice president. Both are now Standard Oil executives. Doheny and Sinclair won court acquittals. At one of the trials it was disclosed a juror had been led to believe he would get money from Sinclair agents. Sinclair did serve 6 months in jail but for contempt in refusing to answer a senator's question. William G. Mikado and Franklin K. Lane, cabinet officers in the Wilson administration, were retained as attorneys by Sinclair and Doheny. A. Mitchell Palmer was attorney for Edward B. McLean, owner of the Washington Post, who tried to help Fall by falsely testifying he had lent Fall money which the Senate investigators believed had come from Doheny and Sinclair. Employment of these attorneys tended to quench the fervor of Democrats who, for Party 209 San reasons, might have wanted to exploit the embarrassment of the Republicans. E. L. Doheny was a Democrat. Testimony at the investigation of 1928, incidentally, indicated that in a conversation in 1922 between James O'Neill, Harry Sinclair, and 2 unidentified persons at the Bankers Club, New York, one person said, "Suppose there was some future trouble to come up afterwards, who would take care of it?" "The Sinclair Oil Company is big enough to take care of that," said Sinclair. "If the Sinclair Oil Company is not big enough to take care of it, Standard Oil is big enough to take care of it," said O'Neill. John D. Rockefeller, Jr.'s apparent candor and willingness to cooperate made a favorable impression. His ousting of Stewart strengthened that impression. It has been the younger Rockefeller's role ever since the massacre of Rockefeller workers at Ludlow, Colorado, to make favorable public impressions. Although the original Standard Oil combination was dissolved by a Supreme Court decree, the highly virtuous Rockefellers have not obeyed its mandate. In the late 1920s, under the Coolidge and Hoover regimes, they started piecing together the various parts of the old Standard Oil empire. The Colonial Beacon Oil Company, itself a merger, was merged with Standard Oil Company of New Jersey. The Standard Oil Company of New York was merged with the Vacuum Oil Company, producing the Saucony Vacuum Oil Company. Then a merger was arranged between the Standard Oil Company of California and the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, which was to flaunt the name of the General Petroleum Company, but this operation was discarded as the Depression disturbed the relationship of stock prices and oil values. The Standard Oil Company of Indiana acquired Doheny's Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company, and various other Standard Oil companies similarly acquired many independents subsequent to 1911. Standard Oil of New Jersey has absorbed various independents since 1911. The result today is that, notwithstanding the Supreme Court's decree, the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, the Saucony Vacuum Oil Company, the Standard Oil Company of Indiana, and the Standard Oil Company of California are each larger than was the 210 entire Standard Oil Trust at the time the dissolution order was issued, and the whole Standard Oil empire is 6 to 7 times greater than was the original combination. The intent and spirit of the Supreme Court's decree has, in other words, been clearly violated, and with immunity from challenge. Rockefeller's share in the original Standard Oil Company was 25%, his share in each of the companies created by the dissolution order was 25%. The Shipping Board after the war, under Albert D. Lasker, Chicago advertising man of potent connections, especially with R.R. McCormick of the Chicago Tribune, provided an opportunity for a favored few to add to their hoards. The steamship city of Los Angeles, formerly the German ship Aeolus, was sold to Harry Chandler, publisher of the Los Angeles Times and leading stockholder of the Los Angeles Steamship Company, for $100,000, after pre-arrangement between Lasker and Chandler to have bids advertised for 10 days while the ship was out of port and not available for inspection by outsiders. This was learned in the Senate's investigation of the United States Shipping Board. A year earlier Chandler had offered $250,000 for the vessel, and after the war the International Mercantile Marine had offered $660,000, Both offers were refused. Subsequent to the latter offer, the government spent $2,816,000 on reconditioning, and according to experts the ship was worth $100,000 for scrap alone when it was released to Chandler. The shipping board also sold 17 vessels at bargain prices to the Dollar family of California for the Dollar Line. The Dollars themselves had constructed 4 cargo ships in China at a cost of $2,250,000 each to the government. They later acquired title to them from the government for $300,000 each. Another ship, the Callao, which had cost the government $1,619,502.27, was sold to the Dollars for $375,000, although an earlier bid of $825,000 from the International Mercantile Marine was rejected. In October 1923, the Dollar Line bought 7 of its President-type ships for $550,000 apiece. Each had cost the government $4,128,000 to construct. Extraordinarily liberal terms of payment were given to R. Stanley Dollar, influential Pacific Coast Republican. The aggregate cost to $211. The government of the 7 President ships was $29 million, but Dollar was allowed to make an initial payment on the total purchase price of $3,850,000 in the form of a 2-year letter of credit for 25% of the amount. The remaining 75% was due at the rate of 5% annually until 1936. In 1933, a Senate committee investigating ocean mail contracts brought out that enormous bonuses and commissions had been voted to Dollar by his stockholders. For purchasing 17 ships from the government for $13,975,000, Dollar received commissions of $635,493 to $75 and interest of $73,014.69. From 1924 to 1929, the Dollar Line made a net profit of $6,746,759.33 on the President ships, defaulted on its payments to the government in 1933, but went on making payments of commission to Dollar. Although it had liens on the vessels, the government did not reacquire them. Lasker, while head of the shipping board, introduced a merchant marine bill which a Senate committee found would have subsidized the shipping enterprises of companies like the Standard Oil Company and the United States Steel Corporation in the carrying of their own products. Standard Oil would have received $1,500,000 annually and U.S. Steel $500,000. Enterprises like the Cudahy Packing Company and International Harvester Company were even then protesting that ocean freight rates were higher after the merchant marine had been subsidized than before. When Hoover became president, the airplane industry was still independent, in the pioneering stage. The big interests, after dipping in for the war profits, had temporarily lost their enthusiasm for aviation. But poorer men had done valuable work since the war, and Charles A. Lundberg had electrified the world in 1927 with his flight to Paris. Dwight W. Morrow had just completed the government's aviation program, however, and the wealthy clique was beginning to explore the possibilities of making money in aviation. Independent manufacturers and operators had to be driven out of the business and their properties taken over, before predatory wealth would have a free hand, and the instrument used to accomplish this was Postmaster General Walter F. Brown, of the Hoover cabinet. As a Senate committee learned, Brown used the threat of 212 canceling or withholding airmail contracts to force the independents into undesired mergers with companies especially formed to take them in, companies with strong Republican and Wall Street connections. Major William B. Robertson and his associates, backers of Lindbergh's flight and owners of the Robertson Aircraft Corporation of St. Louis, which operated an airline between Chicago and St. Louis, tried to capitalize Lindbergh's flight to Paris. They approached W. W. Atterbury, president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, with a proposal for a transcontinental airline. Atterbury told them he was involved in a similar scheme with Paul Henderson, of National Air Transport. Robertson and Lindbergh then went to see M. Keyes, New York stockbroker. Keyes later organized transcontinental air transport in collaboration with the Pennsylvania Railroad, but Robertson was left out. Lundberg, a heavily publicized figure, was retained, however, and was given 25,000 shares of stock worth $10 each, which he was advised to sell immediately. Directors and financiers of TAT included William H. Vanderbilt, Charles Hayden, Richard Hoyt, Hayden, Stone, D. M. Schaefer, Chief of Passenger Operations of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and Colonel Henry Breckinridge, Lundberg's personal advisor. The company was dubbed the Lundberg Line. At about the same time, Aviation Corporation was formed by William H. Vanderbilt, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, S. Lone Cold of the Bankers Trust Company, Morgan, Robert Lehman of Lehman Brothers Banking House, D. K. E. Bruce, son-in-law of Secretary of the Treasury Mellon, Richard K. Mellon, brother of Secretary Mellon, Richard Hoyt, Hayden, Stone, and George Mixter of Stone and Webster, Boston investment bankers. According to a statement by Representative Bullwinkle, these airplane companies retained Lair Fess, son of Senator Fess of Ohio, and a close friend of Postmaster General Brown, to lobby for the McNary-Wattries airmail subsidy bill, which was passed. For this, Fess got $3,000, according to testimony of Paul Henderson. It was also testified by Henderson that he lent $10,000 to Chase Gove, assistant to W. Irving Glover, who in turn was Brown's assistant in charge of airmail. Henderson himself was second assistant postmaster general from 1922 to 1925. He procured a job for Glover. 213. With TAT, according to the testimony, and tried to get a job for Senator Smoot's son, Harold, with United Aircraft. Postmaster General Brown called a secret meeting of the big airplane company operators on May 19, 1930, and told them he would like to avoid competitive bidding. After a short talk, he left the operators to apportion the airmail routes among themselves, under the chairmanship of Assistant Secretary William P. McCracken, Jr. Henderson protested that the conclave was not legal, but, according to Senate testimony, McCracken, who subsequently became a Washington lawyer for the leading airlines, told him he was crazier than hell. Henderson was so disturbed that he conferred with others and became more firmly convinced, as he told investigating senators, that the meeting was illegal and might cause serious trouble, as it did indeed. The big lines absorbed the smaller companies by the classic 19th century methods of coercion, threats, and pressure that John D. Rockefeller had used in assembling the original Standard Oil Company. One instance concerned Clifford Ball, an aviation enthusiast, who operated a line between Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Ball testified that Pittsburgh Aviation Industries, a paper company set up by the Mellons, tried repeatedly in 1930 to buy him out. Richard K. Mellon personally telephoned him once to induce him to sell, but Ball refused. While the Mellons were trying to snare Ball's company, Postmaster General Brown delayed the renewal of Ball's airmail contract. 2 days before the contract expired, Brown appeared and forced Ball to sell out, but he did get Ball a job with the Mellon Company at $1,000 a month. As soon as Ball agreed to sell, the mail contract of his company was renewed by Brown until May 6, 1936. The price paid Ball was $137,000, and he received $30,000 in salary before he left the Mellon Company. To a question from a senator implying that he was not the victim of a hard bargain, Ball replied, "Yes, Senator, I do think it was a hard bargain. You understand, I had inaugurated this line with practically no capital. I had devoted from 3 to 4 years without any salary of any kind to building it up. I had accumulated considerable prestige, and I had considerable pride in this enterprise, and it was taken from me." 214. Ball told of various types of coercion used against him. A representative of Pittsburgh Aviation came to his office and in the presence of Ball's employees asked if he was ready to sell. When Ball replied negatively, the Mellon man said, "We are going to report you to the Post Office Department for mailing telephone books over your line, and we are going to force you to sell." "Had you been sending telephone books over?" a senator asked, and Ball replied, "Never." "May I ask," said the senator, "if it is true your route went into the hands of a company that had never flown a plane over it?" "That is correct." "And you were the one that had done the pioneering?" "That is correct." "And you did object to selling it out?" Alive. Another aviation pioneer was Orrell P. Halliburton, owner of the Southwest Air Fast Express, operating between Kansas City, St. Louis, Dallas, and Fort Worth. While the post office was paying $3 a pound to carry mail on the Atlanta-Los Angeles route, Halliburton offered to carry it for 70 cents a pound over the first 1,000 miles and 7 cents a pound for each additional mile. His offer was rejected. Halliburton, who owned a fleet of fast, up-to-date ships, was notified he would have to sell out to American Airways, a subsidiary of Mellon's Aviation Corporation of Delaware, of which Pittsburgh Aviation Industries also became a subsidiary. When Halliburton refused, he was threatened with loss of mail contracts. He testified that Glover, Brown's assistant, said to him, "T will ruin you if it is the last act of my life. You have tried to buck this thing all the way through, and you are not going to do it." When Halliburton saw that the Post Office Department was determined to crush him, he sold out to Aviation Corporation for $1,400,000, or slightly more than the cost of his equipment. Robertson, the financier of Lundberg's epic flight, was manhandled in similar fashion. Promised mail contracts by Brown in person, he failed to get them, and in 1931 was told by William Sachs, member of the Republican State Committee of Missouri, that he ought to contribute to the Republican Party and that he could get a mail con 215 tract if he was willing to give Sachs a 5% participation. Robertson refused to deal with Sachs, and Brown, upon seeing Robertson, remarked that the latter had given Mr. Sachs a cool reception. This mail contract was awarded to American Airways, Mellon subsidiary, which began competing with Robertson's line on the basis of its government contract and quickly put it out of business. Robertson testified that American Airways was paid $345,000 a year to carry the mail, while he had offered the same service for $175,000 a year. Robertson could not even find buyers for his ships, which he was compelled to junk. Brown even forced mergers of some big companies. TAT, in which the Mellon Vanderbilt Group held stock, was merged with Western Air Express upon Brown's orders, although Western Air executives believed TAT was not soundly organized. Western Air was also ordered by Brown to sell its Los Angeles-Dallas line to American Airways at a loss of $600,000. The new company, known as Transcontinental and Western Air, thereupon agreed to acquire the Mellon interest in the Butler Airport, Pittsburgh, for 25,000 shares of its stock, although the value of the airport was doubtful. Herbert Hoover, Jr., had an executive position with Western Air Express, and continued with TWA. Who first suggested to you the Pittsburgh aviation industries should be let in on it? Senator Black asked a Western Air Express executive. Well, the Postmaster General, was the reply. When the Post Office Department advertised for bids on 2 transcontinental mail routes in August, 1930, the advertisements contained a provision excluding any company that did not have at least 6 months' experience in night flying over routes of at least 250 miles. This provision, not contained in the McNary-Wattries Act, automatically disqualified smaller operators, most of whom had not flown at night. To qualify for bidding, many small companies merged and formed United Aviation Company, which submitted a bid of 64% of the government postage for carrying mail against a bid of 972% by TWA. The contract was awarded to TWA, nevertheless, giving the government an estimated loss of at least $833,215 for each. 216. Year of a 10-year term. As this estimated loss was predicated upon 1 trip each day and as TWA made 3 trips a day, the actual loss was greater. United Aviation brought suit. The issue was put up to Controller General McCarl, who was assisted in his deliberations by Ernest Smoot, son of Senator Reed Smoot of Utah and hired by TWA to do this work. While McCarl's decision was pending, Senator Smoot, importuned by an official of Western Air Express, wrote McCarl to expedite the decision on the transcontinental Western Air case. On January 10, 1931, McCarl decided in favor of TWA, the higher bidder. McCarl in 1937 resigned his post of guarding the nation's accounts, and in his valedictory denounced the New Deal for extravagant spending. From the time of Brown's illegal airmail conference in 1930 to the end of the Hoover administration, the government spent $78084,897.09 for airmail service, more than twice the freight space actually utilized being paid for, with the understanding that the overpayment was a subsidy. Without the government's funds at their disposal, the big rugged individualists behind the new airlines could not, of course, have paid expenses, much less have shown profits. All of the Hoover administration's airmail contracts were, fortunately, cancelled, as fraudulent and collusively gained, by the Roosevelt administration on February 9, 1934. The cost of flying the mail under new contracts was $7,700,238 annually, in contrast with the cost of $19,400,264 in 1933. But, despite the cancellations, and despite subsequent maneuverings, mergers, and reorganizations, the airplane industry, like the oil, steel, railroad, electric power, aluminum, radio, automobile, and chemical industries, had come to rest in the hands of the Mellons, Morgans, Whitneys, Vanderbilts, et al. The farming out of airmail contracts to the wealthy groups was accompanied by stock market rigging that brought fabulous returns. Frederick B. Rentschler, brother of Gordon Rentschler, president of the National City Bank, took a leading part in organizing the United Aircraft and Transport Company for the bank and its affiliated families. United Aircraft, of which Paul Henderson was also 217. A director, had a profitable mail contract, and represented a merger of various companies, including the Pratt & Whitney Aircraft Company. Originally, Frederick B. Rentschler bought 1,265 Pratt & Whitney shares for 20 cents each, or $253 in all. After the company declared a stock dividend of 7,900 per center, he owned 101,200 shares, for which he received in exchange 219,604 shares of United Aircraft. In May, 1929, the shares for which Rentschler had originally paid $253 were worth $35,575,848. He sold $9,514,869 worth and retained the balance. The National City Company, securities affiliate of the National City Bank, marketed stock of the Boeing Airplane and Transport Company, and directors and executives of United Aircraft were permitted to buy at $25 a share, while the stock was offered to the public at $97 a share. The difference represented a gift, and in F. B. Rentschler's case the gift amounted to $92,176.50. National City Company made a profit of $5,895,311 by unloading United Aircraft stock. When Rentschler acquired his $253 of Pratt & Whitney stock, 200 shares were bought at 20 cents each, or $40 in all, by Charles W. Deeds, son of the Deeds whom Justice Hughes had recommended for court-martial. Young Deeds was made treasurer of United Aircraft, and the stock for which he had paid $40 was worth $5,624,640 in May, 1929. At the time of the Senate airmail investigation in 1934, young Deeds was 31 years old and, like his father when he ran the aviation division during the war, had no technical knowledge of aviation. But technical knowledge is not necessary in the realm of high finance, especially when the government can be milked. Out of the proceeds of the airmail contracts, the executives and directors of the leading airplane companies paid themselves extravagant salaries and bonuses, with the consent of the rich families behind the scenes whom they served. 2. The ruinous speculative boom that collapsed in 1929 was engineered, from first to last, by the wealthy families, and for their personal account. At every stage of the game it was the richest, the most respectable, the most publicized, and the most influential persons who were the prime movers in unloading inflated securities. 218. Upon a deluded public. None of the truly rich came to grief, although some of their agents like Samuel Insull, Charles E. Mitchell, the Van Sweringens, and Ivar Kreuger had to function as scapegoats. It has never been properly stressed that these latter were merely deputies for wealthy family blocks, and had little more than a promoter's interest in their own schemes. It was tacitly understood that in the event of mishap the deputies were quietly to defend themselves without attempting to involve their sponsors. They all performed like good soldiers. The groundwork for the post-war speculative orgy that caused thousands of persons of ordinary means a loss estimated at $25,000,000,000,000 was laid back in the Harding administration, with whose Morgan, Rockefeller, DuPont, Mellon, Vanderbilt, and Whitney backing we are familiar. In order that the speculative boom might attain grandiose proportions, it was necessary to alter radically the policies of the Federal Reserve System, for the financial system of the early 1920s would not have accommodated the inflation that came to a disastrous climax in 1929. President Harding let down the first bar when he failed in 1923 to reappoint W.P.G. Harding, who for nearly a decade had served as governor of the Federal Reserve System. Governor Harding, no relation to the president, was an experienced banker of unusual probity who studiously held himself aloof from Wall Street influences. The president replaced Harding with Comptroller of the Currency Dr. Crissinger, a crony from Marion, Ohio. Crissinger, who had dabbled in small business, knew nothing whatever of large-scale public finance and was an impressionable character, just the type the wealthy sponsors of President Harding evidently wanted. Crissinger stepped out as governor in 1927, and Coolidge replaced him with Roy A. Young, small Louisiana businessman. Young inaugurated no change in policy, and was succeeded in 1930 by Eugene G. Meyer, the stock operator who had held high appointive office from 1917 under Republican and Democratic administrations alike. Crissinger came under the influence of Benjamin Strong, a Morgan deputy, who began counseling from the New York Reserve Bank that the reserve system buy government securities in large volume. 219. Thus flooding the banks with liquid funds that demanded profitable release in credit channels. The Federal Reserve Act permitted this, but only as an emergency measure. There was no emergency in 1923 when the Federal Reserve System began buying governments, so the scheme was obviously predicated upon other considerations. For 3 years the reserve system maintained this new policy, and the speculative boom was well started. Between 1924 and 1929 loans, which were enormously profitable to the big banks, increased by $10 billion, all of the increase being devoted to stock market paper. There was little variation in the total of commercial and industrial loans. At the end of 1922, for example, loans to brokers stood at $1,926,800,000. At the end of 1929 they totaled $8,549,338,979. From 1922 to 1929 stock averages, according to the Standard Statistics Index, soared from $60 to $212, and hundreds of investment trusts, holding companies, and similar dubious enterprises were launched. Alarm occasioned by the phenomenal increase in brokers' loans was allayed from time to time by reassuring statements from President Coolidge and Secretary Mellon. But in the spring of 1928 the Reserve Board, to disarm critics, authorized an increase in the discount rate from 4 to 5%. A much higher rate would have been necessary, however, to quell speculative hysteria. From the spring of 1928 to the spring of 1929 the total of brokers' loans doubled. Early in 1929 a warning from the Reserve Board sent call money up to 20% as the leading commercial banks stepped back hesitantly, but the impasse was broken by Charles E. Mitchell, chairman of the National City Bank, who threw $25 million into the money market and belligerently announced that borrowers could have all they wanted. New York was openly running Washington. The investigation of Wall Street by the Senate Banking and Currency Committee in 1933 is reported in 8 thick, closely printed volumes of more than 10,000 pages. This investigation was preceded by the Inquiry of 1932, the report of which fills 3 thick volumes. The findings of both have been supplemented by exhaustive inquiries of the Federal Trade Commission into the electric utilities companies and the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, by inquiries of the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce into the looting of railroads by banks, and by special inquiries. 220 America 60 families. Of the Securities and Exchange Commission. The record throughout is one of wrongdoing. The wrongdoing, indeed, was so complete, so thorough, so pervasive that it had neither beginning nor end, and baffles full comprehension in the lifetime of any single individual. It is, therefore, manifestly impossible to give a complete report. Selections from the evidence are therefore made, 1. With the view to showing the general sanction given to the irregularities and intrigue by the rich, and 2. With a view to showing that most of the rich were personally and almost exclusively involved, using their political power to confer upon themselves immunity. Senate Report No. 1455, Stock Market Practices, Banking and Currency Committee, 73rd Congress, 2nd Session, relates that it was the largest banks and the largest corporations which threw artificially created surplus cash funds into the money market, to act like gasoline upon the speculative fires. The persons in control of these banks and corporations, as officers, directors, or stockholders, were the persons that contributed most heavily to the campaign funds of the 2 leading political parties. The continuity of policy was ensured by the control the dominant elite of wealth exercised over the Federal Reserve System. According to the Senate report, in 1929 the 33 leading commercial banks, from Chase National and National City down through the list of New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Chicago institutions, made 34 loans of $76,459,550 to stock market pools, and in 1930 they made 45 such loans of $34,922,750 to pools. On their own account these banks themselves participated, through their securities affiliates, in 454 pools, whose objective was to unload stocks at artificially advanced prices upon a public misled by its newspapers and its political leaders. There were no fewer than 105 separate stock exchange issues subject to pool manipulation in 1929, according to the Senate report. The origin of bank securities affiliates, it will be recalled, was political. The National City Bank received permission from President Taft to launch the National City Company. The Solicitor General in the Taft administration, as we have seen, decided that the affiliates were illegal, but he was overruled and his report hidden. 221. Until the Senate Banking and Currency Committee brought it to light. Credit from the banks to fuel the stock boom was supplemented by credit from the big corporations. The participation of the leading industrial corporations in the money market was unprecedented. Individuals as well as corporations and banks placed funds in the call money market. Pierre S. DuPont, for example, had $32 million of cash in the market for his personal account. J.P. Morgan and Company had nearly $10,000,000,000 in the call loan market. For profits to be made on these funds the public had to be induced to speculate, and it was so induced by misleading newspaper accounts, many of them bought and paid for by the brokers that operated the pools. No losses were incurred in lending money, and no losses were possible, for as soon as a speculator's margin was impaired he was sold out and the loan to the broker was liquidated. Banks and corporations behind the speculative commotion were far from abstract entities. Personalities lay in ambush behind these institutions, and they were and are personalities from the richest hereditary family dynasties ever seen in the history of the world. On the board of the National City Bank, For example, sat Cleveland Earl Dodge, son of the late Cleveland H. Dodge, vice president of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, and head of a fortune dating back to the Civil War, Cyrus Hall McCormick, chairman of the International Harvester Company and representative of another Civil War fortune, Percy R. Pine, representative of a fortune antedating the Civil War, Fred J. Fisher, representative of a 20th century automobile fortune, General Motors and Fisher Bodies, James A. Stillman, surviving head of a financial fortune dating back to the 1880s, Percy A. Rockefeller, son of John D. Rockefeller's brother, Beekman Winthrop, of the pre-Civil War landed aristocracy, and Nicholas F. Brady, son of Anthony Brady. Among the lesser figures on this board were Sosthenes Ben, president of the International Telephone and Telegraph Company, Morgan, William Cooper Proctor, Procter & Gamble, Gordon S. Rentschler, Edward A. Deeds, John D. Ryan, Anaconda Copper, Robert W. Stewart, Standard Oil of Indiana, P.A.S. Franklin, International Mercantile Marine, and Joseph P. Grace, Grace Lines. On the board of the Chase National Bank sat these representatives of established rich families: J. N. Hill, son of the late James J. Hill, 19th century railroad promoter, Henry O. Habmeyer, American Sugar Refining Company, Jeremiah Milbank, Law, Theodore Pratt, Standard Oil, and F. W. Roebling. Sitting with them were agents of dynastic wealth like D. C. Jackling, of the Utah Copper Company, Guggenheim, Charles M. Schwab of Bethlehem Steel, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., of General Motors, and F. H. Brownell of American Smelting and Refining Company, Guggenheim. On the board of the Guarantee Trust Company, directing its participation in situations like the Van Sweringen bubble, sat E. J. Burwind, head of a great 19th century coal fortune, Marshall Field, representative of a great 19th century merchandising and real estate fortune, R. W. Golet, head of a great 19th century real estate and banking fortune, W. A. Harriman, legatee of a great 19th century railroad fortune, Clarence H. McKay, heir to a great 19th century mining and communications fortune, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, scion of two great 19th century fortunes, one in railroads, the other in petroleum, and Harry Payne. 223. Whitney, heir of two great Standard Oil fortunes. There were also T. W. Lamont and George Whitney, Morgan Partners, Cornelius F. Kelly of Anaconda Copper, and Grayson M.P. Murphy, a character whose important confidential role at three stages of recent American history we have observed. George F. Baker and his son alone sat on the board of the First National Bank as representatives of first-line 19th century fortunes. Directors with them included Myron C. Taylor, U.S. Steel, and Walter S. Gifford, American Telephone and Telegraph. But on the board of the First Security Company, securities affiliate of the bank, were Arthur Curtis James, Phelps Dodge Corporation and various railroads, L. W. Hill, son of the late James J. Hill, J. P. Morgan, and Thomas W. Lamont. First-line established dynasties of wealth were represented on the board of the New York Trust Company by Robert W. DeForest, Law, Walter Jennings, Standard Oil, and Vanderbilt Webb, descendant of Cornelius Vanderbilt I. Other directors included Charles Hayden and Grayson M.P. Murphy of the Morgan Camp. First-line fortunes on the board of the Bankers Trust Company were represented by Pierre S. DuPont, Horace Habmeyer, Herbert L. Pratt, Standard Oil, Winthrop W. Aldrich, Rockefeller, and Arthur Woods, Rockefeller executive married to a Morgan daughter. The secondary Altman fortune was represented by Michael Friedsam. Others on the board included John J. Raskob, DuPont and General Motors, Samuel Mather, Steel, Stephen Birch, Kennecott Copper, Morgan Guggenheim, and James G. Harbord, Radio Corporation. A wealthy family, but of lesser standing, on the board of the Irving Trust Company was represented by William Skinner, Textiles. On the board of the Bank of New York and Trust Company sat Cleveland Earl Dodge, R.C. Hill, W. Emlyn Roosevelt, of the late President's family, and Allen Wardwell, of J.P. Morgan's law firm. On the board of the Equitable Trust Company were Otto Kahn, H.R. Winthrop, Bertram Cutler, Rockefeller, and T.M. Debevoise, Rockefeller. The board of the Corn Exchange Bank included Robert Lehman, Philip Lehman, F.D. Bartow, Morgan, W.H. Nichols and C.H. Nichols, both of the Nichols Copper Company. B.D. 224. And the Allied Chemical and Dye Corporation. On the Chemical National Bank Board were Robert Goelet and Philip Roosevelt, a cousin of the late Theodore Roosevelt, and on the Bank of Manhattan Board were Stephen Baker, Paul M. Warburg, Marshall Field, Walter Jennings, and Michael Frietsum. These men and others from the wealthiest families also manned the boards of the leading industrial corporations. The Morgan partners in 1929, for example, held directorates in 89 corporations controlling assets of $18 billion, equivalent at the time to the national debt. The Morgan directorates interlocked with additional directorates of other individuals, giving J.P. Morgan and Company a pervasive influence throughout American industry. In short, the wealthy families stood united behind the disastrous policies, political and corporate, of the 1920s. Of all these wealthy bank and corporation directors only one, Paul M. Warburg, spoke out, and at a very late date, early in 1929, against the politico-financial speculative scandal. Warburg, to be sure, indicated by his remarks that he was not concerned about the public interest but about the threat of disaster to the Wall Street community. His warnings were generally scoffed at by the newspapers or were given an inconspicuous position that contrasted oddly with the bold display given the provocatively encouraging remarks of Charles E. Mitchell, chairman of the National City Bank, and others. 3. The individual post-war operations of the wealthy families of finance capital against the background of their absolute control of the government were darkly antisocial in character. Various governmental investigating bodies have heard copious confessions to mistakes and errors of judgment from the executive representatives of the multimillionaire dynasties. But there were really no mistakes or errors of judgment. Except for the culminating debacle of 1929-33, everything happened according to plan, was premeditated, arranged, sought for. It is a characteristic of the wealthy families of America that most of them have seen their family spokesmen and heads indicted and 225 placed on trial at one time or other for serious crimes or misdemeanors. Unless one takes into consideration certain underworld circles, in no other social group can one find a parallel. Between the Civil War and 1910 practically all the highly successful pecuniary entrepreneurs were indicted by grand juries, and many stood trial although none was convicted. The rogues gallery of American finance includes such names as J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, E. H. Harriman, Philip D. and J. Ogden Armour, J. Gould, George W. Perkins, E. T. Stotesbury, Thomas Fortune Ryan, Anthony Brady, Harry F. Sinclair, E. L. Doheny, James J. Hill, et al. The indictments were sometimes arranged by political, i.e., financial, rivals, but very often they were returned at the request of public prosecutors who, sometimes very much against their inclination, had to function in accord with democratic expectations. In our own day Mellons and DuPonts, as well as many others, have been charged with tax evasion, restraint of trade, or other illegal acts against the public interest. Such acts in the 1920s, as in no other period, seemed to become a characteristic feature of national life. The acquittals of Charles E. Mitchell on charges of income tax evasion and of Samuel Insull on charges of using the mails to defraud suggest, however, that the course of justice under the antiquated American judicial system is what it has always been: the poor go to jail, the rich go free. From the evidence brought before the Senate, the National City Bank, second largest commercial bank in the country, emerged as the antisocial instrument of its dominant family groups. After the war, as before and during the war, this bank used the Anaconda Copper Company, its principal industrial pawn, to inflict grave injury upon the public interest. In two big stock market pool manipulations, participated in personally by Percy A. Rockefeller and John D. Ryan. 1,750,000 Anaconda shares were foisted upon the public, causing it a loss of $150 million. The bank also operated, illegally, in its own stock through the securities affiliate, the National City Company. In September 1929, National City Bank stock was pushed up to $226. A market price of $579 a share, or $3,200 million in all, while its book value was $70 a share or $385 million in all. High-pressure salesmen sold this stock, and scores of other dubious securities, to a gullible public trimmed right and left for the benefit of the leading stockholders of the bank. Unknown to small stockholders, both the bank and its affiliate had management funds that siphoned 20% of all earnings, after the declaration of 8% dividends, to the account of officers. The management fund of the affiliate from 1921 to 1929 was $10,511,670 and of the bank itself $8,490,634, and about a third of both sums was given to Mitchell in addition to salaries and participations in stock market pools. Special secret stock melons were made available to leading stockholders of the bank and to officers, as in Boeing Aircraft and Transport Company and the United Aircraft and Transport Corporation. The bank directors and big stockholders were permitted, for example, to buy stock units of Boeing, which became United Aircraft, at $590 per unit, while the units were being quoted to the public at $771 in the open market. The differential of $181 per unit amounted to a gift. Percy Rockefeller received 400 of these stock units, James A. Stillman 150 units, Francis Bartow, Morgan partner, 645 units, and Edward A. Deeds 200 units. To make unloading easy, speculative enthusiasm was stirred up by planted newspaper rumors and by sudden sharp advances in price. Not deeming the presence of stock and of stock dividends from the airplane companies sufficient, the National City Group voted itself enormous salaries and bonuses. F. B. Rentschler, for example, in 1929 received $429,999 in salaries and bonuses from United Aircraft, and in 1930 he got $242,150.61. From 1927 through 1933 he received more than $1,250,000 in cash from the United Aircraft Company, in addition to the fantastically huge stock profit realized on an investment of less than $300. From 1926 through 1932 the government gave this company $41,74,412, and the company profited by $1 million annually on each original investment of $750. On the other hand, the airplane pilots, who daily took great risks, received very low pay, as a Senate committee discovered in the investigation of airmail contracts. 227. So much has been said about the indirect value to society of the great fortunes that it is necessary to stress once more in the case of the privately owned airplane industry that it was financed in its initial stages by the government and by pioneer entrepreneurs who have since been frozen out. The Wright brothers received practically nothing, obscure interlopers like Rentschler and Deeds, and the aggregates of private finance for which they acted, reaped the harvest. But this has also been the story in the shipping, the railroad, the automobile, the radio, and other industries. It was Andrew Carnegie who said, "Pioneering don't pay." The National City Bank participated in the unloading of more than $100 million of Peruvian bonds, although the bank's agents in Peru warned that the country was economically unsound. The bonds soon passed into default. Huge commissions were paid to agents that induced the Peruvian authorities to float these bonds. J. and W. Seligman and Company, participants in the underwriting syndicate, paid Juan Leguía, son of the President of Peru, $415,000 to obtain the bond issue. During and after the war the bank lent money to Cuban sugar planters on the basis of wartime prices. When sugar prices slumped, the planters were unable to pay $30 million owing to the bank. Federal bank examiners criticized these loans, upon which there was slight possibility of realizing. The bank therefore in 1927 formed the General Sugar Corporation to assume the obligations, and on the day this corporation was formed the bank increased its capital from $50 million to $75 million by selling more stock. The increased capital was turned over to the National City Company, which with this money bought the stock of the General Sugar Corporation. The Sugar Corporation then gave the National City Bank $23 million of the same money, plus notes for $11 million on $34 million of its obligation. All this was a questionable bookkeeping transaction to expunge the bad debt on the books of the bank, and it remained a secret until the Senate discovered it in 1933. After the market crash, the bank created a fund of $2,400,000 to help officers who had incurred losses in the stock market. The officers were given loans, which they had not liquidated by 1933. Minor employees were not assisted, however, although the bank had N. 228. Encouraged them to purchase stock at inflated prices in the amount of $12 million. In 1933 employees were still paying at the rate of $200 to $220 a share for stock then selling at $40 a share. Among other dubious operations of the bank was the making of a loan of $10,020 to John Ramsey, general manager of the Port of New York Authority, after the National City Company on May 9, 1931, acquired for distribution $66 million of Port Authority bonds. The loan was in cash, avoiding the evidence of a check, and was not regularly issued through the bank but was charged against the syndicate expense of the bond issue. Although ostensibly made for only 3 weeks, no payment on the principal or interest had been made 2 years later. Charles E. Mitchell avoided paying an income tax for 1929, although his net income exceeded $4 million, by creating an artificial loss in stock sales to his wife, later repurchasing the stock. Indicted and tried by a federal jury, he was acquitted. The focusing of public anger upon Mitchell, however, permitted the bigger interests to escape public attention, although Percy Rockefeller, for one, was involved in practically every national city foray of the 1920s, including the Kroeger and Toll swindle. The Chase National Bank, largest financial institution outside of London, performed similarly, and was, indeed, the direct rival of the National City Bank for shady business. It, too, operated an illegal securities affiliate, through which it managed pools in its own stock and financed pools in other stocks. Insiders among the bank's officials and directors were given preferred positions in stocks and bonds. Albert H. Wiggin, chairman of the bank, used his personal family corporations to participate in many of the big Wall Street pools financed by the bank and including other bank officers. One pool traded in Sinclair Oil stock in 1928 and made a profit of more than $12 million, of which $877,654.25 accrued to Wiggin. The extraordinary ramifications of some of these pools were illustrated in the Sinclair operation, for out of the profits a payment of $300,052 was made to William S. Fitzpatrick, president of the Prairie Oil and Gas Company, Rockefeller, although Fitzpatrick was not a participant in the pool. Harry F. Sinclair could not tell inquiring senators why. 229. Fitzpatrick was given this large sum, but Fitzpatrick testified that the Rockefellers had directed Blair and Company, member of the pool syndicate, to pay him the money as a token of their esteem. Upon receipt of the money, Fitzpatrick testified, he notified Bertram Cutler, agent of the Rockefellers at 26 Broadway. Wiggin engaged in various market operations of great profit to himself and of great loss to the bank's minority stockholders. He sold stock of the bank short, and by means of various family corporations, one incorporated in Canada, evaded payment of federal income taxes. Under his headship the Chase National Bank played an evil role in Cuba, for which the bank wanted to float a $100 million loan on which it could collect commission despite the fact that its Cuban advisor said conditions on the island were deplorable. This loan was to finance the building of a road which independent contractors had estimated should cost only $30 million. The Platt Amendment prohibited a Cuban loan, so Chase had to circumvent this law to achieve its objective, which was simply to get at the pockets of the Cuban people through the tax-gathering machinery of Cuba. Arrangements were made to build the road and various public improvements, of which an unnecessary, elaborate government house was the major item, at a cost of $60 million. The contractors took notes given by the venal Cuban government and discounted them at the Chase Bank, in this way sidestepping the Platt Amendment. Early in 1930 the bank was able to sell $40 million of Cuban bonds, paying off $30 million of the construction notes held by itself and giving itself a commission of $1,404,867.35. The bond prospectus neglected to mention that 1929 Cuban revenues were less than expenditures by $7,440,000, or 10%, or that $20 million of public works certificates remained outstanding. The prospectus, in fact, was falsified to indicate that the government had a surplus. In all, the Chase Bank lent Cuba $80 million, and paid José Emilio Obregón y Blanco, son-in-law of President Gerardo Machado, a commission of $500,000. The Cuban bonds have since defaulted. The Chase Bank was very close to President Machado, indeed, it and National City were Machado's main political supports. In 1925, when Machado successfully ran for the presidency, Henry Catlin, Morgan agent, put up $500,000 for his expenses while other American interests, including the Chase National Bank element and the Guggenheims, put up an equal amount. The brother-in-law of Machado was made notarial attorney for Chase Bank in Havana at a fat salary. Chase Bank lent Machado $130,000 on his personal account. Machado governed by assassinating all political opponents, including members of parliament, while the Chase Bank was kept informed by its Cuban agents, as revealed in the letters themselves, produced before the Senate Banking and Currency Committee. During part of Machado's term Harry Guggenheim was American ambassador at Havana. In fact, all American ambassadors to Cuba since 1900 have represented the Chase or National City interests. Machado was eventually deposed by the populace, and fled with a price on his head. Another of the many unsavory episodes in which Chase Bank took the leading role concerned the Fox Film Corporation. The first step in the Fox tangle was taken with the launching of General Theaters Equipment Company, whose original assets of less than $2 million were written up by $38 million, after which $30 million of securities were sold to the public by Chase. Then William Fox entered into negotiations for the sale of Fox Film to General Theaters for $55,000,000, but the negotiations were unsuccessful. Fox, meanwhile, pursued his own course with Fox Film, contracting to buy working control of Loews, Inc., for $50 million. He found many lenders willing to give him money. The Western Electric Company, subsidiary of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, which holds the controlling patents on sound films, advanced him $15 million, and Halsey, Stewart, and Company, investment bankers who were also serving Samuel Insull, raised the balance by selling Fox Film securities and tapping the Fox Film treasury. Because the purchase of Loews stock did not represent outright control, Halsey, Stewart, and Company induced Fox, as he told the story, to commit himself to buy $23 million additional Loews stock. Fox had also been encouraged by his bankers to acquire control of the Gaumont Company of England for $20 million, committing him in all to the extent of $92 million before the market collapsed. At about this time President Hoover's Department of Justice, Conspiracy 231, usly reluctant to prosecute big violators of the antitrust laws, embarrassed Fox by questioning the legality of the Fox-Loews arrangement. Threatened by the mysteriously alert Department of Justice, and notes due at various banks, Fox was induced to sell out to General Theaters equipment for $15 million and a bonus consideration, and was also relieved of his debts. General Theaters and Fox Film were now under the aegis of the Chase Bank, and an elaborate arrangement was made to segregate the holdings of Loewy's shares, but General Theaters subsequently smashed, entailing a loss of $69 million to the Chase Bank as a consequence of participation in General Theaters stock pools. Despite these and other disastrous operations, Albert H. Wiggin, upon his retirement from the bank in 1932, was voted an annual pension of $100,000. This emolument was approved by the Rockefellers, who have dominated the bank since 1929. Not until the Senate inquiry of 1933 did the news of the pension become public, and Wiggin, who had directed nearly every variety of financial malpractice, then voluntarily decided not to claim it. Wiggin, like Mitchell, was uniquely blamed for the policies of the bank, but Wiggin, like Mitchell, acted at all times under warrant from the board of directors, whose wealthy members we have already enumerated. The Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, third largest commercial bank of the United States, engaged in similar off-color operations. With the National City Company it joined in selling $50 million of Peruvian bonds in 1927, sharing in the huge spread of 5 points that accrued to the underwriting syndicate. With Kuhn, Loeb and Company, which also helped itself in the general scramble for unwholesome profits, it sold between 1925 and 1929 $90 million of Chilean bonds, since defaulted, and failed to mention in the prospectuses that Chile was in the grip of a military dictatorship that ruled over a hostile populace. The chairman of Guarantee Trust was William C. Potter, erstwhile agent of the Guggenheims. Although implicating itself in various other operations as well, the Guarantee Trust Company, most significantly, was deeply concerned in the Van Sweringen Railroad Holding Company knavery. 232. Functioning in direct collaboration with J.P. Morgan and Company. The two Van Sweringen brothers, Horace P. and Mantus J., before their death were singled out for a good deal of attention in the daily press, but they were no more than deputies of J.P. Morgan and Company, without any real financial status of their own. It was J.P. Morgan and Company which brought them, obscure Cleveland real estate men, into the capital market, and allowed them to function as they did in the creation of a grandiose $3 billion holding company structure in which the public lost millions and the bankers made millions. There was as much fraud in the Van Sweringen as in the New Haven enterprise. In 1929 and 1930, for example, the Van Sweringen's newly formed Allegheny Corporation unloaded $160 million of stocks and bonds through J.P. Morgan and Company, the Guarantee Trust Company, and affiliated banks. With the assistance of J.P. Morgan and Company, the brothers achieved control, on mere shoestrings, of more than 23,000 miles of railroad trackage, including the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, the Nickel Plate Railroad, and others. Public sales of stocks and bonds provided the money with which the brothers cut intricate financial capers. Although no statement of intention to do so was made, $100 million of the Allegheny money was used to purchase control for Allegheny Corporation of the Missouri Pacific Railroad, giving the Van Sweringens, as obedient agents of J.P. Morgan and Company, virtually a coast-to-coast transportation line. The Missouri Pacific, as the Depression set in, proved to be a white elephant. As early as October, 1930, the Allegheny Corporation floundered in deep water, for it had to make a payment of $10,500,000 for terminal properties it had agreed to purchase on behalf of Missouri Pacific. The company had stripped itself of cash and could not borrow because its preferred stock carried a provision against borrowing in excess of 60% of its assets. J.P. Morgan and Company thereupon bought from Allegheny $10,500,000 of Missouri Pacific 5.5% bonds, at a price of $10,514, and gave the Allegheny Corporation an option to buy them back. Allegheny, lacking funds, later was unable to exercise this 233 option, but the money given for the bonds enabled it to pay for the terminal properties. In this devious way a loan was in effect projected, contrary to the provisions of Allegheny preferred stock. Missouri Pacific had borrowed $23 million direct from the Morgan banks, and this debt fell due. As the railroad was not able to repay, it applied to the Reconstruction Finance Corporation for a loan. An Interstate Commerce Commission minority report by Joseph B. Eastman recommended that such a loan not be granted, since it would have no effect other than to relieve J.P. Morgan and Company and its banks of a bad debt. But here the Morgan influence over President Hoover came in handy, and the RFC made the loan in the face of contrary expert opinion. It was subsequently demonstrated that the Missouri Pacific prior to seeking the loan had falsified its balance sheet, showing cash on hand that it did not have. Soon after the Morgan banks had been bailed out with public funds by the RFC, the Missouri Pacific was allowed to slump into bankruptcy. A memorandum found in 1936 in the files of J.P. Morgan and Company by the Senate Interstate Commerce Committee indicated that this firm knew as of January, 1933, at the very latest, if it did not know earlier, that the railroad's statement to the RFC was false. But the banking house notified neither the government nor the securities holders. The Guarantee Trust Company underwrote an issue of $30 million of Van Sweringen Corporation notes in 1930. Part of the proceeds of this issue, on which the public lost $15,759,000, was to be used to buy Cleveland real estate properties. At the time the notes were issued, many of the properties were losing money. Moreover, the assets of the Cleveland Terminals Building Company, a subsidiary, were written up by $16 million net prior to the issuance of the notes, thereby making the Van Sweringen Corporation appear more substantial than it actually was. As to the Van Sweringen's Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce reported that, in violation of an order of the Interstate Commerce Commission in 1926 prohibiting a merger, the Virginia Transportation Corporation was 234. Formed to consolidate the Van Sweringen railroads in the East, that in 1930 Chesapeake and Ohio became a party to a dummy option, with a dummy intermediary, in order to acquire the Chicago and Eastern Illinois Railroad in avoidance of the Interstate Commerce Commission jurisdiction, and in defiance of the Act of Congress, that Chesapeake and Ohio and the Virginia Transportation Corporation in 1930 and 1931, and afterward, falsified their books to show cash on hand which they did not possess. That in 1930 C&O issued $38 million of stock ostensibly for improvements and used it to buy stock in other companies in outright violation of the Act of Congress and a flouting of IC.C jurisdiction. That in 1930 and 1931 C&O lent millions of dollars to a stock market syndicate which manipulated the Chicago and Great Western Railway and which established improper relations between shippers' representatives and the railroad, that through the syndicate C&O obtained dividends which it caused Chicago and Great Western imprudently and improperly to declare, necessitating a call by the Chicago and Great Western upon the RFC for a government loan, that in 1931 the C&O used a dummy to make a secret loan to the Chicago and Eastern Illinois, that in 1932 the C&O caused the CNEI to obtain a loan from the RFC to reimburse the C&O, that in 1932 C&O entered into a fake option arrangement with Allegheny for the purpose of acquiring control of Nickel Plate and Erie without complying with the Act of Congress and in defiance of the jurisdiction of the I.C.C., that the C&O then used false bookkeeping entries to conceal this transaction, that the C&O concealed $50 million used to buy stocks in other companies, CLE etc. Certain scattered aspects of the Van Sweringen scandal deserve brief attention. Flotation by the Guarantee Company of the Van Sweringen Corporation note issue was characterized in 1937 by Senator Burton K. Wheeler, chairman of a Senate investigating committee, as slipshod business and purely a wildcat proposition. In anticipation of the note issue, the Van Sweringen Corporation wrote up the value of lands it owned by $25,535,000 gross. 15 members of the Board of Governors of the New York Stock Exchange were permitted to participate in underwriting Allegheny Corpora. 235. Stocks and bonds, receiving securities at less than offering price before they were listed. As to whether Allegheny Corporation was sound enough to be listed at all, J.M.B. Hoxie, stock exchange listing expert, in a memorandum found by Senate investigators in the stock exchange files, wrote, "In commenting upon this type of company, I have heretofore called attention to certain possible weaknesses in the financial structure and to the possibility that such corporations may come to be regarded as antisocial and thus to be the object of political attack." 9 officers and directors of commercial banks that participated in the 1930 rescue loan of $39,500,000 to the Van Sweringens had received personal loans from J.P. Morgan and Company, it was shown. The Senate committee also produced evidence that Chase Bank was envious of Morgan's Van Sweringen toy. E.R. Tinker, vice president of the Chase Bank, in 1922 wrote to Wigan, "I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that we will have to put our heads down and go into this railroad financing in the same fashion that we went after the foreign business, in other words, without respect for anybody. The allotments we are receiving from both the corner J.P. Morgan and Company and Kuhn, Loeb in this railroad business are simply a farce." A letter in 1920 from a Cleveland investment banker to Tinker, advising him how to proceed in negotiating with O.P. Van Sweringen for securities business, bears out the suspicion that the Van Sweringens were not overly bright pawns of J.P. Morgan and Company, for the writer said O.P. Van Sweringen was not always facile and clear about how to get what he wanted done. At all stages J.P. Morgan and Company played a highly questionable role in the Van Sweringen situation. The firm in February, 1929, underwrote 3,500,000 Allegheny common shares. While market prices were held at $31 to $35 a share, 1,250,000 shares were secretly allotted to insiders at $20 each, having the effect of creating a hidden pool to which was distributed an immediate market profit of $13,750,000. Most of the pool shares were taken by the Morgan partners themselves, but there was also a wide distribution of stock to clients, corporation executives, stock exchange officials, bank and insurance presidents, and political figures. This distribution, as the 236 Banking and Currency Committee found, was a means of increasing the influence of the firm, because the stock allotments had a value tantamount to a gift of money. Each allotment of 1,000 shares at $20 per share had a differential value of $11,000 while the market price stood at $31 a share. Among the political figures who received stock were Secretary of the Navy Charles Francis Adams, 1,000 shares, former Secretary of War Newton D. Baker, 2,000 shares, former Secretary of the Treasury William Gibbs Mikado, now Senator from California, 500 shares, John J. Raskob, Chairman of the Democratic National Committee at the time, 2,000 shares, and William H. Woodin, in 1933 the Secretary of the Treasury, 1,000 shares. Mrs. S. Parker Gilbert, wife of the Agent General for Reparation Payments who became a Morgan partner and who in the early 1920s worked out the mechanics of the Mellon tax reduction program while serving as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, got 500 shares. Members of the wealthiest families who shared in the stock Mellon were George F. Baker, 10,500 shares, Nicholas F. Brady, 2,000 shares, Horace Habmeyer, 1,000 shares, Arthur Curtis James, 1,000 shares, Clarence H. McKay, 1,000 shares, Richard E. Mellon, 6,000 shares, and Albert G. Milbank, 600 shares. Charles E. Mitchell and Albert H. Wiggin were each given 10,000 shares, a transfer of value amounting in each case to $110,000. Walter C. Teagle, president of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, received 1,500 shares. Myron C. Taylor, U.S. Steel, and Alfred P. Sloan, Jr. General Motors, each got 10,000 shares. J.P. Morgan and Company arranged these preferential lists for insiders in other stock issues as well. When stock of Standard Brands Incorporated was offered in July 1929, the firm let out 722,600 shares at $10 below the market, or a bonus of $7,226,000 to the recipients. When United Corporation stock was sold, 600,000 units were released to a favored few at 24 points under the market price, a distribution of $14,400,000 before the public bought. When Johns Manville stock was offered at $79 a share in 1927, the firm let out 343,450 shares at 47 halves and 56,550 shares at 5,714, a total price differential of more than $13 million. The Standard Brands offering was worth $10,000 per thousand shares to each insider from the start. It went to persons influential in 237. The control of national affairs. Among those who got stock were Calvin Coolidge, who had acted under the advice of a Morgan partner while in the White House, 3,000 shares or $30,000, Bernard M. Baruch, recognized for his war and other services and for his influential position in the Democratic Party, 4,000 shares, Charles D. Hills, Republican National Committeeman for New York, 2,000 shares, Norman H. Davis, later appointed United States Ambassador at Large and a participant in diplomatic negotiations of immense interest to J.P. Morgan and Company, 500 shares, Mrs. S. Parker Gilbert, 500 shares, William G. Mikado, 1,000 shares, John J. Raskob, 500 shares, H. Edmund Mahold, former New York Republican State Committee Chairman, 2,000 shares, William H. Wooden, 1,000 shares, and William Boyce Thompson, 2,500 shares. Members of the wealthiest families who participated were Richard B. Mellon, 5,000 shares, Horace Habmeyer, 1,000 shares, Guggenheim Brothers, 5,000 shares, Marshall Field, 2,000 shares, Nicholas F. Brady, 5,000 shares, and Albert G. Milbank, 500 shares. The remaining participants were Morgan Partners and Strategic Corporation, banking, and insurance executives. While United Corporation stock was offered to the public at $99 in January 1929, insiders got it for $75 a share, or a bonus of $24,000 per thousand shares. Political figures who were cut in included William G. Mikado, 250 shares, John J. Raskob, 2,500 shares, Edgar Ricard, personal financial advisor to Herbert Hoover, 400 shares, and J. Henry Rurabach, Republican boss of Connecticut, 1,000 shares. The executive heads of many corporations like General Motors, United States Steel, Standard Oil of New Jersey, and Aluminum Company each received substantial blocks of stock. Wiggin and Mitchell received 4,000 and 7,000 shares, respectively, or $96,000 and $168,000. Members of the wealthiest families who participated were Nicholas F. Brady, 3,000 shares, Lawrence P. Fisher, 2,000 shares, Max C. Fleischman, 1,000 shares, Arthur Curtis James, 2,000 shares, E. H. Manville, 1,000 shares, Clarence H. McKay, 1,000 shares, and Richard B. Mellon, 5,000 shares. The Philadelphia office of J.P. Morgan and Company had Drexels, Biddles, and Berwines, as well as two Pennsylvania judges and George Wharton Pepper, former senator, on its United Corporation favor list. 238. There were no persons of influence in the financial markets who did not have the sanction of the wealthiest and most responsible families, and this statement applies to Ivar Kreuger, the Swedish adventurer, as well as to Samuel Insull, the English immigrant who started his career as secretary to Thomas A. Edison. Kreuger, for example, had Percy A. Rockefeller among the directors of his hodgepodge pyramid that caused Americans losses of nearly $200 million. He gained entrance to the American capital market through Lee, Higginson and Company, ultra-respectable Boston and New York firm that had long maintained close relations with J.P. Morgan and Company. After Kreuger committed suicide in 1932, the unique blame for the failure of his grandiose enterprises was shouldered upon him, and it was said that he had deceived his collaborators. There was no official inquiry into the collapse. Information brought out was developed in a private creditor's investigation. All law enforcement agencies, state and federal, refused to touch the case, although the creditors' hearings turned up many peculiar aspects involving prominent persons of wealth and standing. It was shown, of course, that Kreuger had had no difficulty in obtaining bank loans, both from the Morgan banks and from Chase National. Nobody, it appeared, had troubled to inquire into what he was doing with the money, and when the banks became alarmed they simply called the loans and left the public holding the bag. The report of the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, 1933, states flatly that the investment bankers were responsible for the provisions in the Kreuger and Toll bond indentures which occasioned tremendous losses to the American investing public. In 1929, under the leadership of Lee, Higginson & Co., a syndicate composed of that firm, Clark, Dodge & Co., Brown Brothers & Co., Guarantee Co. of New York, National City Co. of New York, Union Trust Co. of Pittsburgh Mellon, and Dillon, Reed & Co., purchased $26,500,000 of the $50 million 5% secured gold debentures of Kreuger and Toll Co. The price to the syndicate was 96 less 3.5%. The indenture agreement covering the $50 million 5% secured gold debentures of Kreuger and Toll Co., dated March 1, 1929, provided for the deposit with the trustee or depositary of certain bonds specifically designated as security for the debentures. 239. Under the debenture agreement, Kreuger and Toll Co. had at all times the right to withdraw any part of the eligible securities deposited and to substitute for any portion thereof other eligible securities. The joker here was that eligible securities are defined in financial practice as securities of any community of 300,000 persons or more. Under this sanction, dubious securities of Balkan and Central European states and cities were substituted for good securities, such as French government bonds. Samuel Insull has been presented by the newspapers as another individualistic adventurer who worked his way into the confidence of investors without outside assistance. This was not the case. Insull was thrust forward in Chicago by the leading families of the city, and his most distinguished sponsor in the camp of great wealth was the Marshall Field family, owner of Marshall Field and Company and the largest real estate proprietor in Chicago. Since the day of Marshall Field this family has been especially interested in public utilities, whose operation can seriously affect real estate values. Members of the Field family and leading executives of Marshall Field and Company were deeply concerned in the Insull enterprises. Stanley Field, nephew of Marshall Field, was indicted with Insull and others of his collaborators for allegedly using the mails to defraud. After Insull's dethronement, with a pension, the Insull properties fell into the hands of a group dominated by executives of Marshall Field and Company and of banks in which the Marshall Field family has interests. Insull, like Kreuger, had no difficulty getting loans from the leading banks, both of the Morgan and the Rockefeller camps, and of getting the securities affiliates of these leading banks to help in unloading holding company securities upon the public. Like Kreuger and the Van Swierengens, Insull was just an agent who failed to make good. An example of a typical successful agent of a wealthy family, however, is John J. Raskob, of the DuPont camp, who took the leading part in the General Motors promotion after the Morgan DuPont block had wrested the company from W.C. Durant. Bernard M. Barrick and the late William Boyce Thompson, died 1932, are other typical examples of the successful financial agent. 240 America's 60 Families. The story of the extra-legal functioning of the wealthy families has, unfortunately, no beginning and no end. Dipping into the situation at any point, with respect to any dominant family, we find the same story. Electric Bond and Share Company, under Morgan domination, in 1927 consolidated various of its properties and engineered a 3-for-1 stock split-up. The investments which were formerly carried by the old Electric Bond and Share Company at $148,501,290.79, said the Federal Trade Commission, were written up to $5,47,703,118.18, the increase representing a write-up of $399,201,827.39, an amount which almost staggers the imagination. Otto H. Kahn admitted that he engaged in spurious stock transactions with members of his family in order to show income tax losses. Pierre DuPont and John J. Raskob exchanged with each other $27 million of securities in order to show 1929 losses, later re-exchanging the securities. Only 5 Morgan partners out of 17 paid income taxes in 1930, and none paid any in 1931 and 1932. Thomas S. Lamont, a partner and son of the firm's senior partner, established tax losses of $114,807 for 1930 by selling securities to his wife and later repurchasing them. Another partner set up family trusts in order to be able to show technically deductible losses where he had actually made a profit. But in the late spring of 1937, J.P. Morgan himself, returning from Europe, showed the jovial contempt of his clan for orderly governmental processes by stating for public consumption that he thought any man was a fool not to avail himself of every technical loophole in the tax laws. Blame for tax avoidance he placed upon the shoulders of Congress, which should, he indicated, draw up laws in such a way as to defy the ingenuity of the most subtle, specialized legal minds. Coming on the eve of a government inquiry into widespread tax evasion by the rich, Morgan's statement had the appearance of a preliminary defense of off-color practices by his firm. And, indeed, soon afterward it came out that Thomas W. Lamont had long avoided taxes by means of the Beach Corporation, a personal holding company. Depredations of the character delineated here were not confined to the 1929 period, however. In 1933 a stock market pool was formed in stock of the Libby Owens Ford Glass Company. Included in it, 241 were the Hiva Corporation, family company of Harry F. Sinclair, Walter P. Chrysler, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Lehman Brothers, and Joseph P. Kennedy, who subsequently became chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Although none of the members of this pool put up any cash, merely trading on stock optioned to them by the company, they made $395,238.12 by dealing in 1 million shares over a period of 5 months. As recently as December 1936, it was brought out by the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission that David M. Milton, son-in-law of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., and New York lawyer, had engaged in practices that would have delighted Flagler, Rogers, and Archbold, and might have earned a pat on the shoulder from the elder J.P. Morgan. The Securities and Exchange Commission learned that Milton, by the expenditure of $13,000 and the use of stock of an inactive insurance company, had gained control over investment trusts with assets of $218 million. David Schenker, counsel for the commission, characterized Milton as the Van Sweringen of the investment trust field. Although John D. Rockefeller, Jr., had apparently nothing to do with the operation, Milton, an obscure lawyer, obtained entry into high finance by reason of the fact that he was married to a Rockefeller and in earlier New York real estate operations was assisted by his father-in-law. He was forced to admit the impropriety of the investment trust operations. Skipping back at random to 1925, we find the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad in bankruptcy. Leading stockholders had been the William and Percy Rockefeller families, the Ogden Armour family, and the Harkness family. With the exception of the Harknesses, these interests secretly sold out before the collapse. The dominant stockholding interests were, however, responsible for policies that caused losses of millions to stock and bond holders, for the difficulties went back to the expenditure of $180 million for the electrification of the Western lines. The electrification program drew its big copper supplies from the Anaconda Copper Mining Company and its power from the Montana Power Company, then a subsidiary of Anaconda. Electrification was of benefit only to Anaconda, on whose board sat William Rockefeller with John D. Ryan, also a director of the Milwaukee Road. The ICC in 1928 condemned 242. The electric power contracts of the railroad with the Montana Power Company on the ground that they obligated the railroad to pay for power it did not use. The expenses of the receivership proceedings, handled by lawyers for the controlling interests, were $6,500,000 and were charged against the railroad. The LC.C. started to investigate the huge receivership fees, but was restrained by an injunction sustained by the United States Supreme Court. Charles Evans Hughes represented the Rockefeller interests in the litigation and John W. Davis represented J.P. Morgan and Company. The wealthy families, it may be remarked, resent investigations of any kind. More recently we find the manipulation of the Van Sweringen properties continued even while a Senate investigation of railroads was underway. Two obscure groups of men in rapid succession took control of the Van Sweringen, Morgan, railroad empire. In 1935 George A. Ball, glass jar manufacturer of Muncie, IND, was sold control of the $3 billion of assets by J.P. Morgan and Company for $275,000. At this rate, as Charles A. Beard wrote in the New Republic, an ordinary man could with $92 buy control of $1 million of other people's money. A workman, Dr. Beard continued, who has not more than $9.20 to invest could purchase control of $100,000 of other people's money. A schoolboy who cannot put up more than a dime, could buy control of $1,000 of other people's money, and could vote himself into enough emoluments to make out of the use of that $1,000 10 cents for candy every day of the year. Melton Osben estimated that the total wealth of the United States is about $350 billion. On the ratio employed when the Morgan firm sold to Mr. Ball of Muncie, control of all the wealth of the United States could be purchased for some $32,000,000. Ball vested the controlling interest in a specially created philanthropic and religious foundation, thereby avoiding tax assessments on a large part of the usufructs of the transaction. Such assessments might very easily have taken all the cash out of Ball's small personal fortune. In April, 1937, Ball sold control of these $3 billion of assets to two obscure New York Stock Exchange brokers. One of them, Robert R. Young, had been associated for a long time with the Do. 243. Ponce and General Motors, so that he was not far removed from J.P. Morgan and Company. Young put up $255,000 and his partner, Frank F. Colby, put up an additional amount which assured Ball's religious and philanthropic enterprise a profit of 1,300% for the trouble of taking temporary charge of $3 billion. From the time Ball took control of the railroad system until he sold it, the book profit on the controlling common stock was 70,000%, according to the New Republic, June 16, 1937. The unusual character of the transaction was indicated by Ball's willingness to relinquish shares showing him a profit of 70,000% and instead to take a profit of a mere 1,300%. Before Young and Colby purchased Ball's controlling stock, Colby, as the Senate committee disclosed, discussed the question of control with the Van Sweringen brothers, J.P. Morgan and Company, the First National Bank of New York, and Donaldson Brown, a DuPont son-in-law, of General Motors Corporation. Both brokers denied, however, that they were interested in control, although they said they opposed any special legislation which would remove control from the shares that J.P. Morgan and Company had placed into the hands of Ball. The foregoing chapter gives only a very partial account of the malpractices of the rich in the period 1917 to 1937. The records of the Federal Trade Commission, the Interstate Commerce Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and various Senate investigating committees not cited in this account contain a vast amount of additional material of a nature similar to the data here presented. In brief, the narrative given here is neither overdrawn nor does it represent a one-sided selection of facts designed to prove a preconceived thesis. Behind all of these practices are people, the richest and, presumably, most responsible people in the country. The wealth they possess confers upon them immunity to carry on irregular but profitable activities which the ordinary person, devoid of wealth and power, might possibly desire to carry on, but cannot. Malpractice itself has become a monopoly. 7. The press of the plutocracy. Journalism, which shapes, modifies, or subtly suggests public attitudes and states of mind, morbidly attracts the owners of the great fortunes, for whose protection against popular disapproval and action there must be a constantly running defense, direct or implied, specific or general. The protective maneuvers often take the form, in this plutocratic press, of eloquent editorial assaults upon popular yearnings and ideas. The journalism of the United States, from top to bottom, is the personal affair bought and paid for of the wealthy families. There is little in American journalism today, good or bad, which does not emanate from the family dynasties. The press lords of America are actually to be found among the multimillionaire families. Newspapers all over the world exist, and have existed, in the service of economic and political power rather than in that of truth and noble ideals. This distinction should clarify at the outset a highly complicated field of human activity, and should indicate at once that America's millionaires have not been guilty, in their journalistic preoccupation, of perpetrating some unusual crime against the ostensible sanctity and purity of the press. Yet, in saying that newspapers do not exist to serve truth, it does not follow that they never serve truth and are never actuated by idealism, although truth in established journalism is always secondary, and very often is incidental, even accidental. If newspapers print truth, as their proprietors and directors fiercely avow in their understandable endeavor to retain influence over the public mind, then truth has many colors, as one may learn by reading the sharply differentiated accounts of identical events in the world press. If as much difference of opinion about facts and their 244, 245 meanings existed among scientists, if as much difference of opinion about the meaning of language existed among grammarians, as exists among the newspapers of the nations about the events of the day, this would indeed be a fantastic world. The journalistic differences, however, concern power rather than truth, and only reflect the international differences of economic interest of the dominant classes of the respective nations. And while on the international plane one finds a sharp difference of opinion among the newspapers of the nations, except when their respective foreign offices are in agreement, one usually finds a striking uniformity of opinion in the newspapers within each national boundary. This national uniformity of press opinion merely reflects the central control of the national press by the dominant national class. In Russia the press is controlled by the Communist Party, in Germany by the National Socialist, Fascist, Party, and in Italy by the Fascist Party. And in the United States it is controlled, on the political plane, through the Republican and Democratic parties, with about 75% of the press organs under the tutelage of the Republican Party. As American politics, like English and French politics, is pluralistic in composition, the American press is subject in its political context, like the English and French press, to practical operation by the individual financial groups that support the political parties, although a major part of the press in all three countries is subsidized, owned, controlled, or operated directly by the political parties. American popular journalism, as distinct from trade, scientific, religious, and fraternal journalism, exists in three broad layers of which sharp account must be taken. The bottom layer consists of the directly controlled and financed political party press. Immediately above this lies the layer of independent newspaper entrepreneurs, many of whom have been cemented by pecuniary success or political affiliation to the inner circle of great wealth, most of whom operate their newspapers as businesses, and all of whom are dependent for most of their revenue upon the goodwill of the wealthy families which control the bulk of advertising, and above this layer are the organs, directly owned, of the wealthy families themselves. These latter are, for the most part, the biggest metropolitan newspapers. 246. And the great national magazines. These are the personal organs of the 60 families. As to the politically subsidized bottom layer, which is the rural and small town press, Frank R. Kent, political editor of the conservative Baltimore Sun, writes: practically 75% of the county press, the smaller papers of the country, are straight Republican. The remaining 25% are Democratic. Many of the owners and editors of the county press not only depend largely upon party support for the existence of their papers, but are themselves interested and active in party politics. There are approximately 18,000 daily, weekly, and semi-weekly newspapers in the United States. Of this number, 15,000 can be classed as strictly party county press. No such thing as fairness in political fights is attempted in these papers. Sensitively responsive to the two big political parties, but mainly to the Republican Party, this small town and rural press derives a decisive portion of its revenue from the state and national political committees, and is as attentive to the prejudices of the ruling families which finance the political parties as if the ruling families owned it directly. Large portions of the county press, as we shall see, are actually owned by members of either the first, second, or third group of the rich ruling families. In the layer of independent newspapers just above this one finds many individuals, owners of many large newspapers, who are in the publishing business primarily as professional politicians. Others are publishers for commercial profit, dependent for advertising revenues upon the goodwill of the corporations controlled by the wealthy families. Very little will be said here, however, about advertising control. The middle layer of independent newspapers, which today includes most notably the Scripps-Howard chain, has been the only socially wholesome feature of the American press. In this division belonged Joseph Pulitzer, the only successful metropolitan newspaper publisher who, in the recent industrial period, consistently criticized the powerful and wealthy figures of all camps. Since the World War it has been a phenomenon of American journalism that more and more newspapers from this independent press show RST Hempiulograggy, 247. Stratum have gone out of business. Nearly 1,000 newspapers have, in fact, succumbed, and this phenomenon has been a logical journalistic accompaniment to the growth and concentration of finance capital, whose spreading influence has obviated the need of various news organs which once existed merely to propagate the special points of view of many commercial or industrial groups. It is with the top group of newspapers owned directly by the wealthy families, or directly controlled, that we are mainly concerned. Remarks about other newspapers are made solely for the sake of clarification. It is one of the hallmarks of the richest families that they virtually all own, or secretly control, one or more newspapers or magazines. The ascertainable journalistic connections of the wealthy families are, or have recently been, as follows. The Rockefeller family. So far as can be learned, the Rockefellers have given up their old policy of owning newspapers and magazines outright, relying now upon the publications of all camps to serve their best interests in return for the vast volume of petroleum and allied advertising under Rockefeller control. After the J.P. Morgan block, the Rockefellers have the most national advertising of any group to dispose of. And when advertising alone is not sufficient to ensure the fealty of a newspaper, the Rockefeller companies have been known to make direct payments in return for a friendly editorial attitude. The Rockefellers, however, may still have secret direct interests in various publications, as they had in the recent past. When John D. Rockefeller was faced in the 19th century with a press barrage of denunciation, he started acquiring newspapers and magazines right and left through hired agents. One of the first papers taken in hand by Rockefeller was the influential Oil City, PA, Derrick, which immediately changed from his worst foe to his staunchest apologist. This was in 1885. Charles Matthews, a Standard Oil employee, then purchased the Buffalo People's Journal and published it on behalf of Rockefeller. Next, Patrick Boyle, Rockefeller's agent in charge of the Derrick, acquired for Rockefeller a Toledo newspaper which 248 America's 60 families launched into an attack upon opponents of the grant of natural gas distribution franchises to two Rockefeller companies. After this there was formed the Jennings Publishing Company which, as Attorney General Francis S. Monette of Ohio later found, had contracts with 110 Ohio newspapers under the terms of which they were to publish laudatory articles and editorials about Standard Oil and the Rockefeller henchmen. In 1893 Rockefeller endowed the University of Chicago, which published the Journal of Political Economy, edited by Dr. J. Lawrence Laughlin. Although the trust question was paramount in American politics of the day, this publication, devoted to politics and economics, never printed a word on the subject. Henry Demarest Lloyd, an editor of the Chicago Tribune, in 1894 published his brilliant Wealth Against Commonwealth, mainly devoted to an exposition of Rockefeller's antisocial misdeeds, and the precursor by many years of Ida Tarbell's History of the Standard Oil Company. Although a masterpiece in its genre, Lloyd's book was severely criticized by Professor George Gunton in The Social Economist. Gunton, in support of his critique, misquoted to opposite effect a letter from Professor John A. Hobson, English economist, and was immediately denounced by Hobson. Gunton later became editor of Gunton's magazine which, as it came out in 1908, was financed by the Rockefellers. In this period Rockefeller called a conference to discuss his newly launched General Education Board. Among the conferees were Dr. Albert Shaw, editor of the Review of Reviews, and Walter Hines Page, editor of World's Work. Shaw and Page were made General Education Board trustees, and World's Work thereupon began publication, in serial form, of Rockefeller's apologetic memoirs. Elbert Hubbard, the Industrial Relations Commission learned, was in the pay of Standard Oil, and published, in his influential periodical, FRA, eulogies and apologies for Rockefeller and the Standard Oil interests with respect to their draconian labor policies. The Rockefellers financed the Manufacturers' Record, which gave them an audience of businessmen and industrialists who did not know they were being fed propaganda of a certain group. Archbold paid $1,250 to the Southern Farm magazine for a year's subscription. Standard Oil also had entree to the Outlook, edited by Dr. Lyman. 249. Abbott, for this publication was secretly financed for many years by James Stillman, president of the National City Bank of New York. Abbott, to cite an example of how this remote editorial control worked, in 1906 warned his readers when Rockefeller was indicted in Ohio that an indictment was not a conviction. This was very true, although irrelevant. Abbott's attitude, however, is typical of the attitude of the entire American press today, when newspapers and magazines alike wander far afield in seeking at every turn excuses for the wealthy. Concerning this same pre-war period, the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee in 1912 unearthed a letter that Representative Sibley, the Standard Oil payoff man in Washington, had written in 1905 to John D. Archbold. Sibley said, "An efficient literary bureau is needed, not for a day or a crisis but a permanent healthy control of the Associated Press and kindred avenues. It will cost money but will be the cheapest in the end." Apparently something like that was done, says John T. Flynn, Rockefeller's biographer. An old journalist named J.I.C. Clark was installed as a publicity man. There followed a perceptible break in the press criticism of Rockefeller. The Woman's Home Companion published How the World's Richest Man Spends Christmas. The Saturday Evening Post, owned by the Curtisbach dynasty, published an article by Archbold in which he defended Standard Oil. The United States Industrial Commission, investigating the massacre of Rockefeller workers at Ludlow, Colorado, brought out that Jesse G. Northcutt, attorney for the Rockefellers' Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, owned the Trinidad Chronicle News and the Trinidad Advertiser. The company itself owned the Pueblo Chieftain. In other industrial regions the Rockefellers also secretly controlled local newspapers through executives and lawyers. Northcutt, incidentally, who was corruptly elected public prosecutor in the Colorado Fuel and Iron region, indicted the strikers. Arms and munitions, the government investigators found, were stored for the strike breakers in the Chronicle News office. The same Industrial Commission heard from Ivy L. Lee, Rockefeller's personal publicity man, that the Rockefellers planned to 250 finance to the extent of $250,000 Nation's Business, published by the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, forerunner of the United States Chamber of Commerce. During the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company strike, Lee sent the newspapers hundreds of falsifying bulletins, while at the same time the Rockefellers were trying to buy control of the Denver Rocky Mountain News. They failed to get it, as they had earlier failed to get the Ohio State Journal of Columbus. The critical attitude of the press in general, and especially of the rural press, began to disappear, however, only when the Rockefellers started to advertise. The first widely advertised Rockefeller product was a mineral oil for internal use, said to have been devised solely as a means of placing advertising in hostile newspapers in a day when kerosene, Standard Oil's principal product, did not require advertising and would have excited unfavorable comment had it been advertised. Axle grease was another product used as an advertising instrument. According to C.W. Barron, Alfred C. Bedford of the Standard Oil Company financed John A. Slasher's Leslie's Weekly to the extent of $300,000, and when Bedford lost interest the magazine abruptly suspended publication. Harvey's Weekly during and after the war was financed in turn by J.P. Morgan, James B. Duke, Thomas Fortune Ryan, and John D. Rockefeller at the rate of $100,000 annually, according to a statement by William Boyce Thompson. And since 1920, according to evidence on the record, the Rockefellers have had more than an academic interest in the press of the nation, although they have cannily left direct ownership to associated Standard Oil families like the Harknesses and Whitneys. The Federal Trade Commission in its investigation of public utilities connected the Rockefeller enterprises directly with one instance of venal press control and indirectly with general control of many newspapers. The direct connection related to the Denver Post, in 1927. It was shown by the Federal Trade Commission in 1934 that the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey had sent to J.B. Lewes, treasurer of the Colorado Interstate Gas Company, subsidiary of Standard Oil of New Jersey, a check for $350,000 which Lewes cashed, turning over the money to the late Fred G. Bonfils, then publisher of the Post. The consideration involved was the Post's hostile attitude toward the 251 validation of Denver natural gas rates. In return for this payment, the Trade Commission charged, the Post reversed its opposition to the gas rates. At the same time, according to the Federal Trade Commission's showing, the Standard Oil Company remitted $50,000 for the mayor of Denver. In 1929 the Federal Trade Commission revealed that the International Paper and Power Company had taken a sudden large financial interest in important daily newspapers, and as International Power was, and remains, under the aegis of the Chase National Bank Group of New York, which the Rockefellers were then entering, the situation lay very close to the Rockefeller bailiwick if it was not indeed engineered primarily on behalf of the Rockefellers. The two largest public utilities interests in the country are the Rockefeller and Morgan groups, so that the appalling general findings of the Federal Trade Commission in the Public Utilities Inquiry apply to these two blocks more than to any others. The International Paper Company, apart from the influence of Chase Bank directors over its affairs, included among its directors Herman H. Jennings, Ogden Phipps, Carnegie U.S. Steel, and Ogden Reed, principal stockholder in the New York Herald Tribune. Reed resigned, but was soon replaced by Ogden L. Mills, his cousin, and a minority stockholder in the Herald Tribune. International Paper, it was revealed, owned secret interests in the Chicago Daily News, the Chicago Daily Journal, the Albany Knickerbocker Press, Gannett Chain, the Albany Evening News, Gannett, the Boston Herald Traveler, the Brooklyn Eagle, Gannett, the Augusta, Ga, Chronicle, the Spartanburg, SC. Herald Journal, and the Ithaca Journal News, and had endeavored to purchase more than 25 additional metropolitan newspapers. After exposure, International Paper divested itself of newspaper holdings and gave up negotiations for others. The Rockefellers are connected very intimately with many of the leading newspaper dynasties. Edith Rockefeller, for example, married a McCormick. Individuals with whom the Rockefellers have close business connections own many newspapers directly. And the Harknesses and Whitneys today, as will be shown, exercise great press influence through direct ownership. 252. This great private banking house has been as preoccupied with journalism, on behalf of its supporting families, as have the Rockefellers, probably even outranking Standard Oil in its consistent, pervasive, and unbroken interest in the press. More advertising is controlled by the J.P. Morgan junta than by any other single financial group, a factor which immediately gives the banking house the respectful attention of all alert independent publishers. The first direct journalistic connection of J.P. Morgan and Company appears to have been made in 1887 when William M. Laffan, a drama critic, with money advanced to him by J.P. Morgan the Elder, founded the New York Evening Sun. In 1897 Laffan acquired the Morning Sun from the Dana estate, and switched it to the slavish support of J.P. Morgan and Company. Both Sun papers were Morgan's spokesman on all issues. In the Panama Canal Steel, for example, they spoke boldly for the Roosevelt-Buenavarilla program behind which Morgan and his henchmen lay concealed, and in private fights of Morgan with others of his class for financial and economic prerogatives these newspapers took Morgan's part. Morgan's Sun, for instance, opened fire particularly upon Stillman's thriving National City Bank, complaining of Treasury favoritism shown the Stillman-Rockefeller Group in the McKinley administration. Later this newspaper harried E. H. Harriman, as well as all others who dared oppose the Morgan Bank. In 1916 the Sun passed into the hands of Frank Munsey, who had long been functioning as a paid tool of Morgan, and Munsey merged it with the press he had acquired in 1912. Munsey has always been a mystery to rank-and-file journalists because of the way he bought and ruthlessly liquidated newspapers. His biographer, George Britt, who has admirably collected the main facts about his life, unfortunately fails to penetrate this mystery of a sane man who, seemingly for no reason, wrecked valuable newspaper properties. But after one reviews the long list of newspapers whose ruin Munsey encompassed at enormous cost, after one inquires into the policies of those newspapers, and after one takes into consideration Munsey's profitable association with the astute poor. Pres SEOFDPLUFOGRA Sci. 253. Kins, there is really no longer any mystery. Munsey put to death newspapers that were inimical, in one way or another, to J.P. Morgan and Company, and founded newspapers that sang the praises of projects in which J.P. Morgan and Company happened to be concerned at a particular time or in a particular locality. Sometimes it was a newspaper opposed to some special public utility grab of J.P. Morgan and Company which Munsey bought and throttled. Sometimes it was a newspaper that fought some local Morgan political favorite. At other times it was a liberal newspaper operated contrary to the general Morgan philosophy of pelf and plunder. But, always, it was a newspaper whose disappearance benefited J.P. Morgan and Company. Practically, if not verbally, Munsey sold himself to the House of Morgan, says his biographer. He enjoyed a community of interest, sang Morgan's song, was given an inside position in Morgan deals. Munsey was a Morgan tool. Munsey, as we have seen, functioned under the direction of George W. Perkins. He first bought the New York Star in the 1890s. This paper had been secretly owned by Collis P. Huntington, the railroad magnate, who used it to boost his friends and to damn his foes. Munsey sold the paper back to Colonel John A. Cockerill, Huntington's deputy, and its name was changed to the Morning Advertiser. Hearst later bought it. In 1901 Munsey bought the New York Daily News and the Washington Times, discontinuing the former in 1904 and selling the latter in 1917 to Hearst. In 1902 he bought the Boston Journal and killed it the next year along with the Boston Evening News, which he had founded. These acquisitions and discontinuances closely followed the flotation of the United States Steel Corporation and the International Harvester Company by J.P. Morgan and Company, in both of which enterprises the foundation of Munsey's $40 million fortune was laid. The Munsey papers hooped it up for the new Morgan trusts. In 1908 Munsey bought the Baltimore News and formed the Philadelphia Times, killing the former in 1915 and the latter in 1914. In 1916 the New York Sun was taken in, and in 1920 the two Bennett papers. In 1923 he took in the New York Globe, a liberal newspaper with a notable staff. Munsey promptly killed this paper, which had long been a thorn in Morgan's side. In 1924 he purchased the New York Mail from Henry L. Stoddard, and merged it with the Telegram. One of the Mail's leading secret stockholders for many years had been Morgan partner George W. Perkins. All these and many other transactions involved millions of dollars, garnered by Munsey in various Morgan stock market pools. After Munsey's death in 1925, the Sun and the New York Telegram, founded by the younger James Gordon Bennett, passed to the ownership of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but as the New York Times truthfully commented, until the will was opened, Mr. Munsey had never been known as a friend of the museum. J.P. Morgan, however, was chairman of the board of trustees of the museum, in the affairs of which his father had taken a leading hand much earlier. The trustees of the Metropolitan Museum at the time Munsey willed his newspapers to it included Payne Whitney, Elihu Root, Edward S. Harkness, Arthur Curtis James, Charles W. Gould, George F. Baker, George D. Pratt, George Blumenthal, Lazard Freyers, and other representatives of the great families who turn up on every occasion where money or power is involved. Munsey's net estate amounted to $19,747,687, of which $17,305,594 was placed in the hands of J.P. Morgan and the Metropolitan Museum. It was only logical for Munsey to return his fortune to the keeping of the banking house which had made it for him by methods already scanned. In 1926 the Sun, now an afternoon paper, was sold through the Munsey estate's principal executor, the Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan, to the Sun's leading executives, headed by William T. Duart. Through the Guarantee Trust Company, Munsey in 1920 had purchased the New York Herald and the Telegram from the Bennett estate, whose executor the bank also was, in consonance with the close business and investment relations that existed between Morgan and Bennett, but Munsey in 1924 sold the Herald to the Reed Mills family for $5 million, part cash, and it was merged with the Tribune. The Sun executives are understood to have obtained the money to buy the paper for a reputed $11 million in the form of a loan, a large part of which is still said to be outstanding, from the Guarantee. 255. Trust Company. This loan does not appear among the admitted obligations of the Sun Publishing Company because it was privately made to the leading stockholders of the publishing company in another corporate guise as Sun Associates. One of these stockholders is Franz Schneider, former financial editor of the Sun, who also served as financial editor on T.W. Lamont's New York Evening Post, and Schneider is now, while still a big stockholder in the Sun Publishing Company, vice president of the Newmont Mining Corporation, Morgan. Schneider holds the distinction of being the only journalist to participate in the special 1927-29 stock offerings of J.P. Morgan and Company. He received 1,000 shares of Standard Brands Incorporated. $10,000 below the market price, 1,000 shares of United Corporation, $24,000 below the market, 1,000 shares of Johns Manville, $20,000 below the market, and 500 shares of Allegheny Corporation, $5,500 below the market. His total realizable profits from this source while on the Sun were $59,500. He was on the same road Munsey had traveled. The Sun has never, since Dana left it, lost sight of its function as a house organ of J.P. Morgan and Company, which it remains today in all details of its editorial and news policy. While J.P. Morgan and Company had Munsey and Laffan serving as deputies, it also had other irons in the fire. Harvey on the Morgan financed North American Review and Harper's Weekly carried out Morgan policies. George W. Perkins, in addition to his relationship with Munsey, maintained exceptionally friendly relations with John C. Schaefer, publisher of the Chicago Evening Post, the Denver Rocky Mountain News, and the Indianapolis, Muncie, and Terre Haute, IND, Stars. The Schaefer papers forwarded policies that were, at most times, strikingly like the Morgan policies espoused by Munsey, Harvey, Laffan, and James Gordon Bennett. The latter, like Munsey in his magazines, published eulogies of the United States Steel Corporation while owning the company's stock. And like Munsey, Bennett appointed as his executor the Guarantee Trust Company, with Rodman Wanamaker, department store magnate, as co-executor. Wanamaker then owned the Philadelphia Record. His family had once owned the Philadelphia North American. These, too, were pro-Morgan newspapers. 256. Perkins' successor as the Morgan press contact man was Thomas W. Lamont, of whom we shall have something to say very soon. In 1918 Lamont openly acquired the New York Evening Post from Oswald Garrison Villard, but sold it in 1922 to the Curtis family at a reputed loss of $2 million. The Post had passed in 1883 into the hands of Henry Villard, promoter of the Northern Pacific Railroad, whose son Oswald inherited it. Under the younger Villard it became a liberal newspaper, quite out of step with the majority of the American press. But Lamont changed that, notably terminating Villard's critical attitude toward Wilson, and under Curtis the paper reverted swiftly to its Hamiltonian reactionism. Soon after giving up the Evening Post, Lamont privately financed Henry Seidel Canby, literary editor of the Post, in founding the Saturday Review of Literature, which has for nearly 2 decades given J.P. Morgan and Company a strategic foothold in the book publishing business. As Lamont has continually footed deficits for this publication, which has given utterance to many Morgan theses, Canby must be considered a Morgan literary agent. Lamont, however, has been less important as a newspaper owner than as a silent manipulator of the press. For many years he was a director of the Crowell Publishing Company, which publishes the American Magazine, the Country Home, Collier's Weekly, and Woman's Home Companion, all with huge national circulations. Since Lamont's departure, the Morgan interest in Crowell has been represented by director A. H. Lockett, who is also a director of the Newmont Mining Corporation, with Franz Schneider, of Lamont, Corliss and Company, Lamont Family Enterprise, and of Newsweek, Astor Harriman Mellon Whitney Cheney, National Popular News Magazine. Perhaps the most direct and significant Morgan journalistic connection is with Time Incorporated, publisher of the widely circulating Time, weekly news magazine of thoroughly reactionary orientation, Fortune, chief apologist for the wealthy families, Life, largest picture magazine, and Architectural Forum. For a brief period Time Incorporated published the now independent Tide, organ for advertising men, and Lamont's Saturday Review of Literature. According to the statement 257 of ownership in the November 1936 issue of Fortune, the leading stockholders of Time Incorporated are Brown Brothers Harriman and Company, private banking house, W.A. Harriman, J.P. Morgan and Company, for the account of Henry P. Davison, a partner, F. Du Saswati Duke, Mrs. Mimi B. Durant, Henry R. Luce, editor, founder, and college chum of Davison, William V. Griffin, trustee of the James C. Brady Estate and director of the Bank of Manhattan Company and 24 other corporations, the Irving Trust Company, for the account of Elizabeth Bushpool, the New York Trust Company, for the account of William Hale Harkness, Standard Oil, and the principal editors and executives. Time Incorporated is thus seen to be owned by the inner circle of contemporary American finance, and the policies of its publications down to the smallest detail consistently reflect its ownership. Through various of its corporations, J.P. Morgan and Company has maintained a direct hold over many newspapers, irrespective of any influence which exists by reason of the advertising at its disposal. The most notable example of such Morgan Corporation control over newspapers was placed on the record before the war by Louis D. Brandeis in questioning for the government C.S. Mellon of the New Haven Railroad. Mellon admitted that more than 1,000 New England newspapers were on the New Haven payroll for about $400,000 annually. As recently as 1920, the New Haven Railroad held at least $400,000 of bonds of the Boston Herald. This editorial influence over newspapers helped the New Haven unload its stock upon unsuspecting middle-class investors. Morgan control of other corporations may carry with it similar sinister influence over newspapers in other regions, although no record of this appears. The newspapers of Pennsylvania, for example, have for long been very cordial toward the United States Steel Corporation in its various skirmishes with public authority. A current example of a Morgan connection with a great and influential newspaper property, via the Steel Corporation, exists with respect to the Chicago Daily News. Sewell L. Avery, president of Montgomery Ward and Company, Morgan, and the United States Gypsum Company, and a director of United States Steel, is a director of this big Chicago newspaper, whose principal stockholder is now 258. Colonel Frank L. Knox, Republican vice presidential candidate in 1936. The Daily News Board of Directors is composed of men representing every large commercial bank of Chicago and the leading Morgan corporations of the Middle West. Knox, owner of the Manchester, N.H. Union Leader, in 1931 was introduced to the Chicago Daily News Board by Charles G. Dawes, who arranged to have Knox and Theodore Ellis, New England textile manufacturer and publisher of the Worcester, Massachusetts, Telegram, acquire the largest equity in the paper from the estate of Walter F. Strong, who was the nephew of Victor Lawson, for many years the paper's owner. Strong bought the paper from the Continental Illinois Bank, to which Lawson had willed it in trust for charity. Knox bought Strong's controlling interest and paid off loans of the Dawes Central Republic Bank to Strong. Ellis, however, supplied most of the money. Family connections, as in other fields, served to extend the contacts of the Morgan Group in journalism. The Lamont family, for example, is closely related to the Gardner-Cowles family, which owns the Des Moines Register and the Tribune-Capital, the Minneapolis Star, and various radio stations. The Cowles papers are leading Republican organs of the Middle West. Where the direct, conscious Morgan influence in American journalism ends one cannot tell. It is, quite obviously, very great. Some additional Morgan press connections will be cited at the proper places. The Ford family. Henry Ford has made only one known direct venture in journalism. This was with the Dearborn Independent, which after the war attained a weekly circulation of more than 700,000 copies before it was discontinued in 1927. More than most publications of the magnates, the Independent was unspeakably vicious and narrow in its views, specializing in slanderous attacks on the Jews. Ford spent millions on this publication, either to indulge a childish whim or to pursue a policy of spreading dissension among people in order to divide their loyalties. Since the Independent stopped appearing, Ford has taken to using the radio to spread his highly individualistic social philosophy, which can be classed as anarchistic. 259. The Ford radio commentator is W. J. Cameron, former editor of The Independent. Heavy Ford advertising gives the automobile manufacturer a respectful hearing throughout most of the American press. Whitneys, Harknesses, Mellons, and Astors. Both the Harkness and the Harriman families, we have seen, own direct interests in Time Incorporated, whose fortune lavishly praises from time to time the Harrimans and their enterprises, and the Standard Oil families from the Rockefellers down, without neglecting to throw frequent bouquets at J.P. Morgan, J.P. Morgan and Company, and the Morgan Partners. The Harrimans are also stockholders, with Vincent Astor and John Hay Whitney, Standard Oil, in the growing Newsweek magazine, whose policy is straight Wall Street. W. A. Harriman participated with his sister and with Vincent Astor in Financing Today, 1933-36, weekly magazine edited by Professor Raymond Moley. After losing a good deal of money with this early partisan of the New Deal, which subsequently reversed policy, Harriman and Astor bought a large interest early in 1937 in Newsweek. There they joined a group of other important stockholders, which included Ward Cheney, of the Cheney Silk family, John Hay Whitney, and Paul Mellon, son of Andrew W. Mellon. Harriman and Astor put in $600,000 of new money, and the original Newsweek group put up $500,000 in addition to the $2,025,000 its members had already invested. Newsweek is the rival of Time for remote influence over the more literate readers outside of New York, who are unable to find much significant national information in the exceedingly barren and provincial local newspapers. The largest stockholder in Newsweek, however, is Starling W. Childs, public utilities investment banker. Another large stockholder is Wilton Lloyd-Smith, Wall Street lawyer and director in various companies. Although the American Astors have not been conspicuously connected with journalism prior to the past 5 years, the English branch of the Astor family, its fortune rooted in the United States, is, perhaps, the most influential journalistic family in the world, transcending Rothermeres, Hearsts, Beaverbrooks, and similar press lords in importance. Since 1922, John Jacob Astor has been the largest stockholder of the Times of London, founded in 1775 by John Walter, Cole Mayor. 260. Chant. The Walter family held the paper through 4 generations, but in 1908 it was sold to Lord Northcliffe for $1,552,000. After Northcliffe's death, this newspaper, representing the highest empire interests, was sold to John Jacob Astor and John Walter for $4.6,547,500. William Waldorf Astor, upon establishing himself in England late in the 19th century, immediately branched into journalism as a means of gaining a peerage. He acquired the Pall Mall Gazette, the London Observer, and other publications, some of which his family still owns. The great influence of the Times in English affairs makes the Astor family one of the leading newspaper proprietors of the world. Although the policy of this newspaper is conservative, and even socially reactionary, it has never been accused of deliberately twisting facts in news accounts. In this respect it stands unchallenged by any American newspaper, as the Manchester Guardian stands without an American equal in the liberalism of its editorial and news columns. Paul Mellon's ownership in Newsweek apparently represents the first attempt of the Mellon family to function journalistically on a national scale. But for many years the Mellons have been in control of, and have directly financed, the newspapers of Pittsburgh and environs, notably in concert with the late Henry C. Frick. This was true of all the Pittsburgh newspapers when they were owned by Senator George T. Oliver, Republican, William Flynn, Republican boss, and Alexander P. Moore, Coolidge Hoover diplomatic appointee. The only big newspaper today in Pittsburgh that is inhospitable to the Mellon point of view, although not pointedly hostile, is the Scripps Howard Press. The Hearst Sun Telegraph and the Paul Block Post Gazette, confidentially owned by Hearst, might just as well be published by the Mellon family, whose blatant local champions they are. The DuPonts. The DuPont's Christiana Securities Company owns the Wilmington Journal every evening and the Wilmington Morning News, the only newspapers in Wilmington. During a wartime split in the 261 DuPont family, Alfred I. DuPont bought the Morning News to use as a weapon against Senator Henry Algernon DuPont. Pierre DuPont, who was opposed to Alfred L., bought the journal with which to fight back. Alfred I lost a court decision in the matters at issue, was subsequently helped out by a loan arranged by Pierre through J.P. Morgan and Company, and relinquished the Morning News to Pierre. The Pierre DuPont faction also acquired the Every Evening, which they combined with the Journal. Ever since, says John K. Winkler in his biography of the DuPonts, the newspapers have been operated like a department of the DuPont Company. The journalistic influence of the DuPonts is not confined within the borders of Delaware, by any means. Indeed, the indirect DuPont press influence is very great, and the advertising the family has to bestow, owing to its ownership of 25% of General Motors Corporation, of the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company, and the United States Rubber Company, is vast. In General Motors, of course, the DuPonts share control with J.P. Morgan and Company and the Fisher Brothers of Detroit. It is evident that the power to withhold advertising contracts of such great dimensions must give DuPont an immense potential influence, says Philip Noel Baker in The Private Manufacture of Armaments. This influence is the more dangerous, because it can be so easily, so naturally, and so secretly exerted through the routine and unrecorded conversations of the advertising managers on the two sides. An example of the subterranean manifestation of the DuPont will in the press was brought to light by the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee under Senator Kenyon in 1920. According to the testimony of Colonel William Boyce Thompson, the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers was acquired for the purpose of controlling policies of 400 foreign language papers of 5 million circulation by the placing or withholding of advertising of big corporations. Thompson himself put $50,000 into the scheme, and other stockholders who contributed to a $400,000 fund were Cleveland H. Dodge, Andrew W. Mellon, Senator T. Coleman DuPont, John T. Pratt, Standard Oil, Samuel Insull, J. Ogden Armour, Daniel Guggenheim, and Francis Sisson, Vice President. 262. Dent of the Guarantee Trust Company, Morgan. The purpose of the group, said Thompson, was to inspire Americanism in these newspapers, but suspicious Democratic senators felt that the purpose of this organization's backers was rather to influence opinion on behalf of their financial interests and the Republican Party. McCormick Dynasty.